According to the people of the Earth Dragon tribe, this place was not so desolate before. Ever since Rambo hid here, everything has changed. Just like when Rambo first came to the Western Wasteland, the originally vibrant environment gradually became desolate. He alone could not have accomplished so much, but no one could find the reason. Because of the harsh environment, countless spiritual beasts have migrated or are constantly looking for new homes. They have to be wary of Rambo from time to time. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a purgatory on Earth. We can only roughly detect that Rambo is nearby, but we can't feel anything else. He has a very cold aura about him that will suppress our abilities, the Earth Dragon clansman said, his eyes unconsciously falling into the distance. Thinking of that terrifying creature, he couldn't help but tremble. Several other people were no exception. They could clearly feel that the environment here was different from other places. Zhuiyue, can you detect it now? Su Chen nodded, thanked the Earth Dragon clan members, and then set his sights on Yi Zhuiyue. Several other clan leaders also looked at Yi Zhuiyue at the same time, with expectation in their eyes. Yi Zhuiyue lived up to her trust, nodded, and then continued, "Go all the way to the east from here, and his aura is nearby." In order to avoid alarming the snake, Su Chen only brought the white tiger and the black snake in. The white tiger was the king of the land, and his yang qi also had a suppressive effect on Rambo, but it was not as strong as the dragon clan. The black snake is good at concealment and assassination. One light and one dark. If the coordination is proper, it will have a great effect. As for Qingluan, he is the king in the air, but he is not good at it on land. However, he can observe the entire movement in the vicinity. If there is a problem, it is the best way to track it. Su Chen and others quietly followed in, and after twisting and turning, they finally saw a deep cave. There was nothing unusual from the entrance of the cave, but there was a faint smell of blood. It was dark inside. The cave entrance was very large and could accommodate dozens of people, but the surface was covered with moss. If you didn't look carefully, you would think it was a big rock. "This should be where Rambo is hiding," Xiaoxian said softly. With his natural sensitivity to dark creatures, he immediately felt that the air inside was damp and uncomfortable. Su Chen nodded and looked at the others. "Are you all ready?" Several other people nodded seriously, their eyes very serious. Su Chen Xiaoxian walked in the front, Yi Zhuiyue and the four elders were behind, and the others were the people from White Tiger and Xian Shi. In the darkness, I couldn't see my fingers. I could only vaguely hear the sound of water dripping, but I could still feel the smell of blood in the air, getting stronger and stronger. After entering the narrow entrance, you will see a huge pool. The water on the water platform has turned dark black. There is a high platform not far away, and there is a faint sunlight shining in from the high platform. The surrounding environment was very quiet. For so many years, Rambo's terror had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Everyone held their breath, involuntarily, for fear of attracting Rambo's attention. However, after searching for a long time, there was no sign of Rambo, but the heavy smell of blood in the air still meant that Rambo was here. Why not? Did he change places temporarily? The leader of the White Tiger clan is a very nervous man. He couldn't see that. Rambo was also very anxious, so he couldn't help but ask. "No, it won't. I can feel Rambo's breath. It's nearby. He should be hiding." Yi Zhuiyue shook her head, and her eyes were also nearby, scanning continuously. Although this place is large, it is very empty. It is the end of the place, and there is nowhere to escape except the place above. But it was daytime now. With the extent of Rambo's injuries, he would probably be burned if he went out so rashly. Moreover, there were also members of the Qingluan tribe wandering nearby. If he ran out, he would be discovered. Immediately, the pool water was gurgling, and the sound of water droplets reached everyone's ears regularly. The smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger. Maybe in this water Su Chen made a prompt decision and cast his sharp eyes into the bottomless pool. If it were an ordinary spiritual beast, it would probably die of lack of oxygen due to being unable to breathe for a long time hiding in the water. But Rambo is a vampire, so he doesn't have to worry about these things. The most likely possibility is that he heard the news in advance, so he hid inside. Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately summoned the blue-tempered spirit fire and attacked heavily at the bottom of the pool. The originally calm water pool seemed to be boiling, causing huge splashes of water. Then, a black shadow suddenly burst out of the water. "You damn guys! I'm going to kill you all today." A black figure was hanging above the water pool, with a face as pale as paper, looking at everyone present with a sinister look. His lips were red as if he was happy, and his fingers were like claws, and his knuckles were cracking. "Rambo, today is the day you die." Su Chen looked at Rambo with a sneer, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "It's just you? You're just an ant and you're only at the 5th level of the Great Saint Realm. You actually think that you can kill me and those idiots you brought with you, and you don't even have a chance to fight against me." Rambo couldn't help laughing, his eyes full of contempt. "Since you are not afraid, why did you hide just now? Now you can only show off a little bit." Su Chen smiled slightly, with a look of determination in his eyes. Without saying much, Su Chen made a prompt decision, summoned the blue and green spirit fire and attacked Rambo. Rambo quickly dodged, and then the White Tiger Clan chief transformed into a beast, let out a thunderous tiger roar, and instantly bit Rambo. Rambo was slightly stunned, and then barely dodged, stretched out his claws casually and left a huge scar on the White Tiger Clan chief. The Black Snake Clan chief had been lurking in the water pond, and took the opportunity to bite Rambo's leg tightly and quickly injected venom. Although their strength was not too strong, facing the attack of so many people, Rambo was obviously a little overwhelmed. He quickly retreated to a safe distance, then forced the poison out of his body, roaring, "You bunch of ants, how dare you be so shameless! I must kill you all today." As soon as the voice fell, a strong black light suddenly burst out from his body. In an instant, the whole cave was extremely gloomy, and it was pitch dark. Then his cultivation level rose steadily, and the terrifying pressure instantly swept the whole cave, full of oppression. He was clearly burning his own blood and blood to forcibly improve his cultivation. End of this chapter. Everyone's eyes became stern involuntarily. You must know that Rambo's usual behavior has made them very afraid. Now he can almost be compared with the Emperor. Rambo's whole body suddenly burst out with strong power, and everyone felt their hearts tremble. The Black Snake Clan with lower cultivation levels was even directly knocked away. Su Chen was blessed by the divine dragon spirit, so he was a little better, but he still took a dozen steps back. The eerie and terrifying aura was like a knife, and the people who were scratched were dripping with blood, and countless people had dense small wounds on their bodies. What should we do now? With his level of cultivation, even if we work together, we can't kill him. Isn't this a rush to death? The leader of the White Tiger Clan couldn't help but roared and asked. His thick body was shaken by the blow, and the hair around him was shaking crazily. Su Chen's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth before forcing himself to calm down. Blue-tempered spiritual fire. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue spiritual fire surrounded his whole person, and all the black energy was absorbed the moment it touched the spiritual fire. You all release your own flames to suppress this black energy, Su Chen said decisively. After the words fell, both the Dragon Clan and the White Tiger released flames, covering themselves completely, and then barely resisted the invasion of black energy. So what if you can resist my black energy? This is just an appetizer. In a moment, I will make you regret coming here today, Rambo said with a crazy expression. His face became increasingly pale, like an ancient corpse that had been dead. in a coffin for thousands of years. His body was wrinkled and shriveled, as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. The veins on his forehead popped out, making him look very scary. He was forced into a corner. He wondered when he had experienced such an embarrassing situation in the hundreds of thousands of years he had been here. And the culprit of all this is the man not far away. He must make that man pay the price. Thinking of this, Rambo's murderous intention became more intense. As his mood changed, the aura around him became stronger and stronger. The black mist gradually formed a solid body, surrounded by bloody aura, like a bloody monster. Today, none of you can escape. After the words fell, Rambo took the lead and rushed towards Su Chun. Su Chun quickly summoned the divine dragon spirit. At this time, it was too late to run away, so he could only take his palm forcefully. Although Su Chun has improved greatly, Rambo's current cultivation level is no longer what it used to be. Su Chun was directly knocked back dozens of steps by this energy, and a mouthful of blood spurted out instantly. It's quite interesting that you can actually receive this slap from me, but you won't be so lucky next. Rambo snorted coldly, staring at Su Chun with a sinister gaze, as if he was going to devour it in the next second. Immediately afterwards, Rambo summoned the sword, pointed at Su Chen's neck, moved his joints accordingly, and said, "Use your blood to sharpen my sword." Rambo let out a bloodthirsty laugh and rushed towards Su Chun in an instant, so fast that almost no one could react. At this critical moment, a pair of golden eyes suddenly opened. "My lord, how can you do it?" Immediately, the golden light formation and Rambo's originally unstoppable attack were instantly defeated. After doing all this, the golden dragon instantly dissipated into nothingness. Su Chun didn't speak, breathing heavily. What just appeared was Shenlong. Seemed to be the protective clone of Shenlong left in his body. But just now it had completely disappeared. "It's quite interesting. That old guy still cares about you. He is indeed the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, but so what? You will definitely die in my hands today." Rambo laughed sinisterly, swiping his finger across the blood at the corner of his mouth and wiping it casually. "You won't be so lucky next. I want to see who can continue to help you." As soon as he finished speaking, Rambo raised his sword and rushed towards Su Chun. Yue rushed over and started fighting with Rambo. But Rambo, who was burning blood and essence, was fighting harder and harder. At the moment, Yue's cultivation level was not as good as his, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Seeing this situation, the four elders no longer hesitated and rushed forward. Under the huge pressure, Baihu and Xianxi gritted their teeth, knowing that if they didn't rush forward at this time, the only thing waiting for them would be death. Thinking of this, they also launched a desperate attack on Rambo. Although Rambo is powerful now, the cultivation of the other clan leaders and the four elders is also not low. Individuals may not be able to defeat him, but it is indeed a bit tricky to join forces. Su Chun finally had a chance to breathe. Xiaoxian took a serious look at Su Chun. After making sure that he was fine, he said, "The next step is to rely on you. We will find a way to hold him down." After the words fell, Xiaoxian also rushed over and quickly joined the fighting camp. Su Chun stood there breathing heavily, thousands of thoughts flashing through his mind, but he couldn't smooth them out like a pockmark. What should I do now? His own strength simply cannot defeat Rambo. Although others can drag Rambo out for a while, Rambo's current cultivation level is too powerful. What should I do? Su Chun held his head, feeling like it was going to explode. If he had a higher level of cultivation, wouldn't he face such a predicament? But the matter has come to this, and it is not the time to hesitate. Su Chun took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became firm. Although Rambo's strength has greatly increased after burning his blood essence, it is only temporary. As long as they can drag it out until the end, and then work together to strangle him, they may win. Thinking of this, Su Chun also rushed over and said, Rambo is already at the end of his strength. He was forced to burn his blood essence to deal with us. We just need to hold on and wait until he can't hold on anymore, and then we will succeed naturally." When Rambo heard this, a strong killing intent instantly burst out in his eyes. That's right, the reason why he fought so hard at the beginning was to scare these people away or take the opportunity to get rid of them all. Since the last incident, his injuries have not healed completely, and these spirit beasts seem to have suddenly opened their minds and suddenly gathered together to besiege him. Although he is powerful, he still can't stand facing so many ants. So he planned to burn his blood essence and find a way to repel them all. But he didn't expect that Su Chen would find out. Moreover, he could not hold on for long. Even now, he could already gradually feel his inability. "So what? It would be easy for me to kill you in this short time." Rambo looked at Su Chen angrily, the killing intent in his eyes becoming stronger and stronger. Rambo subconsciously wanted to kill Su Chen, but Yizhuo was the first to stand in front of him, followed closely by the 4 elders. Several people surrounded him, and even if he defeated one of them, another would immediately take over, and the cycle continued. This gave Rambo a headache. Su Chen also took this opportunity and said to the others, "Use the Chenkuan Pearl to cooperate with your combined strength to suppress Rambo." The Chenkuan Pearl can not only reconcile yin and yang, but can also make the yin become more yin and the yang become more yang. For the Dragon Clan and the White Tiger Clan, their yang energy already restrains the Blood Clan. Now that the Chenkuan bead is available, it can be said to be even worse. Su Chen thought of this, so he borrowed the Chenkuan Pearl from Natasha for emergencies. "I thought it wouldn't be useful, but unexpectedly it came in handy." When several people heard Su Chen's words, they immediately stopped, hesitating. Although they didn't know whether what Su Chen said was true or false, the matter had reached this point and they could only treat the dead horse as a living horse. Su Chen also slowly took out the Chenkuan bead, and a dazzling light suddenly appeared. The bead flew unsteadily into the air, exuding beautiful colors. Seeing this, the 4 elders took the lead in releasing dragon flames, and the White Tiger Clan members also released their own flames. Then countless yellow and blue flames alternated and rushed towards Rambo. Rambo's eyes widened, feeling the fear of death for the first time. He subconsciously wanted to run away, but at this moment Luoluo suddenly appeared and wrapped his whole body with vines. Rambo was suppressed and could not move, so he could only forcefully follow up with this full blow. "Ah! You ants! I!" Rambo's screams were heard in the air, extremely miserable and hysterical. Several other people stared at Rambo's figure in the flames, which gradually turned into ashes. They gasped with relief and took in the fresh air. "Have we solved it?" Lu Luo said softly, with a bit of hesitation in her words. Several other people were also somewhat unresponsive and did not speak. Su Chen watched Rambo turn into a puddle of ashes, and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but then he realized something was wrong. Rambo is a vampire and is immortal. Now only his body has been destroyed, but he can still be reincarnated into others with his soul. Sure enough, I saw a light-colored soul rising up and flying towards the distance. Su Chen quickly released the blue-tempered spirit fire to trap him, and then said to Xiaoxian, "Quickly use your special move to kill him completely, otherwise you will take his body and resurrect someone else in the future." Although Xiaoxian couldn't see the pale soul, he had no doubts about Su Chen's words. First, he saw Rambo nodding hurriedly and releasing his killing move. Without hesitation, I saw that pale soul struggling in pain. The entire soul was dyed with the color of the fairy flame, and it was in constant pain. Finally, he was completely engulfed in flames. After everything was done, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He felt as if his body was losing strength and he was forced to stand. Several other people also realized that Rambo had finally been defeated. There was a bit of relief in their eyes, and they were still a little unresponsive. It's unbelievable that people who were usually at the ceiling level were actually defeated by them now. Ao Fong couldn't help but said, "It's all over. We're actually still alive." The leader of the White Tiger clan couldn't help but say that just now. Facing such terrifying pressure, he even felt that he had a narrow escape from death. This time, everyone has large and small wounds on their bodies, and those with weaker strength are almost seriously injured. But now they feel it was all worth it. Su Chen smiled and nodded, and then said, "It's over." Shihuang won. All the spiritual beasts in Shihuang united as one and defeated the outsiders. Hearing this, the spirit beasts in the western wilderness had tears in their eyes, but most of them were rough men, so naturally they would not shed tears easily. But Su Chen's words moved them. If it weren't for Su Chen, they wouldn't be so determined to kill Rambo. During the final stalemate, they couldn't think of a way to kill Rambo. If it weren't for Su Chen, they wouldn't be where they are today. But Su Chen said it was all on their own and did not take any credit for themselves. You must know that this credit belongs to the celebrity Qingshi, and he gave it to others so easily. It's your efforts that saved the entire western wilderness. Su Chen said slowly, looking at them with a bit of smile and encouragement in their eyes. Then he walked over to Rambo's body. Just now he noticed a shiny golden thing on the ground. He didn't know if it was an illusion. Under such a blazing fire, Rambo's body was burned to ashes. What can be preserved must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Su Chen searched carefully, and in an instant he saw a red token lying there quietly. This is the leader of the White Tiger clan had poor eyesight. It wasn't until Su Chen picked it up that he saw it and couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Su Chen picked up the token and looked at it carefully, with some doubts in his eyes. He didn't feel the slightest flow of spiritual power in the token, but it was extraordinary that it remained intact under such intense fire. Thinking of this, Su Chen shook his head honestly and said, "I can't tell the breadth of this token for the time being, but it fell from Rambo and is still well preserved under the burning fire. My intuition tells me that it must be something very important." The White Tiger clan leader couldn't help laughing when he heard this. "In that case, let's give this thing to you, my friend. We are a group of rough people and we will definitely not be able to discover the mystery. Maybe, by following you, we can have a chance to unravel the mystery." The White Tiger clan leader laughed heartily. As the few people who directly defeated Rambo, they are the ones who have the most say in deciding the destination of the token. Now that he has expressed his opinion, others have also expressed their opinions and decided to leave this thing to Su Chen. Su Chen was also unambiguous. After all, Rambo was the messenger of the Emperor of Heaven. His intuition told him that this token would be very useful in the future. It's been hard on this trip, and it's thanks to you that we have achieved peace in the western wilds. I still have some healing medicine in my storage world, so I'll distribute it. In addition, there will be big and small rewards for the other tribes that followed me on this trip. Su Chen looked at everyone seriously and continued. Although they were the ones who made the main effort, they would inevitably need their help in the follow-up work. When several people heard Su Chen's words, they couldn't help but sigh that he has a very leadership style. After all, although they are the main force, other ethnic groups have also contributed a lot along the way. Although they do not have excellent strength, they are also indispensable in many other aspects. Thinking of this, several people couldn't help but look at Su Chen. He is worthy of being the reincarnation of the Qianlong Emperor. He is so intelligent and unusual. Although his cultivation level is not high now, he is young and still has a lot of time to advance. Moreover, with his current cultivation level and his age, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a genius. Thus, the journey to strangle Rambo is temporarily over. Yizhiwei came to find Su Chen. Is it possible that the token is related to the place we found at that time? There may be a key inside. Yizhiwei expressed her guess. Although this token looks ordinary, it is Definitely extraordinary, but there is strangely no spiritual power. Fluctuation on it. This was where Su Chen was also puzzled. Now that Yue said this, Su Chen suddenly became enlightened. After hearing this, Su Chen continued, "What you said makes sense. Let's go there again tonight to see if there is anything unusual." Yue nodded. After counting the loot, other ethnic groups returned to their own homes to cultivate themselves and recuperate, and Su Chen returned to the Dragon Clan. Before resting for a while, the Great Elder came over with Xiaoxian. "What's wrong?" "Everything on the Dragon Clan side has been taken care of," Su Chen asked with a smile. Now that killing Rambo has solved one of his major worries, he feels particularly comfortable. When the Great Elder heard this, he shook his head, and his brows were already stained with a bit of sadness. "This is—" Su Chen looked at the Great Elder with some confusion, wondering why he was so worried. Looking at the little fairy next to him, he was also very worried at the moment. Although we have defeated Rambo, the impact of Rambo on the Western wilderness has still not been resolved. The entire West has become desolate, very different from before. We have tried many methods, but there is no way to restore it to the original state. The Great Elder sighed leisurely and glanced at Su Chen helplessly. He really had no choice but to find a way to beg Su Chen. Since Rambo came here, it has affected the environment of the entire Western wilderness. They originally thought that after killing Rambo, the ecology of the Western wilderness would be restored to its original state, and seedlings would grow again, no longer the desolate scene it is today. But they took the time to investigate and found that it was no different from before. The surface was barren and the trees were withered. They tried to plant some spiritual plants, but they only survived for a moment before they withered and died instantly. The land that was once full of vitality has now become a place where whatever you sow will die, which makes them worried. They have been living in this land of famine. If there are no more creatures in this land, then even if Rambo is not around, they will still have no choice but to die. When Su Chen heard this, he instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. This matter was also something he couldn't understand. Although Rambo is at the level of a half-step emperor, he should not be powerful enough to affect the environment of the entire West. So where is the problem? I will find a way to investigate this matter. Don't worry, I have something to deal with tonight. You can look for any other clues. Su Chen had no idea now and could only temporarily stabilize their minds. When the Great Elder heard this, he knew there was no better way and could only sigh helplessly. Xiaoxian heard that Su Chen was going out but didn't tell him, and he was immediately dissatisfied. "Why didn't you tell me that you wanted to go out?" Xiaoxian said angrily. "You haven't been busy with the Dragon Clan's affairs these past few days. You should have had a good rest. That's why I didn't tell you." Seeing her like this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. In fact, he originally planned to take Xiaoxian with him, but Xiaoxian was the Dragon King for the first time and was not proficient in many things. He had been extremely busy these days. Now that he finally had a short rest, he didn't want Xiaoxian to accompany him around. "You're going to do something serious, and I'm not tired at all. I can go with you," Xiaoxian muttered dissatisfiedly, with a bit of anger on his pink face. "There will be many opportunities in the future, but now is the time when the Dragon Clan needs you." Su Chen touched Xiaoxian's head and coaxed very patiently. What he said makes sense. After all, Xiaoxian is the king of the Dragon Clan. Now that the major issue has just been resolved, it is the most suitable time to consolidate his prestige. The Great Elder also understood this truth and acted as a peacemaker. "King, the master feels sorry for you, so he won't let you go. We can't let him down. There are some things in the clan that you need to decide. Why don't we take the first step?" The Great Elder said with a smile. I have to say that what he said was very accurate. First, he smoothed Xiaoxian's hair, implying that Su Chen cared about him very much, and then took the opportunity to raise a topic and divert her attention. When Xiaoxian heard this, he immediately became happy. thinking that he could not live up to Su Chen's kindness, and eager to prove himself, he immediately followed the elder happily. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. It's just that Xiaoxian is really a child at heart. As night fell, Su Chen took Yizhue and Natasha to Rambo's castle again. Since they went there last time, this place has been completely deserted and turned into a ruin. At night it looks eerie and scary. Because they have been here several times before, they easily came to the previous door this time. Su Chen took out the token, and the crimson token seemed to be shaking uneasily as if it was guided by something. Sure enough, this token is related to the things inside. Yizhue couldn't help but say, maybe it has something to do with why the Western Wasteland has become like this. Natasha also said immediately, after all, the changes in the West are so great, and to be able to cause such a big change, there must be a very powerful force. Along the way, after Yizhue and Su Chen told Natasha their views, Natasha felt that this must be the key to affecting the Western Wasteland. Su Chen nodded, and then pressed the token against the door. The entire gate suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and then the originally surging spiritual power seal was instantly shattered. The heavy stone door slowly pushed towards both sides, and a winding path was instantly exposed. At first glance, the cave entrance was deep and winding, and the scenery inside was unclear. It seemed like the devil from hell was tempting them to enter. End of this chapter. Let's go. Su Chen glanced at the others and took the lead. The two followed closely behind. This corridor was not long, and the whole room was soon visible. There was a faint candlelight in front, and Su Chen released the blue, quenching spirit fire to illuminate the whole room. Almost instantly, everyone's expression was sluggish for a moment. Natasha even covered her mouth, tears bursting out of her eyes, and her body seemed to have lost all her strength and fell backwards. Su Chen quickly hugged Natasha in his arms, his eyes fixed on the scenery in front of him. I saw a dry mermaid being fixed and penetrated by countless steel bars, and the whole person was fixed on it in a big shape. There was also a rotating magic weapon in front of him which was running continuously, and countless spiritual powers poured into the mermaid. Almost instantly, they recognized that this person was the great elder of the mermaid tribe. At this moment he was so thin that he looked unrecognizable. Now only skin was left, barely attached to the skeleton. The whole person looked like a dried corpse. The elder saw several people coming and lifted his eyelids. He forced a smile, and said with his mouth, "You are here. Don't be afraid, elder. We are here to save you." Natasha was extremely anxious. She hurried forward to put it down, but was immediately bounced away. She vomited a mouthful of blood, but continued to rush forward without admitting defeat, determined to put the elder down. But the result was that she was bounced away again and again. In the end, Su Chen couldn't bear it anymore, and directly hugged Natasha in his arms, saying gently, "Calm down first. I know you are uncomfortable, but this may also make the elder uncomfortable." Nestled in Su Chen's arms, Natasha couldn't hold on any longer and cried in pain. She sobbed softly, as if she was trying her best to endure, and the people who heard it were heartbroken.
Yizuyu frowned tightly.
Seeing this scene, he also couldn't bear it. His pearly teeth bit his lips, which turned white. Yizhue took 2 steps forward and fed him some healing medicine. The elder could only speak reluctantly at this time. His voice was very hoarse and unpleasant, like an old saw cutting wood. "You are here. I am glad you are okay." The elder smiled with relief. "I believe you can definitely defeat Rambo." Although he was imprisoned here, he hadn't felt Rambo's breath for a long time, and the Chi people came in so openly, they must have defeated Rambo. He had a sense of relief on his face. "Thank you for your hard work, elder. What's going on? How should we help you?" Su Chen couldn't bear it at the end. There were at least dozens of steel bars, all inserted into the elder's body, corresponding to different positions and acupuncture points, and the wounds on them had already scarred. The dead flesh and blood grew new flesh and blood, which adhered to the steel bars. As long as the slightest movement, the skin would be torn and the pain would be severe. Rambo brought me here to make me a container for carrying spiritual power. The thing in front of me is the thing that absorbs the vitality of the entire Western wasteland. He wants me to be a container to store it and completely turn the famine into a desolate dead land for him to survive. The elder was already breathing in more than out. He spoke for a long time in a short sentence, almost using up all his strength. In this way, everything was explained. The device in front of him was used to absorb the spiritual power of the entire Western wasteland, and the elder was probably temporarily used as a container by Rambo. Why doesn't Rambo absorb these spiritual powers for his own use? Ijue frowned, unable to bear to see the elder's miserable appearance, and turned her head slightly away. The elder seemed to sneer. These spiritual powers are like a sea of water. Even if Rambo is now a half-step emperor, if he accepts so much spiritual power, he will only explode and die. That's why he asked me to come here, temporarily to accommodate him. The others are already dead. It's hard to imagine what kind of torture the elder has endured here. Although he has a lot of spiritual power in his body, he can't move. The key acupuncture points are sealed by steel bars. Not only that, there must be many innocent victims before the elder. This transformation is a very complicated process. Now the Western wasteland has reached this point. In fact, it is because of the transformation to now. Fortunately, you came early. There is still room for turning around. The elder coughed twice, but because of the wound on his body, his facial features were distorted in pain, and there was a steady stream of blood on his body. That was the new blood that flowed out after the scab was torn. What should we do? Chen felt a little bit reluctant, and carried a lot of healing holy medicine for the elder, hoping that he would feel better. Looking at the steel bars in front of him, he did not dare to act rashly. There were too many of them. He was afraid that the elder would bleed to death if he was not careful. Just destroy this container. As for the spiritual power stored in my body, the elder paused for a rare moment, and then his expression gradually became firm. Kill me. Everyone's heart trembled. Although they expected this result, they felt particularly painful when they heard it from the elder. Natasha couldn't help crying and shook her head desperately. You are my last family member. How can I bear to kill you? There will definitely be other ways, great elder. We will definitely try our best to keep you alive. Chen also said, with a bit of hatred in his eyebrows, that Rambo just let him die. It was so easy for him to do such a heartless thing. The great elder showed a pale smile. Killing me is the easiest way. You can't be willful. Only by killing me can you restore peace to the entire Western wilderness. I can't be so selfish. At the end of the sentence, the great elder coughed twice, and blood gushed out from the tip of his mouth. It is also an honor for me to die for the entire Western wilderness. In the end, all three of them were moved by it. I wonder who in the world can be so selfless and willing to give up his life for others. Chen heard this and asked himself, if this was the case, he would never be able to sacrifice himself to save others. Thinking of this, Chen couldn't bear to look away, and then said, the spiritual power stored in your body is only a fraction after all. The key point is the device in front of you. If it can be destroyed, the entire ecology of the Western wilderness will definitely be restored. Normal. He deliberately changed the subject, and the great elder could still feel it. But maybe he wanted to spend one last time with his people and the world, so he took up the conversation. This container is not so easy to destroy. I once saw with my own eyes that Rambo's men tried to steal Rambo while he was away, but he tried hard and failed. That man was already at the peak of the quasi-emperor. It still doesn't work. The great elder sighed helplessly. Although he didn't say everything, a group of tigers rushed to the dragon clan with gifts in large and small packages. Not only the White Tiger clan but also the Black Snake, Blue Luan and other tribes rushed to the Dragon clan with gifts of thanks. Although they all participated in the crusade against Rambo, they did not actually contribute much. Not much, they also received a lot of comfort. Now that the Dragon clan has become the benefactor of the entire Western wasteland, they naturally have to prepare generous gifts to thank them. Spiritual beasts are not like humans who have so many twists and turns. They only know that whoever does good things for them will be rewarded. For a while after hearing the news, all the tribes in the Western Wasteland prepared gifts of thanks and rushed to the Dragon clan. In the Dragon clan, Xiaoxian and the 4 elders immediately found that the rain fell from the sky, and the spiritual power contained in it was very strong. They knew it was Su Chen's work without thinking. The master must have found a way to save the entire Western Wasteland. The master is so powerful, Xiaoxian said with a look of joy. If it were the prototype now, the little tail would probably wag like a dog. As expected of the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, even if he is only at the 5th level of the Great Saint Realm, he is still so amazing. The elder could not help but nod his head in admiration, his eyes full of praise. Yeah, I thought I looked down on him before, but now it seems that we were wrong. When Aofeng thought about how he questioned Su Chun, he wanted to slap himself twice. Fortunately, Lord Su Chun was generous and did not argue with him. The reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor. How bad can it be? We have finally found a treasure. Meng stroked his beard and said with a smile. Now Xiaoxian has become Su Chen's person, and the entire Dragon clan is Xiaoxian's. Rounding it off, their Dragon clan is also Su Chen's person. Su Chun was once the Dragon Emperor. You should know that countless spirit beasts wanted to become the Dragon Emperor's subordinates, but they didn't even have the threshold to see him, and they can be said to have picked up a big bargain and directly became the relatives of the Dragon Emperor. Others could never imagine that the dragon, which was usually dignified and proud, was now so servile that it was not like a dragon at all. But when they thought that the man was the Dragon Emperor, they instantly felt that everything made sense. Before they had time to discuss for long, they saw many spirit beasts coming here in large numbers, and everyone was very anxious. This made several elders of the Dragon clan a little confused. What was going on? Could it be that Rambo had left many remnants that had not been eliminated? Otherwise, why were they so anxious? The leader of the White Tiger group arrived at the destination first, and when he saw several elders, he roared excitedly. He quickly transformed into a human form, with a silly smile on his rough face, and then said, "This famine can slowly recover to its original state, thanks to the credit of your Dragon clan, including the strangling of Rambo, which is also indispensable." Hearing this, several elders of the Dragon clan were dumbfounded. The other spirit beasts who followed closely also hurried to thank them very sincerely. The other elders finally understood that they came here specifically to express their gratitude. The elder couldn't help but laugh a few times. He never expected that the spirit beast tribes in the Western Wasteland had kept to themselves for hundreds of thousands of years. Now they are actually getting along because of Su Chun. Everyone contributed to the strangulation of Rambo this time. It's not a matter of gratitude or not. As for saving the Western Wasteland this time, it's really not our credit. The elder smiled and waved his hands, and the pride on his face was almost overflowing. On the surface, it's not their credit, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that it must have something to do with them. This made the White Tiger clan leader a little confused. In addition to the Dragon clan, what other tribes have a close relationship with the Dragon clan that can make the Dragon clan show such a proud expression? You know, these dragons are usually arrogant and solitary in the entire Western Wasteland. They behave like this. The White Tiger clan leader has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and this is the first time he has seen them behave like this. Not only the White Tiger clan leader, but also the leaders of other tribes were very shocked, and suddenly they became curious about who was the one who saved the entire West. I wonder if the Great Elder can tell us who saved the entire Western wasteland. The clan leader of the Blue Luan clan stepped forward and said politely, but he couldn't help but be a little anxious in his words. The Great Elder laughed even harder when he heard this. He was so old, but he almost laughed like a chrysanthemum. Facing everyone's gaze, he deliberately kept it a secret. Of course it is. Everyone looked at him nervously. The reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor. Hearing this, the spirit beasts of other tribes were very unbelievable. They agreed to kill Rambo together, and some of them heard the reason for the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor. But when they came, they found that the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor was only a great saint, and they were a little disappointed. But this god not only killed Rambo, but now he has saved the entire Western wasteland. This is a real hero. The White Tiger clan leader couldn't help but say, "Young people are indeed formidable. He is indeed the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor." Once this was said, the others echoed, "I don't know where the Dragon Emperor is now. He once saved us, and now he has saved the entire Western wasteland again. We must thank him in person." The Black Snake clan leader couldn't help but say, if they had objections to Su Chen's identity before, they were now convinced. "He hasn't come back yet. If you really want to see him, just wait here for a while." The second elder touched his beard and said pleasantly. For the first time, they actually thought it would be nice for the Dragon Clan to be more lively. There are many ethnic groups who came here, both those with noble blood and those with ordinary blood. They have heard about the demeanor of the Shenlong Emperor for a long time. Now that they have this opportunity, they are naturally unwilling to give up. Therefore, almost everyone stayed, and there were crows and crows in the meeting hall. But Su Chen in the castle didn't know what was waiting for him. All the spiritual power in the container was released, and it immediately lost its function and suddenly shattered in midair. When everything was over, Natasha was still a little unresponsive, so she couldn't help but ask, "Is the entire Western wasteland safe now?" "It looks right."
Yizuyu nodded.
The scene just now was too spectacular, and all the spiritual power burst out. In an instant, although they didn't know what earth-shaking changes had happened outside, they were shocked enough in this small room. When the Great Elder saw this scene, he was so moved that he was speechless. As a native resident of the Western wilderness, he had an unparalleled hope that the famine would return to the peaceful and harmonious scene of the past. End of chapter. Chapter 328. Are you okay? Now that I see the famine returning to its previous state, even if I die, I will die with no regrets. The Great Elder's eyes sparkled with crystal tears. Although he was trapped, now he felt as if the wounds he had lost were no longer so painful. Those dozens of steel nails cannot be moved at will. They correspond to various acupuncture points in his body. If he is not careful, he may bleed to death. No one dared to touch the Great Elder easily, but seeing him like this, it would be false to say that he wasn't sad. Natasha even burst into tears. After all, she was her family, but there was nothing she could do. "It's just the last bit left in my body. Please give me a break. I've been lingering here for so long, and I've long wanted to go down and find my brother." The Great Elder showed a desolate smile, even with a sense of relief. During the few days here, he suffered countless inhuman tortures, but he always gritted his teeth and never shouted a word of pain. Now that everything has settled, he is completely relieved. It's just a pity that we can't see the future of the Mermaid clan. The Mermaid tribe was ultimately destroyed in their hands. No, we will definitely find a way to save you. Besides, you don't have that much spiritual power in your body, so it doesn't matter if you don't return. There is no need to sacrifice yourself. Su Chen shook his head, his eyes gradually becoming firm. "It doesn't make any sense whether I'm alive or not. Except for Natasha, everyone else in the Mermaid tribe is dead. It's because I didn't deal with those seniors well. The Mermaid tribe ended here. I feel so ashamed that I can't look back anymore. Live in the world. The great elder couldn't help but sigh, and couldn't help but blush when he thought of the bloody fighting scene. There are many mermaids, including cubs, adults, young people, and even old people. These are the tribesmen he lives with day and night. In times of crisis, they never give up on anyone. But in the end, no one survived, so how could he see clearly? No, there is still hope. The 10 mermaid cubs that were captured before are also the future hope of the mermaid tribe. They are still waiting for you to teach them, great elder. You must hold on. Natasha shook her head desperately. She could clearly feel that the great elder was actually living with a breath of air. Now that the obsession has disappeared, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. In desperation, she immediately thought of the cubs she had rescued and the bloodline of the mermaid clan and said quickly. When the great elder heard this, a fire of hope instantly ignited in his dim eyes. What? Is everything you said true? The great elder looked at Natasha expectantly. That's right, so you must hold on. They are still waiting for you to teach them. Natasha nodded seriously and suppressed her urge to cry, but her voice was choked. Hearing this, the great elder nodded vigorously, but in the blink of an eye, he thought of his current situation. Forget it. I'm trapped here. The dozens of steel nails on my body have copied my cultivation. Now I'm just a helpless drag. The great elder sighed and couldn't help but say, with a hint of melancholy in his words, no, Luoshin is well informed and there must be a way to help you take out these steel bars and restore your cultivation. Su Chun immediately shook his head and comforted the elder. I'm going to try to untie the chains that fix you now. The process may be a little painful, so please bear with it a little. When the great elder heard this, he smiled what he thought was the most beautiful smile, but now he looked haggard and looked particularly haggard, which made people feel even more distressed. Fortunately, there was only a shallow restriction on the chain and there was no powerful seal. Su Chun just spent a lot of effort and burned the chain with spiritual fire. Next, they were going to go back to the Dragon Clan to find Luoshin. The great elder was unable to move now. The steel nails on his body had almost turned his whole body into a sieve, and there was nothing he could do. Su Chun volunteered to carry him on his shoulders. No, I'm just a disabled body now. Even if you take off all these steel nails, it's no better than before. How can you, with such a precious body like yours, carry me on your back? If I persist, I can follow you back to the Dragon Clan. The great elder looked frightened and waved his hands repeatedly. You are the hero of the entire mermaid clan. Besides, Natasha is already Mine. You are equivalent to Natasha's relative, and you are also my relative. At this time, there is no distinction between high and low status. Su Chun smiled and didn't care at all. Immediately afterwards, he quickly carried the elder back to the Dragon Clan. It didn't take long. The first thing he did when he went to the Dragon Clan was that Su Chun asked Natasha to take the elder to find Luoshin. Originally, Su Chun planned to follow, but Ao Yuan saw him. When he saw that the hero who saved Shi Huang was back, Ao Yuan immediately called Su Chun to the meeting hall. Master, you are finally back. Those people are waiting in the meeting hall. It's just you. Ao Yuan said excitedly. His expression could not be more proud. He was obviously very old, but he was still as happy as a child. When Su Chun saw his appearance, he thought something big was going on, and was a little worried about what the great elder should do. But he couldn't delay thinking about the Dragon Clan's affairs, so he could only let Natasha go first. The people walking on the road were also absent-minded. I didn't expect that as soon as I entered the meeting hall, I saw many spirit beasts sitting there. When they saw Su Chun coming, all their eyes fell on him. Su Chun was stared at by so many eyes, and he felt a little creepy. He couldn't help but pause and asked tentatively, "Are you okay?" Xiaoxian couldn't help laughing when she heard this. She jumped in front of Su Chun and took his arm intimately. "Master, you are now the great benefactor of our entire western wilderness. They are all here to thank you. Hearing this, Su Chen was even more confused. To save the entire western wilderness, it was obviously all the spirit beasts in the western wilderness who contributed more. He just thought of a countermeasure. So, Su Chen waved his hand quickly and said seriously, "It's okay. It's okay. It's your own efforts to defeat Rambo. If it weren't for you, this thing might not be successful." The other spirit beasts couldn't help laughing when they heard this, and they just thought that Su Chen was really humble. The White Tiger tribe leader was impatient. Upon hearing this, he immediately stood up with the generous gift he had prepared and walked towards Su Chen. He was sturdy and walked as fast as a mountain. He also looked wild and aggressive. Su Chen watched helplessly as the leader of the White Tiger clan rushed over, with a weapon in his hand and a fierce look on his face. For a moment he was confused. Could it be that they have other intentions? Before he could continue to think deeply, the leader of the White Tiger clan suddenly handed the weapon in his hand to Su Chen solemnly, bowed his body and said, "You are too polite. Without you, we would not have defeated Rambo. Shi Huang will not return to its original state." Took a long time, but it turned out to be a thank you gift. Su Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, looking at the strange bones in front of him, and tentatively stretched out his hand to take. "Thank you. Rambo has done some extremely unscrupulous things. If the entire western wilderness can get rid of him, it can be regarded as justice for God." Su Chen continued, "As for the entire Shi Huang, it's not just me, but also the help of the Dragon Clan." His answer was neither humble nor arrogant, and he was not as proud and complacent as ordinary people after receiving some achievements. What's more, ordinary people may not be able to do such a big thing as Su Chen did in their lifetime. Thinking of this, others couldn't help but admire Su Chen even more. Although he is young, his character is really unparalleled. Thinking of this, all the spirit beasts, whether they had seen Su Chen or not, handed Su Chen the gifts they had prepared. Spiritual beasts sometimes express their thoughts very simply, but they are particularly enthusiastic when they like Su Chen. The little Su Chen was instantly surrounded by all kinds of strange spirit beasts. Some of the spirit beasts had not yet completely transformed and still retained the basic characteristics of beasts. Some were completely 2 times the size of Su Chen. When the dragons saw that Su Chen was so popular, they laughed very happily. He was worthy of being their master. When the elders saw that there were too many gifts, Su Chen couldn't cope with them, so they hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. Su Chen is a human being after all. He can't take so many things at the same time. Just give these things to us. The 4 elders casually summoned some dragons and got ready to receive the gifts. For some reason, this scene looked inexplicably funny, and Su Chen had a lot of thoughts in his mind. After seeing too many insidious and cunning human beings repaying kindness with hatred, the simple appearance of these spiritual beasts now really made him feel a little emotional. Xiaoxian stood next to Su Chen, watching Su Chen in a daze. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he gently stretched out his hand and hooked Su Chen's finger. Su Chen subconsciously looked at Xiaoxian and saw Xiaoxian blinking his eyes mischievously and whispering, "Are you tired, master? I miss you so much." "Not tired." Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Xiaoxian's innocent appearance, he felt soft in his heart. "By the way, everyone who comes here is a guest. I still have some heavenly Dao fruits and elixirs here. Share them with them." Su Chen looked at the great elder standing not far away and handed out 2 space rings. When Ao Hong heard this, he immediately nodded excitedly. If he thought Su Chenkai was wealthy before, he was totally used to it now. What's more, what the spirit beasts did today made them feel very happy. This little thing was insignificant. They even gave away some treasures unique to their clan. The western wilderness, which had been divided for hundreds of thousands of years was so united for the first time, and all the spirit beasts, whether noble or low-blooded, were happily together. The contents of the other storage ring are for other dragon soldiers. They fought too hard in this battle. I never got the chance to give them some rewards. You can share some with them depending on the situation, Su Chen said to the great elder. Ao Hong nodded immediately and couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
Su Chen
Was really kind to his own people. Although his cultivation level was a bit low, he was young and his future would be limitless in time. They were very grateful to themselves and finally found their master. Not only did they solve the crisis in Shihuang, they even said they were happier than before. After dealing with these matters, Su Chen thought of going to Luotian. After all, the matter of the great elder of the mermaid tribe has not been settled yet. He was temporarily called away just now. He doesn't know what's going on now, so it's time to go and take a look. Xiaoxian and Su Chen came to Luotian's residence together. At this moment, the great elder of the mermaid tribe was sitting on the bed with injuries all over his body. How is he? Is there any way to remove the steel bars above? Su Chen smiled at Luotian and said straight to the point. When Luotian heard this, he couldn't help but frown. His condition is not optimistic. These steel bars are almost all over his acupuncture points. If you want to forcefully pull them out, I'm afraid it will damage the roots. The only way now, I'm afraid Xiaoxian and Natasha must work together. After Luotian finished speaking, he turned his attention to Xiaoxian and showed a gentle smile. The reason why they haven't taken action is because Ova's current situation is very complicated. If they act rashly, he will probably die of bleeding. Even if the situation is better, he will become a cripple. Xiaoxian had heard about Ovis on the road, and now that he saw him in such pain, he knew that he could help, so he immediately agreed. Whatever I can do, as long as I can do it, just ask. There was some urgency in Xiaoxian's tone. It's not a big deal, but the material of the steel bar is special. Pulling it out may injure the elder. I want you to melt the steel bar with flames, and then Natasha will take the opportunity to use the power of the Chenkuan pearl to repair Ovid's body. Luotian showed a gentle smile, indicating that Xiaoxian didn't need to worry too much. After melting, if the steel bar is trapped in the body of the elder, will it have any impact? Su Chen couldn't help but raise his own questions when he heard this. Luotian had long guessed that he would definitely be confused, so he smiled slightly and then said, the material of this steel bar is special, and ordinary flames can't melt it, but Xiaoxian's flame is different, can be transformed by using the Chenkuan pearl. These steel bars will naturally be consumed in the body of the elder. Over time, Luotian's words instantly put everyone's hanging hearts back to their stomachs. Ovis traveled a long way, and although Su Chen carried him, he still affected the wounds on his body. Now the whole person is already bleeding, but he still asked for a set of clothes to make himself clean and tidy. In the past, when the mermaids were very powerful, he rarely saw real dragons. Now that he came here, he subconsciously didn't want to embarrass Su Chen. But this process must be done quickly. The moment Xiaoxian melts the steel bars, Natasha must summon the Chenkuan pearl. Luotian turned his attention to Natasha again. When Natasha heard that she could help Ovis, she immediately realized that this was a difficult task. The melting time of the steel bars is very short. If the Chenkuan pearl cannot be released in time, it is likely to cause secondary damage to the great elder. By then, he will be completely helpless. Therefore, there must be no room for error. I will definitely work hard. Natasha looked at Luotian firmly, with some seriousness in her eyes. Don't be so nervous. Just treat it with a normal mind. Luotian couldn't help but comfort him softly. After explaining everything, Xiaoxian took the lead in releasing the flames. After these days of practice, he has been able to skillfully control his fire. It is not big and can ensure that it burns the steel bars but does not harm Ovis's body. Controlling the heat also means that it takes a long time, but everyone present did not show any impatience and looked at Xiaoxian seriously. especially Natasha, whose beautiful eyes were staring at the steel bar, waiting for it to completely melt before summoning the Chen pearl. Now, seeing that the time was right, Luoshin immediately gave the order. Decisively. At the same time, Natasha immediately summoned the Chen pearl. The dazzling light instantly covered the entire room, and the light was so intense that everyone present was temporarily blinded. When she regained her sight, Natasha was breathing heavily, with large beads of sweat falling from her forehead. She clutched her chest uneasily and carefully observed Ovis's every move. Ovis sat up from the bed and took 2 tentative steps. Although the wounds on his body were still aching, he could clearly feel that the hard steel bars had fused with him. He couldn't help showing a grateful smile and said to the people present, "Thanks to you, I can regain my life today. I will never forget your life-saving grace today. From now on, even if I have to go up mountains of swords and down seas of fire, I will never forget you. I don't hesitate to do anything." As soon as he finished speaking, he would kneel on the ground and bow deeply to everyone. But Su Chun quickly held her in his arms with quick eyes and hands. "If it hadn't been for you at the beginning, we wouldn't be where we are today. To be more specific, we should be the ones thanking you." Su Chun looked at Ovis very seriously, and then continued, "No need to be polite to me, we are all a family, otherwise it would be weird to keep going back and forth like this." At the end of his speech, his tone was obviously very relaxed, with a hint of ridicule. When Ovis heard this, he stopped being pretentious and thanked Su Chun from the bottom of his heart. "I'll take you to see the cubs of the mermaid tribe. They kept asking me where you were before. Now I finally have the chance to see them again." Natasha looked at Ovis seriously, her expression very gentle. Among the entire mermaid clan, Ovis was her last relative. Seeing that Ovis could survive and the mermaid clan survived, Natasha felt that she was the happiest person in the world. When Ovis heard this, his expression on his face froze, he became nervous, involuntarily, and his fists clenched subconsciously. Natasha sensed something was wrong with him. She obviously didn't react like this when she heard the news before. Why has it become like this now? What's wrong? Just tell me if you have anything. Don't worry. Natasha said. "Did you see a boy with black hair among that group of mermaids?" Orvis hesitated for a while, and finally spoke cautiously. "You must know that there are not many boys who are used as blood slaves. Most of them are young and beautiful women. However, Rambo is really not jealous of men and women, and some good-looking men were also captured by him. It's just that most of the men's status is not high, and they are used to take care of women. They actually had an impression of the black-haired boy. There was indeed a boy with black hair, but he had a very low self-esteem. He never dared to speak and kept doing his own thing. He seemed to be isolated from the outside world, only immersed in doing his own thing. There is indeed one, but I don't know if it's the one you mentioned." Natasha recalled it carefully again, confirming that the little boy with black hair was indeed a mermaid, and then answered. Hearing this, Orvis couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "What's wrong? There's something different about that little boy." Seeing him like this, Su Chun became even more confused and couldn't help but ask, "What you don't know is that the black-haired boy is my grandson. Hundreds of years ago, my daughter left here with her husband and disappeared. A few decades ago, a baby was suddenly sent back. Said it was her child." At the end of Ovis's words, he seemed to remember something sad. Speaking of which, the mermaid tribe leader and he were both miserable. They were obviously father and daughter, but they both suffered the separation of their own flesh and blood. Fortunately, they both met their grandchildren. Now that he knew that the little boy was not dead, Ovis was filled with emotion, and he was even more grateful to Su Chun and others. "That means that little boy is actually your grandson?" Su Chun couldn't help but said, "And he's Natasha's younger brother." Natasha was also stunned by the sudden news. She thought she had only the last relative left, but she didn't expect that another one suddenly appeared. Yes, if it's him, that's it. Ovis nodded seriously, and the expression on his face gradually became serious. Hearing this, Natasha was so shocked that she couldn't speak, and immediately wanted to go and see the black-haired mermaid cub. Grand Elder, now that the wound has just healed, be careful on the way. Have some healing holy medicine here, you can use it first. Chen smiled at Natasha and Ovis. Natasha, thank you for taking the Grand Elder with you. I still have something to say to Chen. Okay. Natasha was also a little excited. When the mermaids were exterminated, she was very painful. But now that she knows that she still has relatives in the world, and there are still a few tribesmen, she is also very satisfied. Natasha helped Ovis leave here. Chen then cast her eyes on Chen, and she raised her eyebrows slightly, as if to ask what happened. Now that there were only two of them left, Chen couldn't help but get a little tantrum. She felt unbalanced when she thought about the fact that her younger sisters had already become Chen's women, while she was still a long way off. They were just a little younger than she was now. If she was to be honest, she still had the charm of a mature woman, and she didn't know why Chen didn't. Like that. End of this chapter. I was reminded of you at this moment. I don't know if you, a noble person, need my help for anything. Chen said angrily. I haven't seen you for several days and you gave me a big trouble when you came back. You must know that when she saw Ovis, she was really shocked. This is not because she blames Chen for causing trouble for her, but simply because she feels that Chen doesn't care about her, so she feels a little bit snacky in her heart. When Chen heard this, he immediately realized that Chen was unhappy and said cheerfully, I just finished my business with the Dragon Clan and came to see you. Sister, don't be angry. I will make amends to you. As the saying goes, don't hit someone with a smiling face. What's more, Chen also likes Chen. Now seeing his obedient look, his anger dissipated a bit in an instant. You're the only one who talks so much. Chen glanced at Chen angrily, and then asked, Tell me what else do you want to see me for? You are still smart. Chen chuckled, then took out the token and handed it to Chen. To be honest, we used this token to release the spiritual power of the entire West, so that the Western wilderness could regain its vitality. When Chen got down to business, he looked a little more serious. He took the sign and looked left and right, but he didn't find anything different. What tricks can you see? Chen asked. No, this and the jade letter from last time both gave me a very strange feeling, but I couldn't find what the problem was. Chen couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. She always felt that she was only one step away from the truth, but every time she wanted to touch the truth, a fog would appear in front of her, making her lose her way. I do have a clue. These two things were given to the envoys sent by the Emperor of Heaven. I always feel that the other two envoys may also have them, but I don't know what their purpose is. Chen frowned. Even though it was given by Emperor Tiandao, it didn't seem to be a useful clue. After all, it was understandable that he gave his men a few weapons to keep close to him just in case. Everything is ordinary when you take it apart, but it is absolutely extraordinary. They have different shapes and no similarities. They seem to have no function, but each messenger has a corresponding one. Chen couldn't help but murmur to himself, analyzing the matter very clearly in a few words. Chen couldn't help but look at Chen with approval. Normally it was not ruled out that they were weapons for his subordinates, but through Yue and Rambo he discovered that these things were actually dispensable. Maybe it's useless to look at them separately, but what about bringing all four of their things together? Will there be new discoveries, or can it be said that the four of them all need to correspond to the scene, but we haven't discovered it yet? Chen tentatively expressed his guess. What you said is possible. Chen nodded. It seems that we still have to pay attention to what the remaining messengers of heaven have in their hands. Speaking of which, I heard that the mythical beasts of the western wilderness. And we have been extremely united recently, and it's all thanks to you. Luotian smiled and then said, maybe it's because we have a common enemy. After all, the power of unity is always strong. One person cannot accomplish everything. Chen couldn't help but said that he had read many books and naturally knew that a chopstick was easily broken, but a bundle of chopsticks was not necessarily broken. It is also a good thing to be able to unite them now. After all, being scattered will not be of much use in the end. The western wilderness is actually a very large territory in the Tianxian continent, but it's just that the dragons here have always been leaderless. Although the dragon clan has always felt that they have the noblest blood and should rule the entire western wilderness, the other races are not convinced. Over time, they have their own for the camp. Luotian nodded and asked if he could immediately put forward his own opinions on Chen's words. Then what do you think? Chen couldn't help but ask. Perhaps through this incident we can make all the spiritual beasts in the western wilderness obey your orders. After all, you have already spread the word that you are the reincarnation of the Qianlong Emperor. The other two messengers of heaven may not know it. Our top priority now is to pay close attention to cultivating your own power. Luotian smiled slightly and slowly expressed his thoughts. After all, Chen was able to win this time thanks to Chen, and Chen saved the entire western wilderness. In the eyes of those spiritual beasts, Chen is now a savior-like existence. If they can use this to unify the western wilderness, it will be a great help to them. When Chen heard this, he couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Although they can transform into human form, spiritual beasts are wild, hard to find, and uncontrollable after all. Letting them take orders from me, a human, may not necessarily succeed. We won't suffer any loss if we try. You have saved the entire Xihuang now. As long as you don't do anything too extreme, they won't do anything. Luotian said slowly, thinking about it from another angle. The reason why Xihuang was so completely ruled by Rambo is because they are not united. Moreover, different spiritual beasts are good at different angles. If they work together, they will develop better. This does make sense. Let's take the simplest example. Those on land and those in the air are good at different fields. They all have their own shortcomings. If they can unite and cooperate, then there will be an independent team, an army of his own. Spiritual beasts are inherently more ferocious than humans. If you have this help, it will be much easier to do anything in the future. Thinking of this, Chen laughed and then said, as expected of Luotian, you are extremely smart and can think of these things. Then this matter will be handed over to you and Shaoxian. Luotian nodded slightly and was very pleased with Chen's praise. By the way, what are your plans next? Luotian asked. The matter in the western wilderness has been dealt with almost. If I can use those spirit beasts for my own benefit, it will definitely be a great help. Next, I want to go to Dongzhou, Chen said casually, and couldn't help yawning. From yesterday to now he has not rested, and now the whole person looks a little tired. Luotian also saw his fatigue. There are indeed too many things happening in the past few days. Do you want to take a rest? Let's talk about these things another day, Luotian said with concern. Since we've already started, why not just say it out loud so that we can be prepared? When it's over, I'll go take a good rest. Chen couldn't help but stretch himself and smiled brightly. Okay, Luotian replied with a smile. When we go to Dongzhou, do we need to destroy the remaining forces of the Lin family first? End of this chapter. It's easy to talk to smart people, that's right. Chen smiled and nodded, and then said, the remaining people have allowed them to live in peace for so long, and now it's time to return them. Having said this, his expression was slightly stern and a faint murderous aura overflowed from his brows. But I heard that Dongzhou is not peaceful now. The forces there have become complicated because of the fall of your family. Many forces have divided up. the former Lin family's industry. Many have declined, and many have risen. Luoxin frowned slightly and said softly, soldiers will block it and water will cover it. If these cases are allowed to continue to develop, it will be difficult to deal with them. We have to stir up this muddy water in Dongzhou. Su Chun said with a smile, looking at the tea cup in front of him casually, very wantonly. Luoxin nodded, not commenting on Su Chen's words. On the other side, Natasha and Ovis went to the residence of the surviving cubs. The cubs of other tribes have been taken away, and most of the remaining ones are from the dragon tribe and the mermaid tribe. Because of their different races, they were placed in 2 rooms respectively. Natasha and Orvis found the surviving cubs easily. When the door opened, the group of mermaid cubs were not familiar with Natasha because Natasha was not there when they were still in the group. But Ovis is different. As the great elder of the mermaid tribe, almost all the cubs grew up seeing the great elder. Therefore, when they saw the great elder, they all gathered around him. Great elder, we finally see you. A little girl choked her throat and said. She was very sad when she heard from Natasha that all the seniors of the mermaid clan had died. Now that she saw the clan members, she couldn't be happier. Others also looked at the great elder expectantly. Their eyes filled with joy. The great elder looked at them lovingly and said softly, I'm back now, I will protect you from now on. Those people nodded seriously. They reminisced about old times for a long time, and then Ova said, where did Shaoran go? When he said this, his expression became nervous involuntarily. After all, he is his grandson, so it would be a lie to say he doesn't care. He had held back from asking just now because he didn't want to offend other people's good intentions. When the cubs heard this, they all looked in one direction. One of the little girls was the first to speak. Brother Shaoran is inside. He seems to have been hit hard, so he has been. No one is there. When Ovis heard this, his heart tightened and he immediately walked in. Sure enough, he saw Shaoran curled up in a ball in the corner. Shaoran, Grandpa is here. Ovis stood in front of Shaoran for a long time, and then choked and said, the hard disguise just now seems to have faded away at this moment. The once invincible elder is now just a fragile old man. Shaoran raised his head after hearing Ovis's words, with a bit of confusion in his eyes, and then filled with tears, he suddenly threw himself into Ovis's arms. Grandpa, they said you are all dead. I don't believe it. I know that Grandpa will not yell at me to leave. Shaoran was crying and holding Ovis tightly with both hands, for fear that everything in front of him was just a fantasy. When Natasha saw this scene, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and shed tears. After she left the ancient secret realm, she no longer looked forward to her people for a moment, and she could also understand the psychology of these cubs. This scene of grandfather and grandson recognizing each other made the others in perfect agreement and walked out silently without any interruption. It's great. Shaoran finally meets Grandpa. He always encouraged us to persevere at the devil's place. Yes, he was so concerned about the great elder. When he learned that the great elder might not be here, he closed himself up and seemed to have lost hope. Several mermaid cubs were chattering away, all of them happy for Shaoran. Natasha pursed her lips and couldn't help laughing softly. She just felt that it was okay. Fortunately, things were not irreversible. She knew that what she had now was already a very happy thing. How about I teach you some spells? Natasha looked at the mermaid cubs tenderly and bowed slightly. The cubs opened their big, watery eyes and looked at Natasha curiously. After Su Chun said something to Luoxin, he successfully left here. As soon as he returned to his residence and planned to take a rest, he saw Yizhuiwe hesitating at the door. What's wrong? Su Chun couldn't help but ask. Just come in and talk about anything. When Yizhuiwe saw that she was discovered, she didn't hesitate and walked in directly and sat next to Su Chun. What's wrong? Seeing that Yizhuiwe didn't speak, Su Chun couldn't help but ask again. The news has spread throughout the western wilderness that you are the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor. We only know that there is a human being, but we don't know your specific identity. Next, the other two messengers of heaven will probably not let us go. Yizhuiyue said this with uncontrollable worry in her eyes. Su Chen had thought of this possibility from the beginning when he used this name to summon beasts, so he was not afraid at all. Although it is so, it was the best way at that time. Besides, the news in the Western Wasteland is actually quite closed. We plan to go to Dongzhou next. Dongzhou is the closest to the Western Wasteland, so we can catch him off guard. Su Chen smiled slightly and didn't worry too much. Yizhuiyue thought about it and nodded. She subconsciously touched her belly. When will we set off for Dongzhou? Yizhuiyue asked. Things have been settled down in the past few days, so we will go. Su Chen pondered for a while and then said, now the whole Western Wasteland is in ruins, plus the ideas just discussed. With Luoshan, it will take at least 3 days. You care about me so much. Are you in love with me? Su Chen smiled mischievously and took Yizhuiyue in his arms. Yizhuiyue's body froze. She was still a little unaccustomed to Su Chen's touch. Her body was as stiff as a wooden man. When she reacted, her face turned red like a peach. She stammered, hate it. I'm talking to you about serious things. Isn't the matter between the two of us a serious matter? Su Chen hugged Yizhuiyue's waist, buried his head in her neck, smelled her unique fragrance, and couldn't help but close his eyes in ecstasy. Forget it. Yizhuiyue immediately felt embarrassed. After a long silence, she whispered. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. End of this chapter. The sound was like the purr of a newborn kitten, and it seemed to scratch Su Chen's heart. Su Chen chuckled and flipped Yizhuiyue's hair, instantly touching the bell on it and making a crisp sound. Yizhuiyue Xiaonyao leaned against Su Chen's arms, suddenly distracted. She had long thought that she belonged to Su Chen. Besides, Su Chen was the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor and had done so many harmful things. You hate it, Yizhuiyue said sweetly. If you say you hate me, it seems that you are not convinced by me. If that's the case, then I have to make you suffer a little bit. Su Chen smiled evilly and carelessly tucked Yizhuiyue's broken hair behind her ears. Yizhuiyue blinked, not understanding the meaning of Su Chen's words. Su Chen untied Yizhuiyue's belt with quick eyes and hands. Then her smooth and white shoulders were instantly exposed to the air, and her beautiful collarbone was very attractive. Yizhuiyue's cheeks were flushed, and she felt that the temperature in the room was constantly rising, which made her feel a little lost. She couldn't help but licked her seductive red lips slightly, looking at Su with a half-charming, half-seductive look. Chen. Su Chen was distracted by what he saw. Yizhuiyue was not a veteran after all. In front of a veteran like Su Chen, she was no match at all and was completely defeated. Su Chen easily grasped it. Yizhuiyue licked her seductive red lips with unfinished thoughts and looked at Su Chen with a charming face. Why do you look like a peach? Su Chen stretched out his fingers, which reflected a different luster under the light. Yizhuiyue has gradually lost her mind. Seeing this scene, she was even more embarrassed and speechless, so she could only look away. Then, do you want it? Yizhuiyue was silent for a moment, biting her lip gently, looking at Su Chen with a shy expression. He seemed very embarrassed to say these words and immediately lowered his head. The beauties have invited her like this, and Su Chen would be a bit ungrateful if he didn't agree. Of course I want it, young master, but I don't know if you can bear it. Su Chen laughed evilly, and his whole body revealed a domineering aura. Yizhuiyue quickly lost her mind and had no idea what the world was, so she could only let Su Chen do whatever he wanted. Seeing the expression on Yizhuiyue's face, Su Chen put the key into the keyhole with a satisfied look on his face. What about the high and mighty beauties from the fairy world? Shouldn't you just let him manipulate it easily? A heart-stopping sound could be heard throughout the room. When the passing Xiaoxian heard this, he immediately understood what the people inside were doing. Although he had already experienced it, hearing this sound still made him Blush. I couldn't help but think that the master was really awesome. Aizhue felt like she had completely lost herself inside. She must be very happy. Thinking like this, Xiaoxian couldn't help but wonder why he wasn't serving his master inside. But at this moment she couldn't disturb him, so she could only go to Luo Shen. Luo Shen happened to be looking for Xiaoxian, and the two hit it off immediately, so they told Xiaoxian exactly what they had just said to Su Chun. Xiaoxian has no objection to this. As long as the master wants to do something, he will try his best to do it. However, it is actually quite difficult to get those spiritual beasts to truly surrender. The best way is to send the 4 elders to negotiate. Moreover, after the merger, there are many issues regarding the distribution of territory and resources which have become a thorny issue today. But this is not difficult for Luo Shen. There are also some small races who do not have the protection of the big races themselves. This news about Su Chen is also a good thing for them. The negotiation lasted for 2 whole days. Unexpectedly, they originally thought that those wealthy families would be very dissatisfied, but unexpectedly, when they heard that it was Su Chen's intention, they all agreed in unison. Therefore, in the end, what is really busy is actually the distribution issue. After Su Chen and Aizhue finished, Su Chen had a good sleep and then woke. Then I learned that everything had been settled. Su Chen couldn't help but praise Xiaoxian and others. I'm really relieved that you are here. You have worked hard these past few days. I am willing to help master, Xiaoxian said happily. Besides, as soon as they heard that it was the master's intention, they all agreed, and it didn't take much time at all. Yes, we just acted as coolies, and the 4 elders also paid a lot. Luo Shen nodded, his eyebrows very soft. It is our honor to be able to contribute our own strength to Wuzhou, and we cannot bear to express our gratitude. The great elder waved his hand quickly and laughed heartily. Several other people also quickly said things like it was not hard. The more Su Chun looked at it, the happier he felt. He had always been very generous to people like this who really devoted themselves to him. So, he took out a few rings directly from the storage ring and distributed them. Some of the things in the storage ring are specially for you. As for the others, you can give them to the races that surrender to me and let them train them well. We have no shortage of cultivation resources, Su Chun said with a smile. The 4 elders took the storage ring and took a rough look at it and were instantly shocked by Su Chen's inhumanity. Even though they already knew that Su Chen was the reincarnation of the dragon emperor, they still felt incredible when they saw these things. After all, they had lived for so many years as a dragon clan, and they had seen all kinds of treasures. But every time they saw something Su Chen gave them, they would still feel shocked. Don't worry, my lord. This is what we should do. Ao Fong was the first to speak impatiently. Okay. Su Chun said yes 3 times in a row, and then he straightened his face slightly and continued to speak. I came here today, in fact I also have something to say. What is it? If you need our help, we will do our best. Ao Hong couldn't help but speak first. He now wholeheartedly regards Su Chun as his master, and the benefits Su Chun gave alone are very good. We plan to leave the Western Wasteland in a few days, and then the entire Western Wasteland will be handed over to you for help. Su Chen nodded and said slowly, But what is the matter? You are leaving so fast. Is it a bit too urgent? My lord hasn't had time to see other scenery in the Western Wasteland. Aoyue couldn't help asking when he heard this. End of this chapter. No, there is something important ahead and it cannot be delayed. It is good enough to be able to rest in the Western Wasteland for a while. Su Chan then said, You still cannot rest casually before everything is completed. Although he did not explain the reason clearly, the 4 elders could glimpse 1 or 2 reasons from it. The Dragon Emperor was once one of the best in the fairy world. Strictly speaking, he was almost immortal, but now he has not only reincarnated, but also lost his memory. There must be a huge conspiracy hidden in it, and with their current strength, they may not be able to help Su Chen. The enemy is very powerful. All they can do is to help Su Chen behind the scenes. Thinking of this, several people no longer insisted. Don't worry. The entire Western Wasteland will be handed over to us for management. If there is anything you need, send us a message at any time. Ao Hong nodded gently, with a serious expression on his face. Then our king. Ao Meng hesitated for a while, looking at the very cheerful Xiaoxian. Subconsciously felt that Xiaoxian would not stay in the Western Wasteland. When Xiaoxian heard his name, he became alert instantly. She quickly stated her attitude. I will go to Dongzhou with my master to protect him. Although she is the king of the Dragon Clan, she is Su Chen's person first, and then the king of the Dragon Clan. It's scary to think about her giving up Su Chen and staying here. Since she heard this, she was not surprised, but she was still very reluctant. After all, they are a group of old bones who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years and finally welcomed their king again. Now they are going to separate after such a short time, and they are really reluctant. King, you rule all the spirit beasts in the western wilderness, which is equivalent to helping my master. Ao Fong was unwilling to give up and said tentatively, Yes, yes. There are countless delicious foods and rare treasures in the western wilderness, which is very interesting. Ao Yuan couldn't help but tempt. Xiaoxian couldn't help but brighten her eyes when she heard about the delicious food, but she thought that Su Chen was more important, so she suppressed her desire and said firmly, No, I want the master. Su Chen looked at her little appearance and was so happy that he couldn't speak. After a long time, he touched Xiaoxian's head and said, Since Xiaoxian wants to follow me, then follow me. If you have any questions here, you can send me a message. The elders had to give up after hearing this. After all, Su Chen's words were absolute. Whether they were right or wrong, they would obey unconditionally. In this way, after a few days, everyone went to Dongzhou in a mighty manner. Dongzhou's geographical location is not far from Shihuang, but its appearance is completely different from Shihuang. It is surrounded by water on all sides, with a huge city in the middle, and there are countless sects in it. Even if it is surrounded by water on all sides, there are countless islands. Different sects and families are located on the islands, which is also a different scenery. If you want to enter Dongzhou, you must first pass through the city gate. After entering, there are different terrains and islands, which is very troublesome. Several people rushed for several days before they arrived at the city gate. Now it was almost evening, and countless people were crowded at the city gate, trying desperately to get in. But a soldier rudely stopped them all outside the gate. An old man walked in tremblingly, and saw that the city gate was about to close. He subconsciously wanted to rush in, but was kicked to the ground by the soldier guarding the city. Do you understand the rules? Do you understand the rules? Don't you see that the time is up? The city gate is about to close. If you want to go in, come back tomorrow. The soldier said impatiently. Please let me in, I have a child at home, he is still waiting for me at home. The old man hunched over, hugged the soldier's thigh, and said with tears and snot. There were many people next to him, all gathered together, but they were cautious and did not dare to come forward. Seeing this strange scene, several people did not act rashly. I said no, it's no, if you keep on asking, I'll kill you. The soldier impatiently drew out his sword, and the cold light blinded everyone's eyes in an instant. The sword was already placed on the old man's neck, and the others had no doubt that if the old man insisted on pestering, the soldiers would immediately cut his neck. The old man wanted to go in again, but he was still cherishing his life. He could only tremble his lips, and did not speak for a long time, watching the city gate close. Seeing that there was no hope, the other people could only leave here. Dejectedly, Su Chen and the others exchanged glances, and Luluwa took the lead in walking up to the old man and handed him a few spiritual fruits. Grandpa, if you can't go back, you can't go back. I have some fruits here. You can take them to fill your stomach first. Luluwa's sweet smile, coupled with her beautiful appearance, is particularly friendly. The old man looked at the fruit in his hand with tears in his eyes, and thanked Luluo repeatedly. Miss, thank you, as he said that he was about to kneel down to Luluo. It's okay. Luluo quickly supported the old man and said, it's just a little help. The old man didn't insist anymore. He saw at a glance that Luluo's identity was extraordinary. He held the fruit carefully and said, you should not be from Dongzhou. If you pass by here, old man, I give you a piece of advice. Leave here quickly. This Dongzhou is going to change. Hearing the last sentence, Luluo's pupils shrank slightly, and she couldn't help asking, I am indeed not from Dongzhou. I came here because of some things. Can you tell me what happened recently? The old man was not surprised to hear this. He sighed in understanding and then said, Miss, you don't know. Dongzhou was not like this before. Just because the Lin family fell and then... The words were not finished, but the meaning was already very obvious. Luluo was confused, but still patiently asked, can you tell me what happened recently? The old man saw that Luluo was really insisting, so he continued, this is a long story. Before the Lin family fell, Lin Jingnan made a lot of moves when dividing up resources. On the surface, Dongzhou was integrated, but in fact, it had fallen apart internally. This old man looked like an ordinary immortal cultivator with no talent. Because he entered the Tao late, his appearance still maintained the form of an old man, and his cultivation was also very low. Why would the city restrict you cultivators from entering and leaving the city? When Luluo heard this, she subconsciously felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but ask her own question. It's because they want to catch the remnants of the Nangong family, so the city and the outside of the city have been particularly strict recently. No one is allowed to enter or leave at a certain time. End of this chapter. After listening to the old man's words, Luluo couldn't help but think again. Just now it was the Lin family. Who is the Nangong family now? Nangong's family? Luluo asked subconsciously. Yes, after the decline of the Lin family, the Nangong family became the largest aristocratic family. However, it is not easy to be the first aristocratic family. The Nangong family was naturally besieged by other families. The head of the family and the young master were killed one after another some time ago. As a result, almost all the resources of the Nangong family were divided up. The old man couldn't help but sigh. He was about to end his life and was very open-minded about matters of power. Power is really a crazy thing, and everyone is trapped in an endless cage of greed in pursuit of power. But a dying person like him can see everything. Regardless of his power or money, it is just a cloud. Was it annexed by the Sun family and Ouyang family? Luluo couldn't help but ask. No, it's the four newly emerged forces. The 7th Prince's Palace, Lane Mountain, Tai Sword Sect, and Ziwei Pavilion. The old man shook his head and explained. When Luluo heard this, she became thoughtful. Girl, if you just come to Dongzhou, I suggest you leave here quickly. After all, it is really not peaceful here now. A girl with advanced cultivation and good looks like you will easily be noticed and suspected by them. They are remnants of the party, or they do bad things. Seeing that Lulu didn't look scared, the old man couldn't help but remind him. From the previous contact, he could tell that Luluo was not a vicious-hearted person. It would be better for such a kind-hearted girl not to get involved in this muddy water. Thank you, Grandpa. I understand. Luluo came back to her senses, thanked the old man seriously, and then went back to look for Chen. After he returned, he said exactly what the old man said. It seems that we should not be impulsive now. I can feel that there is a strong restriction on the city gate. If we forcefully break it open, I am afraid it will cause a big disturbance. After hearing this, Yi Zhuiwei was the first to express his opinion. That's right. Let's wait until the city gate opens tomorrow before going in. Luluo nodded and agreed. Then what is our first step after entering? The power in the entire Dongzhou. Seems complicated now. Natasha couldn't help but ask. Through Lulua's few words, she could feel that the entire Dongzhou was like a pot of hot porridge. We still need to deal with the remnants of the Lin family first. It seems that they are not good enough and should be easier to deal with. In addition, they were very proud before, so naturally we cannot let them continue to be arrogant. Chen thought about it and decided to deal with the remnants of the Lin family first, especially Lin Jingnan. As for the others, he will also take action one by one, and will never let anyone go. Although there may be some whom he has never met in the original book, these are the culprits who have hurt him. Chen Zishu himself is not a good person, especially these people who have killed him. Now either he will do it to them or they will do it to him. Thinking of this, Chen showed no mercy at all. Luoshan nodded. A few people packed their bags, spent the night, and entered the city the next day. It is not difficult to find out the location of the Lin family. Although they are only a remnant of the party now, their background is still there, so they also occupy an island and enjoy a lot of resources. Today is the time for us to take revenge. As well as those resources, we must seize them all without losing a cent. Chen moved the joints on his body and said casually. Others were non-committal. For them, going against Chen means going against them. Naturally, there is no need for such a person who doesn't know the heights of the world to stay. The few people went straight to the island where the Lin family was located. From a distance, they saw that there was a barrier blocking the way for outsiders, and they could not clearly see the scenery inside. Chen stood outside the barrier with no unnecessary expression on his face. He just said to Yizhue, "Break it for me." When Yizhue heard this, she immediately used her spiritual power without any ambiguity, half-stepping the pressure of the great emperor. That was no joke. This barrier can only withstand the powerful attack of the quasi-emperor. But Yizhue has far surpassed the quasi-emperor peak, and even thinks that she is slow, so Shaoxian and Lulua also help. Within a quarter of an hour, the barrier instantly fell apart and turned into tiny fragments. The people who were originally in the Lin family also noticed such a big movement. After all, the barrier was the fundamental guarantee for their survival. Lin Jingnan was the first to notice something strange here and subconsciously thought it was another sect coming to attack, but after thinking about it, he thought it was impossible. After all, his own sect-protecting formation can withstand a full-strength blow from the quasi-emperor. Even if other sects want to break through here, again, they will not let people of this level attack with all their strength, and they will do so with such fanfare. When the time comes, even if the barrier is broken, they will still have a way to deal with it, which is simply not worth the loss. Lin Jingnan immediately called his disciples together and rushed towards the barrier first. A group of people arrived at the barrier, and they could only see the shadows of a few people. Because they were too far away, they couldn't see their faces clearly. Lin Jingnan looked for a long time and saw no familiar people, but when he saw that there were only a few people, he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Even if they broke the barrier, they would definitely run out of spiritual power and have no power to fight back. Thinking of this, Lin Jingnan couldn't help but look a little arrogant. "Where did you come from, you little brats? You dare to come to my Lin family with such fanfare? Don't you want to live? I advise you to surrender quickly. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude next time." Lin Jingnan's words were full of energy, as if he was sure that they would be scared. After all, he is now a great man at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, and there are 4 quasi-emperor realm guardians behind him. 2 of them have reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, and the others have not reached the peak but are already in the middle stage. And the opposite side doesn't seem to have many people. Not to mention how much it consumes to break the sect protection formation. They have an advantage in terms of numbers alone. Chen couldn't help but tilt his head when he saw Lin Jingnan finally appear, and couldn't help but laugh softly when he heard his extremely arrogant words. You said you wanted me to surrender? Who gave you the face? Su Chen said with a smile. The distance was too far, but the voice was clearly transmitted to Lin Jingnan's ears. The voice sounded very familiar. Lin Jingnan couldn't help but frown, and a bad premonition rose in his heart instantly. End of this chapter. Who are you? Why don't you dare to let me see your true face? But are you afraid? Lin Jingnan frowned and pretended to be calm. But the uneasiness in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. What will happen if I appear in front of you now? When Su Chen heard this, he immediately laughed and flashed directly in front of Lin Jingnan. He was so fast that none of the other quasi-emperor peak powers present noticed how he got here. When he came back to his senses, Su Chen and the group of people behind him had already arrived in front of them. Lin Jingnan squinted his eyes and recognized immediately that the person in front of him was none other than Su Chen. It's actually you. Lin Jingnan gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. It's me. Are you surprised? Su Chen raised his lips and smiled, with deep contempt in his eyes. I'm coming to settle accounts with you right now. Surprise or not, are you ready to kowtow and beg for mercy? When Lin Jingnan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh at Su Chen's wishful thinking. He was just a cultivator in the great saint realm, but he dared to be so arrogant. Thinking of this, he subconsciously replied, You fart, you are simply infatuated. Before he finished speaking, Yizhuiwei, who was next to Su Chen, took action. Directly, a sharp spiritual power, packed with terrifying destructive power, wiped the neck of the person behind Lin Jingnan in the blink of an eye. The spiritual power brushed past Lin Jingnan's neck. If it was even an inch away, it would instantly cut his neck and let him leave this world. The elder behind him instantly fell to the ground. He didn't even have a chance to resist before. His eyes were wide open and blood was pouring out from the wound in his neck. So fast, so strong. Everyone present was secretly shocked. They didn't even see how this strange woman took action, and the elder was already dead. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Lin Jingnan's forehead. For the first time, he felt that death was so close to him. The young man opposite him just laughed casually and cast his sharp gaze on Lin Jingnan's face again. What now? Su Chen asked. 3 short words, but like 1,000 pounds, hit everyone's heart heavily. Lin Jingnan was dripping with cold sweat, dripping down his forehead and into his clothes, and the clothes on his entire back were soaked. One of the elders could no longer bear such terrifying pressure and knelt down on the ground with a plop. Please, please let me go. I don't want to die yet. The elder was kowtowing desperately, and there was a loud banging sound when his forehead hit the ground. Lin Jingnan glanced at the elder with hatred and wanted to retort, but his knuckles were cracked by his grip, and he was speechless and couldn't say a word. His face turned red, and in the face of death, he admitted that he was not so free and easy. Lin Jingnan, when you escaped, you should have thought that this day would come. Su Chen yawned and looked at Lin Jingnan lazily. There are no tigers in the mountains. Monkeys are kings. I think your happy life is about to come to an end. When Lin Jingnan heard this, his face turned ugly and he didn't say a word. What do you want? Took a long time before Lin Jingnan came out with these words between his teeth. Although he didn't know where Su Chen found a female monk with such a high level of cultivation, he couldn't see through the depth of cultivation not only of Yizhuiwei, but also of the others. In this case, he did not dare to act rashly. No one wanted to take his own life as a joke. Thinking of this, he was extremely humiliated, but he could only grit his teeth and ask these few words. Do you think you have a chance to negotiate with this young master? Su Chen looked at Lin Jingnan's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. I'm afraid you haven't figured out the situation yet. The life and death of you, and all of you, can only be determined by my young master's thoughts. What he said was indeed true. Lin Jingnan gritted his teeth and his bones creaked under his grip. Finally, he could only exhale heavily and said, What Do you want me to do whatever you took before? Now spit it out to me, young master. If it's not yours, don't think about it. Su Chen sneered. Looking at his aggrieved look, he couldn't help laughing. What do you mean by taking it away? It's obviously ours. Before he finished speaking, Yizhue directly killed another elder with a look from Su Chen. The movements were sharp and without any sloppiness. Even before anyone else could react, the elder died completely and even maintained the previous deadlocked posture. Lin Jingnan stopped talking abruptly. The expression on his face was uglier than eating shit. The faces of the remaining two elders were not much better. Looking at Su Chen's expression, it was as if he was looking at a murderous demon without blinking an eye. I can give you those things? Can you let me go? Lin Jingnan gritted his teeth and said, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. The most important thing now is to survive. He could feel that his life and death now only depended on Su Chen's thoughts. Then it depends on your sincerity. I want the things you swallowed in the Lin family before, and I want the things you get here now. Su Chen raised his lips and smiled, looking at Lin Jingnan half-smilingly. Lin Jingnan couldn't help cursing in his heart. Why did Su Chen just say that he could take all the things of the Lin family? Why did he say it so high-soundingly? It was as if they had stolen his things, but these things were obviously from their Lin family. Even if Lin Jingnan was extremely dissatisfied, he didn't dare to show it at this moment, for fear that he would follow in the footsteps of the two elders. Just now, thinking of this, Lin Jingnan smiled reluctantly. This is also a secret of our Lin family after all. So many people can't go. Mr. Su, would you like to go with me? He thought very well in his heart. Su Chen is powerful now, but it's just because there are people around him. When Su Chen goes with him, he can't do anything to a small great saint realm. When the time comes, he will hold the emperor hostage to command the princes. Even if that woman is powerful, what does it matter? She still has to listen to him obediently. Thinking of this, Lin Jingnan's eyes were a little fanatical, as if he had predicted his future scene. Moreover, they could sense that Su Chen's cultivation level had improved so quickly, and it must have been helped by some magical elixir. If they could seize the opportunity to obtain it, their strength would definitely be further improved. Why should I listen to you? Now whether you live or die depends on my thoughts. I advise you not to be ungrateful, otherwise you may not be able to keep your heads on your necks. Su Chen naturally knew what Lin Jingnan was thinking. End of this chapter. As smart as Su Chen, how could he do such a stupid thing? Lin Jingnan was still too naive. Our Lin family's treasure house has been like this since ancient times. Only 2 people are allowed to go there. If anyone else goes there, you can't do anything even if you kill me. Lin Jingnan broke into a cold sweat, but he still had to negotiate with Su Chen. Now Su Chen doesn't know where those treasures are hidden, and there is still a chance for negotiation. When he really takes Su Chen there and those treasures are collected by him, then his life will really be dispensable. Su Chen lost his patience when he saw that Lin Jingnan was still refusing to accept anything. He waved his hand at Yizhue. Yizhue immediately understood and attacked the 2 elders behind Lin Jingnan. The 2 elders had experienced the death of 2 elders in front of them in succession, and their expressions were already highly tense. Now that they saw Yizhue's actions, they quickly fled in all directions. They understand that Yizhue has murderous intentions towards them. If they sit still and wait for death, they will only die. Thinking like this, the 2 of them decided to forcefully burn their essence and blood to improve their cultivation. They were bound to have a showdown with Yizhue. These 2 elders are both at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors. Even if they burn blood and essence, they are far beyond the pinnacle of quasi-emperors, but they still cannot reach the threshold of the half-step emperor. What's more, Su Chen doesn't just have such a powerful person as Yizhue. The 2 elders didn't even have time to get in front of Su Chen. Xiaoxian, directly released dragon flames, blocking the way of the two of them in an
instant.
Immediately afterwards, Yizhuo slashed at the two of them with his sword. One of them quickly dodged, but the other couldn't dodge and had an arm cut off. The man screamed in pain, and his arm fell down. He covered his arm that was bleeding continuously and said with a grin, "Ah, you bitch, I will definitely kill you." After saying that, he rushed towards Yizhuo regardless. Because he was so angry, his mood fluctuated greatly and his breath was chaotic. He found his weakness in a few seconds and struck it with a palm. The man flew more than 10 meters away and hit the wall. "Don't overestimate your own capabilities," Xiaoxian snorted coldly. He showed no mercy to such a man who was trying to harm Su Chen and was so ignorant of the heaven and earth. He directly burned him to ashes with a ball of flame. The other man knew that it would be his turn soon, and was ready to fight to the death. While Xiaoxian and Yizhuo's attention was on the other man, he rushed over without hesitation. But his little bit of cultivation was not enough in front of Yizhuo. Before he took 2 steps, Yizhuo directly pierced him with his sword. "It doesn't matter if you burn the essence and blood. It's just the threshold for meeting me. If you want to kill me, you are not worthy." Yizhuo looked at the blood stains on the sword with disgust, carefully wiped all the blood off the sword with a handkerchief, and then threw the handkerchief on the ground. All this happened so fast that Lin Jingnan didn't even have time to place his hopes on the 2 elders, and the 2 elders were already dead. At this moment, he was extremely clearly aware of the gap between himself and Su Chen and others. In front of him, there is only one way to obey. Thinking of this, Lin Jingnan immediately put on a flattering smile on his face. He knelt down directly and said to Su Chen, "Young master, what I said is true. Only 2 people are allowed to enter the place where the treasure is hidden at a time, otherwise I wouldn't even care about my own life just now." Su Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He didn't know how much he heard it, but just asked, "Is everything you said true?" "It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. How dare I lie to you?" Lin Jingnan didn't dare to look at Su Chen's expression. He gritted his teeth and tried not to reveal any flaws. Now he can only take a gamble. If he doesn't take the gamble now and take Su Chen to the treasure house, then he will really have no value at all. When the time comes to kill him or cut him into pieces, he will not just follow Su Chen's will. Besides, the location of the treasure house can only be opened by the blood of the Lin family. If you kill me, you will never be able to find the location of the treasure house for the rest of your life. Lin Jingnan said slowly. Now this can be regarded as one of his trump cards. The main reason why he can negotiate with Su Chen without any worries is because only the Lin family can open the Lin family's treasure house. When Su Chen heard this, he thought that he really couldn't kill Lin Jingnan directly. After all, with his ability, he can indeed find the location of the Lin family's treasure house directly. Even if there is a seal on it, it is not difficult to break it. But why spend all this effort when you can get it easily and directly? Thinking of this, Su Chen nodded and said, "In that case, then you can take me there." Hearing this, Lin Jingnan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he said this just now, he actually didn't know what to do. "Master, I feel like you are being deceived." Luluo was worried and couldn't help but remind Su Chen in a low voice. Su Chen was not afraid. He also wanted to see what kind of splash Lin Jingnan could make when death was imminent. Thinking of this, Su Chen smiled slightly, and then said, "It's okay. I'll be right back. As for what you should do, you should know." "Ah?" Luluo was confused for a moment. Su Chen blinked again. Luo subconsciously wanted to ask, but Luoshan grabbed her hand. Luoshan also blinked and used sound transmission to tell Luo. Luo suddenly understood. The interaction between the few people did not avoid Lin Jingnan at all. Lin Jingnan didn't know what medicine they were selling in the gourd, but the current situation did not allow him to think so much. The top priority is to quickly find a way to save his own life. He was extremely lucky that he only brought 4 elders here. There were other elders stationed inside, and the other disciples were not threatened. Young master, come with me. Lin Zhengnan looked at Su Chen, his eyes involuntarily filled with enthusiasm. Su Chen nodded with a smile and followed Lin Zhengnan in. I feel that this Lin Zhengnan is uneasy and well-intentioned at first glance. I really wanted to burn him to death with a burst of flames, but I actually wanted to hurt my master. After they disappeared completely, Xiaoxian said angrily. Although they were now in human form, they could still vaguely see the shadow of a dragon. Luoxin couldn't help laughing, nodded Xiaoxian's little head, and said, if we kill that person and then find him, wouldn't it take a lot of time? Would save trouble to have a free guide. Xiaoxian thought about it, and that was indeed the case. Then what should we do now? Just wait here? What if something happens to the master? Of course we can't sit still and wait for death. Didn't the director just hint to us? Luluo said quickly. Although he didn't know it at first, he only found out through Luoxin's reminder. Ah? Xiaoxian didn't know there were so many twists and turns, and Luo still didn't react when he said this. Of course we have to help the master solve these worries. You must know that none of the remaining remnants of the Lin family are good people. They are all a group of evildoers. Naturally, we have to uphold justice for God. Luluo chuckled, and her eyes fell involuntarily into the distance, with a hint of ill intention in her eyes. When Xiaoxian heard this, he immediately understood what was going on. Even after entering Dongzhou city, they had already found out what the Lin family had done. As a spiritual beast, she is very despised. Relying on her identity, she is proficient in burning, killing, and robbing. Such a person is simply a waste of resources in the world. Thinking of this, Xiaoxian was instantly full of energy. Not only that, we also have to search out all those treasures. They don't belong to them in the first place. We are doing justice to God, Xiaoxian said with excitement. Just do it, and a few people started taking action instantly. Su Chen, on the other hand, followed Lin Jingnan around, and it took him a long time to reach a door. Su Chen looked around. The scenery around him was completely different from other places. Normal people would ignore this place at a glance. If he were to find it himself, I'm afraid it would take a lot of effort. I didn't expect this old thing to be quite capable of hiding. But after waiting for a long time, Lin Jingnan made no next move. Why aren't you moving? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Lin Jingnan lowered his head, his hair hiding his sinister expression, and said softly, right away, right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned back sharply, rapped his fist with spiritual power, and hit Su Chen's head hard. Su Chen had long known that Lin Jingnan would not be so obedient and had taken precautions. The moment Lin Jingnan took action, he quickly dodged to the side, and then immediately summoned the blue-tempered spirit fire. The blue-tempered spirit fire stained the corner of Lin Jingnan's clothes and began to burn with lightning speed. The temperature of the flames could roast a person in an instant. Even if it was blessed by various spiritual weapons, it would be useless, and it could even burn a person's soul. Burned out. The expression on Lin Jingnan's face was stunned, and he screamed in pain, scratching his ears and cheeks heartbreakingly, and rolling on the ground. But how could the spiritual fire be extinguished easily? There was even the smell of roasted meat in the air. Lin Jingnan had no choice but to endure the pain and kneel in front of Su Chen, out of breath, and said intermittently, please forgive me. Am the only one who can open this door. Su Chen looked at the miserable state of the person in front of him with great interest. He clearly remembered that this person wanted to kill him. Tell me what benefits you can give me, young master? Su Chen smiled carelessly, letting the person in front of him become a burning man, and the flames almost enveloped his whole body. This is the secret treasure of my Lin family. Lin Zhengnan felt a deep tremor in his aching soul. He had no doubt that as long as he hesitated any longer, the person in front of him would burn him alive. In desperation, he immediately revealed his trump card. Hearing this, Su Chen looked at what Lin Zhengnan handed over with interest. Although his own spiritual fire is strong and domineering, under the flames, this secret treasure is actually intact. It seems to be a good thing. Thinking of this, Su Chen yawned lazily, and then slowly withdrew the spiritual fire. At this moment, Lin Zhengnan's whole body was burned black. His exposed skin was covered in large burns, and even his clothes were burned to a disgraceful appearance. I advise you to be honest and obedient. It's easy for me to deal with a guy who is at the peak of his quasi-emperor status. Su Chen looked down at Lin Zhengnan, stepped on his head, and crushed him hard. Several times. Lin Zhengnan was in so much pain that he could not speak. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his body was pressed against the ground. The sand and stones hurt him, and there was not a single piece of intact skin on his body. But at this moment, he could only bite the silver teeth and swallow them in his stomach. If he had known, he would have chosen a weaker one. Who would have thought that Su Chen was only in the great saint realm, but his strength was so terrifying? His intestines were filled with regret. Why are you still lying here? Do you want me to step on you so badly? Why, don't you open the door quickly?
Su Chen snorted disdainfully.
Lin Zhengnan's unwilling expression naturally did not escape his notice. But, seeing that the person in front of him was still useful, he could tolerate it. For the time being. When Lin Zhengnan heard this, he didn't dare to delay. He crawled up from the ground and came to the treasure house tremblingly. These are the secret treasures of our Lin family. Ordinary people don't even have a chance to get in. Lin Zhengnan had a heartbroken look on his face. His face was dark and bald, and he looked particularly funny. Su Chen curled his lips and was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Zhengnan. My Lin family is willing to submit to you. I wonder if the young master can let our Lin family live. At the critical moment, Lin Zhengnan suddenly stopped moving and looked at Su Chen with a look of shamelessness, with obvious hope in his eyes. There's so much nonsense. Didn't you bake it enough just now? Su Chen was already on the verge of impatience at this moment. If you keep stalling like this, I can't guarantee that I have the patience to keep you alive. When Lin Zhengnan heard this, the flattering smile on his face froze. It's just a treasure house. Although it's a bit troublesome for this young master, it's not impossible to solve it. Su Chen smiled contemptuously, looking at Lin Zhengnan with full of sarcasm in his eyes. The implication is obvious. Your bargaining chips are useless to me. I'm in a good mood now, so I can let you show off. If I'm in a bad mood, you won't even have a chance to live. Lin Zhengnan's face darkened in an instant, but he had nothing to say at the moment, so he could only force a smile and nod his head repeatedly in agreement. If it was before, he would have sneered at Su Chen's words, thinking that this arrogant kid didn't know his own weight. But now, he didn't question the truth of Su Chen's words at all. Thinking of this, his hand trembled, and his movements became more agile, and he directly opened the door of the treasure house. What you see is a mountain of spiritual stones with countless spiritual tools, hanging quietly on the walls. Going further in, you will find more and more precious things. The top-grade spiritual herbs that are hard to find outside are also well preserved inside. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. These things are still useful up there. Hard for him to wait patiently for so long just now, so it's not a loss. This is really a waste of natural resources. You know, if any of these things are placed outside, they will cause people to scramble for them. However, Su Chen's words were not exaggerated. After all, he had never lacked these precious things. Su Chen was no longer polite and directly looted all the treasures and put them into the storage ring. My top-grade fairy grass, my water mystic beads, my... Lin Zhengnan couldn't help but feel his heart bleed as he watched Su Chen Treat those treasures like weeds that could be seen everywhere on the street. You must know that when he got these treasures, he wanted to find a place to offer them to him, but Su Chen looked like he was wholesale. But for some reason, he still dared to be angry and dared not speak. He could only mumble in a low voice, feeling that it made no difference whether he died or not. After putting all the treasures in his bag, Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. Lin Jingnan didn't dare to show his anger at the side, and was secretly trying to escape from here. A gentleman's revenge is never too late in 10 years. There is no need for him to spend time here with Su Chen. Seeing that he had fled to the door, Su Chen suddenly turned around, and Lin Jingnan flew directly along Lin Jingnan's cheek, cutting off a strand of hair. Lin Jingnan suddenly froze on the spot, not even daring to move a step at this moment. Where is Master Lin going? Su Chen looked at Lin Jingnan casually and walked slowly in front of him. His steps were regular and even, falling throughout the empty room, and the echoes were particularly clear. Step by step, it was like stepping heavily on Lin Jingnan's heart. Lin Jingnan turned around stiffly, showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and then said, I just wanted to see if there are any other treasures. Even a 3-year-old child would not be able to believe this reason, let alone Su Chen. Su Chen chuckled and then said, I do know a good place with treasures in it. Lin Jingnan's eyes lit up when he heard this, but it was fleeting, and he asked cautiously, Young Master Su, what do you mean? Of course I'll send you there, Su Chen said casually. Hearing this, Lin Jingnan looked enthusiastic. Where? I'll go right away. Su Chen chuckled, and then said slowly, Of course it is in the underworld. Depends on whether you are lucky enough to bear it. Lin Jingnan's smile froze on his face, and he was about to run away, but the unstoppable flames were already attacking him, immediately surrounding him. This time the flames were even more intense than before, with the purpose of killing people. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jingnan was completely burned to ashes. You've done so many ugly things. It's really easy for you to die like this. Su Chen snorted coldly and said, None of the remaining members of the Lin family is a good person. They use their status to do evil, oppress the people, even rob beautiful women, burn, kill and plunder and do all kinds of evil. If it weren't for this, how could the Lin family have obtained these precious treasures with their strength? Su Chen didn't care about Lin Jingnan's death and walked out directly to meet Luo Xin and the others. At this time, the entire Lin family had become a purgatory with countless screams and wails. As soon as Su Chen came out, he saw the fairy spit out a mouthful of flame and burned a person to ashes. He walked slowly to a few people, and then said, How are things going? I have gained so much. I never thought that the ordinary disciples next door would also have so many treasures. Xiaoxian chuckled and then said, Those people are tainted with the smell of killing, and they are disgusting to death. Luluo couldn't help but say, You can see that he has done a lot of bad things. Death will really be an advantage for them. They are just a bunch of despicable people. From now on, none of those sects will be able to escape. Su Chen raised his lips and smiled. At this moment, the entire Lin family was on fire. Although it was surrounded by water, the entire island burned blazingly, almost turning into a fire island. The luxurious buildings in the past were reduced to ashes in an instant. Su Chen was not merciful at all towards these people. After all, the Lin family participated in the siege and killing of them. Kindness to one's enemies is cruelty to oneself. At the same time, Su Chen, was also telling all the aristocratic families in Dongzhou that when he came, no one could escape. After everything was settled, the few of them found an inn to stay, and of course they hid their identities. After all, although the Lin family has declined, it can still be regarded as an aristocratic family in Dongzhou. The fact that the Lin family was exterminated was spread as soon as possible. The more the news spread, the more evil he became, and he turned into a demon, leading several people who were at the peak of the quasi-emperor level and even half-emperor level to do evil. He specifically picked out the sons of aristocratic families to kill, and even practiced evil arts to eat those who cultivated them. Human heart. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh at the horror of the rumors. He just slaughtered the entire Lin family, and now he has turned into an evil cultivator. What's your plan next? Late at night, Luoxin walked into Su Chen's room and asked, "Now take a good rest. After all, it's been a long journey to Dongzhou in the past few days. They have worked hard following me." Su Chen stretched and yawned before saying. Luoxin had no objection to this. After all, there was no need to be too anxious. "I feel that the messengers of heavenly way in Dongzhou will be among these aristocratic families. After all, based on previous experience, the cultivation level of these messengers of heavenly way is at half-step emperor. If she is not in these aristocratic families, other sects will not be able to develop. Those sects cannot allow such an uncontrollable factor to exist." Luoxin expressed his opinion. Su Chen had no objection to this. "Although it is difficult to find, if we fight one by one, I don't believe we still can't find a messenger of heaven." Su Chen chuckled. The smile on his face was wanton and public. He will not let go of any of the other sects. After all, those people also participated in the siege and killing of the original body. He is a man who always retaliates against others. If someone offends me, I will offend them. Next, let's go to the 7th Prince's mansion. The information in the 7th Prince's mansion is not very good on weekdays, and outside of those aristocratic families, as the name suggests, there are 7 powerful men at the peak of the quasi-emperor level guarding the entire mansion, but the clan's son Tiandao 0, the only ones who can take advantage of it now are these 7 old men. Luoxin suggested. The 7 Princes' mansion is actually in decline. The purple color of their descendants is very withered, and few of them can take advantage of it. If it weren't for the 7 strong men at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors guarding it, they would have been annexed by other sects long ago. For Su Chen, this is not difficult to solve. Besides, there are not so many odds and ends, so it is easier to solve. Thinking of this, Su Chen nodded gently and said with a smile, "Just do as you say. You have always been smart." End of chapter. Luoxin smiled slightly, and now that he had finished talking about the business, he would discuss something else. She looked at Su Chen with sharp eyes and said meaningfully, "You have worked hard too. You have dealt with the Lin family just after you came here. Now you can have a good rest." When Su Chen heard this, he didn't know why Luoxin was so polite and didn't react. However, he quickly showed his big white teeth, laughed twice, and then said, "Don't worry, I have enough energy. Besides, as long as they stay in this world, I will not be at ease." Hearing this, Luoxin pursed his lips and said softly, then continued, "It seems that you are very energetic now." He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word energy. Su Chen was thoughtful, as if he understood something in an instant. He subconsciously looked at Luoxin. I saw Luoxin biting his lips gently. His delicate lips turned slightly white from the bite, and there was a somewhat resentful expression on his beautiful face. Su Chen understood what was going on in an instant, but at this time he was so evil that he didn't want to expose this matter. He just looked at Luoxin with interest. What's wrong? Being as smart as Luoxin, he naturally knew that Su Chen had understood her
Intention.
seeing that he was asking questions knowingly, but she was helpless. She was immediately ashamed and annoyed. With an angry look on her face, she glared at Su Chen, and her voice couldn't help but become softer. "You asked knowingly. You clearly know what I mean. You are so evil. What you said is an injustice to me. If I knew it, I would ask you what to do." Su Chen smiled evilly, with a bit of malicious intent in his eyes. When Luoxin saw this, he immediately understood Su Chen's evil intentions. which he clearly wanted to express himself. But for some reason, he was so ashamed at the moment that he opened and closed his lips several times, but no words came out. She walked up to Su Chen, subconsciously avoided Su Chen's eyes, and whispered, "You know what I mean. I have no idea."
Su Chen immediately retorted.
"You." Luo Shen was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Seeing Su Chen still calling him, he was about to burst into tears. Although she has lived a long time, she is still a little girl about this kind of thing, especially when she is teased and teased by her sweetheart. Suddenly, Luo Shen felt that she couldn't stay any longer. She thought, angrily, isn't he just Su Chen? Even if he doesn't say anything, what will happen? The big deal. It just won't work today. Thinking of this, Luo Shen said angrily, "It's okay. I'll go back and rest first, so I won't disturb you anymore." When Su Chen heard this, she immediately knew that she was out of luck. After all, Luo Shen was a fallen ancient power. When she said such words, it was really embarrassing. Thinking of this, Su Chen quickly took 2 steps forward and hugged Luo Shen into his arms. "You're already here, so don't leave in such a hurry." His voice was gentle and somewhat bewitching. Their chests were pressed tightly together, and Luo Shen could clearly feel Su Chen's violent and powerful heartbeat, and the unique smell of male hormones lingered around her. She suddenly felt dizzy. Her legs were so weak that she felt like she couldn't even stand. "Don't leave in a hurry. Whatever you do, it will only delay you here," Luo Shen retorted with a trembling voice, her cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a bit of tenderness. Hearing this, Su Chen knew that Luo Shen was probably angry with him. But there was no reason not to eat the meat that came to his mouth. Thinking of this, Su Chen held Luo Shen's shoulders and asked him to look at her. Caught off guard, Luo Shen saw Su Chen's eyes that seemed to contain stars, sparkling with a hint of smile. Even the brightest star in the sky is not even half as bright as Su Chen. The distance between the two was so close that as long as Luo Shen moved forward a little further, the tips of their noses would be touching. Luo Shen's red lips trembled, and she felt like she was almost out of breath. Su Chen's warm breath fell on her face, itching and with a different meaning. Luo Shen's legs trembled uncontrollably. She even felt that she would be unable to stand the next moment and collapse to the ground. What to do, of course, is to do something that only the two of us can do. Su Chen's expression was very relaxed. At such a close distance, he could only feel a faint fragrance entering his nose crazily. His expression gradually became darker, and his voice was a little hoarse, but his eyes were looking straight into Luo Shen's eyes. Then he directly hugged Luo Shen in his arms, and his body suddenly flew into the air. Before Luo Shen could realize what was going on, he subconsciously
hugged Su Chen's neck.
"What are you up to?" Luo Shen looked at Su Chen blankly, feeling that his brain could no longer think. "Do something comfortable." Su Chen raised the corners of his mouth, with a naughty smile on his face, strode to the bedside, and gently placed Luo Shen on the bed. Immediately afterwards, he squeezed onto the bed and lowered the curtain. Beside the bed. This bed is big enough for one person to sleep on, but it seems a bit crowded for 2 people on it, as they are almost pressed against each other. Su Chen covered Luo Shen. His eyes were calm but aggressive. Luo Shen couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Her heart was beating uncontrollably, as violently as if it was about to jump out of her chest. Su Chen was not vague either, and attacked Luo Shen's delicate little mouth directly. Luo Shen was kissing for the first time, and she was dumbfounded, which was in stark contrast to her usual intelligent image, which made Su Chen's heart flutter. The two kissed passionately. Luo Shen blushed and her heart beat fast, and she felt that she was out of control. Why didn't she find kissing so interesting before? When she saw others kissing before, she just thought it was just 2 mouths touching each other. What was the difference? Now she understood the mystery. After the kiss, Luo Shen's clothes were very messy. She looked at Su Chen with an unsatisfied look on her face, and said in a coquettish voice, "Su Chen, I feel uncomfortable." The old driver Su Chen immediately understood that Luo Shen was reacting, but, looking at her bewildered expression, she obviously didn't know what was wrong with her. Su Chen couldn't help but curl his lips and smile, and asked in cooperation, "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" When asked this question, Luo Shen briefly stopped working and then said, embarrassedly, I don't know. That's a pity." Su Chen looked regretful, and then said, "I don't know where you feel uncomfortable. I'm afraid I can't help you." When Luo Shen heard this, he became anxious instantly. "No, you can help me." Her lips murmured, but she couldn't say the next few words. Su Chen pretended not to understand and continued, "How can I help you? Let me call the doctor for you." When Luo Shen heard this, she felt anxious to death, but Su Chen still looked like she didn't understand. She felt like she was going to cry. "No, only you can help me." At the end of the sentence, he almost jumped out word by word, as if he had thought of what would happen next, and his face was so red that it seemed to bleed like a crystal-clear ruby. Su Chen couldn't help but nuzzled Luo Shen's lips, and said half to confuse, half to seriously, "How do you want me to help you? Then say it yourself. As long as you say it, you can get what you want." These words were like a punch of poison. At this moment, Luo Shen's mind was empty, and only this sentence remained in his mind. "Just say it and you'll get what you want," she murmured to herself. "I want yours." At this point, she suddenly stopped talking as if she had woken up from a dream. Su Chen was not in a hurry and looked at Luo Shen quietly. Luo Shen hesitated for a long time, then closed his eyes as if he were about to die, and said the rest of his words, "I want your love." When Su Chen heard this, he couldn't help laughing and hugged Luo Shen. Directly, she buried her head in Luo Shen's neck, took a deep breath intoxicatedly, and felt the alluring body fragrance of Luo Shen, with a look of intoxication on her face. "Isn't that right?" Su Chen had already been aroused by Luo Shen's pitiful appearance. Just now, he said that Luo Shen couldn't help it, but he was not much better either. This feeling of not being able to make his own decision was really not good. Thinking of this, Su Chen stopped being polite and tore all Luo Shen's clothes into pieces in a few strokes. Luo Shen's porcelain white skin was instantly exposed to the air. The sudden situation caused Luo Shen to tremble slightly and looked at Su Chen with a face full of affection. This is my first time, please be gentle." Her voice was delicate and soft, more like coquettishness. "Maybe it's because you've already made a start, it's not that difficult to say the next words." When Su Chen heard Luo Shen's words, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and his whole body was filled with strength. Soon Luo Shen clenched her hands into fists in pain, burst into tears, and looked at Su Chen with a resentful look, as if he was a heartless man. I clearly said, I want you to be gentle," Luo Shen said intermittently, with an aggrieved look on his face. Luo Shen was not feeling well, and Su Chen was not feeling much better either. After all, this is between each other. "Baby, listen to me, relax, it will be fine soon, you will be very happy. Soon." Su Chen leaned against Luo Shen's ear and said comfortingly. When Luo Shen heard this, he nodded slightly and tried to relax, and Su Chen was free. But it is too difficult for Luo Shen. Luo Shen really couldn't do it, but he could only try his best to relax, but he was still a little nervous. In the end, Luo Shen couldn't bear it anymore, and said with a voice of dead leaves in his mouth, "Be gentle, please." She didn't expect that the relationship between husband and wife, which was originally a good relationship, could become like this. Why is it different from the situation a million years ago? Well, that should be the case. Could it be that everything has changed because of his resurrection? These words of Luo Shen were like a dose of poison to Su Chen. But he did the opposite. Luo Shen grabbed Su Chen's shoulder tightly, and his nails left blood marks on the back. "Whoa, slow down, if you don't slow down, I will never pay attention to you again. By the end of the sentence, Luotian's voice was already a little hoarse. When Su Chen heard this, he couldn't help but slow down a little. He was afraid that Luotian would really be angry with her. Slowly, Luotian also entered the state and felt a different kind of high spirit. This was something he had never experienced after living for millions of years. Am I powerful? Su Chen could feel that Luotian was much more relaxed than before, and was obviously getting better. He couldn't help but ask with a smile. When Luotian heard this, he was ashamed and annoyed. He turned his head away and stopped talking to Su Chen. Su Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, Luotian's mouth was quite tough, but he has plenty of ways to deal with such a disobedient woman. Of course, she wants to convince herself. Thinking of this, Su Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a wicked smile. Everything in front of Luotian's eyes became blurry, and only Su Chen was left in front of him. The sounds around him became clearer and clearer, constantly hinting at what happened to him. Should we punish disobedient children? What do you think? Seeing that she didn't speak, Su Chen's remaining anger increased a little more, hitting the target directly. Wu! Luotian could only utter broken words from his mouth, and looked at Su Chen pitifully. Seeing that Su Chen wanted to continue, he quickly said, "You are amazing, you are the most amazing. Please be gentle and let me go." She felt that she had become very strange today. It turned out that this kind of thing really made both of them happy. When Su Chen heard this, he couldn't help but smile. Since it's so powerful, I naturally want you to taste it more. After all, spring nights are short and nights are long. After the words fell, Su Chen was no longer scrupulous but was enjoying the feast in front of him. After all, this is the most beautiful woman in ancient times, Luotian. She is the dream of hundreds of millions of male cultivators. But he got the first blood and made Luotian follow him willingly. He just made a fortune. He began to imagine what the children Luotian would give him in the future would look like. Would they look more like him or more like Luotian? He is the young master of the Su family, so it doesn't matter if he has many children. And there are no plastic bags in this world, so he can only stay inside. No, even if there are, he won't use that thing. Luotian is such a top-notch beauty, but not everywhere. At this moment, he thought of Yifan, the son of destiny who gave Luotian to him personally. He must be either dead or hiding somewhere to develop secretly. You are bad. Luotian's mind was confused, and she was so happy that she didn't know why, and could only spit out a broken rebuttal. No, please be gentle, please. Let me go. Luotian's broken voice couldn't even be connected into coherent sentences. How could Su Chen let her go so easily? Luotian was conceited, but he was not conceited yet. He grinned and thought of another method. Outside the door, Natasha just listened to the corner. Her cheeks turned red, but she didn't know what to say. Her whole figure was like a wooden man, frozen in place. She pursed her lips gently, originally thinking that Su Chen might be too lonely alone, and besides, she really missed Su Chen, so she didn't want to serve him. Unexpectedly, Su Chen got there first. Thinking of this, Natasha couldn't help but feel disappointed. I must come earlier next time. Lu Luo came over and saw Natasha, who looked lost. Just when she was about to ask what was wrong, she heard the blushing and heart-beating sound inside, and she immediately swallowed what she wanted to say. Her face turned red, and she looked at Natasha with a bit of confusion. I would be fine if I could just serve my master. Natasha looked in the direction expectantly. Lu Luo's cheeks turned red when she heard this. She didn't expect Natasha to discuss this with her so directly. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lu Luo covered her face and ran away shyly. Natasha didn't know why Lu Luo suddenly left, but she didn't think much about. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he just said. After all, procreating children is a common thing in their beast tribe, and it is the most important thing. Polygamy is also normal. In many cases, in order to ensure children, they will also serve at the same time. Phenomenon occurs. Time came to noon in a blink of an eye, and Su-chun worked hard all night, until it was just dawn, and it ended because Luoshan really couldn't hold on any longer. It was noon after this sleep, and everyone else knew what was going on inside, and they all made a tacit agreement not to disturb them. After Su-chun woke up, the others were still having lunch. He yawned and said casually, "Are you taking us with you?" Yi Zhuiwei looked at Su-chen's satisfied look and felt a little uncomfortable. When she thought of her man being shared with others, although she had been mentally prepared before, it was unavoidable that she was a little bit offended, so she didn't say anything. "Yes, these are for Sister Luoshan." Lulua nodded, pointed to the untouched meal next to her, and then continued, "Sister Luoshan must be exhausted now. Eat some of these to replenish her strength." When Su-chun heard this, he immediately thought of the ridiculous night last night. In the end, Luoshan was so tired that he couldn't even speak. Looking at it this way, he really should make up for it. Thinking of this, Su-chun chuckled and said, "You are still thoughtful. Sister Luoshan, are you awake? When will you come over to eat?" Xiaoxian asked in confusion while crazily stuffing food into his mouth. "She's tired now, so I'd better take it to her." Su-chun thought about it and realized that he was indeed a little too crazy. Last night, Luoshan probably couldn't even walk now. Thinking of this, he chatted for a few more words, then took some food and went upstairs. Luoshan was a light sleeper and woke up as early as Su-chun went out. She subconsciously wanted to get out of bed, but when she moved even a little bit, she felt pain all over her body, and the pain below her body was so severe that she couldn't even walk. Su-chun just opened the door and came in. When he saw Luoshan walking like a robot, he quickly put the food on the table and helped her sit down. "You worked so hard last night, just take a good rest today. If you need anything, call me anytime." Su-chun couldn't help but say, looking at Luoshan with very gentle eyes. Luoshan was still a little uncomfortable with the sudden situation. She subconsciously turned her head away, and then said, "I'm not that fragile. It's nothing serious. It's not that I'm seriously injured and can't walk." Hearing this, Su-chun looked at Luoshan seriously, and then said, "Don't say such depressing words as being injured. Although you are fine, I feel sorry for you. Just listen to me and rest well." Luoshan couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. In her impression, men don't cherish what they get, and only what they can't get is the best. But Su-chun didn't, and even valued it more and more after getting it. Thinking of this, Luoshan instantly felt that he had found a good man. Thinking of this, Luoshan smiled sweetly and said, "I understand." Only then did Su-chun smile. "Eat these first. If you want to eat anything else, just tell me."
Su-chen chuckled.
"There's so much, let's eat together. You came up just after you went down, and you didn't eat much at first glance." Luoshan couldn't help but share. The food prepared in this inn is specially provided for immortal cultivators. Eating it is also good for one's own cultivation. Luoshan has spent so much energy, so eating a little to replenish it is a good choice. The meal the two of them had was a mixture of honey and oil. After recuperating in the inn for a few days, a few people also inquired about some news about the 7th Prince's palace. Now there are only 3 powerful quasi-emperors in the 7th Prince's palace. The other 4 are not here, because they have something to do. Now is the last time to go. Good timing. Without further ado, Su-chun made a quick decision, picked a good day, and headed to the 7th Prince's mansion with great fanfare. It is said that the hierarchy of the 7 princely palaces is extremely strict. They are imitating the ancient prince system. Although they are all at the peak of the quasi-emperor, they are ranked from the 1st prince to the 7th prince because of their deepness. As for other children, except for the prince's biological children who are called the princes, the other collateral cousins are of very low status and have to serve them. It is precisely because of this that the children they give birth to have the same status as them, and they cannot enjoy good cultivation resources and are gradually excluded. Under this extremely unfair treatment, the gap in levels is getting worse and worse. The good ones are always good, and the bad ones are always bad. It is simply trapped in a vicious cycle. Over time, not many newborns are born. As soon as Su Chen heard it, he instantly felt as if he had returned to the feudal era. Now this is clearly the world of cultivation. How can such feudal dregs still exist? I really want to be an emperor, I want to be crazy. Soon several people arrived here. There is a plaque at the entrance of the 7th prince's mansion, and the surroundings are decorated with ancient styles. If you ignore the spiritual energy flowing in it, you would really think you have come to a feudal dynasty. This gate is naturally not an ordinary gate. It is covered with spiritual energy. The surrounding palace walls are not very high, and you can roughly see the majestic and magnificent pavilions inside. A light blue semicircular transparent cover covers the entire Qi prince's mansion, almost covering the entire island. End of this chapter. Although the 7th prince's mansion has declined now, its foundation is still there, so this protective formation is not simple, and it is comparable to the Lin family. But so what? Even Su Chen of the Lin family did not take it seriously, let alone the 7th prince's mansion. Su Chen smiled coldly, looked at Yizhue next to him, and then said, "Just bombard it until it opens." Yizhue nodded and immediately launched an offensive without mercy, and the strong spiritual power instantly hit the protective shield above. The protective shield trembled slightly, but it could still withstand it at first, but no matter how hard the protective shield was, it could not withstand such repeated bombings, and soon a hole was broken. Then, the hole became bigger and bigger and continued to spread, and finally, it was directly shattered to the ground. The 3rd prince, who was still asleep, heard the servant's report, and immediately thought of the situation of the Lin family at the time and hurried to deal with it. The 4th prince and the 5th prince were also traveling with him. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw the extremely arrogant Su Chen, followed by several women. The 3rd prince saw that his protective formation had been broken, and he was the first to speak angrily. "You, a yellow-haired boy, are so bold that you openly provoke my 7th prince's mansion. I advise you to be sensible and submit obediently, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Su Chen couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He thought they were just implementing this system internally, but he never expected that this person really thought he was a prince. "How dare you? You are a prince, and I still say I am the emperor. Why don't you kneel down to me quickly?" Su Chen snorted coldly, not scared by the 3rd prince at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoxian couldn't help but laugh, and instantly joined in. "How dare you? Why don't you kowtow and kneel down to see the emperor of the dynasty? What are you doing here?" When the 3rd prince heard this, he felt his blood boiling, and even the 4th prince and the 5th prince next to him looked very ugly. Although they didn't know why the Lin family was bullied by a yellow-haired kid, there were 3 powerful people at the peak of the quasi-emperor level. How could a mere great saint level turn the world upside down? Yizhue's cultivation was so strong that they had no way to detect it. Even Luluo, who was also at the peak of the quasi-emperor level, was much higher than them. However, they were very proud. Although they couldn't see the cultivation of the 2 people in front of them, they subconsciously thought that their cultivation was not high, or that they were carrying treasures that hid their cultivation. They also had tempers. Since Su Chen and the others were so ungrateful, they would also be polite. "In that case, this prince will teach you a lesson today and let you know what you should and shouldn't provoke." The 4th prince sneered and began to rub his hands. "That's right, we are not that useless Lin family. You have kicked the steel plate today. This prince will definitely make you regret your choice today." The 5th prince also had a bloodthirsty smile on his face, looking at Su Chen, and the others as if he was looking at a dead object. Su Chen couldn't help laughing when he heard this. At that time there were many people with quasi-emperor peak cultivation in the Lin family, but he killed them all. I wonder what confidence these three quasi-emperor peak people have. Thinking of this, Su Chen also said, in this case, let me see how strong you are. Don't wait until you are beaten to kneel on the ground and can't even get. It will be embarrassing then. After the voice fell, he looked at the people in front of him with interest. This naked provocation made the three people who were pampered in their daily lives unable to sit still instantly. The fifth prince was the first to break his skills and rushed directly towards Su Chen. But Su Chen didn't move his body, and Luluwa next to him had already arrived in front of the fifth prince. Just one attack blocked the fifth prince's steps. The moment Luluwa made a move, the fifth prince instantly felt that his cultivation level was definitely not lower than his. The woman in front of him was so young and beautiful, but her cultivation was so high. The fifth prince was secretly shocked, and at the same time he began to look at Luluwa seriously. The woman in front of him had peach lips and a pink face, and a pair of big eyes that were very smart, like the warm sun in early spring, and a delicate little face with a bit of childishness. The light green skirt on her body outlined her perfect figure, with a surging and bulging chest, but she was born with slender limbs and a long neck. She was so beautiful. The fifth prince couldn't help but raise his head slightly to cover up the greed in his eyes, coughed softly, and showed a confident smile. I didn't expect that a woman like you could cultivate to the peak realm of the quasi-emperor. You must have suffered a lot during this period. The fifth prince said. Luluwa didn't know what medicine he was selling in the gourd, and she immediately became interested and began to wonder what ivory this fifth prince could spit out of his dog's mouth. She snorted coldly, and then replied, "It's just the peak of the quasi-emperor. What's so strange about it? I think you are a good match for me. That young man is only at the level of the great saint now, and he is not worthy of you at all. Only someone with a noble status and strong cultivation like me can do it. If you are willing, I am willing to let you be my 9th concubine." Although the fifth prince was a little dissatisfied with Luluwa's attitude, she was a master after all, so it was normal for her to have some confidence. The fifth prince was more interested in this little hot pepper. He subconsciously felt that the woman in front of him was playing hard to get. When Luluwa heard what he said, she couldn't help laughing. Concubine or the 9th room. This old thing is really a toad. He is ugly but still plays with flowers. He is born to daydream every day. Dreams have everything. I suggest you just dream. It will be faster. Luolu immediately responded without any hesitation. When the fifth prince heard this, he was also a little impatient. Although beautiful roses always have thorns, this method is good to play a little. Playing a little is fun, but playing too much is not knowing what is good for you. This prince is talking to you now because I think highly of you. There are also limits to playing hard to get. When this prince loses patience, it will not be like this now. The fifth prince couldn't help but remind him. Luolu was almost disgusted by him. How could this person in front of him be so confident when he was so ordinary? Playing hard to get, you big head ghost, you are not even as good as a finger of my master. I must be blind to like you. Luolu couldn't help but say. Her little face flushed, wishing to send him to heaven immediately. The fifth prince was also anxious when he heard this. How dare you compare me with an ant who is only at the great saint level? You are really blind. I am a noble prince and at the peak of the quasi-emperor level. You are marrying up to me by becoming my 9th concubine. The fifth prince couldn't help but say. This shameless skill is beyond comparison with ordinary people. How did the fifth prince manage to be so ordinary and so confident at the same time? Luluwa was speechless, and finally laughed out loud. In this case, we have nothing to say, just go to war. Luluwa looked at the fifth prince coldly, and must teach him a lesson. When the fifth prince heard this, he immediately felt that Luluwa was ungrateful. She was lucky to be able to like her, and she was still being picky here. Thinking of this, the fifth prince stopped being polite and immediately launched an offensive. Although he has reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor, years of pampering have reduced his actual combat ability to almost zero. The last few times Lu Luo had experienced were dungeons of hell difficulty, and coupled with her combat experience, she had many times more experience than the fifth prince. Comparing the two, the fifth prince quickly fell into a disadvantage. When the other two princes saw their brothers being bullied, they lost their composure for a moment. Isn't this just a slap in the face of the seventh prince's house? The fourth prince was the first to lose his composure and flew up directly to fight with Lu Luo. Lu Luo was able to deal with one with ease, but was clearly unable to deal with two. She was stunned and was slapped by the fourth prince. Lu Luo couldn't help but take 2 steps back, covering her chest and spitting out a mouthful of blood. She looked ugly and said angrily, "You guys are so ungrateful. You actually hit one person with 2 people. We never said we were going to fight one another from beginning to end, and we are united to deal with disobedient bastards like you. What's the problem?" The fourth prince fully demonstrated his ability to be thick-skinned, and what he said was so infuriating that it cost people their lives. Lulua's little face turned red with anger, but she was angry and didn't know how to refute the 2 of them. She really agreed with that sentence. The most humble person is invincible. Chen didn't expect the 2 of them to be so shameless. He originally wanted to let Lulua handle it himself, but he didn't expect that there were so few of them. Especially after Lulua vomited blood, Chen's face immediately became ugly. He quickly came to the fourth prince and kicked him hard. Chen was very fast, and the fourth prince's attention was all on Lulua. He was caught off guard and received the kick forcefully. The fourth prince took several steps back and shouted angrily, "Who dares to kick this prince? I will cut you into pieces today. You 2 deserve to be from the 7th prince's palace. Even your confidence is exactly the same." Chen looked at the fourth prince coldly, and then said, "Even bullying the small with the more and bullying the small with the big, they do it openly." The fourth prince was kicked and was already angry. Now when he heard what Chen said, although he felt guilty, he was even more angry. "How dare you? This world values strength. You, an ant in the great saint realm, actually dare to talk to me like this?" The fourth prince said angrily, looking like he wanted to eat Chen alive right away. "You must be the man that little bitch likes. He really has no vision. Today, I will spank you until your ass is wet. You will kneel down and beg for mercy. Let her know what kind of man is worthy of him." The fifth prince was still brooding over what had just been rejected. At this moment, the male's vanity exploded, and he couldn't wait to defeat Chen and prove himself. The fourth prince didn't like Chen, so he simply gave up this opportunity to the prince. Chen was really angry at the 2 of them. His head was really empty. There was the sound of water sloshing around, and he didn't have a lot of brains at all. They also didn't think about how if it was really an ordinary great saint realm practitioner who could kick him at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor, even if he was unprepared, he would not be discovered. Chen felt that chatting with these people would lower his IQ, so he simply summoned the blue-tempered spirit fire and took the lead in attacking the fifth prince. Blue-tempered spiritual fire. After all, the fifth prince was well informed. When he saw the spiritual fire, his face immediately showed a look of fanaticism. Unexpectedly, this little-known boy actually has such a treasure. He already practices fire-based skills. If he can get this spiritual fire, he will get twice the result with half the effort. Thinking of this, the fifth prince quickly avoided and struck Chen hard. This time, full force was used, and even the surrounding space was slightly distorted. The entire air was wrapped in a hurricane, and the flames burned fiercely and became more and more powerful. He is confident and can kill with one hit. But unexpectedly, Chen just turned slightly to the side and instantly dodged the killing blow. The fifth prince was secretly frightened, knowing that even a powerful person in the quasi-emperor realm could not completely avoid the attack he made just now. And this young boy managed to escape so easily? For a moment he had a bad feeling in his heart. There is some strength, but the gap between us is like a chasm. I advise you to be more sensible and just surrender. The fifth prince squinted his eyes, with a cold aura in his eyes. When Chen heard this, he couldn't help but sneered, and responded to the fifth prince with an even more fierce attack. The fifth prince hurriedly ran away and said angrily, "Since you don't eat the toast and you have to drink as a penalty, then don't blame me for being rude." The two immediately started fighting. But what makes the fifth prince even more frightened is that although the person in front of him is only in the realm of the great sage, his strength far exceeds that of the great sage. As he fought, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. This is the great saint realm. He would believe it if he was told that it was the quasi-emperor realm. The fifth prince couldn't help but use all his energy to deal with it, but it couldn't stop him from gradually becoming powerless. In addition, he had consumed a lot of spiritual power in the previous battle. With green rose, and now his movements were getting slower and slower, and his body was getting heavier and heavier. In the end, he was hit in the arm by Chen. The blazing flames immediately burned, and the dark blue flames in the sky were like the summons of a demon. It seemed that the fifth prince would leave this beautiful world in the next moment. His skin was burning. Although he practiced fire-related skills and had a tolerance for flames that was different from that of ordinary people, cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead at this moment. In the end, he simply screamed in pain, "Ah, you bitch! This prince must kill you." When the fourth prince saw the miserable state of the fifth prince, the look of watching a good show on his face also subsided. He originally thought that the fifth prince would be able to handle this great saint realm person by himself, but he never expected that this would be the result. And Chen stood there calmly, controlling the spiritual fire, moving it over the fifth prince's body as if he was roasting meat. The fourth prince was anxious and was about to rush over to stop Chen. But Luluo had further discovered his intentions, so how could he let him disturb Chen? She dodged and came directly to the fourth prince. "Your opponent is me," Luluo said with a smile. The expression on her face was a bit happy. "Just now I was defeated steadily by two people, and now I can finally get my revenge." Plus, Chen was there to help her vent her anger, and she felt warm in her heart. Thinking of this, Luluo immediately launched an offensive without hesitation. The fourth prince couldn't help cursing in his heart. "This bitch," but he was trapped by potholes and couldn't break free, so he was forced to fight. Because he was so anxious, the instructions in his hand became more and more chaotic. In the end, he was directly hit to the ground by the green radish. The third prince originally thought that Chen was just a young boy and not something to be afraid of, but the development of the facts now completely exceeded his imagination. His face became increasingly ugly, and finally he couldn't help but take action. Among the three, he has the highest cultivation level. But before he could join the battlefield, Yizhuiwei came to him. "Your opponent is me. Where are you going now?" Yizhuiwei looked at the third prince with a half-smile, walking slowly in the air, rising step by step, and the bell made a slight sound under her movements. The third prince looked at the woman in front of him and suddenly became wary. Who can tell him why the people around Chen are so terrifying? It doesn't matter if one or two of them have a high level of cultivation. Those who don't have a high level of cultivation can also challenge them. Following the previous example, the third prince did not dare to take it lightly this time. "My prince advises you not to stop me. After all, swords have no eyes. Would be bad if I hurt a little beauty like you." The third prince's eyes lingered up and down Yizhui's body. Although there was a bit of regret in his words, anyone with a discerning eye could tell what she was thinking at a glance. Thinking of this, Yizhui couldn't help but look at her with a bit of disgust. She really thought about things with her lower body, and she didn't even look at her identity, but he actually dared to think about her. Yue took action without hesitation, and immediately attacked the third prince with surging spiritual power. Almost instantly, the smile on the third prince's face froze, and he could clearly feel the destructive power contained in it. The smile on his face gradually turned frightened. Let alone the peak of quasi-emperor, he was probably already on the threshold of the great emperor realm. This woman is so terrifying, just like the powerful man from Ziwei Pavilion. At this moment, he could no longer maintain the calmness on his face, and hurriedly avoided the blow, but was still knocked down by the aftermath, feeling extremely painful in his internal organs. The whole body seemed to be stirred together. The third prince took a breath of pain, and his face was uglier than eating shit. I thought you were capable of something, but after just one blow you couldn't bear it, and that's all. Seeing his useless look, Yue suddenly felt bored. You can't even compare to one of Su Chen's fingers. She yawned lazily, with a bit of scorn in her beautiful eyes, as if the person in front of her was just a humble dust, not worthy of her eyes. The third prince was irritated by his attitude, especially when he was hospitalized, and compared it with that ant in the Great Saint realm. He instantly felt offended, and when Yue said this, he didn't even look at his own strength. He was only at the peak of the quasi-emperor, so how could he fight beyond the level? However, although he was angry in his heart, the third prince was not a person who acted on impulse. He knew that if this situation continued, the three of them would be here today. Thinking of this, the third prince quickly took out a bone flute. No matter how powerful you are just a prostitute. I advise you to be wise and surrender quickly, otherwise don't blame us for destroying you in a while. The third prince put the flute to his mouth and looked at Yue with squinted eyes. He has been stuck at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor for many years. If this woman knew better, she might be able to be with him. If the two of them practice dual cultivation, they will definitely get twice the result with half the effort, and they may even be able to spy on the legendary threshold of the great emperor. Thinking of this, the third prince's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. Yue didn't expect that at such a time, the third prince would still have the courage to say such things. She couldn't help but laugh coldly, and couldn't help but start to wonder what weird things he could do next. If you have any tricks, just come over. It's useless to just grow a mouth and say it. Don't lose your wife and lose your troops when the time comes. Yue said slowly, with a bit of contempt in her eyes. When the third prince heard this, he immediately felt that the woman was ungrateful, but he felt that he could not do anything to her now. He gritted his teeth tightly and played the flute without hesitation. The ethereal flute sound came out instantly with him as the center and quickly spread to the surroundings. Yue thought this was some new technique, but it was just a flute used to communicate. He seems to be bringing in reinforcements. Yue, be careful. Natasha, who had been doing nothing in the back, immediately realized what the third prince was going to do. After all, there are only 3 princes in the 7 princes palace now, and the third prince may have wanted to find those 4 princes just now. So what if they come? I will kill one. It just saves time and I don't have to look for them. Yue didn't take them seriously, raising her chin slightly, with a confident smile on her bright face. When the third prince heard this, he was furious, but soon found that he didn't even have a chance to refute her. Don't be too proud. When my eldest and second brothers come back, you will die. The third prince said through gritted teeth. I will wait here to see who will die. Not only will I wait, but I will also let you see with your own eyes that the powerful eldest and second brothers in your mind are severely trampled under my feet. When Yue heard this, she had a bit of a smile on her face, and her words were merciless, poking into the third prince's heart with every word. The third prince was at a loss for words and didn't know how to reply. He opened his lips for a long time and finally uttered only a few words. When They come back. Let's see if you can still be strong. The fourth and fifth princes who were fighting against Suchen Luluo were already on the verge of spiritual exhaustion, but the two people opposite them seemed not to be tired at all, and instead became more and more frustrated. Grass, are you devils? The fourth prince couldn't help but uttered a curse word. He was a little doubtful about life. They were both at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors, but why? Was this woman so powerful? End of chapter. Luo and the fourth prince fought back and forth, and were quite excited. After all, the previous ones were either beaten to death too easily or their cultivation level was too high, so she didn't have the opportunity to show her skills. Now that she finally had a free sparring partner, Luo immediately became interested and tortured him bit by bit. The fifth prince was not much better. Although Su Chun looked ordinary in cultivation, he had an extremely difficult spiritual fire which made him almost unable to retreat. In the end, it was the fifth prince with the lowest cultivation who couldn't hold on. He couldn't help but scream, and the dark blue flames instantly crawled all over his body, and in the blink of an eye he was completely covered in it. The fifth prince panicked and tried to escape, but the more he struggled, the faster the flames climbed, and finally almost covered his cheeks. Devil! You crazy devil! You must be an evil cultivator, otherwise how could the great Saint Realm be so strong? The fifth prince screamed heartbreakingly. His eyes were bloodshot, and veins on his face were bulging. He looked like he wanted to pull out Su Chen's heart and drink Su Chen's blood. Su Chun couldn't help but smile mockingly when he saw his hideous appearance. He slowly came to the fifth prince, staring at him from a distance across the flames, opened his thin lips and uttered a few words. If you are a beginner, practice more. The fifth prince was furious when he heard this, but he couldn't move at all now, and the flames almost burned his soul out. He saw that Su Chun wanted to kill him, and he was immediately scared. Now he finally felt the taste of fear. The huge fear surrounded him, and he was no longer the bossy look just now. Please let me go. Whatever you want, I will give you whatever I have. Just spare my life. The fifth prince spoke faster and faster, and his words were tinged with pleading. Su Chun seemed to have heard a big joke, and sneered. I will kill you. Directly. All your treasures belong to me. Why should I keep you as a scourge? The fifth prince's face was very ugly, because Su Chun was right. Whether he killed him or not, Su Chun had a way to put his treasures into his pocket. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and immediately knew that begging for mercy would not win the softness of the person in front of him, so he gave up. Struggling, he quickly rushed towards Su Chun, intending to die with Su Chun. If he couldn't survive, Su Chun wouldn't be able to survive. Although the blue-tempered spiritual fire was a divine spiritual fire, it was extremely domineering and tyrannical. If its owner was not careful, he would be hurt. What he had to do now was to attract the fire. When these flames reach Su Chun, even if Su Chun doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. Thinking of this, the smile on the face of the fifth prince was a little crazy. Even if he died today, so what? It's not a loss to be able to take off the skin and take the blame. As for the other people who don't know what's good for them, they will naturally be dealt with by his elder brothers, and none of them can escape. Thinking of this, the smile on the prince's face became more and more crazy, as if he had seen Su Chen's painful wailing. Unexpectedly, the fifth prince even hugged Su Chen tightly, but the flames seemed to have intelligence and directly bypassed Su Chen. Even because of the fifth prince's actions, the blue-tempered spirit fire was angered. The flames burned more and more fiercely, and the fifth prince's limbs had begun to degenerate. His whole body was black like charcoal, and the blood was evaporated the moment it flowed out. The fifth prince was completely scared now. The man in front of him was not a human being at all, but a devil. Thinking of this, he cried with snot and tears. Fourth brother, third brother, save me, I don't want to die yet. The fourth and third brothers he called were also overwhelmed at the moment. Their own safety was in question, so how could they have the extra energy to care about the fifth prince? Ah! It hurts so much, help! Someone save me! The fifth prince rolled on the ground in pain, but the spiritual fire could not be extinguished in this way. In the end, his throat was burned and hoarse, and he couldn't make any sound. The fourth prince usually had the best relationship with the fifth prince. Now, seeing his miserable state, his eyes were red with anxiety, but he couldn't get over it because of Lulua's entanglement. In the end, he could only watch his brother die in front of him. You vicious woman! You killed my fifth brother! The fourth prince looked heartbroken, as if Lulua was the culprit who killed the fifth prince. Luluo was confused by his illogical reasoning. It was obviously the fifth prince who provoked him first, and then he couldn't beat him, so what did he have to do with his death? Besides, this world is the law of the jungle. He died because he was not as skilled as others. Who can he blame? But even if Luoluo said these reasons, it would be like talking to a cow. So what? He deserves to die. Who knew that his cultivation level is so low? Luoluo knew how to stab people in the heart. She smiled evilly and said, "Besides, my master is just a great saint. The martial prince is a little too weak. He deserves to die." When the fourth prince heard this, he was so angry that his teeth were about to break, but Luoluo was right. He was so angry that he kept saying "you" for a long time. In the end, he could only turn his grief and anger into motivation and continue to fight with Luoluo. But he was not as good as Luoluo. Now, even if he fought desperately, he gradually showed a trend of decline. Seeing that Luluo was handling the situation with ease, she was even a little distracted at the end. The fourth prince was completely furious. He had been in Dongzhou for so many years, and everyone was respectful to him. When had he ever suffered such a great humiliation? Moreover, she was just a little girl, which was too embarrassing. Even if he risked his life today, he would make these people pay the price. Thinking of this, the fourth prince suddenly took out a pill and swallowed it into his stomach. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his spiritual power suddenly surged and climbed rapidly. He stared at Luluo with his eyes fixed on her. With a wave of his hand, the surging spiritual power almost tore this space apart. Luluo was slightly shocked, burning her essence and blood in a short period of time, and eating this kind of pill would cause endless troubles to her body. He actually did this? Before she could be surprised, the fourth prince had already launched an offensive with deadly moves, without any delay, and was determined to kill Luluo. Green Rose gradually became powerless, and even had small wounds on her body. Because she couldn't dodge in time, she dodged the attack of the fourth prince again. The fourth prince was like a piece of sticky candy, and she couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard she tried. There was a loud boom, and Luluo fell directly onto the wall. She stood up with great effort. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes were fixed on the frantic fourth prince. There was fear in her beautiful eyes, but she was stubborn and refused to ask for mercy. The light green clothes on her body were stained with large areas of blood. However, the fourth prince did not intend to let Luluo go. His 5 fingers formed claws, and he rushed towards Luluo with an unstoppable momentum. Luluo subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Under the strong pressure, she couldn't even move half an inch. Her eyes were gradually filled with fear, and she couldn't help but close her eyes. At the critical moment, Yizhuiyue rushed over and struck directly at the fourth prince with his sword. The fourth prince was unable to dodge and had one of his arms cut off. He stepped back several steps, with scarlet eyes, looking at Yizhuiyue with gritted teeth, and said word by word, "You bitch! I will definitely kill you." The momentum around him surged, exuding a terrifying aura. The whole sky was filled with strong winds, and the sky also changed color. Thick dark clouds enveloped the world, and there were bursts of lightning. Izhuiwe stood against the light. The skirt on her body moved smoothly, without any wind. Her flowing hair outlined her perfect outline, her little, cherry mouth slightly curled up in a mocking arc. Oh! Izhuiwe's eyes narrowed slightly, unusually unfocused. You are just the threshold to see me now. After she finished speaking, she raised her sword and quickly cut off the fourth prince's other arm. The speed was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen with the naked. The fourth prince didn't even have time to struggle, and blood spurted out instantly. The residual limb fell to the ground, even retaining its previous state, and moved twice unconsciously. The fourth prince's eyes were as big as copper bells. After he realized what he had suffered, he immediately screamed in pain. Ah, you bitch! My hand! I must got you. In his excitement, he even forgot to mention it to me. His bloodshot eyes stared at Izhuiwe, and his two hands were gone, which looked particularly strange. Who is Izhuiwe? She has seen many big events, so why would she take the fourth prince's behavior seriously? She just raised her eyebrows slightly, looked at Lu Luo as if nothing had happened, and asked, How are you doing now? I have chopped off the two hands. He used to deal with you. Next, he will avenge you. When Luluwa heard this, she was unable to make a sound for a short time and just looked at Izhuiwe with watery eyes. Then, she nodded vigorously, with a touched face. Zhuiwe, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have just... She didn't finish her words, but she was already crying. Not sure if she was scared or moved. We are all a family, so we should help you. Izhuiwe didn't know how to face Luluwa's surging emotions, so she turned her head away unnaturally and focused on the fourth prince again. The fourth prince is almost going crazy at this moment, especially the instigator, but he still doesn't take him seriously. This is simply rebellion against Tiangang. In a rage, the fourth prince rushed towards Izhuiwe regardless, as if he wanted to die with her, but Izhuiwe quickly dodged it and hit him directly on the back. The fourth prince was furious, and he was caught off guard by such a heavy blow. He fell directly to the ground, twitching in pain. When the third prince saw the miserable state of the fourth prince, an angry look appeared on his face. He rushed towards Izhuiwe, but was slapped away by Izhuiwe, and the fifth prince has completely turned into ashes. Su Chun came to Izhuiwe, hugged her directly, and declared her sovereignty. He looked down at the two people lying on the ground, and said with ridicule in his eyes, I thought you seventh prince's mansion was so capable, but it turns out it's nothing more than that. Don't be arrogant. When my eldest and second brothers come back, you will. Before the third prince could finish speaking, overwhelming pressure came over him, and he felt as if the burden on his body was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. It was so heavy that it was difficult for him to even take a breath. He bared his teeth in pain and couldn't help but crawl to the ground, lying there like a dog, forced to look up at the two of them. Su Chun smiled coldly and said without any politeness, Then I want to see if you are better than your eldest and second brothers, or if you are better than us. Natasha, Luoshin, and Shaoxian have already entered the seventh prince's mansion first, and the first thing they will do is to raid the treasures inside. Su Chun was not in a hurry at the moment and watched the third and fourth princes struggling here with great interest. Seeing these people crying, he felt no guilt at all. After all, these people had participated in strangulating him in his previous life, and they all deserved to die. Suddenly, above the sky, the thick dark clouds suddenly parted with a glimmer of light, and then, four figures appeared gracefully. The leader suddenly roared angrily. His appearance was unknown, but the sound had already reached everyone's ears. A bold maniac. How dare you openly do evil in the seventh prince's mansion? Hope I won't kill you today as a warning to others. The figure of a man who looked like an octogenarian appeared. He looked like a child with white hair, but the ferocious expression on his face completely destroyed his fairy-like appearance. There were 3 men following behind him. They were all dressed in very gorgeous clothes, and they looked like they were either rich or noble. Chen raised his eyebrows and roughly knew that the one in the front should be the first prince. He smiled provocatively, and then said, "I want to do evil, so what? Who of you can stop me today?" After the voice fell, the blue-tempered spirit fire directly attacked the 3rd prince and the 5th prince. Originally, the 2 were unable to move under the pressure of Yizhuiwei, and now they had to take this attack. The heart-wrenching screams of the 2 were instantly heard in the air, and the 3rd prince even shouted like a pig being slaughtered, and he was pissed, and begged for mercy from Chen. "Please let me go. I can't stand it. If this goes on, I will really die." No matter how he called for help, Chen was unmoved. The bodies of the 2 turned into 2 ashes in front of everyone. This scene undoubtedly showed that he did not take the 1st prince seriously. The 1st prince was instantly angry, and came directly in front of Chen, drew his sword and slashed at Chen. He is indeed the strongest among the 7 princes, and his cultivation and pressure are incomparable to the 3rd prince. But before his sword even had time to land on Chen's head, Yizhuiwei took the lead. I saw that Yizhuiwei only moved her hand slightly, and then immediately blocked the great prince who was advancing forward just now. The eldest prince looked at Yizhuiwei in shock. How could a woman easily neutralize his attack? Before he could think about it, Yizhuiwei didn't give him a chance and struck directly with his sword. His movements were clean and neat without any sloppiness. The eldest prince ducked away in shock. He almost couldn't control himself just now, but luckily he hid quickly. This woman is quite interesting. The ground next to him had already left heavy cracks. "If you want to touch me, you must first ask if my partner agrees." Chen looked at the eldest prince with great interest. Remembering that he was at a loss what to do, he could be said to be very at ease and even in need of a beating. The great prince couldn't help but get angry. How could such a woman with such cultivation be worthy of a mere great saint? Thinking of this, the eldest prince couldn't help but glance at Yizhuiwei and saw that she was dressed in exotic clothes. She was different from the women he had seen, and she was extraordinarily charming. Her eyebrows were raised slightly, and her eyelashes, as long as crow feathers, trembled slightly, as if she didn't take the person in front of her seriously. The great prince couldn't help but squint his eyes and said to Yizhuiwei, "With your level of cultivation, being with this loser is simply a sign of humiliation. If you are willing, I am willing to let you be my royal concubine." Hearing this, Chen couldn't help laughing at first. Why are these 2 so confident? Is his woman that desirable? When Yizhuiwei heard this, she also showed an expression of laughter. She took 2 steps forward and walked slowly to the great prince. The crisp sound of bells spread in the air, and all the surrounding scenery seemed to disappear, leaving only Yizhuiwei's graceful figure swaying in the air. There was a bit of fanaticism in the prince's eyes, as if he had imagined the scene of Yizhuiwei by his side. "You said you want me to be your princess?" Yizhuiwei asked with a half-smile. The person in front of him is at the peak of quasi-emperor, and it seems that he has been enlightened for a long time. The other 2 people behind him have obviously just reached the peak of quasi-emperor, and their true strength is probably still around the mid-stage of quasi-emperor. Hearing Yizhuiwei's words, the eldest prince thought that she was moved. He couldn't help but raise his chin proudly, nodded, and then said, "That's right. Although you and Chen are together, my prince is not that pedantic. Only a woman of your strength is worthy of being my prince's concubine. However, you are also dirty after all. I need more of you. It is reasonable to have a concubine to relieve desires." The great prince said to himself. The more he spoke, the darker Yizhuiwei's face became. "I haven't agreed yet, but this man has started to fantasize about his future. life so shamelessly, which is a bit too confident. The eldest prince didn't seem to notice Yizhui's face, and continued, "But, don't worry. This king's princess will only be you. Don't worry about this. When you become a princess, you must be tolerant of others, and you still have to behave yourself." The eldest prince looked at Yizhui particularly deeply, with a bit of beating in his eyes, as if he was warning Yizhui as the principal palace not to embarrass others. "It's broad daylight, so don't daydream." Yizhui couldn't help but laugh. Turns out that people can really laugh out loud when they are extremely speechless. "What do you mean?" The eldest prince couldn't help but glance at Yizhui, and said pointedly, "There must be a limit to playing hard to get. It's normal to have a temper, but if it goes too far, it will become annoying." Until now, the great prince felt that what Yizhui said just now was intentional. "Are you kidding me? I don't want my Yizhui, who is strong, but I want to take a fancy to an old man like you." Su Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud and began to reply unceremoniously. When the great prince heard this, he was immediately furious. In fact, he was not a very talented person. He just relied on his deep family background and countless pills and spiritual treasures to get to where he is today. This has always been his pet peeve, but he didn't expect Su Chen to say it out loud. The prince was so angry that he immediately took out his sword and rushed
towards Su Chen.
But Yizhui was not a vegetarian. She immediately resisted his attack and quickly chopped towards his head. The eldest prince seemed to have some strength. He barely dodged the attack, and quickly attacked Su Chen. How could Yizhui allow him to hurt Su Chen? She immediately slashed at his back, and a wound instantly stained the prince's clothes. The eldest prince couldn't help but scream, and subconsciously touched his back with his hand, and felt a hand of blood. The second prince, the sixth prince, and the seventh prince were still watching the show, waiting for the eldest prince to show off his skills. But they did not expect this outcome. They suddenly became anxious and surrounded them. But before they could get in front of Yizhui, the belatedly arriving Shaoxian breathed flames on them, and Luluo also took the opportunity to tie them up. Luoshin even showed off his special skills. For a moment, the three princes were unable to move. The burning pain of the flames made their souls tremble. They looked at the three women in front of them with splitting eyes. "You three bitches, let me go quickly." The second prince was the first to speak out. The sixth prince and the seventh prince had lower cultivation levels. They were in so much pain that they could no longer make a sound under the raging fire of Tiandao. They could only struggle with ferocious expressions, but the spiritual fire seemed to have consciousness. No matter what they did, it was of no avail. The eldest prince was also frightened by this sudden change. His teeth chattered and he stared at Su Chen. "It's all because of you, bastard. Let's see if I don't kill you today." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly rushed towards Su Chen regardless of his injured back. Su Chen was about to summon the blue-tempered spirit fire to resist. But before the eldest prince could even reach Su Chen, he was slapped hard by Yizhui. The great prince couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, and quickly fell from the air, immediately making a big hole on the ground. Yizhui landed on the ground, stepped on the head of the great prince, and squeezed it hard several times. "People who want to hurt me don't look at how much they weigh," Yizhui said with a cold snort. The great prince was stepped on and could not utter a complete sentence at all. He could only fumble. The expression on his face betrayed his mood at the moment. His face was red with anger, veins popped out on his forehead, and his limbs were struggling, but under Yizhui's pressure, no matter how hard he struggled, it was to no avail. Su Chen walked up to the great prince and squatted down. End of chapter. "What should I do? You still want to kill me, but you don't even have the ability to stand up and fight me now." Su Chen laughed happily, even with a bit of provocation. The prince was furious when he saw this, but he couldn't move now, so he could only bear this humiliation. If you can give me all the valuable treasures on you now, I can still consider sparing your life now. Su Chen pinched the prince's neck, as if he was gently stroking it. But the prince's neck had turned red, and it was obvious that he had used a lot of strength. Yue had already stood aside, using her own pressure to force the prince to move. The prince stared at Su Chen, looking angry but not daring to speak. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Su Chen was not in a hurry, and said slowly, 1, 2. Seeing that Su Chen had summoned the blue quenching spirit fire, the prince finally knew that he was afraid, and nodded hurriedly, fearing that he would burn into ashes in the next second. The distance was too close, and he could clearly feel the power of death contained in the flame. Even though he was already at the peak of the quasi-emperor, the oppression he brought was even stronger than that of Yue, who was a half-step emperor. Su Chen was very satisfied with his understanding. He nodded and then said, in this case, hand over all the treasures. Yue lifted the pressure, and the prince's face turned red. After hesitating for a long time, he asked Su Chen, are you sure you can let me go? If I hand over all the treasures? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. I don't know who gave him the courage to negotiate with him. The prince seemed not to notice Su Chen's dissatisfaction. He looked at the 2 brothers who were suffering in the distance, and as if he had made up his mind, he continued, and let all 3 of them go. Su Chen subconsciously wanted to slap him to death, but when he thought of the original book he had read, the man in front of him kept playing tricks on him. When he was seriously injured, and he stopped thinking instantly. The same taste, you have to let him taste it to be fair. Thinking of this, Su Chen smiled and nodded very obediently, looking like an especially obedient and sunny boy. Of course, I always keep my word. Yue couldn't help but frown when she heard this. Now that they have offended the 7th prince's mansion so much, it is better to kill them directly, otherwise there will be endless troubles. She has never thought that Su Chen is really so soft-hearted that he would let the tiger go back to the mountain. Besides, the people in the 7th prince's mansion are all vindictive and have bad brains. If they are released, it is unknown what kind of trouble they will cause. However, seeing that Su Chen did not speak, Yue hesitated again, and just bit her lip and said nothing else. The prince gritted his teeth and felt that he was now under attack from all sides, and he could neither advance nor retreat. He knew that if he did not take out the treasure today, he might be able to survive. Although all these treasures were earned through hard work, if he didn't give them away, he might not even be able to save his life. If he lost his life, how could he talk about treasures? Comforting himself in his heart, the prince's silver teeth were almost broken, and finally he reluctantly handed the storage ring to Su Chen. Su Chen took the storage ring and looked at the treasures inside. It was really good, and he nodded with satisfaction. Can you let me go now? The prince looked aggrieved, but he usually had to be patient to ask Su Chen's opinion. Of course. Su Chen couldn't help but curl his lips, and then shouted to Xiaoxian and others in the distance. Let all 4 of them go, let them reunite. Xiaoxian was having a good time roasting meat here. It must be said that these cultivators in the cultivation world are thick-skinned and thick-skinned. After burning for a long time, they only felt pain. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would have been burned to ashes long ago. Hearing Su Chen's words, Xiaoxian was still a little reluctant to give up her new toy, but out of absolute obedience to her master, she reluctantly retracted the flame. Just like that, the 3 people who were half dead in the air lost their support and fell to the ground in an instant. After practicing to this level, the physical body was almost very strong. The 3 people fell to the ground together and smashed a big hole in the ground. When the prince saw this scene, his heart was aching. The 3 people saw that they were finally out of trouble, and they wanted to celebrate on the spot. God knows what kind of inhuman torture they had just experienced. When they thought that it was the prince who risked his life to save them, They were so moved that they quickly rushed towards the prince. The second prince was the first to say excitedly, "Brother!" The eyes of the other people also looked at him expectantly, like hungry wolves seeing meat. Just as the second prince was about to reach the first prince, Chen suddenly stabbed the second prince's chest with a sword at lightning speed. The second prince's eyes widened, looking at the big hole in his chest in disbelief, and he fell straight down. The other two princes stopped abruptly when they saw this tragic scene, and looked at Chen in horror. The first prince's eyes were even more bloodshot, and the distance between the two was only half a meter, and the blood on the second prince's body even sprayed on his face. You are not trustworthy. You clearly said you would let them go." The first prince was so angry that he trembled all over. If eyes could kill, Chen would have died thousands of times. Chen raised his eyebrows and said softly, "I did kill him. So what? If you have the guts, you can avenge him." The first prince's face became even uglier when he heard this. If they avenged the second prince, he would not have been forced to hand over his storage ring. Just now, "I not only want to kill the second elder but also the sixth prince and the seventh prince. I don't want any of them to run away." Chen yawned lazily. "How does it feel to watch your relatives die in front of you?" As soon as the voice fell, Yizhue quickly grabbed the sixth and seventh princes who wanted to run, and directly cut all their tendons in their hands and feet, and threw them in front of Chen like throwing garbage. Blood gushed out continuously, dyeing the entire ground red. The sixth prince and the seventh prince were not completely dead yet. They were twitching all over. Their faces turned pale due to excessive blood loss. They felt their lives slipping away bit by bit, but they could do nothing about it. The first prince was so angry that he could not say a word. He rushed towards
Chen, shouting,
"I must kill you! I must kill you!" Chen didn't even move, and watched helplessly as the great prince rushed towards him with his teeth and claws bared. At this critical moment, Yizhue swung his sword and cut off his head with one blow. Yizhue sheathed her sword and looked at the dead prince indifferently. She once worked under the Emperor Tiandao and has never been a kind person, so she does not have the slightest sense of mercy. Naturally, Chen, after all, in the original book, he was tortured by the great prince. He just wanted to bark like a dog. But he also had his dignity trampled on the ground. She thought that her current treatment was fair. Xiaoxian came over, kicked the eldest prince in disgust, and then said, "You don't even know that this seventh prince's mansion looks grand on the surface, but secretly it's disgusting to death." Chen had heard a little bit about this matter when he was reading, but he couldn't reveal the facts he knew, so he showed his doubts in a timely manner. There are many female slaves in the palace. They are all kept in animal pens, and eat with the animals. Some of them are even naked and have whip marks on their bodies. When it came to the latter part, Xiaoxian couldn't speak anymore. Thinking of the shocking scene, he felt sick in his heart. Natasha's people were abused by Rambo, and we also know what life those people lived, suffering both mental and physical abuse. They are just ordinary people with low cultivation. They have done nothing wrong and should not be treated like this. When I saw it, I wanted to kill all these sanctimonious guys. Let them taste the bitter fruits they have sown, Xiaoxian said angrily, his eyes almost bursting with anger. Chen touched Xiaoxian's hair comfortingly, and then continued, "What's going on now? How did you arrange those women?" "We released them all and let them go back to find their families. There is so much movement here, they should not dare to leave." Xiaoxian couldn't help but said, "It's really too much. Not only that, there are even many monks' natural weapons in the mansion. Only when a monk dies will a natal weapon become an ownerless magical weapon. With so many natal magical weapons, it is obvious that the seventh prince's palace has killed many innocent people indiscriminately. The aura on that aura hasn't dissipated yet. It was obviously killed recently. Can't fit in a room." When Xiaoxian said this, he couldn't help but clenched his fists. A person who cares so little about human life is not worthy of living in the world. On the surface, he claims to be a prince, but he is just relying on his status to do evil. Now we can be regarded as doing justice for heaven. Natasha pursed her lips and comforted Xiaoxian softly. When Xiaoxian heard this, he knew that things had already happened and nothing could be changed, so he could only nod helplessly. But this time I gained a lot. All the treasures in the 7th Prince's palace were looted by me and Natasha. Even the ones hidden underground were discovered by Luotian. I promised to loot them all. Xiaoxian couldn't be happy when she thought about it. Many of them are the personal magic weapons of those female slaves. They were deprived of their treasures and had no human rights. At this point, Xiaoxian shrugged his head and looked very frustrated. After all, as a woman, he could better understand the hard work and difficulty of those women. So, I couldn't help but do something. I don't know if the master will blame me. After the words fell, Xiaoxian looked at Su Chen pitifully, and couldn't help but have a hint of coquettishness in his tone. If you have anything to do, just say it. Su Chen was amused by her appearance. He originally wanted to scare Xiaoxian with a straight face, but he still couldn't bear to bully her. I gave all the girls magic weapons to them, and only the treasures that were left without owners were taken back by us. After Xiaoxian finished speaking, he immediately took a tentative look at Su Chen and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no obvious change in his expression. These things originally belonged to them, but now they are just returned to their original owners. Su Chen smiled. He thought it was something very important. When Xiaoxian heard this, she was completely happy, and all her worries were gone. With a change of tone, she continued, "But I did learn a lot of information. Inside, the current Lane Mountain was actually reopened by the remaining remnants of the Sun family and the Nangong family." Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Yizhuiyue and Luluo next to them were also a little curious. They thought that, with Dongzhou so chaotic, the Nangong family would have become mice and hide everywhere. They have been here for so long, and even the Sun family seems to have completely disappeared with no news at all. Yes, it's just that they changed their identities and occupied Lane Mountain. It is said that the Aboriginal people who used to be in Lane Mountain were brutally killed by them, or they were turned into slaves. Luotian also nodded, confirming the authenticity of Xiaoxian's words. One of the girls was a former resident of Lane Mountain, but because her family was occupied, she was forced to wander, so she was caught here. When Natasha said this, she pursed her lips slightly with a bit of unbearability in her eyes. "I didn't expect they found a good place." Su Chen squinted his eyes slightly, never expecting that the Sun family and the Nangong family were so cunning. When he was reading before, he thought that the Sun family and the Nangong family were annexed by emerging forces, but he didn't expect that they directly killed the big ones, exterminated all the indigenous people, and directly replaced them. Benefactors. At this moment, a voice as thin as a mosquito's whistle suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Su Chen immediately locked the location of the voice and saw a little girl in tattered clothes. She huddled behind the corner, her whole body was frighteningly thin, and had a pair of big bright eyes, but it made her look even thinner, like a walking human skeleton. When Xiaoxian saw the girl, she immediately went over and hugged her in her arms and then said to Su Chen, "It was this little girl who told us that he was one of the former aborigines of Lane Mountain." The little girl saw that the decisive figure here was Su Chen. Seeing that he was majestic and extraordinary, and could even kill all the 7 princes, she was a little scared. She pulled Xiaoxian's skirt nervously, looked at Su Chen carefully, and her dry little mouth opened and closed several times. After hesitating for a long time, she didn't say a word. "Just say whatever you want. The master is very good. Don't worry." Xiaoxian felt the trembling of the person in her arms. With a look of heartache on her face, and couldn't help but whisper when she spoke. Su Chen walked up to the little girl, showed a friendly smile, and asked, softly, "Little sister, can you tell me your name?" The little girl struggled for a long time, as if she had made a great decision, and then she said carefully, "My name is Arnold. Arnold, can you tell me? Did you call us just now to help you with anything?" Su Chen was still a little helpless in dealing with such a big girl, and could only soften his tone as much as possible. Arnold was obviously not as nervous as before. After hesitating for a long time, blinking his beautiful big eyes, he said carefully, "I am homeless. They all have their own homes to return to, but I don't." At the end, she couldn't help crying softly, and bean-sized tears slid from the corners of her eyes, one after another, but she stubbornly didn't let herself make a sound, only making a very small sobbing sound. The little girl didn't look very old, and her home was occupied by the Sun family and the Nangong family. Now she has suffered so much inhuman treatment. In the 7th prince's mansion, if it were an ordinary little girl, I'm afraid she would have gone crazy long ago. "Your family members are all gone?" Natasha asked subconsciously with a clear pause in the middle. When she blurted out the question, she realized that this might hit Arnold. Arnold shook his head at first, but soon nodded quickly as if he had thought of something. This attitude, in the eyes of several people, clearly had something to say. "Arnold, save people to the end. Send Buddha to the West, just say whatever you want. Don't be afraid." Natasha was the most gentle among them, and she immediately comforted Arnold in a soft voice, trying to make her relax. When Arnold heard this, he blinked his big eyes, hesitated for a long time, and then made up his mind and said, "No, you can save me. I am very grateful. Lane Mountain is too dangerous. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. There are sufficient thunder elements all around, and lingering in the river will hurt people." Hearing this, the clever Luotian immediately knew that Arnold's family members were still in Lane Mountain. "Even if your family is not there, we must go to Lane Mountain. Don't feel any psychological burden." Luotian comforted him at the right time. When Arnold heard this, he immediately waved his hands and said in panic, "Don't go there. It's terrible. Although the people of the Sun family and the Nangong family are united on the surface, they are actually tit for tat and no one trusts each other. Lane Mountain is very dangerous now, and they also prevent outsiders from entering and leaving." After Arnold finished speaking in one breath, as if to confirm what they said, he continued, "Once an outsider enters Lane Mountain, they will find it immediately." Hearing this, Su Chen was thoughtful. It seems that they can't attack Lane Mountain directly, and they still have to make a long-term plan. It is said that there are a full 10 quasi-emperor peak realm masters in Lane Mountain. Although some people's cultivation has not reached the complete quasi-emperor peak realm, it is extremely easy to suffer in such a terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. No matter what, we must go there. Even if we have to force our way through, we must get there. Su Chen said, "If you want to find your family and are not afraid of death, you can choose to go with us. If you are afraid, you can find a place to stay at will. After all, Arnold is too young, and he has experienced so many hardships. Even if he does not return to Lane Mountain, it is understandable." Su Chen still puts the choice of whether to return to Lane Mountain on Arnold. Arnold hesitated for a while, as if he had experienced a serious ideological struggle, and suddenly made up his mind. He clenched his fists and said, "I am the saint of the Lane people. They were trapped on Lane Mountain in order to escort me away. I can't forget my loyalty for the sake of profit. Even if I die, I will die with my people. Lane Mountain has been annexed by the Sun family and the Nangong family. How can your people survive? Your current cultivation is still very low. Otherwise, it is better not to take this risk." Natasha looked at Arnold worriedly. Children's thoughts are bound to be somewhat idealistic. Under such a tense situation between the Sun family and the Nangong family, the Lain people may not insist on it. I am afraid that it will be a false joy. Besides, it is not convenient for them to bring a child with them. If they are not well protected, they will lose their heads in an instant. Thinking of this, Natasha looked at Arnold more sincerely. Hearing this, Arnold shook his head stubbornly. They must still be alive. After all, we have lived in Lane Mountain for so long. There is a sealed place that cannot be entered without the guidance of the Lane people. Arnold said slowly, if you can send me back, I can let my people help to defeat those demons. Those demons are simply unscrupulous. Not only did they occupy our place, but they also killed my people. If I can't avenge them, I would rather not be the saint. At the end, Arnold's eyes were full of tears, and only a pair of bright big eyes were shining on his pale little face. Everyone didn't know how to respond for a moment, and finally they could only look at Su Chen, believing that Su Chen must have made some judgment. Su Chen thought about it and felt that it would be better to let Arnold follow them. With Arnold's stubbornness, even if they refused now, this little girl would probably follow them secretly later. There would be more uncertainties by then, and it would not be worth it. Besides, Arnold grew up in Lane Mountain and must be familiar with the surrounding environment. If she is a tour guide, their trip should be smooth. Thinking of this, Su Chen made a prompt decision and said, take Arnold with you. We will go to Lane Mountain in a few days. Xiaoxian was very excited and turned Arnold in circles. Arnold was dizzy and soon forced himself to wake up. Then he said to Su Chen, brother, thank you. I know how to sneak into Lane Mountain. We escaped from that secret passage before. His words undoubtedly provided great convenience for everyone. Jiandan immediately made a decision and returned to the original post station to prepare the next plan. In Lane Mountain, the news of the extermination of the seventh prince's mansion also spread. If at the beginning Su Chen exterminated the Lin family, they only thought that the Lin family was in decline or unprepared, but now it is different. You have to know that although the seventh prince's mansion is the weakest among them, it also has 7 strong men at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. It is unreasonable to say that they were wiped out in one day and had no ability to fight back. The current head of the Sun family, Sun Taohong, became more and more uneasy, and always felt that Su Chen's goal was not only the Lin family and the 7th prince's mansion. End of this chapter. Person. Sun Taohong hesitated again and again, but sent her men to recruit the current head of the Nangong family, who was also the former head's brother Nangong. Xuantian. I wonder why the Sun family is so elegant that they call me here? After Nangong Xuantian sat down, he drank a cup of tea very familiarly. He squinted his triangular eyes and began to look at Sun Taohong. Sun Taohong was dressed in a black robe, which highlighted her perfect figure. There were large blood-red begonia flowers permed on the clothes. The waist is tied with a blood-red belt, and the waist is less than a handhold. The living person has a pink face and narrow eyes, which are typical red and phoenix eyes. When looking at people, there is a faint feeling of coercion. But on this cheek as white as porcelain, there is a scar running from the eyebrow to the chin. The scar is large and long, like a giant centipede, hovering on the face, destroying the original beautiful harmony. Lose. Seeing Nangong Xuantian staring straight at his face, Sun Taohong was lying if he said he wasn't angry, but after all he was asking for help now, and it was hard to break his face, so he could only show a superficial smile but not a smile. I asked the head of the Nangong family to come. Naturally, we have something important to discuss. Sun Taohong raised her eyelids, unable to hear the specific emotion of this sentence. What's up? Nangong Xuantian looked at Sun Taohong with a playful smile, his eyes unconsciously falling in front of her proud breasts. After touching the big scar on her face, he couldn't help but sigh with regret. She is a beautiful woman. If she didn't have the scar on her face, she would be really top-notch. What a pity, what a pity. Recently, a yellow-haired boy came to Dongzhou. It is said that he only had a few people with him, all of them were powerful men with advanced realms. When he came here, he quickly wiped out the Lin family, followed by the 7th prince's mansion. Have you heard about this? Sun Taohong was very disgusted with Nangong Xuantian. But since the two were equally powerful, he could only explain patiently. Of course I know, but he is just a young boy surrounded by these women with advanced cultivation. He is so arrogant that he doesn't know how much he weighs. After Nangong Xuantian finished speaking, he snorted disdainfully. I think he just relied on those women to do evil. When Sun Taohong heard this, she couldn't help but want to chop him on the head with a sword. If he was really a boy who only relied on women, how could he defeat the Lin family and the 7th prince's mansion successively? Besides, he is such a coward who doesn't learn martial arts. Why should those powerful women like him? Is it just because he has a good-looking face? I see that the Lin family is in such a state of decline that the 7th prince's mansion, a product of the remnants of feudalism, has long been stuck in its own ways and should disappear. Nangong Xuantian took another sip of tea and said nonchalantly, if it was as simple as he said, it would be fine. Although the Lin family and the 7th prince's palace had begun to decline, if it was really so easy to defeat, why did they maintain the current three-legged stance and swallow him up directly? Sun Taohong couldn't help feeling that Nangong Xingjian was a creature with a simple mind and well-developed limbs. She immediately regretted that calling him here today was a waste of time. Sun Taohong supported her head, sighed leisurely, and then said, things are not as simple as you think. The foundation of the Lin family and the 7th prince's palace is still there. Regardless of whether Su Chun relies on women or not, such a terrifying speed of annihilation, we cannot let our guard down. When Nangong Xuantian heard this, he became slightly wary, but he still felt that Sun Taohong was making a fuss out of a molehill. Instead of worrying about that kid with me here, you should take care of the matter at hand first. Those members of the Lane tribe who escaped were all caught by us, but the remaining saint has not been seen yet. Nangong Xuantian couldn't help but clenched his fists. You must know that he spent a lot of effort to find that little bitch Hoof. But the little bitch Hoof seemed to have disappeared from the world, and no trace of her existence could be found no matter what. I guess he has already left Lane Island. Otherwise, with the speed of our search, it would be impossible to find them. Sun Taohong glanced at Nangong Xuantian and said lightly, how can that be done? We still need a saint. The prescribed time is coming soon. If we can't do it, we will probably be punished. When Nangong Xuantian heard this, he became anxious and looked at Sun Taohong anxiously with fear in his eyes. When he mentioned this matter, he was not as calm as before. Instead, he was vaguely afraid. We can't rush this matter. With these tribesmen here, I don't believe that little girl would be cruel enough to abandon them. Sun Taohong sneered, his eyes full of determination to win. They made a mistake before and let Arnold go. This time Arnold was not so lucky. Well, we still have to find a way, otherwise even if we can't find Arnold, we won't be unprepared. Nangong Xuantian continued to add uneasily. I know. Sun Taohong waved her hand impatiently. On the surface, the two of them have a hostile relationship, but in fact, the relationship between the two is not good at best. There is a master behind them who orders them to do things. Therefore, even though the relationship is not good, it is not to the point of breaking up, so we can only deal with it this way. What's happening over at Ziwei Pavilion? Sun Taohong continued to ask. I didn't see any movement, but I heard from the disciples inside that the sect protection formation outside the gate has been strengthened, and even some high-level cultivators have begun to practice the formation. When they are mature, it will be their time to exert their strength. Nangong Xuantian said here, and a trace of deep thought flashed in his eyes. Ziwei Pavilion is the smallest existence in the central axis. Now, even if Lane Mountain and the 7 Princes' palaces join forces, they may not be able to get benefits in Ziwei Pavilion. The reason is that there are not only many strong people at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm in Ziwei Pavilion, but also a magical fairy who has entered the realm of half-step emperor. Under such behavior, it can be said that gods will kill gods and Buddhas will kill Buddhas. Those who know the current affairs are heroes. They will not let Ziwei Pavilion reap the benefits while the snipe and the clam fight. Recently, we still need to strengthen the manpower of Lane Mountain. If there are suspicious people, report them to me immediately. It is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than not to kill one person. Sun Taohong snorted coldly and said immediately. Anyway, Nangong Xingtian is a useless person, so Sun Taohong decided to do it herself after thinking about it. Recently, we have a temporary truce, and those Lane people may relax their vigilance and catch them more easily. Sun Taohong expressed her thoughts again, with a cautious look in her eyes. She always felt that the young man brought a strong sense of oppression. And of this chapter, I know. Nangong Xuantian waved his hands impatiently, thinking that Sun Taohong was indeed a woman, and she was so timid in doing things. Su Chun returned to the inn and did not find anything unusual. When they wiped out the prince's mansion, they used their original identities, but in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they would disguise themselves every time they returned to the inn. In the eyes of those people in the inn, Su Chun was just a very busy traveler, and there was nothing unusual. After a short rest, several people returned to the hotel and gathered together to discuss the next plan. When I left Lane Mountain, there was vigilance everywhere, and they were all catching the remaining Lane people. I escaped under the cover of others. Arnold described the situation seriously. Hearing this, Luoshan was still very confused. Your cultivation realms are so different. How did you escape under the guardian? Luoshan narrowed his eyes slightly, with a bit of tentative meaning in his words, but not much hostility. If the person in front of them was deliberately set up by the enemy to lure them to Lane Mountain, it really didn't make sense. After all, the enemy could predict that they would first wipe out the 7 princes' mansions and then find these imprisoned slaves. Such a calculation was really terrible. Arnold also knew that his current identity was still suspicious. He blinked his big watery eyes twice and pretended to be calm. After all, we have lived on Lane Mountain for many years. There is a secret passage that can ignore their defense and enter directly. I was on Lane Island at the time and took the opportunity to escape. Arnold explained slowly. If you want to go to Lane Island, I can find a way to take you in through the secret passage and then find my people. After hearing this, Luoshan nodded slightly, and soon she realized that what she had just said might cause the little girl to misunderstand. She smiled slightly, and the expression on her face gradually softened. I didn't mean to disbelieve you just now, but in this situation many things are better explained clearly. I understand. Arnold nodded obediently. It's getting late. Let's set off tomorrow. With the means of the Sun family and the Nangong family, they must have spared no effort to collect clues about the remnants these days. The sooner we go, the greater the chance.
Su Chen
Hammered the hammer to make it final. Several people had no objection, only Lulua stayed. She looked at Su Chen shyly, and her pink lips were a little white from being bitten by her. What's wrong? Su Chen couldn't help asking. Lulua was a little shy, but she also knew that this kind of thing was something she had fought for. Otherwise Su Chen would be with someone else, and she wouldn't have a place to cry. Thinking of this, she took 2 steps at a time and threw herself directly into Su Chen's arms. Master, let me serve you today. Her voice was loud, her eyes were tightly closed, and her body was trembling, slightly because of shyness. Su Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then continued, How? Do you want to serve me? Lulua. He touched Lulua's hair, smelled the fresh scent of plants on her body, and felt refreshed. Yue and Xiaoxian, who were still standing outside the door, felt a little disappointed. They had originally planned to come to Su Chen alone. After all, Luoxan's lesson last time reminded them that if they wanted to be with Su Chen, they had to take the initiative. But they didn't expect that Luluo would take the lead this time. What a pity. I thought it would be me who would serve the master this time, Xiaoxian said with a sad face. Her soft and tender face wrinkled, and she glanced at the door unwillingly. Yue pursed her lips, clenched her hands into fists, looked at the door expectantly and said, "There are so many opportunities. This one is not bad. Xiaoxian is a dragon after all, and dragons are lustful. Since she tasted the wonderful taste, she can no longer quit, and now she is almost depressed." Hearing what Yue said, Xiaoxian showed a smile that was uglier than crying. There was already an ambiguous voice inside, and the more Yue listened, the more uncomfortable she felt. She said a few words casually and left in a hurry. As for Xiaoxian, she was still a little unwilling and crouched in the corner. Listening to the voice inside, her body also reacted, and she couldn't help but imagine in her mind that she had an in-depth life exchange with Su Chen. As soon as this idea came to her mind, her little face turned red instantly. How could she have such a weird idea? In a hurry, she was about to leave immediately, but she didn't expect that her left foot tripped over her right foot and fell directly in. The door opened wide, making a loud noise. Just as Su Chen was about to put it in, he was shocked and stopped in midair, and his eyes subconsciously fell on Xiaoxian at the door. Xiaoxian's clothes were half removed at this moment, revealing her fair skin. Because of shyness, the whole person showed a charming color, looking like a peach, which made people couldn't help but have some thoughts. Xiaoxian! Su Chen couldn't help but roared, and for a moment he didn't know how to blame. Xiaoxian also knew that he had made a big mess. He touched his head, embarrassedly, and said incoherently, I. For a long time without saying anything, she stood up quickly and said, "Master, I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave. Now." She originally wanted to run out and then close the door, but in a hurry, she ran over and closed the door, locking herself in again. Su Chen was so angry that he laughed at her actions. "Are you going to join us? It was kind of you to close the door," Su Chen said with half yin and yang and half helplessness. When Xiaoxian, a fool, heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. He walked slowly in front of the two of them and said tentatively, "Isn't that impossible?" Luo was shocked by her boldness. She shrank her whole body into the quilt, with only one head exposed, and looked at Xiaoxian cautiously. Su Chen couldn't help being stunned, but thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it wasn't impossible. Besides, Xiaoxian is a dragon and cannot be restrained by human common sense. Thinking of this, Su Chen coughed lightly, and then said, "Look at Luo, you are scared. Do you know what to do next?" This question excited Xiaoxian when all of a sudden, she immediately became more competitive and immediately patted her chest in assurance. "Sister Luluo, don't worry. Although I don't have much practical experience, my theoretical knowledge is very powerful. I guarantee that I can make you happy." After he finished speaking, without waiting for Luluo to respond, he got into bed directly. The bed that could only accommodate two people suddenly became crowded. Just when Luluo was about to refuse, Xiaoxian had already put his hands on her cheeks and breathed into her ear like a blue breath. End of chapter. The Luluo people were all dumbfounded. Although they didn't expect Xiaoxian to make such a fuss with them, Su Chen watched with interest from the side. He didn't expect that the two of them were quite good at it, cooperating like this for the first time. Su Chen was a normal man after all. Seeing this scene, the evil deep in his heart was immediately ignited. He narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but interjected, "You too. Don't be so indifferent, at least I am still here." When Luluo heard this, her eyes suddenly became clearer, and then she remembered that the purpose of coming here was for her master. Thinking of this, She held Xiaoxian's hand, shook her head, then crawled in front of Su Chen and said softly, "Master, let Luluwa serve you." She lay on the bed and looked like she was ready for you to take your pick. As early as just now, the two of them had already entered the state. If Xiaoxian hadn't stepped in, they would have started long ago. Seeing this, Su Chen was not polite and directly bullied him. Maybe it was because there was someone next to her. Luluo was particularly nervous, and her body became even tighter, which made Su Chen look proud. But Xiaoxian still went his own way and didn't take Lulua's complaining eyes into consideration at all. Seeing this scene, Su Chen had completely let go of himself. Xiaoxian's forehead was dripping with fragrant sweat, and all his sanity had long been lost. He stared at Su Chen with burning eyes. "Master." Xiaoxian also wants to be with the master. She seemed to be acting on instinct at the moment, acting coquettishly, hoping that Su Chen would pay more attention to her. When Su Chen heard Xiaoxian's words, he immediately gave Luluo a grand slam. "Young master, you?" Luluo complained with a look on her face. She doesn't want to have children of her own yet. She just wants to stay with
Su Chen forever.
"What, you have an opinion?" Hearing this, Su Chen's sword eyebrows raised slightly, with a proud look on his face. Of course he knows what Luluo is worried about, but he is a person who goes his own way. There are no plastic bags in the world. Can you blame him?
No objection.
Seeing Su Chen's eyes, Luluo lowered her head shyly. "Master, Xiaoxian is willing to give birth to a son for the master." Xiaoxian on the side, seeing this scene, raised his beautiful eyes and looked at Su Chen, saying charmingly. Luluo didn't want to give Su Chen a child, but she was willing, and her character is inherently lively and developed. She didn't know the pain of childbirth at all. She just wanted to improve her status in Su Chen's mind. Xiaoxian is still good. Hearing this, Su Chen grinned, pinched Xiaoxian's chin, and smiled. Then he held Xiaoxian in his arms and communicated with him about life. Xiaoxian finally got it and he became happy. Luluo was very unconvinced when she saw this scene. He was obviously here first, so why could Xiaoxian do this? "Master, don't worry about Luluo. Luluo is also willing to give birth to children for the master." Luluo no longer had any scruples and boldly got into Su Chen's arms. It wasn't until noon the next day that the three of them woke up. The other people were already used to their behavior. After tidying up a little, they were ready to go to Lane Mountain. Arnold led the way. As the name suggests, Lane Mountain is covered with thick thunder elements. A few people have just reached the edge. Looking from a distance, they can see that thunder elements are filling it. The entire mountain was surrounded by lavender light and bursts of lightning, emitted from time to time. The leaves on the mountain also show a strange deep purple color, which is different from the dark green in ordinary places. The surrounding river water is also not an ordinary river water. You can vaguely feel the thunder and lightning flowing inside. The thunder and lightning around here seems to have created an indestructible cage. It is simply a natural barrier. How do we get in? Luluo couldn't help but feel frightened when she saw this scene. As a spiritual plant, she was a natural enemy of this thunder element. She had just reached the edge when she instinctively felt psychologically uncomfortable. His little face was pale, but he still pretended to be calm. "It doesn't matter, this is just superficial. There is a tunnel under the stone monument over there." Arnold pointed not far away. Everyone walked in the direction he pointed, and it didn't take long before they saw a simple stone tablet with 3 words engraved on it. Lane Mountain. The deep purple words rebuked Feng Qiu, full of momentum and containing strong thunder power. The element of thunder is the power closest to the law of heaven, and the deterrence it brings is self-evident. What should we do next? Natasha pursed her lips and couldn't help but ask. "You guys stand back a little. This secret passage can only be opened by us Lane tribe members." Arnold smiled slightly and reminded kindly. Several people took a few steps back. Arnold took a deep breath, then stretched out his right hand and gestured in the void, and complex runes immediately appeared. At the same time, her whole body was also enveloped in a faint purple light, and the purple light spots in the air continued to converge towards her body. Immediately afterwards, the stone tablet in front of him suddenly made a roar, and then collapsed. A bottomless secret passage instantly came into view. Several people looked at each other, but no one spoke. After a long while, Arnold opened his eyes with relief. His face was a little pale and his voice was weak. "Okay, we can go down now."
Su Chen nodded.
Before they could take 2 steps, Arnold stumbled and fell straight backwards. Thanks to Luotian's quick eyesight and quick hands, he held her back. "How are you?" Luotian asked worriedly. "I'm fine. It's just that I consumed too much spiritual power just now, and I haven't recovered." Took Arnold a long time to respond. She shook her head vigorously and her voice was very weak. "This is medicine that can replenish spiritual power. Take some first." Su Chen immediately took out a few pills from the storage ring and handed them to her, his eyes full of concern. No, you saved me originally and now you are helping me. I can't take your things anymore. I'm just exhausted. It doesn't matter if I wait a while." Arnold waved his hands quickly. End of chapter. Wherever this is, it's easy for us to help you. Besides, without you we can't come in so easily. Su Chen laughed twice and looked at Arnold with very soft eyes. "Yes, actually speaking carefully, you also helped us. Besides, it was just some medicine to replenish spiritual power. It is not that precious." Lulua also laughed. The little girl in front of her was not even as high as her chest. The fact that Chuluo is so sensible and cautious is enough to show how much suffering he has suffered before. When Arnold heard this, he couldn't shirk anymore. He took the pills with red eyes and whispered, "Thank you." Several people entered the secret passage. The secret passage was very old and pitch black, making it difficult to see the direction ahead. The air is mixed with the fishy smell of earth, and even has a bit of a peculiar smell, the smell of decay that has not been exposed to sunlight for many years. After walking forward for a long time, the way was suddenly blocked. "There is a barrier with thunder elements in front of us we can't get through." Green Luo said anxiously. The barrier in front of her was very light in color, only a light purple, but to Green Luo it was very obvious. Arnold had already walked through it without seeing it, and when he heard Luo's voice, he turned around in confusion. "Can't you make it?" Arnold asked doubtfully. "There will be a barrier with thunder elements on Thunder Sound Island, but from here it has been weakened a lot and ordinary people can tolerate it." Hearing this, Lulua tentatively moved forward, but as soon as her fingertips touched the purple barrier, she suddenly retracted her hand as if she was electrocuted. She took a breath and looked at her fingers that were about to be burned with lingering fear. Her lips opened and closed several times, but she didn't say a word. Natasha didn't believe in evil, so she also put her hand on the barrier. But the result was the same. Even the palms of her hands were densely covered with purple lines. Su Chen did not act rashly. At this moment Arnold, Su Chen and others looked at each other from a distance across the purple barrier. What to do now? Can't you all make it? Arnold was so anxious that he almost cried when he saw that they couldn't come over even though they tried one by one. You are from Lane Mountain, so you should be born with a certain immunity to thunder and lightning, and you are a saint and you have enough affinity for it, so the barrier will not hurt you. Luotian thought for a moment and then immediately thought of the reason. For this kind of place with ancient inheritance, on the surface they do not have unique thoughts and actions like people, but in fact they also recognize their master. Only the Lane tribe exists in this world. As a saint of the Lane tribe, Arnold can naturally come and go freely without restrictions. But they are outsiders, and Lane Mountain instinctively resists the invasion of outsiders. No wonder the Sun family and the Ouyang family want to kill us all. Is it just to obtain the inheritance and mark exclusive to the Lane tribe, so that we can travel unimpeded in Lane Mountain? As soon as he said these words, Arnold seemed to be trapped in deep memories. Her eyes were dull, as if she had thought of something, and tears fell down. At this moment, she is no longer in this tunnel. My mind was filled with memories of how the tribesmen around me fell one after another when they were in Lane Mountain. The long swords pierced their chests, and the blood that flowed out even dyed the land red. A woman with scars all over her face raised her red lips. She had an arrogant look on her face, but her words were cold and ruthless. Everyone who disobeys will be killed. Capture that little thing alive for me. The marks on her body and inheritance is of great use to me. The entire sky seemed to turn blood-colored, and Arnold's tears flowed out, unconsciously, instantly falling to the ground. Several people fell into rare silence, and the atmosphere fell into a strange stalemate. They immediately noticed something was wrong with Arnold, and no one took the initiative to break the atmosphere. Arnold was stunned for a long time. Then he raised his head, showing a smile that was uglier than crying, and slowly explained, "Actually, it's like this. According to legend, the ancestors of the Lane tribe are the children of the mountain god. We are from Lane Mountain. They have been nurtured and grown up and have never left this place. They are children of the mountains. Therefore, the child born in each generation who is most like the ancestor is the holy son or holy girl, and has a unique mark on his body. Then why they are so anxious to catch you has something to do with Lane Mountain, right?" Natasha couldn't help but ask. "Those people are too cold and selfish. Just for their own selfish desires. They want to drive out all the indigenous people here." "Yes, because we have never left here before, we don't know that Lane Mountain actually has restrictions. This barrier will prevent all people outside the Lane tribe from entering. When they came in, they spent countless the treasures of nature, materials and earth, even if every time I go in and out of Lane Mountain." Arnold didn't finish his words, but the painful look on his face said it all. "The blood of my people will be used to add it to the magic weapon." After Arnold finished speaking, his face was very ugly. "But that is not a long-term solution, so they caught me probably because they wanted to find a way to control the entire Lane Mountain." After saying that, Arnold's tone was already filled with a hint of crying. She didn't expect that the ultimate target of those people was herself. If she had been more obedient, her clan members might not have died. He killed them. She doesn't deserve to be this saint. It's all my fault. If I had known all this earlier, maybe they wouldn't have to die for me. Arnold covered his face and cried bitterly, like a homeless little animal, extremely fragile. "It's not your fault. It's all because of their greed that they want to harm innocent people. They are the ones who are wrong." Su Chun subconsciously wanted to comfort her, but due to the existence of the barrier, he could only stand there and say, "Everything can still be saved. At most, it's worth it to use my life to exchange for a glimmer of life for my people." Arnold clenched his fists, and his eyes were already filled with a bit of seriousness of going to death. "The most urgent thing is to find a way to get through." Luoshin was still a little rational and immediately pointed out the problem. Although the barrier of the thunder element has gradually weakened here, the energy released can still block the full force of a quasi-emperor at the peak level. Although Su Chun and others can destroy it, it will inevitably alert other people in Lane Mountain. At that time, it will be a warning to the snake, and the gain will not outweigh the loss. For a moment, everyone was in a dilemma. Just then, a voice came. "I smell a nice fragrance. You have something good, why are you hiding it and not telling me?" The voice was a bit drowsy, and the attention of several people was instantly attracted. The speaker was none other than Xiao Ling, who had been sleeping for a long time. The little spirit flame flew for a long time. Seeing that their attention was on him, he touched his head in embarrassment. "Why are you all looking at me? I'm so embarrassed." Xiao Ling laughed twice and then said, I just fell asleep. But I know what happened to you. Then do you have any idea? Su Chen immediately asked impatiently. Xiao Ling nodded immediately. It was obviously a small flame, but he showed a bit of pride when he spoke. This purple barrier is a great tonic for me. Will be gone after a few mouthfuls. But if you eat it, won't you be discovered by the Sun family and Nangong family? Luo Xin subconsciously frowned and couldn't help asking worriedly. Don't worry, I can feel that this barrier is closely related to the entire Lane Mountain. I just need to eat a little and break this barrier and they won't find it. It will return to its original state after a while. Little Ling couldn't wait to move around in front of the barrier, smelling the smell on it, and her saliva was about to flow out. Others are not spiritual fires, so naturally they cannot feel the fragrant and delicious smell on it. But for her, this is a rare delicacy. Su Chen was amused by her impatient look. Then go and eat quickly. Let's act early and solve the problem early.
Su
Chen said with a smile. After Xiao Ling received the order, the flames around him instantly doubled in size as if he opened his mouth wide. In the blink of an eye, a hole was broken in the barrier in front of him. The hole was getting bigger and bigger in the blink of an eye, and the little spirit was eating it crazily with a sense of happiness. Finally, it was big enough for one person to pass through. After all the people passed by, Xiao Ling reluctantly glanced at the barrier and burped. You glutton, we have something urgent to do now. If you eat too much, we will all be discovered. Su Chen couldn't help but look at Xiao Ling and said. Xiao Ling also knew that now was not the time to be greedy, so he could only look at the barrier reluctantly, and in the blink of an eye he responded gloomily and then disappeared. Arnold was stunned by this sudden turn of events. She blinked her big eyes, pointed her hand in the direction where Xiao Ling disappeared and said, This fire can talk? Is it an elf? You can also think that it is the spiritual intelligence of spiritual fire, and it is just a glutton. Su Chen laughed twice and found a popular explanation. It's so powerful. It actually chewed the barrier into pieces. I saw that group of people trying to get in before and suffered a lot. Arnold had a look of admiration on his face, recalling what the Sun family and Nangong family had done recently. His eyes couldn't help but dim. Originally, they were very happy when outsiders came in, but who would have thought that it was precisely because of these outsiders that they were brought to disaster? If they could, they would rather that day never happened. It's okay. It's all over. Now take me to find your tribe. Su Chen touched Arnold's head and couldn't help but say in his voice. This was his first time dealing with such a cub, and he was afraid that he might scare others if he spoke a little too loudly. He had a good young voice, and suddenly turned into a top-notch double-faced turtle. When Xiaoxian heard this sound, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Master, what kind of strange sound are you making? She walked up to Su Chen. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, and her words were full of ridicule. I think I didn't teach you enough lessons yesterday. You still have the energy to laugh at me now. Su Chen was inexplicably embarrassed and glared at Xiaoxian, his words filled with threats. When Xiaoxian thought of yesterday's absurdity, his face suddenly turned red. He quickly shut up and stayed away from Su Chen as if he was avoiding the plague. After passing through this barrier, the next few people walked for a few hours, before finally seeing the light of day again. Arnold climbed out and looked around cautiously to make sure there were no other guards before letting Su Chen and others climb out. This is Lane Mountain. Green Luo looked at the surrounding scenery with great curiosity. The first thing you see is a lush forest, but the plants and trees here are different from the outside world. The leaves are basically dark purple. Due to the influence of the island, the whole body is also surrounded by light purple electricity. Even though potholes can communicate with plants, I learned that in order to survive, these plants have evolved to integrate with the thunder attribute. Over the years, it was already approaching evening, and there was almost no light, especially in this kind of forest where the trees that blocked the sky basically blocked all the light. Where should we go to find your tribe now? Su Chen asked subconsciously. He could feel that this place was inside Lane Mountain. We still have to pass through a barrier, Arnold said. When our ancestors came here, they predicted that there would be catastrophe in the future. We have to hide behind the barrier to have a chance of survival. However, the barrier cannot last long. Once it is opened, it will isolate the inside and outside. Only the clansmen can find traces of it. As Arnold said, he kept walking forward, introducing the specific situation of Lane Mountain along the way. Stop it! Arnold didn't think too much. At the critical moment, her brain had no time to think, so she could only rely on instinctive reactions to block in front of everyone. The people from the Lane clan who had originally made the move stopped abruptly when they saw their saint standing in front of them. The black-haired boy at the head showed up, and because he had just stopped forcibly, he spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked young, with black hair that almost blended into the forest. He had a delicate appearance and a pair of bright eyes. He looked hurt at the moment. Holy girl, you are actually making fun of your own life for the sake of an outsider. If we hadn't restrained you just now. The sword has no eyes, I'm afraid. At the end of the sentence, the black-haired boy turned away his head, as if he didn't want to continue talking. Arnold was also anxious, and immediately stepped forward, held the boy's hand, and then said, San, you misunderstood. They are not bad people, they are not the same group of people, they saved me, send me back. What? The black-haired boy immediately checked Arnold's injuries anxiously and made sure that he was just a little exhausted of spiritual power, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. We thought it would be safe if we sent you outside, but we never expected that people's hearts are unpredictable, and we ended up letting you. At the end of the sentence, Sun couldn't speak anymore, and his eyes were filled with regret. How could it be? If I hadn't gone out this time, I wouldn't have discovered the true intentions of those demons. These brothers and sisters behind me are here to help us. Arnold shook his head seriously. You have already sacrificed a lot to protect me, don't feel guilty. San twitched the corners of his mouth and showed an ugly smile. In his heart, nothing was more important than Arnold, even if it had nothing to do with him, but when Arnold was injured, his heart felt like being pricked by a needle, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Thinking of this, San waved to the people behind him. They were all members of the Lane tribe. They had been standing behind him vigilantly, maintaining a vigilant attitude. Now that he saw Sen's actions, he put down his weapon. Sen walked up to Su Chen and gave an extremely standard salute using the Lane tribe's etiquette. He lowered his head slightly and said solemnly, Good Samaritan, thank you for saving our saint. We can't repay you. If you need any help from us next, we will be happy to help you. No, no, no. Seeing that he was so serious, Su Chen felt a little uncomfortable and waved his hands hurriedly. He even felt that the next second, this son would take his hand and kiss it to express his supreme gratitude. It's terrible. Su Chen felt that he was a normal man and had no interest in this kind of boy. Now we are in a bit of embarrassment. I'm afraid we can't provide good food to entertain our benefactors. Please allow us to prepare a place for you to rest. Sen nodded seriously, and then called a few more people to take them to rest. Su Chen subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Arnold insisted at this time and said, We are also very tired along the way. There are some situations I want to tell Senator you should go and rest first. Arnold's eyes are very beautiful. He was born in the mountains all year round, and has no contact with the outside world. They are pure and as bright as gems. Su Chen originally wanted to say something, but Luoshin couldn't stand Su Chen's lack of expression anymore, and even dragged Su Chen away. You are stupid. We are two young lovers reminiscing about old times. What are you doing there? Luoshan said with hatred that iron cannot become steel. Su Chen usually seems quite smart, why can't he see that the relationship between Arnold and Sen is extraordinary now? These words confused Su Chunwen, who looked at the others with a black question mark face. You think so too? Several other people immediately nodded and looked at Su Chun like a fool. Good guy, with so many people present, Su Chun was the only one who didn't notice the ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them. Su Chun suddenly felt like an idiot. He didn't think there was anything wrong just now, but now that he thought about it, it seemed that Sen's eyes were almost twitchy when he looked at Arnold. Thinking of this, Su Chun immediately patted his head and said with some annoyance, "That's it. It's my fault that I thought they were too young, so I didn't think about that. They're not little." Lu Luo couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Although they don't look very old, they are at least several hundred years old. Su Chun was even more confused. That San was only in the Great Saint realm, and as for Arnold, he was only in the Little Saint realm. What's the meaning? Su Chun felt that his brain was not enough. They're not human, Luoshan said calmly. To be precise, they are spiritual creatures born from Lane Mountain. Yes, their fate is actually tied to Lane Mountain. If you listen to what Arnold said, you will know that their ancestors are actually the elves born in the mountain. Luluwa knows this very well. After all, she was trained by Lingji. After entering here, Luluwa specifically asked the plants in Lane Mountain, and now she has determined the answer. However, Arnold did not mention her identity, so she did not say it. Unexpectedly, they are actually elves. Su Chun was stunned for a long time, very irritated. But thinking about it, there were many unreasonable things along the way. Looking at it now, it turns out that everything is traceable. Outside, Sin carefully looked at Arnold several times, and after confirming that she was really fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Arnold also told Sin everything that had happened recently. As long as you are okay. Sun looked at Arnold deeply. His eyes were deep and restrained. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't. Arnold sniffed and saw that his brother, who had grown up with him since childhood, could no longer be strong, with red eyes, like a wounded deer. No matter what, I'm always here. San hugged Arnold and continued. Besides, they were just broken up in form. As long as Lane Mountain doesn't disappear, they will still survive again. But they will have no memory. Yeah. Arnold nodded gently, a little depressed. Do they know your identity? Sun looked inside vaguely and then continued. Their cultivation is very high. Could it be? Although he didn't finish his words, Arnold immediately understood what he had not finished. She shook her head quickly and explained anxiously. They don't know my identity. I haven't told them, and they are here to help us. End of this chapter. I'm just asking, what are you in such a hurry for? When San saw Arnold's appearance, he couldn't help but rub his hair, with a gentle look on his face. You must be on guard against others. They are really good people, and without them I wouldn't be back safe. Arnold said seriously, San, I know you are worried about me, but I'm not stupid. I can feel that they have no ill intentions. Okay. What are you going to do next? San curled his lips helplessly, with a unique doting look in his eyes. Arnold thought for a while and then said seriously, what's going on with the Sun family and Nangong family? I can feel that this barrier won't last long, and we can't sit still and wait for death any longer. They haven't been spending their manpower to look for us recently. It seems they have discovered something. However, most of the remaining members of our clan have low cultivation levels. Even if we go to them, we won't be able to help much. When San said this, he couldn't help but sigh. For elves like them, it takes many years to cultivate into human form, let alone practice. Moreover, they are naturally close to Lane Mountain and have never faced danger before, so they are not proficient in cultivation knowledge. Otherwise, they would not be defenseless when they invade. Those brothers and sisters are very powerful. They want to deal with the sun. family and Ouyang family. Although we can't help much, I can lead the way. Am very familiar with their terrain. Arnold nodded and didn't force it. Many clan members had sacrificed their lives to protect her before, but now he could just do this by himself. There was no need to force others. No, this is too dangerous. You are our saint, you must be safe. San immediately rejected the idea. Only if you survive can we have a future. But I can no longer accept your protection with peace of mind. Although I am a saint, if I die, a new saint will still appear. Arnold clenched his hands into fists and hesitated for a long time before looking at Sun seriously. After hearing this, San did not respond in a short period of time. He was silent and looked at Arnold with a deep expression. Although this truth is correct after hundreds of years of getting along with each other, how could he be willing to let Arnold die in front of him? Even if it meant death, he would rather die with Arnold. You don't need to persuade me anymore. I have to help. Even if I risk my life, if I can drive away these bad guys, it will be in vain for the other tribesmen who sacrificed their lives to save me. Arnold smiled slightly, very reluctantly, but with determination. If you must go, then take me with you. Took a long time for San to speak, with unparalleled determination. When Arnold didn't respond, he continued, "This is the biggest step I can take to give in. Arnold, don't refuse me." Arnold's pupils shrank. His teeth bit his lip unconsciously, and in the end he could only nod slightly. The two of them decided, and everything that followed was settled easily. San and Arnold went to find Su Chen and decided on the next plan. As you can see, this barrier can't last long. The spiritual energy in it is constantly drying up. In less than 3 days it will probably die completely. Mori got straight to the point and explained the current situation. Su Chen could naturally feel that staying here was not a long-term solution. The people of Lane Mountain needed a new place to take cover. What are your next plans? Arnold and I will fully cooperate with you. San continued, holding Arnold's hand and passing on his warmth to Arnold. Arnold stood next to San. So quiet, so gentle, so sweet. Su Chen looked at the two of them and couldn't help but sigh sincerely. The two of them really matched each other well. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't need to help. The point is to protect your tribe. Su Chen laughed twice and said, "We will kill those outsiders and give you some peace. It doesn't matter. I have no way to sneak into the Nangong family. On the surface, the Sun family and the Nangong family each occupy half of the hilltop, but in fact they are a group. Today, the Sun family and the Nangong family have ceased to exist in name only. There is another person behind them, a master." San pondered for a moment and told all the information he knew in one breath. This was something Su Chen didn't expect. Since the master behind them was the same person, why did they behave so incompatible with the outside world? Nangong Xuantian is the current head of the Nangong family. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor, but he is a fool. He never does things without thinking. If you want to defeat him, it will be easy. Sen said, slowly. We just need to spread the news that we have found traces of Arnold. In order to claim credit, Nangong Xuantian will definitely look for him alone. When the time comes, we can defeat them one by one. When talking about Arnold, there was an obvious pause in Sen's tone, but Arnold pulled his sleeve hard, and Sen continued. Isn't it too risky to use Arnold as bait? Su Chen said a little worriedly. It's okay, this is the fastest way. What they want most now is me. Could feel 2 groups of people chasing me before. Although they are the same master, they don't obey anyone. They all want to do better. Arnold immediately became anxious and hurriedly stood 2 steps forward. In order to show his determination, his eyes flickered. Sen couldn't bear it, so he subconsciously used his broad arms to protect Arnold. Arnold put Sen's arms down and looked at them seriously. Although he was speechless because of their cuteness, this matter was not a joke, but there was no better way at present. For a moment they didn't know what to do. Don't hesitate anymore. This is what Brother Sen and I have decided. I am willing to do it. At least let me make a little contribution. Seeing that they were all silent, Arnold was anxious and wanted to cry, and hurriedly tried to defend himself. Okay, I will give you some protective magic weapons that can resist the full force of the peak of the quasi-emperor realm to ensure your safety. As long as you see that the situation is not good, leave immediately. Su Chen finally sighed and looked at Arnold with a deep face. When Arnold heard Su Chen agreed, he nodded excitedly. Don't worry, I will definitely protect myself. I have a request. Can you promise me? San has been silent since just now, and now he can't help but clench his fists and speak. His eyes were as bright as torches and full of determination, sweeping over everyone present. Arnold was stunned by his sudden words and looked at him with some confusion. Can you let me go with Arnold? If he is in danger, we can take care of him. San first glanced at Arnold comfortingly, and then showed a comforting smile. Hearing this, Arnold was a little overwhelmed, but he also knew that this was the biggest concession he could make. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, but after thinking that the problem was not big, he simply agreed. Just as they were told, the two of them appeared at the boundary of Laiyin Mountain that same day, but for some reason the Ouyang family didn't come. Su Chen decided to stir up trouble and asked Lu Luo to pretend to be a member of the Nangong family and pass on the news about Sen and Arnold. When Nangong Xuantian heard the news, he almost jumped up with excitement. You must know that he has been annoyed by Sun Taohong's chattering in the past few days. Now that I heard the news about the saint from the Laiyin tribe, I was naturally overjoyed. That old woman has been pestering her for a long time, but there is no news about the saint. In the end, it was us who found out first. Nangong Xuantian's eyes were heavy and there was a wild smile on his face. But now let's find it first. I will tell the master when the time comes to see how proud Sun Taohong is. Having said this, Nangong Xuantian slapped the table and set off directly in the direction of Arnold. They arrived very quickly. Arnold and Sen put up a decent resistance and were immediately taken back to Nangong's house. Su Chen and others followed quietly. Nangong Xuantian was really someone who couldn't hide things. After catching Arnold, he thought the dust had settled. When he returned to his mansion, he sent someone to notify Sun Taohong like a peacock. Nangong Xuantian looked at Arnold with a look of fascination, and suddenly coughed a few times to cover up and then said, "The rest of you please go down first. I want to interrogate this guy personally." The others naturally had no objections and all obediently left. Su Chen and Yi Zhuiwei took the aura shielding elixir and stood guard here, quietly wanting to see what Nangong Xuantian would do. As for Luluo and others, they have begun to further attack the Nangong family, which is bound to stir up trouble in the entire Nangong family. I saw Nangong Xuantian slowly walking up to Arnold, with a coveted smile on his face and stretched out his hand to rub Arnold's cheek. Now she has fallen into the hands of our family master. She has a face as beautiful as a flower. It's a pity that she is a saint. Nangong Xuantian sighed leisurely. Otherwise, it would be very good for you to stay with my master. You are a demon. You have such dirty thoughts about killing my people. I must kill you. Arnold opened his mouth, intending to bite Nangong Xuantian's arm, but Nangong Xuantian dodged it with quick eyes and hands. You bitch! If you don't eat the toast, you'll be fined with wine, and you dare to bite the head of my family. Nangong Xuantian slapped Arnold directly. There was no pity in his movements at all, and he was at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor, so this was unusual. Half of Arnold's face immediately swelled up, red and swollen, blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, and he looked really embarrassed. Sen immediately became anxious. Even though he knew that Su Chen and Yi Zhuiwei were lurking in the dark, he couldn't help but look at Nangong Xuantian angrily. You scum! Come at me if you have any problem. Don't bully Arnold. Sen's silver teeth were about to break. If it weren't for the fact that he was tied up now, he would have wanted to tear Nangong Xuantian to pieces right away. Nangong Xuantian then remembered that there was an eyesore next to him, and a malicious smile immediately appeared on his face. I have forgotten that you are an eyesore. If my memory is correct, you should like Arnold. Nangong Xuantian looked at San with a sneer and pinched Sen's chin hard. San shook his head vigorously, trying to break free from Nangong Xuantian's grasp, but Nangong Xuantian slapped him mercilessly. A lowly guy dares to point fingers at the head of my family, Nangong Xuantian said with a sneer. San was dizzy from being beaten. If Nangong Xuantian had used 50% of his strength just now, then this time it would be 100%. Sen's face instantly swelled up, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Nangong Xuantian with an unconvinced expression. Seeing his unconvinced look, Nangong Xuantian couldn't help but laugh coldly. I didn't expect you to be a tough guy. In this case, my head, you actually know what a wrong decision you made today. Nangong Xuantian sneered and started tearing Arnold's clothes off. Arnold immediately fiercely resisted. His eyes filled with tears, but this was like hitting an egg against a stone, and instead aroused Nangong Xuantian's animal desires. What are you going to do?
Sen shouted angrily.
Of course, I'm going to fuck your favorite woman in front of you. Nangong Xuantian laughed lowly, with full provocation in his eyes. You are a coward. If you don't dare to do anything, let my master come out and help you. Do it. Senru was struck by lightning, and for a moment he didn't know whether to blame Nangong Xuantian for exposing his feelings, or whether he should blame Nangong Xuantian for being shameless. Su Chun and Yi Zhuiyue watched for a long time. They originally thought that Nangong Xuantian could do something useful, but they never expected that he turned out to be an idiot with a sperm in his brain. Yi Zhuiyue had also searched Nangong Xuantian's residence and found nothing useful. She shook her head at Su Chun. Seeing this, Su Chun couldn't help it anymore. He really wanted to punch this shameless old guy immediately. He immediately said to Yi Zhuiyue, "Go ahead. Beat that old guy to death." Yi Zhuiyue had long been fed up with Nangong Xuantian, especially those who didn't know Arnold, who only thought he was a teenager. Nangong Xuantian could be his father, but he was still so shameless. Seeing his smug look, Yi Zhuiyue felt sick. She appeared in front of Nangong Xuantian in 3 or 2 steps, and then she hit him mercilessly. Nangong Xuantian's smile froze on his face. Where did such a big man come from? Before he could react, he was blown away and hit the huge stone pillar heavily. He staggered to his feet for a long time, looked at Yi Zhuiyue with an angry face, and then said, "Who sent you? You dare to touch this family master, do you believe that this family master will make you come and never come back?" Because of his anger, his face became particularly hideous. The blood vessels in his neck were bulging, and the veins were bulging like an evil ghost in hell. Yi Zhuiyue sneered and ignored his words. She just untied Arnold and Sen's ropes, and then she was in the mood to give him a sidelong glance. "You are not worthy of questioning me." Yi Zhuiyue looked at him coldly, with a bit of contempt in her eyes. When Nangong Xuantian heard this, he was angry. Even though the Nangong family has declined since he came here, everyone has been respectful to him. Even Sun Taohong, who lives in different parts of the country, will not do this. When he sees him, how dare this woman in front of me do this? He staggered up and tried to attack Yi Zhuiyue. "You have such a loud tone. The head of this family wants to see how capable you are, a little kid. I hope you won't regret your decision today." Nangong Xuantian said angrily. Yi Zhuiyue patted Arnold's head to express comfort, and then she was in the mood to turn around and look at Nangong Xuantian. As soon as Nangong Xuantian saw Yi Zhuiyue's celestial appearance, his eyes flashed with surprise, and then he looked greedily up and down her face. Yi Zhuiyue frowned fiercely. This Nangong Xuantian was so stupid, his appraising eyes were so obvious that he was as disgusting as a bed bug. "I didn't expect that she is quite beautiful. She is still a little pepper." Nangong Xuantian rubbed his hands and showed an angle that he thought was very handsome. In fact, he looked at Yizhuiyue in a very vulgar manner. But Xiao Jiao has a bit of a temper. This family leader understands. You are the little pepper, and your whole family is the little pepper. Yizhuiyue looked disgusted. Why is there such a big gap between men? Su Chen has a decent face and never does such dirty things, while the other men are just like sperm on the brain, which is shameful. She probably forgot the ins and outs of her relationship with Su Chen. Just because she liked Su Chen now, she subconsciously beautified his affairs, which was a double standard. Hey, beauty, why is this necessary? I am the head of the Nangong family. As long as you follow me, you can stay in the Nangong family and enjoy endless glory and wealth. Nangong Xuantian opened his hands, with a confident smile on his face, and began to talk about their bright future. Of course, it was all his own imagination. Noisy. Yizhuiyue couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately waved her hand, greeting Nangong Xuantian mercilessly. Nangong Xuantian didn't care about Yizhuiyue's attack at first. He was knocked away just now because he was unprepared. But now the offensive seems to be uneventful, but the closer you get, the more you can feel the terrifying pressure within it. This is no longer something that an ordinary quasi-emperor at the peak level can do. Nangong Xuantian was secretly frightened, and at the same time there was unparalleled enthusiasm on his face. You must know that you have been trapped in the pinnacle realm for a long time. If you cultivate with the woman in front of you, you will be able to enter the realm of the great emperor in just a short time. Thinking of this, Nangong Xuantian awkwardly avoided Yizhuiyue's attack, with greed on his face, and said very patiently, "No matter how you found this place, if you follow me, there will be countless benefits. Besides, it will be tiring to be so public in the outside. To be my woman, all I need is for you to be beautiful in the backyard." Nangong Xuantian's voice was bewitching, and he was very sure that the conditions he offered would make Yizhuiyue very excited. Yizhuiyue couldn't help but twitch her lips, wondering where Nangong Xuantian got his confidence. On the surface it sounds grand, but in fact it is just asking her to give up her personality and become a canary who only knows how to wash hands, make soup, and stick to the back house. I don't know how he said it. Originally, Yizhuiyue wanted to capture him alive and find out more information, but now she couldn't help it. This man was so shameless, he was simply a scum. Thinking of this, she raised the corners of her mouth mockingly and looked at Su Chen subconsciously, with questioning meaning in her eyes. Su Chen looked at her eyes and understood inexplicably. Yizhuiyue is obviously asking, "Can I kill him immediately?" Seeing how stupid the person in front of him was, Su Chen suddenly felt that, even if there was any important information, he would never tell him. Coupled with the way he spoke to Yizhuiyue, even Su Chen, who was relatively emotionally stable, wanted to kill him immediately. Thinking of this, Su Chen nodded. Yizhuiyue received the approval and immediately rushed towards Nangong Xuantian. Nangong Xuantian was elated when he saw this, and couldn't help but feel complacent in his heart. No one could match his charm, so what if she was a beauty with advanced cultivation? Still couldn't resist the temptation to follow him, but he was disappointed. When Yizhuiyue came in front of him, the first thing she did was to take her sword and cut off his left arm mercilessly. Ah! Nangong Xuantian instantly let out a howl like a killing pig. He huddled in pain, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Yizhuiyue angrily. "You bitch! If you don't eat the toast, you will be fined with wine. I will kill you." Nangong Xuantian gritted his teeth and stared at Yizhuiyue with scarlet eyes, wanting to cut her into pieces. "I am standing in front of you. What kind of strength do you have to kill me?" Yizhuiyue said to Nangong Xuantian, who seemed to be smiling but not smiling. He was tall and looked particularly noble. "He is just a top-notch quasi-scope, but he still dares to think of me." Nangong Xuantian's face was ugly. Through this, he clearly felt the gap between the two. even if he exhausted all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Today, he might not be able to hurt a finger of the person in front of him. Thinking of this, he immediately made a strange cry. Yizhuiyue was a little confused. This person had been stimulated too much and had mutated? But Arnold and Sen, who had fought with Nangong Xuantian many times, immediately heard that he was bringing in reinforcements. Sister, be careful. Nangong Xuantian is planning to bring in reinforcements. Arnold said hurriedly, his big eyes full of worry, and he wanted to step forward to help now. When Yizhuiyue heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. She picked up the sword and tied Nangong Xingtian into a big flower in a few strokes. She raised his chin with the sword and said, I thought you had any other abilities. Unexpectedly, the only option is to bring in reinforcements. Don't be too proud. My master tells you that when they come, you will die. Even if you are at this level of cultivation, so what? Can you face several quasi-emperors at the same time? Nangong Xuantian's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had already thought of Yizhuiyue's fate, and couldn't help laughing wildly. His arm was broken on the ground, and his clothes were instantly stained with blood. His whole body was tied up again, and he looked particularly embarrassed and crazy. Yizhuiyue smiled nonchalantly, and then said, Oh? You mean when they come? Next, my death will come. Nangong Xuantian nodded immediately, with an arrogant look on his face. If you know what's going on, let me go as soon as possible. I can still miss my old friendship and let you be my concubine. Please don't toast me. Eat and drink. As a penalty. End of chapter. Yizhuiyue chuckled and couldn't help laughing. This Nangong Xuantian is really as stupid as a pig. Why haven't those reinforcements you mentioned come yet? Ha! Yizhuiyue looked at Nangong Xuantian with a smile. Fool! Now I am the knife. And you are the fish, you probably haven't figured out the situation yet. After she reminded him, Nangong Xuantian's face turned ugly. He suddenly realized that his several guardians should have appeared long ago. But now, let alone appearing, there was not even a little movement. He finally felt terrified, looking at Yizhuiyue with a panicked face, and couldn't help asking, What did you do? I didn't do anything, but when you caught Arnold and the others, I sent people to deal with the others. Yizhuiyue looked at him carelessly, with a bit of laziness in her eyes. But what she said was shocking. You should know that there are several guardians at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm in your mansion, but now he said so lightly that they may all be gone. You have to know that it is the peak of quasi-emperor and only one step away from being promoted to great emperor and ascending to leave Tianxian continent. It is not a cabbage, but in the mouth of this woman, it is so sparse and ordinary, not even worth her personal action. Who is this woman in front of her? So terrifying. It is just the same as the Ziwei Ferry in Ziwei Pavilion. Nangong Xuantian looked horrified. His lips trembled for a long time, and he couldn't say a complete sentence. The figure of the woman in front of him gradually became blurred, as if she had become a ghost who wanted to take his life, and the next step was to tear him into pieces. You? Who are you? Nangong Xuantian finally realized the danger of the matter and couldn't help asking in horror. I am naturally the person sent by God to take you away. Yizhuiyue laughed faintly, and the sword flashing with cold light crossed Nangong Xuantian's neck. The force was not great, but it left a shallow blood mark on his neck. Nangong Xuantian couldn't help shaking, and his tone was a little tearful. Please, spare my life. I'll work like a cow and a horse for you. Anything is fine, as long as you can spare my life. Arnold looked at Yizhuiyue with admiration. If he could be as strong as his sister, could he protect his people? Sun held Arnold's hand tightly, with a firm look in his eyes. He also wanted to become strong, to protect his people, to protect Arnold. Yizhuiyue snorted coldly, and used her spiritual power to lift Nangong Xuantian up and threw him in front of Arnold and Sen. This scum, I'll leave it to you to avenge. Yizhue said to Arnold and Sen with a gentle face. Turning around, when facing Nangong Xuantian, her face changed again. Take the same measure as you took, Nangong Xuantian. I will not let you die so easily. Such humiliation is even more painful than killing Nangong Xuantian. It is simply trampling his dignity underfoot. Arnold could not help but take 2 steps forward and said to Yizhue, "Thank you, sister, we are fine, we can't affect you. It's okay. This scum deserves it." Yizhue snorted coldly, with a bit of coldness in her eyes, looking at Nangong Xuantian. "If you want to live, beg them?" Letting Nangong Xuantian beg his former prisoner is even more painful than killing him. But seeing that Yizhue's expression was not fake, Nangong Xuantian understood that if he didn't beg, he might really not be able to live. Thinking of this, Nangong Xuantian's eyes were about to burst, and he gritted his teeth tightly, and then said, "Please, you let me go. This is your attitude of asking for help." At this time, Chen also walked out slowly in the dark. He held Yizhue in his arms with a gentle face, looking at Nangong Xuantian. With a smile, Yizhue, who was like a little hedgehog just now, suddenly became tender and affectionate, and nestled in Chen's arms like a little bird. Nangong Xuantian gritted his teeth tightly, and his silver teeth were about to break. He could feel that the man in front of him was only at the great saint realm, but he made Yizhue so fascinated. Why? He is the head of the Nangong family, at the peak of the quasi-emperor, and a genius who is only 1 step away from ascending. How can he not be better than this kid? Maybe his eyes were too malicious. Sen couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and slapped Nangong Xuantian hard. "You deserve this slap because you are disrespectful to him," San said coldly, with strong hatred in his eyes. Nangong Xuantian was stunned. Although Sen was only at the great saint level, he had no power to fight back now. The slap was real and he gasped in pain. Sun subconsciously glanced at Chen, who nodded encouragingly, as if telling him to take revenge in any way he wanted. Encouraged, Sun took a deep breath and slapped Nangong Xuantian twice, making his face swollen and his eyes full of stars. "You low-level trash! How dare you!" Before he finished speaking, Arnold stepped forward and slapped him in the face with all his strength. Nangong Xuantian's unspoken words were stuck in his throat. "These 2 slaps are because you humiliated Arnold and because you treated human lives as worthless and killed my Lain people." Sun said slowly, "That's right, you devil, you killed so many of my people. Today you must pay with blood." Arnold's eyes were red. Thinking of the people who died to escort him out, he instantly felt that it was not a pity to kill Nangong Xuantian. Nangong Xuantian was stunned by the slaps one after another, and his eyes were full of stars. "Don't be too proud. If my master knows, he will definitely not let you go," Nangong Xuantian said weakly. "That will have to wait until you have a chance to live. Until then." Chen was not frightened by his threat at all, and even smiled mockingly. "I'll go see how the others are, Zhue. You stay here, make sure Nangong Xuantian is completely dead before leaving." After Chen finished speaking, after getting a response, he took 2 steps, turned his head, and said slowly, "Don't let him die too easily." Ignoring the sound of ghosts and wolves howling behind him, Chen found Xiaoxian first. Xiaoxian is indeed a member of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan's love for treasures is not empty talk. They immediately found a lot of treasures. Seeing Chen coming, Xiaoxian went over excitedly and said to Chen, "Master, you are finally here. Those guys are very difficult to deal with. Took us a lot of effort to defeat them one by one. Now they are looking for treasures separately. We really have a tacit understanding." Chen couldn't help laughing. When it comes to looting treasures, they really have a tacit understanding. End of this chapter. But Xiaoxian and I saw a secret room. There were some things in it. We felt something was wrong, so we didn't move around. We thought we'd wait for you to take a look. Natasha pursed her lips slightly, her eyes soft and as deep as the sea, and serious. When Su Chen heard this, he became interested instantly. In fact, through the observation just now, Su Chen also discovered something was wrong. The Lane tribe has lived here for a long time. Logically speaking, there have been countless powerful families for such a long time, but why can the Sun family and Nangong family, which are the only somewhat declining ones, break in? And according to Arnold and Maury, the previous barrier on Lane Island would actually exclude all non-Lane people. There is no reason why people from the Nangong family and the Sun family can come in recently. This is very strange. Tell Su Chen directly that the secret that allowed the two families to enter this place must be related to the secret room. Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately followed Su Chen to the secret room. The secret room looked very new, and it was obvious that people entered it frequently. Before we entered here, there was a very weird formation here that did not belong to this era. If I hadn't seen it by chance in ancient books before, I probably wouldn't have been able to come in. Luoshin looked at the furnishings inside, his eyes slightly darker. Su Chen nodded lightly and carefully looked at the objects in the secret realm. Although the contents inside are precious, they are not enough to be sealed. With such a mysterious formation, doing it this way is more like a kind of insurance, not wanting others to come in and discover anything. Xiaoxian and I have seen these things, and there is nothing unusual about them. Luoshin felt Su Chen's doubtful gaze and continued, "My intuition tells me that there must be something else here, otherwise I wouldn't let someone like Nangong Xuantian take such serious precautions." This is true. Nangong Xuantian is an arrogant and brainless person at first glance. What makes him protect the things inside so seriously is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Thinking of this, Su Chen was very alert, and he was bound to see what was different inside. But after looking for a long time, I didn't see anything unusual. What's weird here? I always feel something is wrong. Xiaoxian couldn't help but rub her head. She didn't know much about the twists and turns, but her intuition also told her that there must be something she hadn't discovered. But Qianxing seemed to have no clue now, and Xiaoxian was extremely anxious. Su Chen also knew that blindly looking at things like this was not the answer. He calmed down slightly and carefully observed the strange things around him. Since it is to protect something, then this thing does not have to be hidden on the surface. But here there will definitely be clues left. Sure enough, under his observation, one corner was obviously much neater, and the wear and tear was more severe than other places. Su Chen immediately made a decision, squatted down and started searching with his hands. Sure enough, there was a brick that could be rolled. He pressed hard. The wall in front of him suddenly made a violent sound. Several people quickly took a few steps back. Then, a small hidden compartment came into view, with only a small box on it, very delicate, with a lifelike flower embroidered on it. Several people looked at each other and immediately understood that this was what they were looking for. Su Chen took out the box, and there was only a letter inside. Su Chen opened it and the contents of the letter were revealed. "I will provide you with a place to live and settle down, so you must obey my orders. After you settle here, you must look for someone with the spirit of the divine dragon." The few lines in the letter immediately caused a stir in everyone's hearts. If it were the past, they would have no clue about this. But now, they immediately knew that the person who wrote the letter was probably the envoy sent by Emperor Tiandao to Dongzhou. It seems that the Su family and the Nangong family's ability to enter here must be related to the envoy, but they don't know who the envoy is. However, Su Chen and others have been in Dongzhou for so long, not only for revenge but also to find the messenger of the Emperor of Heaven. Now we finally have a clue. There's only this much in the letter. I don't know who the others are. Xiaoxian couldn't help but touch his head, very impatient. The letter clearly told them a lot of information, but they couldn't find the whereabouts of that person. The enemy was in the dark and I was in the light. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Nangong Xuantian is an arrogant man who can't achieve anything big. The envoy obviously knew this too, so he didn't tell him much information. If we want to know more, I'm afraid we have to meet the current leader of the Sun family. The head of the family. Luotian just pondered for a moment and then immediately thought about this aspect. Indeed, they had only been in contact with Nangong Xuantian for a short time, and they could feel that he was arrogant and brainless. If it weren't for the fact that he was a direct descendant of Nangong and his cultivation was at the peak of the quasi-emperor, he probably wouldn't be able to sit on the throne of the family leader. Location. It seems that our next step is the Sun family. Su Chen's eyes were serious, with a bit of murderous intent in his eyes. Su Chen has never been merciful to those who want to kill him. At least now I have a new goal besides revenge. In order not to alert others, they decided to stay at Nangong's house first. Not long after taking a rest, Arnold and Chen came to see Su Chen. At that time, Su Chen had just come out of the gentle home of Yizhuiyue, with a satisfied laziness on his face. He was a little surprised when he saw the two of them coming. "Why are you here?" Su Chen asked curiously. After dealing with Nangong Xuantian, Su Chen told the two of them that they would stay here temporarily. So, the rest of the Lane tribe were called over by Senator first because Su Chen and the others were short of manpower. Calling them here could better control the Nangong family. If there is any trouble, Su Chen will be informed immediately. Second, it is not safe for the Lane clan to stay outside the barrier. The Sun family is still sending people to search, but they and the Nangong family are on the same page, so it's very safe to stay here. We are here specifically to thank you. Thanks to you, we, the Lane tribe, have been given a piece of pure land. Sun smiled slightly, feeling Arnold's nervousness, and squeezed her palm, twice trying to pass on his energy. Arnold pursed his lips, took 2 steps forward, and said solemnly to Su Chen, "Thank you, brother. Your kindness to the Lane tribe is unforgettable to us. If you need help with anything in the future, we Lane people will not hesitate." Although their Lane tribe is a bit weak and may be dispensable to Su Chen, for them, this is the greatest loyalty and respect that can be achieved. It's nothing. We're just here to help. End of chapter. Su Chen thought about it and didn't want them to feel so guilty, so he just said this. The two of them could naturally tell that Su Chen was just trying to relieve them of their psychological burden, and they immediately respected Su Chen even more. Although they have been living in Lane Mountain, they have seen too many people who repay their kindness. They gave them a little benefit but tried to drain all their value. Thinking of this, Arnold looked moved, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, as if he had made up a lot of determination. She turned her head and took a serious look at Senator Sun, seemed aware of it, and frowned. But in the end he nodded with a heavy expression. "Brother, thank you very much for helping us. In the holy land of our Lane people, there is the holy fire of Lane which can temper spiritual fire. If possible, we can take you there," Arnold said slowly. As soon as these words came out, even the well-informed Luotian couldn't help but feel secretly frightened. According to legend, there is a great treasure in Dongzhou, which is the Lane holy fire. It is very sacred in Lane Mountain and no one knows where it is. But according to legend, the holy fire of thunder can temper spiritual fire, and low-level flexibility can even directly increase it by several levels. Even the level of blue-tempered spiritual fire is of great benefit. Not only that, it can temper martial souls. Even Su Chen's divine dragon, martial soul, is very beneficial. Even the tempering of this divine dragon is even more beneficial. The holy fire of thunder has been gestated for thousands of years. Contains the power of thunder, contains the laws of heaven, and has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. It's just that it's very mysterious, and most people can't find any trace of. Even for a long time, people thought that the thunder sound holy fire was fabricated. I never expected that the thunder sound holy fire actually existed. Come to think of it, the entire Thundersound Mountain is the carrier of the Thundersound Holy Fire. As for elves like Arnold and Sen, they were born under the influence of the Thundersound Holy Fire. No wonder those people couldn't find any trace of it. Shaoling had no resistance to the barrier of Lane Mountain at first, probably because of the thunderous holy fire in Lane Mountain. Will this affect you? While Su Chun was moved, he also noticed their hesitation just now. If the people of the Lane tribe need to be sacrificed, then it's okay not to use this sacred fire. The Lane tribe is already like this. They cannot take advantage of others. Danger. Otherwise, what is the difference between this and the Sun family and the Nangong family? No, it's just that this is a secret that our family has been guarding from generation to generation, but the benefactor is different. We believe that the benefactor will never betray us. San shook his head, lifted his robe, and knelt down on one knee neatly, with his head hanging down in an up-and-down posture. Since we have chosen to tell you, we represent our Lane clan's loyalty to you, our Supreme Lord. After Sen finished speaking, Arnold also knelt down in the same manner. You! Su Chun had mixed feelings in his heart. His Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and then he said, "Don't worry, I will definitely not betray your trust." After the words fell, Arnold tugged at the corner of his clothes. "Next, let's go to the Sun family. Please let us do our part." Some of our Lane tribe members were also captured by the Sun family. We want to take this opportunity to rescue them. Arnold bit his lip and hesitated before speaking. Su Chun had already helped them too much, and Arnold didn't want to trouble them anymore, but his own strength alone was too weak. Following Su Chun, there was still a chance of success. "We won't cause any trouble. We are just taking the opportunity to find our companions. You don't have to worry about us. Whether we live or die is God's will." Anua was afraid that Su Chun would misunderstand that they wanted to use Su Chun and others to save the tribe, so he quickly explained, "Since you have already pledged your allegiance to me, it is naturally my duty to save your companions. When the time comes, just follow me and I will definitely find a way to rescue the remaining Lane tribe members." Su Chun smiled slightly. These elves are so simple and cute. The kindness of a drop of water is repaid by a spring of water. After hearing this, Arnold nodded excitedly, his eyes filled with gratitude. In order to avoid Sun Taohong's suspicion, they only rested at Nangong's house for one day and then immediately embarked on a journey to Sun's house. Compared with the Nangong family, the Sun family is obviously much more vigilant, well-guarded, and well-trained, and is completely incomparable to the Nangong family's show-offs. However, those so-called cultivation levels are generally not high, so since they just raise their hands, they can be easily solved. Su Chun walked in without hesitation, with a clear goal, and went directly to find Sun Taohong. "Who are you? How dare you break in?" When the leading guard saw Su Chun and others being so upright, he immediately stared, sent his men to stop them, and shouted loudly. But the words were stuck in his throat, and before he even had time to finish, the guards sent over were burned to ashes by Su Chun. Those people didn't even have time to say a word before they immediately turned into dust and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The leader's words were stuck in his throat, and his eyes gradually became frightened. You must know that the cultivation level of those guards just now was not low, but they were killed instantly without even touching a corner of Su Chen's clothes. "Who the hell are you?" The leading guard couldn't help but take a few steps back, his eyes gradually filled with fear. Su Chen curled his lips and smiled, very evilly. He raised his eyebrows and said domineeringly, "Take me to see the head of your family. Is it possible for you to see our master whenever you want?" The leading guard drew his sword and looked at Su Chun vigilantly. His cultivation was only at the Great Saint realm, and he was not sure that he could stop Su Chun. "If you don't accept my offer, you will be punished." Seeing this, Su Chun couldn't help but snorted coldly, and his eyes gradually became cold. "In that case, Don't blame me for being rude. As soon as the voice fell, the hand holding the sword of the leading guard instantly burned with fierce flames. The leading guard screamed in pain and subconsciously wanted to put out the flames, but the blue quenching spirit fire was not an ordinary spirit fire. His actions were useless. Ah! It hurts so much. The leading guard screamed in pain and kept rolling around, trying to put out the spirit fire. Will you take me to find your family, master? Su Chen looked down at the leading guard and had no mercy on his plea. The leading guard gritted his teeth tightly, and his lips were bleeding from his bite. I don't know if it was pain or backlash. If you don't want to lose your life now, I advise you to be more sensible. Su Chen yawned lazily. The guards of the Sun family must have done a lot of dirty things, and they don't deserve his sympathy at all. The leading guard didn't let go, and Su Chen didn't worry, quietly waiting for his words. Finally, the leading guard couldn't help it, and he couldn't help but say, I say, please let me go. End of this chapter. The guards' faces were horrible in pain. Their clothes were burned to tatters, and their exposed skin was charred black, which looked particularly shocking. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. He put out the flames, and very considerately lifted the guards up with his feet, saying, A man who knows the current situation is a hero. The leading guard looked at his charred arm, which had shrunk together due to the fierce flames like a tumor, extremely ugly, and even rotten pus was constantly flowing out. It was painful and soft, and just a slight movement would cause piercing pain. This arm was probably useless. The guards were furious and wanted to cut Su Chen into pieces, but they were really afraid of the evil spirit fire, so they could only swallow their anger. Come with me, I'll take you there. Su Chen was not worried that the guards would do anything weird, but he did not follow the guards at the first time. The guard took 2 steps and found that Su Chen did not follow him, so he could not help but turn his head in confusion. Others sweep the entire Sun family and plunder all the treasures inside. Su Chen set his eyes on Xiaoxian and others, with a determined light in his eyes. Xiaoxian was instantly excited when he heard this. After all, he is now very keen on digging for treasures, which may be the nature of the Dragon Clan. The leading guard couldn't help shuddering when he heard this. With what happened just now, the leader did not doubt the truth of Su Chen's words at all. The entire Sun family is probably going to change. Thinking of this, the leading guard did not dare to neglect and immediately headed towards Sun Taohong's residence. Sun Taohong's yard is not difficult to find. The most gorgeous one in the whole mansion is it, but now he is not in his own yard, but drunk in the gentleness of one of the male favorites. As soon as Su Chen arrived at the door, he heard an ambiguous voice coming from inside. What was going on inside was self-evident. The leading guard couldn't help but shudder, looking at Su Chen tremblingly, and said in a trembling voice, I have brought you here, can you let me go? Next, Su Chen smiled with his lips curled, and looked at the leading guard with a pair of cold eyes. Okay. Su Chen's voice was low and magnetic. The leading guard was delighted when he heard this, and subconsciously wanted to escape, but before he took 2 steps, the blue quenching spirit fire arrived as promised. The leading guard, who was still alive and kicking just now, instantly burned with a raging fire, and the fire spread so fast that it almost swallowed him up in a blink of an eye. Ah! You don't keep your promise. I have brought you here, why are you? Before he finished speaking, his voice stopped abruptly, and the man was completely swallowed up, turning into ashes, not to mention his body, even his soul was burned to ashes. Su Chen glanced at him lazily and said slowly, I just asked you to come, but I didn't promise you that I would not kill you. After the words fell, his eyes were a little excited. I did promise to let you go, but I gave you a chance. But you were useless and I still killed you. With such a big commotion outside, it would be hard for the people inside not to notice. Sun Taohong was enjoying the nourishment of her male favorite at the moment. When she heard the commotion outside, she was immediately disturbed and lost all interest. She was furious and rushed out with a middle-length coat on her body. As soon as she went out, she immediately saw Su Chen standing there. Su Chen was tall and handsome, wearing a white robe with light blue hot gold stripes on it, which made him look like the bright moon in the sky. If you ignore the blood on the corner of his clothes, he is completely the image of a noble gentleman. Sun Taohong narrowed her eyes slightly and looked for a long time but didn't recognize who the person in front of her was. It's not her fault. She seldom left Dongzhou before, so even though she knew Su Chen's reputation, she had never seen him in person, so she didn't know who Su Chen was. But Su Chen's appearance made her laugh out loud. Here comes another free male pet. Thinking of this, Sun Taohong looked at Su Chen with interest, and then said, "Where did this handsome little monk come from? How did he come to the yard of this master?" Her unscrupulous eyes fell on Su Chen and looked him up and down, as if she was tasting a commodity, with shrewdness in her eyes. Su Chen has been here for so long, and she has always been thinking about others robbing and plundering. When did others look at her like cabbage? Looking at her ugly face again. The scars on her face are like centipedes, all over her face. Even though she is convex and curvy, she looks big and strong, like Li Kuei reincarnated. Su Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and there was already a little coldness in his eyes when he looked at Sun Taohong. He originally thought that Nangong Xuantian was already an arrogant and brainless idiot, but he didn't expect that Sun Taohong was no less than that, a complete female hooligan who coveted beauty. "Are you Sun Taohong, the head of the Sun family?" Su Chen looked at Sun Taohong with a smile, but did not respond to her question. Sun Taohong was skipped over the question and was still a little annoyed. But, looking at his flawless face, she suppressed her thoughts. The little cultivator has a bad temper. Yes, I am Sun Taohong, the head of the Sun family. I just don't know who you are and how dare you act wild in my Sun family. When Sun Taohong first spoke, she was still smiling, but at the end, the style changed and the expression on her face gradually became fierce. As soon as the voice fell, the pressure of a strong man at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm broke out instantly and swept across the land in an instant. The grass and trees on the ground had already withered because they could not bear it, and even the sky seemed to change color with dark clouds as if thunderclouds would strike at any time. Under such a strong pressure, Su Chen seemed to be unaffected at all, with a playful smile on his face. "What? Is this all the head of the Sun family can do? It seems like he is tickling me, and there is no deterrent power at all." At the end, Su Chen bit every word very hard, full of provocation. When Sun Taohong heard this, her eyes narrowed slightly. She was not a brainless fool like Nangong Xuantian. The man in front of her was majestic, extraordinary, and handsome, and he was extraordinary at first glance. And she could only feel that the man was in the realm of the great saint. But he could resist the pressure of the peak quasi-emperor realm, so there are only two possibilities. One is that he has a magic weapon that can save his life, but such people are usually rich or noble. She has never seen such people in Dongzhou. The second is that he deliberately suppressed his realm, so when outsiders investigate, they can only feel that his realm is the great saint realm. And of this chapter, the monk in front of him is very likely to be in the second situation. Ordinary monks, if their family does not have a strong background, will generally lower their realm and reduce their sense of existence, but not too low. In this way, he will not be targeted by aristocratic families, but he can also get a decent job based on his own cultivation. Thinking of this, Sun Taohong raised her lips and smiled slightly, with a certain determination in her eyes. "What is the purpose of coming to my son's house?" she said casually, having already thought of a strategy in her mind. Su Chen didn't know where the blind confidence of the woman in front of him came from, and he couldn't help laughing for a moment. "Of course I'll kill you," Su Chen smiled slightly and spoke slowly, but there was a strong murderous look in his eyes. Sun Taohong narrowed her eyes and subconsciously wanted to use coercion to scare Su Chen, but suddenly remembered that her coercion had no effect on him. She smiled an ugly smile. It would be bad if such a beautiful skin was injured. Moreover, with such a high level of cultivation, if she could be brought under her command, she would definitely surpass Nangong Xuantian. Thinking of this, Sun Taohong said slowly, "How much benefit has the master, the hind you given you? I Sun Taohong stand here today and promise you that as long as you follow me, I will give you double." The person in front of her was very confident. The confident Su Chen didn't know where she came to the conclusion. "I'm afraid you can't afford my benefits." Su Chen sneered, and then immediately came to Sun Taohong and pinched Sun Taohong's neck with one hand. After all, Sun Taohong was also at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor, and he was not a vegetarian. After some struggle, he quickly distanced himself from
Su Chen.
As for the pretty boy next to her, he was so frightened by the scene in front of him that he could not speak. He was cowering, his skin was exposed, and there were still ambiguous red marks on it, and there were marks from the whip on his arms and neck. The man was afraid of being affected by the fight between the two, so he tried his best to shrink back and reduce his sense of presence. "Little monk, don't be so anxious to make a conclusion. Looking at your stoic look, you must have not tasted the taste of women. Follow me. I guarantee that you will enjoy the fun, be ecstatic and unforgettable." At the end of the sentence, Sun Taohong cast a flirtatious look at Su Chen, and unconsciously licked the corners of her mouth with her tongue, her lips becoming increasingly red like tempting fruits. "Do you know who I am?"
Su Chen sneered.
The woman in front of him was really ignorant. Although her cultivation level is at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor, Lu Luo has the same cultivation level as her and is very beautiful. Yiju's cultivation level and beauty are even more overwhelming. If it were other people, they might think that although Sun Taohong's face is a bit ugly, her figure can be considered a beauty. But compared with the woman next to Su Chen, that's not enough. It doesn't matter who it is. Don't be ignorant. There is no man I want that I can't get. Sun Taohong looked at Su Chen with interest. The man in front of her was quite interesting. She hadn't seen such a man with such backbone for a long time, so he was quite interesting. It just so happened that the previous one was too submissive and she was a little tired of it, but now this one is just right. "My noble young master of the Su family, what kind of woman do you want? And why do you want to find an old woman like you? She has slept with so many men, and I don't know if she has any diseases." Su Chen couldn't help it anymore and looked at Sun Taohong with difficulty in speaking. What he said was actually not merciless at all. He had an impression of Sun Taohong, and what he liked most was to rob a good man from a good family and cultivate with her as her furnace. When a man suffers for a long time, not only his 7 yuan will be taken away, but even his spiritual power will be washed away and he will become a complete useless person. Sun Taohong was stunned. The original casual expression was gone. She never expected that the man in front of her was Su Chen, the famous young master of the Su family. After being silent for a long time, Sun Taohong couldn't help but sneered. "So what?" Sun Taohong said before pulling out his sword. "Even if you are the young master of the Su family, this is the territory of Dongzhou now. Water far away cannot break the fire close. Even if you are a dragon, you have to be coiled by me." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Taohong summoned his martial spirit, which was a vicious and poisonous snake. Although the martial spirit is not comparable to Su Chen's, it is also very threatening because it is highly toxic and can swallow other people's martial spirits. I saw that the green snake was covered with dense poisonous patterns, and its 2 fangs were exposed. The snake teeth popped out from time to time, making a hissing sound. With the indifference of a cold-blooded animal in his golden vertical pupils, he rushed straight towards Su Chen. Su Chen was also merciless and immediately burst out with the dragon martial. Spirit. I saw the shadow of a golden divine dragon instantly appear behind him. The golden dragon was extremely powerful. Just standing there made people involuntarily feel surrender. The moment Sun Taohong saw the Shenlong martial spirit, the color drained from her face and she seemed to be stunned. The moment the green snake martial spirit touched the Shenlong martial spirit, it instantly dissipated into nothingness. Sun Taohong was forced to take a few steps back by the huge pressure and then spit out a mouthful of bright red blood. You are actually... Sun Taohong was shocked. Looking at Su Chen in disbelief, his lips trembled. For a long time, but he didn't say a complete sentence. Yes. This young master happens to possess the Shenlong martial spirit. Su Chen looked at Sun Taohong condescendingly. Compared to Sun Taohong's miserable state, Su Chen is now very calm and at ease. Don't be too arrogant. I tell you, you won't live long under that adult. Even if you are the young master of the Su family, in her eyes you are just an ant. Sun Taohong was beaten back step by step, staring at Su Chen with a pair of resentful eyes, like a poisonous snake. Su Chen couldn't help laughing softly when he heard this. Even if I won't live long, you won't have the chance to see it now. Su Chen didn't care about her anger and shame, and looked at Sun Taohong as if he was looking at a dead object. Sun Taohong felt Su Chen's murderous intent, which was completely different from his casual appearance just now. The momentum around him seemed to become fierce all of a sudden. At this moment, Sun Taohong was scared. Her eyes were wide open, and the smug expression just now was gone, replaced by endless fear, as if she had fallen into an abyss with no end in sight, and was sinking into it. Su Chen seemed to have lost his patience and raised his hand. The golden dragon martial spirit seemed to feel the call and gradually became smaller, hovering in Su Chen's hand, constantly swimming, and was particularly solemn. Sun Taohong unconsciously took a few steps back. End of this chapter. Sun Taohong's steps were unsteady, and he was very aware that death was so close to him. Wait, I can tell you everything I want to know. At the critical moment, Sun Taohong's mind turned quickly, and suddenly he seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, looking at Su Chen in shock. Su Chen paused slightly and stopped the movement of his hands. His eyes were deep, like a bottomless cold pond, deep and silent, but under this surface calm, there was an undercurrent surging inside. Oh, what do you have to say? Su Chen asked with interest, with a bit of teasing in his eyes. It seemed that the person in front of him at this moment was just a toy for him to manipulate, and his mood could instantly determine Sun Taohong's life or death. Sun Taohong clenched his teeth tightly. Every muscle in his body was stiff, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead unconsciously. What I know must be of interest to you. I can tell you everything I know, but you have to spare my life. Sun Taohong said everything she wanted to say in one breath, fearing that Su Chen would lose his patience and kill her directly. Do you think you still have the capital to negotiate with me now? If you don't tell me, I will at most spend some time and then I will still know what I want. Su Chen couldn't help laughing when he heard this, and his eyes became more and more deep, as if he was looking at a jumping clown. Sun Taohong's face turned blue and white, and his face changed several times, and finally he forced a few words out of his throat. I say. At this time, Su Chen was no longer in a hurry, and looked at Sun Taohong leisurely. I advise you not to play any tricks. The last Nangong Xuantian who didn't know the height of the world has completely disappeared from this world at this moment. Luoshin took 2 steps forward, his eyes cold. This is a warning Sun Taohong not to have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise the end will be miserable. Hearing this, Sun Taohong's expectations were completely shattered. She originally thought that if Nangong Xuantian was still alive, she could go to them after saving her life, and she would not be at her wits' end. But Nangong Xuantian had already passed away, which was tantamount to completely blocking her way. Besides, if she wanted to survive now, she must reveal the news of the master behind her. If that adult knew, she would definitely not survive. Sun Taohong was in a dilemma. After thinking about it, she decided to give it a try. Maybe she could survive today. Thinking of this, Sun Taohong closed her eyes resignedly and said slowly, "Since you have been to Nangong's house, you must have found the hidden letters. I also have them here, but after I read them, I destroyed them all." After saying this, Luoshin couldn't help but squint. In contrast, Sun Taohong is smart. If she wants to avoid being discovered, the best way is to destroy all the evidence instead of putting it away like Nangong Xuantian. Even if she uses the most stringent defense, she can't escape the fate of being watched. Only things that don't exist can't be found. Who is the person behind you? Why are you looking for someone with the dragon spirit? Su Chen immediately raised two questions, hitting the nail on the head. We don't know these. The master behind us is actually a Ziwei fairy in Ziwei Pavilion. The strength of that Ziwei fairy has reached the realm of a half-step emperor. Her strength is unfathomable. He guided us to come to Lane Mountain and asked us to pay attention. If I have such a person, I will either kill him directly or report his whereabouts to them. When Sun Taohong said this, a bit of jealousy flashed in her eyes. As a woman, she gave up her appearance to climb to her current position. Only, she knows the bitterness and pain along the way. But that woman is extremely beautiful, like a pure lotus that is not stained by muddy water, and her cultivation level is rarely matched in this continent. Why? She has obviously paid so much. When he thought that the woman's fate would be similar to his own, Sun Taohong felt better. Su Chen and his friends looked at each other and immediately determined that the person was probably the heavenly Dao messenger sent by the heavenly Dao Emperor to Dongzhou. They also heard a lot of news about Ziwei Pavilion along the way, but there were not many that were really useful. Most of them said that there were many masters in it and it was very mysterious. On the surface, these sects supported each other and the power of the entire Dongzhou was divided into pieces, but in fact the only one who had the right to speak was Ziwei Pavilion. This is why Su Chen has never gone to Ziwei Pavilion. It's always right to be cautious. Besides this, what else do you know? Su Chen continued to ask, with a deep look in his eyes. When Sun Taohong heard it, he knew that what he said now was probably not
satisfactory to Su Chen.
But she and Nangong Xuantian seemed to be in a good position, but in fact they were just stray dogs rescued by Ziwei Pavilion, and they didn't know how much useful information they had. For a moment, she racked her brains and finally came up with one. He asked us to occupy Lane Mountain in order to find the legendary Lane Holy Fire. Fairy Ziwei once predicted that the Lane Holy Fire must be related to the Lane people, so we are so eager to capture the saint. Sun Taohong gritted her teeth and said quickly. Speaking of this, she herself felt that Fairy Ziwei was a little wishful thinking. After all, she had been in Lane Mountain for so long, and almost turned the place upside down. But she didn't see any shadow of the holy fire of Lane. She suspected that the holy fire of Lane didn't actually exist. But they continued to look for it because they had to obey Fairy Ziwei's orders. Do you know how to get to Ziwei Pavilion?
Su Chen nodded.
So the reason why the Sun family and Nangong family had been spending manpower to kill all the Lane people was also found. We don't know this. Although Ziwei Pavilion is the largest force in China, it comes and goes without a trace. Many cultivators can't find the way even if they try their best. Sun Taohong shook his head honestly and told the truth. As soon as the voice fell, Sun Taohong suddenly noticed that Su Chen's face was very ugly, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Su Chen didn't think that she said this because she didn't want to betray Ziwei Fairy, but actually didn't want to expose the true location of Ziwei Pavilion, right? Seeing the murderous aura in Su Chen's eyes almost condensed into substance. If eyes could kill, Sun Taohong would have been riddled with holes and killed. without a single piece of armor left. End of this chapter. We only met the fairy Ziwei when we were in trouble. She only said that she was from Ziwei Pavilion and asked us to be loyal to her. After that we communicated through letters. Sun Taohong was afraid that Su Chun would not believe it, and her eyes met. Su Chun is now deciding her life and death. As long as he is unhappy, it will be a disaster that her life will be in danger. But I heard that Tai Sword Sect seems to be involved with Ziwei Pavilion. Recently, your affairs have been a hot topic. The two of them even plan to cooperate and want you to be expelled from Dongzhou together. Sun Taohong's eyes turned, and the huge desire to survive stimulated her to say whatever she wanted without thinking. Su Chun raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Speaking of which, he didn't know too much about Tai Sword Sect, but it was said that everyone in it was a sword fanatic and had superb swordsmanship. Su Chun looked like this. At first glance, he was interested in Tai Sword
Sect.
Sun Taohong immediately prescribed the right medicine and began to
Introduce Tai Sword Sect.
They are from the same class. Although they are declining compared to Tai Sword Sect, they have a lot of information to know. The name of Tai Immortal Sect sounds good, but in fact it was founded by the remnants of the Ouyang family. I don't know what kind of shit luck they had, and they jointly founded it with the sword cultivators. Sun Taohong couldn't help spitting when he said this. Those sword cultivators are people who will even cut themselves when they are ruthless. Their fighting power is very strong. We are all very afraid of them and will not easily provoke them. In this case, why are they related to Ziwei Pavilion? Xiaoxian bit his lip. Although he wanted to go, he didn't understand what the connection was. It is because the fighting power of his Tai sect is very strong, so there are some things that Ziwei Pavilion is not convenient to come forward, and Tai Sword Sect has become their public person. Almost everything is done by
Tai Sword Sect.
After listening, Sun Taohong was not in a hurry and explained slowly. But the Ouyang family is not a good thing either. They rely on their strength to do evil and do a lot of things behind the scenes. Speaking of this, Sun Taohong's face flashed with disdain. Lu Luo's brain is a stubborn one. After hearing what Sun Taohong said, she tilted her head and couldn't help asking, "But don't you also rob women and men every day and absorb cultivation? Why do you still look down on the Ouyang family?" Hearing this, Sun Taohong's expression on her face was a little embarrassed. She coughed twice as if to cover up, and her expression was a little unnatural. How can it be called robbing when we are willing? I meet their needs and they meet my needs. It is mutually beneficial. Besides, how do you know that they don't want to? Sun Taohong's words were confusing and successfully confused Lu Luo. She subconsciously set her eyes on the timid man on the bed. The flowery man shuddered instantly after feeling the gazes of the crowd. "Bury your head deeper into the quilt, trying to reduce your presence." Seeing that everyone's eyes had not shifted, Hua Meinan hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, I volunteered." The room fell into a strange silence. "Is Ouyang Qi the current leader of Tai Sword Sect?" Yizhua coughed and asked what she wanted to ask. "That's right." Sun Taohong nodded and then said, "But the relationship between Tai Sword Sect and Ziwei Pavilion is getting closer and closer. Many times we expect the forces of Ziwei Pavilion to not dare to stop him. It seems that it's time to go to Tai Sword Sect to take a look." Su Chun pulled the corner of his mouth, with a bit of inquiry in his eyes. Sun Taohong nodded hurriedly, and he now hoped that Tai Sword Sect would divert all of Su Chen's attention. Just when she thought that the matter had been settled, Su Chen suddenly looked at him with a smile. Sun Taohong's body stiffened and sweated profusely. She poked her head out and asked cautiously, "Is there anything else? Are you willing to be loyal to this young master? If you make a vow today, this young master can spare your life." Su Chen smiled but didn't smile. There was no extra expression on his face. But the more he did, the more people couldn't guess what he was thinking. Sun Taohong was strangely entangled when he heard this. After all, he was once the head of the Sun family, but if he followed Su Chen, he might not be sure what he would be in the future. But if he didn't follow Su Chen, his life would definitely be in danger. The terrain of Dongzhou is complicated, and I still need a few people to manage it. If you obey me, you can manage the Lin family, but you can't do the things that hurt the heaven and earth like before. Su Chen noticed her hesitation and said slowly. It wasn't Su Chen's impulse to have this idea. Although in the original book, the Sun family was also the culprit who framed the predecessor, but the book only mentioned a few words about the character. Sun Taohong. Her life story was extremely miserable. Before this, she had been suppressed by the direct line of the Sun family. She was able to survive only because of her tenacity. Su Chen always admired this kind of people. In order to become stronger, they could sacrifice themselves and endure the suffering that ordinary people could not endure. This is how they came to this point today. After hearing this, Sun Taohong's face lit up. Although the Lin family has been exposed, it is still a large territory in Dongzhou. She would not be so restricted in leadership, and she would not have to listen to that shitty Ziwei pavilion and do a lot of things that hurt the world. But she also had something she was particularly concerned about. Sun Taohong nodded excitedly at first, and then, as if she had thought of something, she looked at Su Chen in a very tangled manner. She raised her eyes and asked, I should not have to worry about any private matters when I follow you, such as men. After she finished speaking, she subconsciously glanced at the man on the bed. After this, everyone present could not help but twitch their lips. They never expected that Sun Taohong's focus would be so strange. What can I interfere with if it is something we both agree on? As long as you don't do anything that disregards human ethics, you can do whatever you want. But if you do, don't blame me for cleaning up the mess myself. After Su Chen finished speaking, the dragon martial spirit appeared behind him, majestic and full of momentum. Su Chen thought that he was not a good person either, but bad people also have to have a limit. Those who want to destroy the world are completely bullshit. Besides, if others don't offend me, I won't offend others. It's not wrong to take revenge for a slight offense, but if you harm the lives of innocent people, then it's completely a problem with the person. After hearing this, Sun Taohong instantly felt that following Su Chen was very free. After all, Su Chen was not like some people who claimed to be upright, who were very concerned about their reputation and who looked glamorous on the surface but actually did these low-class things behind the scenes. Okay, I will definitely not disappoint the master's expectations. Sun Taohong knelt on the ground excitedly, put her hands in front of her chest and swore devoutly, I, Sun Taohong, swear that I will be loyal to the young master in the future and will never betray the young master. If I violate it, I will be struck by 5 thunders and die miserably. As soon as the voice fell, a strong light burst out from her body, and the formation from the way of heaven immediately appeared, surrounding her whole body. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction, and his peripheral vision suddenly fell on the man on the bed. As for this man, before he finished speaking, Su Chen looked at Sun Taohong meaningfully again. After all, this man knew too much information. Logically speaking, killing him, to silence him, was the best way. Sun Taohong's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the weak and helpless handsome man, he gritted his teeth and said to Su Chen, he is not a bad person by nature, and his family background is clean. He will not leak what happened today. Besides, since I am submissive to you, he is naturally your subordinate. After the voice fell, Sun Taohong winked at the handsome man frantically. The handsome man originally thought that he would die today, but now that Sun Taohong hinted, he quickly put on his clothes and climbed up. He also knelt on the ground, imitating Sun Taohong's appearance, and swore in a serious manner, I swear here today that I will never leak what happened today, and I will be loyal to Lord Suchun and will never have any intention of betraying him. If I bleed on the spot, I will die without any sense of loss. What he said was very vicious, but it also represented his determination to sue Chen. Suchun has always been very tolerant of those who have not hurt Suchun, and he did not care about him, but just nodded gently. Where are the remaining Lin people? Take me to find them. Suchun glanced at Sun Taohong, and then at Arnold and Sen, who had been silent from beginning to end. Although Arnold and Sen hated Sun Taohong, most of the things about his people were done by the Nangong family. Even though Sun Jia also participated in the pursuit, he had always adopted a conciliatory policy and did not force them to do anything. I haven't reported these things to Ziwei Pavilion yet. Now the Lin people are all fine. I'll take you to find them. Sun Taohong immediately looked flattering and took Arnold and San and others to the dungeon. In the dungeon, the Lin people were locked up together. The imagined sallow faces or mutilated bodies did not appear. They just had dull eyes. When those people saw Arnold and Sen, they immediately ran up excitedly and looked at them expectantly across the iron prison. Saint, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Arnold's eyes were red when he heard the voice of his long-lost people. She nodded gently, and then said, I came to find you. Are you all okay? It's okay. But why are you with this devil? It's not for us. San, you must not do such a stupid thing as succumbing to this demon for us. If that's the case, then we would rather commit suicide on the spot, and we will never be the lackeys of that devil, and we will not let you down. Seeing everyone talking at once, they thought that they could be rescued. Because San obeyed Sun Taohong, and they were all passionate. Suchun couldn't help but twitched his mouth, and his eyes fell on Sun Taohong. Thoughtfully, Sun Taohong touched his nose a little embarrassedly, turned his eyes aside, and his voice was as small as a mosquito, obviously lacking confidence. I saw a good-looking guy there before, so I suggested that he follow me, but he didn't agree, so I didn't force him. At the end, she was a little nervous, afraid that Suchun would misunderstand. It has to be said that Sun Taohong is really a famous pervert. No, thanks to this benefactor Suchun, I was able to successfully rescue you. Sun Taohong has turned over a new leaf and will not hurt us. Arnold pursed his lips and held Sen's hand tightly, looking at the tribesman with his watery eyes. Although she did not say clearly what happened to San, the tight grip had already explained everything. It seems that the girl is possessive and is here to claim sovereignty. Suchun could not help laughing. The elves are so simple and cute. After everything was packed up, Suchun followed Arnold and the others to the holy land of Lin Mountain. As for Sun Taohong and others, Yizhuiyue took them to the Lin family's territory. If the remaining people of the Sun family were willing to go with Sun Taohong, they could follow after making a heart demon oath. They originally thought that it would be difficult for the people of the Sun family to accept this situation, but they never expected that those people were very loyal to Sun Taohong. After hearing what Sun Taohong said, they had no choice but to make a heart demon oath. Unexpectedly, Sun Taohong looked unserious, but he still had a way to manage his subordinates. As for Arnold and Sen, they came to the Holy Land after properly settling their people. It was called the Holy Land, but it was actually the top of Lin Mountain, which looked very flat, breaking Su Chen's previous impression of the Holy Land. So the Holy Land of Lin Mountain is here. No wonder those people couldn't find it no matter how hard they tried. Su Chen couldn't help but say, of course, he didn't think that God looked like this. There must be some mystery in it, and only the Lin people could set foot on it. That's right. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, our ancestor was once a human being, and he was brought to see the holy fire of Lin. But after the human was saved, he passed the news out, which brought great disaster to our tribe. San couldn't help but clench his fist when he said this. Since that incident, the entire Lin Mountain has been completely sealed. In order to save his sins, the ancestor made up his mind to merge with the entire Lane Mountain, and this purple barrier was also obtained from this. Not only that, because they were bred in Lane Mountain, the saint can naturally evoke the connection with Lane Mountain. So only the saint can bring people into the Holy Land. Before, Arnold and Sen were actually very hesitant. Chen would be like those people before who helped but didn't appreciate it and would also bring a catastrophe to their tribe. When they said this at that time, they also made a great determination, which was also a gamble. Fortunately, Chen did not let them down. Chen nodded, his expression very serious. I will never publicize what happened today, and return peace to your Lane Mountain. We and our clansmen have made a vow to you, and we will be loyal to you from now on. How can we doubt what the master said? Sen laughed, and compared with his previous coldness, he was more energetic. After the chat ended, Arnold took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Although she is a saint from the Lane tribe, she is still young and is not very experienced in entering the Holy Land, so she is still a little nervous. I saw her closing her eyes, stretching her hands, and suddenly began to dance. Softly. Her waist was soft and her hair was windless and automatic. There is a delicate fragrance in the air, very fresh, an unknown floral fragrance, lingering on the tip of everyone's nose. The originally gloomy sky suddenly cleared up, and a ray of sunlight shone directly on Arnold's body. Arnold seemed not to have heard anything, and was still dancing with Lotus, growing every step of the way, like a deer in the forest, agile and free. Chen and San watched quietly, feeling mesmerized by the scene in front of them. Immediately afterwards, a door suddenly appeared in front of everyone. There was a faint light lingering around us, and there was a strange vortex in the middle, as if it wanted to absorb everything in the world. Okay, let's go in. Arnold breathed heavily. A thin layer of sweat had fallen on his forehead. But his eyes were bright, looking at San and Chen. Chen nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Several people walked in, and the world in front of them suddenly turned upside down. I saw an ancient altar lying across the empty land, surrounded by 8 stone pillars with countless vines entwining on them. There are countless totems painted in green on the stone pillars. These totems are very familiar. Chen has seen them on the Lane tribe before. There is a purple ball of light in the center, surrounded by countless thunder and lightning standing there quietly, as if to judge all the sins in the world. Directly under the ball of light is a huge altar. There is some holy water in the altar. Although no one has entered here for hundreds of years, the water inside is still clear to the bottom. My benefactor steps forward, and the holy flame of thunder will naturally understand everything. We can just wait here. Sun held Arnold's hand, held the somewhat exhausted Arnold in his arms, and looked at Chen with respect. Chen didn't want to see the two lovers showing off their affection in front of him, so he took 2 quick steps to the altar. As soon as he entered, he instantly felt a powerful coercion sweeping over him, and the thunderous holy fire seemed to be examining Chen's identity. In an instant, the pressure disappeared. The 8 stone pillars burst into dazzling light at the same time, green and purple intertwined, shooting towards the purple light ball in the center, surrounding the entire altar. Before Chen understood what was going on, when he opened his eyes again, he was in a void space. A purple light and shadow appeared in front of Chen. "You are the destined one." The voice was old and muddy, with a hint of vicissitudes of life. "Who are you?" Chen said tentatively. "It's been a long time since anyone asked me my name." Guangying was silent for a long time, and then slowly said, "I was the first elf at the birth of Lane Mountain. Because I committed an unforgivable mistake, I voluntarily sacrificed myself here. Now there are hundreds of thousands of people." Years passed. Having said this, Guangying sighed leisurely. It was clear that the light and shadow did not have human features, but Chen inexplicably thought of the decadent appearance of an old man. This is not your fault. If you want to blame it, you can only blame some people for their greed. Su Chen felt very uncomfortable and could only comfort him tentatively. He has now guessed that the person in front of him is probably the ancestor Arnold Hessen mentioned. When the light and shadow heard this, they swayed a little. She is worthy of being recognized by the current saintess. I didn't expect that she has told you all these things. It seems that she trusts you very much. Guangying laughed and then said, seeing that you are destined to me, I will help you practice today. Su Chen nodded, and instead of dancing excitedly when seeing an opportunity, like ordinary people, he sat down very calmly and summoned the divine dragon. Spirit. The largest golden dragon does not look insignificant in the entire space, and even has a faint tendency to illuminate the entire space. The golden dragon looked at the attraction in front of him majestically, with a calm look in his golden eyes. Seeing the scene in front of him, Shuiying was so surprised that he was speechless. Shenlong, it's actually the Dragon Emperor. Ken, you are the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor? Shuiying's voice was somewhat excited, and he no longer looked as calm as before, and he circled around in front of Su Chen several times. Yes. Su Chen didn't understand why Shuiying was so excited, but he still answered, honestly,
I'm Nanling.
There was a bit of excitement in Shadow's voice, but he soon realized that Su Chen had been reincarnated and did not remember what happened before. I was able to successfully transform in the first place, thanks to the compassionate advice given to me by the divine Dragon Emperor when he passed by here. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to open my spiritual wisdom. After finishing his words, Nanling's voice was full of nostalgia. He was just a newly born ignorant elf back then. It is difficult to conceive an elf without the guidance of the Shenlong Emperor. He might have had to wait tens of thousands of years to cultivate into a human body. Su Chen didn't expect that there was such a relationship. Now everything can be regarded as a cycle of cause and effect. You gave me good fortune at the beginning, and now I give you a sweet rain. Nanling sighed, his tone obviously much more solemn than before. Emperor Shenlong, please close your eyes and quietly feel the surge of spiritual power around you. This process may be a little painful, please bear with it. Nanling said. Su Chen nodded, closed his eyes and began to meditate. Closing his eyes, all the surrounding lights and shadows seemed to converge around Su Chen, and the purple flames passed from the shadows to Su Chen's body. Those flames passed through Su Chen's meridians and circulated throughout his limbs and bones. This process is extremely painful, but cultivators must endure it. Not only can the meridians be broadened, but the process of subsequent cultivation will also be more effective with half the effort. Xiao Ling suddenly felt a powerful force in his sleep, which was warm and intimate. Couldn't help but begin to absorb the nourishment of spiritual power. The tempering time can be said to be long or short, but when Su Chen regained consciousness, he no longer knew how much time it was at this moment. Nanling was very excited when he saw Su Chen waking up. As expected of the reincarnation of the Shenlong Emperor, he accepted the inheritance so quickly, and more than that, he accepted it so well. I didn't expect that the Shenlong Emperor would wake up so early. He really has a terrifying future, Nanling said with great emotion. When Su Chen heard this, he smiled sheepishly. Nothing. He now felt that his whole body was full of power, and even his whole body became much lighter. Even his martial spirit became more powerful, and his whole body was even surrounded by the power of lavender thunder. End of chapter. There is nothing I can do to help you now, but I had a premonition when I was here about the plight of the Lain people. A man of destiny would appear at that time to lead them out of this plight. I never thought that this person would be you. Nanling had been trapped here for a long time. Now he finally saw a living person who was his idol. He couldn't help but chatter and mutter. Don't worry. The invaders of their homeland have been defeated. They are all safe now and will be more prosperous in the future.
Su Chen comforted Nanling.
I didn't expect that you enlightened me hundreds of thousands of years ago, and hundreds of thousands of years later you also saved me from death in the water and fire. I have no way to repay such a great kindness. Nanling's voice was already a little choked. It's okay. The path of cultivating immortals is full of countless opportunities and fortunes. It's better to say that it's destiny.
Su Chen
Smiled and comforted. He thought he was not a saint. Even though he had done many exciting things in his previous life, he had no memory and always felt that he was listening to an outsider. Su Chen felt that he was an ordinary person from the beginning to the end. But he had come to this point after all this journey. Nanling was quiet for a while when he heard this. Then he agreed and said, "Yes, it's almost time. Let me take you out. I have been here for hundreds of thousands of years. I don't know what the outside world has become. I can only occasionally hear someone telling some interesting stories when they come in. Now that I can see you again, I will."
Die Withut regrets.
Nanling's eyes were particularly vicissitudes. He lost his physical body and stayed in this place for nearly hundreds of thousands of years. He couldn't see other scenery and had nothing else to relieve his boredom. If he was an ordinary person, he would probably have gone crazy long ago. Su Chen thought about it and suddenly thought of the booklets he had given to
Su Chen.
He touched his head, took out a storage ring and handed it to Nanling, saying, "Senior, it's really boring to stay here. There are many things to relieve boredom in the lower world now. This storybook is one of them. If you are bored, you can read it to relieve your boredom. If you have finished reading, you can also ask them to buy new ones for you. This thing is updated very quickly." When Nanling heard the word storybook, he thought it was some ancient books and exercises. He has now lost his entity and merged with the entire Lane Mountain. Even if he wants to practice, he is helpless. But he was embarrassed to refuse Su Chen's intention, so he took it. Su Chen was relieved when he saw this scene and turned around and walked out. Nanling watched the lively Su Chen leave completely, and the whole space became empty again. He was the only one left, and he couldn't help feeling a little lost. Thinking that those ancient books and exercises were at least novel things, Nanling casually took out a book. Just looking at the cover, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. There were colorful fonts on it, and a picture of a man and a woman kissing passionately. The big characters clearly read, "Don't despise the poor young man, my cold fiancé cried and begged me." What kind of novel way is this to promote cultivation? I didn't expect that people in the lower world would use such a tortuous rhetoric to cultivate. Nanling flipped a few pages and instantly immersed himself in this earthy and cool plot, and soon it was out of control. Su Chen naturally didn't know what happened inside. After coming out, he explained some matters to Arnold and Sen and gave them some elixirs and spiritual plants for cultivation, and then left to find Luoshan and others. They are currently living in Lane Mountain, and the place where they live is still the territory of the Sun family. After solving everything, Su Chen is now refreshed, and now he finally has time to have a good rest. But before he closed his eyes, the door was knocked. "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Xiaoxian and Natasha walked in together. They were very excited to see Su Chen's figure. "Why are you here?" Su Chen couldn't help laughing, always feeling that the two of them were a little different today. They also wore the exclusive clothes of the Lane people, but there were some differences, looking particularly elegant and refined. As a mermaid, Natasha has fair skin, like the finest pearls, shiny and attractive, and her long eyelashes flickering, which makes people feel excited. The light blue eyes are as quiet and distant as the ocean, and the purple and green clothes on her body add a bit of temptation. The light purple gauze on her chest covers the looming gap, and her long legs are in full view. The curly hair is scattered casually, adding a bit of laziness. Xiaoxian is shorter than Natasha, but also very beautiful. Her baby fat face is a bit cute and ignorant. She is also dressed very coolly, showing off her sexy and hot figure. Although she doesn't have a good figure like Natasha, she looks delicious, like a tender and juicy peach. Su Chen's heart was rippling the moment he saw it, and he hugged the two of them in his arms, one on the left and one on the right. Fortunately, the bed is big enough. Even if 3 people sit on it, it doesn't seem crowded. Did you miss me when you came here? Su Chen couldn't help laughing, and he looked naughty. Hate, master. Xiao Xian was the first to bury her head in Su Chen's arms. Her ears were pink and tender, and she was obviously shy. Natasha nodded very seriously, but she saw Xiao Xian buried in Su Chen's arms, out of the corner of her eye, and her heart was instantly unbalanced. She quietly took Su Chen's hand. Her seductive lips moved slightly, and in the blink of an eye she kissed Su Chen on the face. Master, Natasha misses you so much. Natasha's voice was tender and sweet, and Su Chen was fascinated by her. Please love me, master. Xiao Xian was anxious when she saw Natasha was so proactive. She didn't care about that anymore and immediately started to pull Su Chen's clothes. Master, just enjoy yourself today. Let us two serve you. In a blink of an eye, Su Chen's clothes were taken off, revealing his lean chest with a few beads of sweat on it, and his wheat-colored skin showed his masculine charm. Although Natasha and Xiao Xian agreed to serve together before coming, but with the beauty in front, both of them wanted more, and immediately began to serve.
Su Chen anxiously.
Natasha went straight into Su Chen's arms, with a look of intoxication on her face. Master, Natasha misses you so much. It's delicious. Natasha's voice was tender and soft, with a little blush on her cheeks, and she had obviously lost her mind. Xiao Xian naturally did not want to be left behind. She held Su Chen's arm and looked at him charmingly. Compared to Natasha's gentleness, she was not very experienced, but she was very proactive. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's eyes became more and more deep, and he wanted to tear the 2 little fairies into his stomach immediately. End of this chapter. You 2 little goblins, have you teamed up to mess with me? Su Chen touched one of them's head, his voice a little hoarse. We miss our master, and we can't wait to get his gift. Natasha blushed and stated the facts without hesitation. She immediately noticed that something was wrong with Su Chen's expression, so she immediately performed for him. When Xiao Xian saw Natasha like this, she was instantly furious, always feeling that she was a step behind. Next time, she must not come with Natasha. Natasha didn't give her a chance to perform at all. Xiao Xian thought angrily. Su Chen saw that Xiao Xian's face was as swollen as a bun, and couldn't help laughing. He casually hugged Xiao Xian into his arms. A burst of girl's fragrance entered Su Chen's nose. Seeing Su Chen looking at her with burning eyes, Xiao Xian, blushing, bit her tempting red lips and said charmingly, Master, please give me orders as much as you want. Well, Xiao Xian is really obedient. Hearing this, Su Chen grinned, revealing a wicked smile. Of course, the master will always be Xiao Xian's master. After Su Chen's exaggeration, Xiao Xian also said with a proud face. At the same time, she curled her lips to Natasha beside her. It means, look how good the master is to me. Who will come first? Xiao Xian was just stunned for a moment, and Natasha had already taken off her clothes with a posture of letting you pick her. Okay. Su Chen smiled, said 3 good words in a row, and then bullied him. The 3 of them spent a very absurd night, and the room was brightly lit. Until the early morning of the next day, several people just fell asleep and slept until noon. Xiao Xian was the first to wake up. When she thought of the absurdity of last night, she quickly covered herself with a quilt. You woke up, so why are you still pretending to sleep? Seeing this, Su Chen's voice came with a smile. Xiao Xian couldn't help shaking and pretending to be a turtle and didn't speak. Why don't you speak? Su Chen hugged Xiao Xian in his arms, with a bit of chic on his face. Hate. Why did you say it out? Xiaoxian's ears were red, and her face was also red, like a monkey's butt. Her voice was soft and tender. What she said was blaming, but it sounded like a spoiled child. You are my woman. What is there to be shy about? Su Chen said with a wicked expression on his face.
Hat. No, no, no.
Xiaoxian's body trembled heavily, as if she was angry, and said loudly, Really? Then I will. Su Chen said, stretching out his salty pig hand. Xiaoxian immediately remembered the absurdity of last night, and hurriedly grabbed Su Chen's hand, begging for mercy. Yes, yes, Natasha hasn't woken up yet, master. What? You don't say it clearly, or you are saying one thing and thinking another. Don't say it. Su Chen smiled evilly. His eyes curved into a crescent shape, and he was full of bad water. Xiaoxian also knew that if she didn't say it today, she might not be able to do it, and she closed her eyes in an instant. I was very happy last night, thanks to the master. Okay. The voice in front was getting smaller and smaller. After finally finishing, Xiaoxian's voice suddenly became louder, and she looked at Su Chen with a blaming face. Su Chen also knew that if he forced Xiaoxian again, Xiaoxian would probably explode, so he knew when to stop, and couldn't help but touch her head. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Xiaoxian couldn't help but curl her lips and curled herself into a ball, obviously refusing to continue communicating with Su Chen. It was not until the afternoon that Yizhiwei and Luoshan came back after dealing with the things over there, and they gathered together again. How do we plan to get to Tai Sword Sect? Luoshan made a prompt decision and got straight to the point. This is a good question, since we already know that Tai Sword Sect and Ziwei Pavilion have a great connection, and Ziwei Pavilion contains the envoy of Emperor Tiandao. It is not advisable to make too many noises. We have also learned some news about Tai Sword Sect along the way, and roughly know where it is. Luoshan said, and called another person. The man walked in slowly, looking at so many people. He was still a little nervous, and his eyes moved around restlessly. Su Chen recognized him at a glance. This person was the beautiful man who was lying on Sun Taohong's bed before. Why did he follow him? This man is called Fufeng, the son of the second elder of Tai Sword Sect, but he is an illegitimate child and is not valued. Through him we can sneak in. Yizhiwei looked at Fufeng's appearance and couldn't help but support his head. In her mind, a man should be upright and indomitable, but for some reason, this Fufeng is as weak as his name suggests, and looks more like a petty official in a brothel. Yes, although I am not welcome in Tai Sword Sect, I know how to sneak in, and can help. Fufeng lowered his eyes, not daring to look at the people present, and his voice was very subtle. When Su Chen thought that Fufeng was actually the son of the second elder of Tai Sword Sect, he couldn't help but twitched his mouth. It would be more appropriate to say that Fufeng is a sound cultivator than a sword cultivator. Tell me what you can do to help. What did Sun Taohong say? End of this chapter. When Su Chen said this, he felt that his tone was too harsh, for fear of frightening the man in front of him, so he softened it a bit. But he was surprised that Sun Taohong was willing to hand over this male favorite. After all, he could tell that Sun Taohong was somewhat sincere about this male favorite. I escaped from the Tai Sword Sect before because my mother was killed by the second elder in order to silence her. After I learned the news, I was completely disappointed with the Tai Sword Sect. I met Sun Taohong on the way, and have been with him since then. When Fufeng said this, there was a bit of nostalgia in his eyes. Although he is a male favorite, he can feel the missing love in Sun Taohong. Su Chen didn't expect that such a thing existed. You just need to pretend to be my savior and take me back to the Tai Sword Sect. My father, an old man, hurt me in the early years. I am the only son. Like me. When Fufeng said this, he couldn't help but snorted. Even if I'm not too angry, there is nothing he can do in order to pass on the legacy. When he talked about the second elder, Fufeng seemed to be talking about an unrelated person, and there was even a bit of hatred in his eyes. If I can kill that old immortal, by the way, it will be considered as revenge. For my mother. When Fufeng said this, he realized that he had made a mistake. After all, he is just a helper, and he is also Su Chen's subordinate. How can he be qualified to give orders to his superior? He quickly knelt down and then said, "Master, please forgive me. Fufeng just made a mistake. Please don't take it to heart." When Su Chen heard this, he always felt that Fufeng lacked masculinity, but he didn't say much. After all, everyone has different personalities. You don't need to beg for mercy. It's not a big deal. Anyway, I want to kill the entire Tai sword sect. It would be best if your cheap father has no feelings. Su Chen waved his hands indifferently, and then said, "Without further ado, let's set off." Fufeng nodded. Su Chen and others took the Rongdan, and their originally handsome faces instantly became ordinary. Except for Lulua and Natasha, the others all pretended to be men. After all, the Tai sword sect was very patriarchal, and too many women would be unsafe. Since they are cooperating with Ziwei Pavilion, there must be many weird things in it. They must be vigilant, otherwise they will lose their wife and lose their troops. The Tai sword sect is located in the center of Dongzhou, some distance away from Lianyun Island. A few people hurriedly walked for 3 days before arriving. Tai sword sect is written in majestic fonts, and there is a sword hanging next to it which looks very grand. There were many guards around. When they saw someone approaching, they immediately drew their swords and pointed at them. The leader of the guard asked vigilantly, "This is the Tai sword sect. Who are you? Everyone, please leave quickly and don't linger here. I am Fufeng. Go and report to the second elder that I am back." Fufeng stepped forward with a warm smile on his face and looked at the two guards in front of him. The two guards obviously knew Fufeng. When they saw him coming, they no longer pointed their swords at them, but there was still a bit of contempt in their eyes. "This is not the good-for-nothing son of the second elder. Didn't you run away before? Why are you back again?" As he finished speaking, another guard touched him. Even if Fufeng is the useless son of the second elder, it is not something they can point out. After all, they also knew the second elder's current situation. Maybe Fufeng was his only bloodline. Thinking of this, another guard said with a smile, "This is new here. He is outspoken. In fact, there is no harm in his words. The second young master is back. We will report to the second elder immediately. Please wait here for a moment." After the guard finished speaking, he turned his attention to the other people. "It would be easy to let you in, but these people are. When I went out, my life was in danger. It was these people who saved me. They are my saviors. You just need to report them first." Fufeng raised his chin, looking completely different from the submissive look he had before, but now he had gained a little more momentum. After hearing this, the guard had a bit of ridicule in his eyes, but he didn't say anything and turned around to report. It didn't take long before the door was pushed open. "Second young master, the second elder is waiting for you inside. You can go directly to him after entering." "New." Fufeng nodded and walked in with the people around him. As soon as he entered, the calm expression on Fufeng's face instantly collapsed. "What should I do? My father is an old-fashioned man who has a sullen face. Every day. Don't follow him when you see him later, otherwise his bad temper may drive you out directly." Fufeng's eyes were filled with anxiety, and he worriedly asked the people around him. This sudden contrast made Su Chen couldn't help laughing. Fufeng was quite interesting. No wonder Sun Taohong treated him differently. Entering the second elder's residence, the door was wide open and the furnishings inside were antique. There was a calligraphy and painting in the middle and several porcelain bottles in other places. They all look very expensive, but those who really understand these things will know at a glance that there is no wealth in sight. The layout of these porcelain bottles is more like stacking than being placed. Here, I want to put all the valuable ones out for others to see. But there is no sense of beauty at all. Fufing. You are such a traitor and you still know how to come back. As soon as the few people stepped in, Mr. Zhang snorted coldly, breathed out from his nostrils, stared at Fufing with his inverted triangular eyes, and slammed the table hard. Fufing couldn't help but tremble all over, but he suppressed the fear in his heart and showed a smiley expression. I'm not back now, father. Thanks to them for helping me along the way. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see my father. Fufing said, standing next to the second elder, looking like a docile little quail. The second elder is tall and thick, with extremely thick body hair. He has a mean look. Compared to the beautiful Fufing, the contrast is very strong. Su Chen and others didn't speak. They all looked at the scene in front of them, quietly. They didn't expect that the second elder, who looked so tall, actually had hidden problems in that area. After all, he was his only son. No matter how much he lamented his failure, the second elder had nothing to do. He could only snort coldly and turn his attention to Su Chen and others. Are you the ones who saved my son? The second elder's gaze swept across everyone present with a bit of scrutiny. Su Chen calmly protected Natasha behind him. The smile on his face was impeccable and his words were impeccable. That's right, when we were hunting in the wild, we unexpectedly saw your young master trapped by a monster. After we rescued him, we found out that he was from the Tai sword sect, so we sent him here. The second elder was cut off from sight by Su Chen and was obviously a little unhappy. However, thinking that these people in front of him were the saviors, who saved Fufing after all, he could only snort angrily. There was a bit of scrutiny in his inverted triangular eyes, and he was calm. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I don't know if you have ulterior motives for saving people or if it is really unintentional. His words clearly made him suspect that these people were actually trying to get close to the Tai sword sect, so don't use your intentions, it was just a self-directed scam. Father, they saved me. There was no other conspiracy. In order to experience myself, I planned to hunt the monsters. Originally, I was only on the outside, but I was too involved and accidentally entered inside. Then I was chased by the monsters. Thanks to them for passing by and saving me. When Fufing heard his father's words, he immediately became anxious. They don't know my identity either. It was me who took the initiative. Shut up, you traitor. The second elder's face grew darker and darker as he listened. How could he have taught such a rebellious boy? At such an old age, he could only stop at the level of a minor saint. He was not progressive at all, and he didn't even have any masculinity. You are so ignorant and have no sense of defense against people. You can't even defeat a monster. I'm embarrassed to say that you are from the Tai sword sect to the outside world. The second elder scolded with a gloomy face. Fufing knew that he was in the wrong, so Fufing stopped saying anything and just looked at Su Chen helplessly. The meaning was very clear that he had nothing to do with this father, and he could only rely on them to seek blessings from now on. But after all, you saved my son and escorted him all the way here. There is no credit but hard work. Whatever benefits you want, just say it. As long as it is not too much, I will satisfy you. The second elder changed his tone and looked at several people with a bit of contempt in his eyes. They were just a bunch of powerless and idle cultivators, they got over it. After a little fooling around, the second elder behaved very disrespectfully. Lulua's fists clenched when he saw it, and she wanted to beat him immediately to let him know why Huar was like this. But Su Chen was still calm. He kept a faint smile from beginning to end. But he didn't know how sincere this smile was. Anyone who knows Su Chen already knows that this second elder will probably
Die miserably.
We are just a group of wandering cultivators. If we keep running around like We feel a little tired even if we have no fixed place to live. I asked the Tai sword sect to take us in. This is my greatest reward for us. Su Chen smiled slightly. The smile on his face was as gentle as jade, and he didn't seem to mind the second elder's offense. The second elder subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, he was from the Tai sword sect, and not just any cat or dog could come in. He saw Natasha again in his peripheral vision, and his thoughts moved. He changed his expression, couldn't help but laugh, and then said, "You actually saved my son. It's right to take you in. It's just that our Tai sword sect never raises idle people, so I can let you stay. But what happens next depends on your own destiny." After the words fell, the second elder's eyes fell on Natasha's face, with a perfect smile on his face. However, because of his age and his long and snarky appearance, he looked particularly wretched. Fortunately, Natasha's attention was not on the second elder. On the surface, he was looking straight ahead, but in fact he was paying attention to Su Chen's figure from the corner of his eye. That's natural. As long as the second elder provides us with a place to live, it will be fine. As for the rest, I won't make it difficult for you. Su Chen smiled slightly and cupped his hands into fists. The second elder's cultivation level has also reached the quasi-emperor peak. But Su Chen and others had already taken pills that could disguise their realm before that. Therefore, in the eyes of the second elder, the one with the highest cultivation level among these people was the moon. He is only in the great saint realm, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Although these people were Fufeng saviors, the second elder still casually pointed out a side courtyard to them and paid no attention to the others, just like sending away beggars. Fufeng led them there, and they saw that it was getting more and more remote, and the surroundings were overgrown with weeds. It was obvious that no one had been there for a long time. Lulua couldn't bear it anymore. He was always a little bad-tempered. Who is this second elder? He is so confident. He sends us away like beggars. Those who know are his son's savior, and those who don't know think that he is his.
Son es savior.
He is a beggar asking for his grace. At the end of her speech, she clenched her hands into fists and waved them in the air unconsciously. If you ask me, Master, please let me go over and give him a two-punch. Let him know what he is. He actually dares to treat us like this. He is an ungrateful guy at first glance, bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. At the end of the story, Lulua still felt uneasy and bared her teeth. Relax, our original purpose is to come here. I naturally expected him to have this attitude, but I don't know how long he can be proud of it. Su Chen couldn't help but touched Lulua's head and comforted her softly. His eyes fell unconsciously on the second elder's residence, with murderous intent in his eyes. He has been here for so long, and he has never seen a few people who dare to look down on him so blatantly. There may have been some before, but now they may have become a corpse.
Fufeng smiled embarrassedly.
He did not expect the second elder to be so unkind. He was his savior, but he still treated him so lightly. I may have to wrong you in the next few days. I can't help it. I didn't expect my father to be like this. At the end, Fu Feng looked apologetic and was too embarrassed to continue. It's okay. Anyway, that old man will soon become a dead man. I am a generous person and never care about the dead. Su Chen waved his hand indifferently. The smile on his face was very relaxed and happy, but the words he said were chilling. Fu Feng showed a far-fetched smile, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. If you are in any danger, come to me at any time. This is a sound transmission note. I can hear you immediately when you talk to me. Fu Feng thought about it and took out a few sound transmission notes and handed them to Su Chen. After all, they are unfamiliar with this place, so please help as much as you can. End of this chapter. Fu Feng couldn't help but shudder, because he had seen the terrifying aspects of Su Chen before, and he did not doubt the authenticity of Su Chen's words. so I can only pray in my heart that my father will be more understanding. After Su Chen and others settled down, they decided to check the situation of Tai sword sect tonight. They didn't see anyone from the Ouyang family along the way. Normally, in the Tai immortal sect, the Ouyang family basically had the final say, but they only saw some casual cultivators along the way. Just like the second elder, he is not actually a member of the Ouyang family. He is just a foreigner who joined the Ouyang family many years ago. But, because his cultivation level is high enough, he has the position of an elder. What should we do next? I can always feel the rotten atmosphere in the Tai sword sect. Lu Luo asked with a worried look. Tai sword sect has been making a lot of noise recently. People from Tai sword sect can be seen everywhere in Dongzhou. They seem to be performing some kind of mission, but they don't know why. Could he have reached some kind of deal with Ziwei Pavilion and be working for them? Natasha pursed her lips and couldn't help but guess. Now the entire Dongzhou Lin family, 7th Prince's Mansion and Laiyin Mountain have basically been set foot by Su Chen. The only healthy forces left now are Tai sword sect and Ziwei Pavilion. They should be looking for Su Chen and want to first one step to nip this trouble in the bud. Luoshin pondered for a moment and came to this conclusion. A large part of the reason why they went so smoothly in the past few times was because a few people came and went without a trace. Because there were not many people, it was difficult for people to notice. In addition, the entire Dongzhou was now divided into pieces by various forces, and no one was willing to unite as one. This gave Su Chen the opportunity to defeat them one by one. However, Su Chen's reputation spread throughout the Tai sword sect and Ziwei Pavilion. Naturally, it would be best to eliminate this threat as soon as possible. Let's split up tonight to see if there are any abnormalities in the Tai sword sect. If possible, we can also kill a few insignificant people and blend in. Su Chen's eyes were dark, and his hand knocked on the table unconsciously, showing no anger or authority. Now that we are here, it is completely inconsistent with the character of Su Chen and others not to do something. But late at night, before a few people could take action, someone took the initiative to come to their door. Although Natasha is only at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, the mermaid tribe itself is stronger than humans, so she was noticed immediately after noticing someone coming. The night was extremely quiet at this moment, and only a few faint sounds could be heard in the empty room. Who? Come out. Stop pretending. Natasha immediately looked towards the source of the sound, with a bit of fierceness in her eyes. Her hands clenched into fists unconsciously, secretly accumulating spiritual power in them. If there was any trouble, she would attack immediately. But after waiting for a long time, there was no abnormal sound at all. There was only the pattering sound of the wind, blowing the entire window, making a constant creaking sound. Apart from that, there was no other sound. Natasha looked around in confusion, felt again, and confirmed that there was no one around. Strangely, what she clearly felt just now was because she felt wrong. Thinking of this, Natasha was puzzled. But she couldn't think about that much at the moment. The time agreed with Su Chen was coming soon. She wanted to meet Lu Luo and go to the west to investigate the news. Natasha tidied up a little, then opened the door and walked out. Behind her, a figure suddenly appeared. Natasha turned her head as if aware of it. But the figure pushed Natasha directly in. Who are you? Natasha subconsciously cast spell attacks, and was gagged before she even finished speaking. Immediately afterwards, the man threw Natasha directly onto the bed. Who are you? Natasha was thrown around, and she finally straightened up, looking at the person in front of her with annoyance. Her pupils shrank in disbelief. She never expected that the person in front of her was actually the second elder. The second elder did not deliberately hide his appearance, and now he was enjoying Natasha's gaze with peace of mind, even a little intoxicated. Why are you here? Natasha couldn't help but say. Her eyes even wanted to spit out fire. Isn't my purpose here clear enough? The second elder smiled half-heartedly and couldn't help but rub his hands, his greedy eyes lingering on Natasha's body. Already during the day he noticed this visitor. "You gangster! Do you know that it is unethical to do this? I am your son's savior, and you actually want to force me?" Natasha suddenly became furious and stared at the second elder with her beautiful eyes. Her little face was flushed with anger, but she was still speaking seriously. This kind of restrained anger was very tempting, and the second elder immediately couldn't do it. "How can you call me a hooligan if it's something you and I agree on?" The second elder laughed heartily and narrowed his eyes to a slit. His eyes, which were already small, could no longer see at all. Because he was smiling, his burly body was trembling slightly. "That useless son is gone. I can have another one. Besides, even if that useless son dies outside, he deserves it." Speaking of the latter part, the second elder snorted disdainfully, clearly hating the iron. Natasha was a little confused. Didn't they say that the second elder had lost the ability to have children? So even if Fufing was a little useless, there was nothing she could do but accept it. But now it was hard to tell from his appearance. Could it be that Fufing's information was wrong? "Aren't you infertile? Even if you have the will, I'm afraid you don't have the strength." Thinking of this, Natasha didn't hold back and said it out directly. She looked at the second elder with suspicion, thinking that he was being stubborn. No man can accept a woman saying that she can't do it. The second elder's face immediately turned black, and he clenched his fist unconsciously and finally laughed out of anger. "Whether I have the ability or not, you will know in a while, you dead woman. I will definitely kill you and let you know how powerful I am." The second elder sneered and stared at Natasha, as if Natasha was already in his pocket. Natasha would not accept it easily. In her heart, Su Chen was her man. If she was defiled by another man, she might as well die to pay for her crime. "You old man, you are just daydreaming. I warn you not to mess around." As gentle as Natasha was, she could not help but swear. She formed a seal with her hands, summoned the mysterious water, surrounded herself, and looked at the second elder vigilantly. End of this chapter. The second elder showed disdain on his face. She was just a woman in the great Saint realm, but she dared to have such a wild idea. Naive! The second elder shouted coldly, and immediately strode forward, trying to teach Natasha a lesson. But before he took 2 steps, the second elder suddenly froze in place. The raised cloth sank continuously in an instant, and fell into the water in the blink of an eye. Then, the largest bubbles continued to grow in the water. Those clothes were actually corroded. "You are quite capable." The second elder narrowed his eyes and looked at Natasha with a bit of scrutiny in his eyes. "Who are you? You are not a human being." Natasha was stunned. She didn't expect that the second elder would immediately discover the fact that she was not a human. As if seeing Natasha's doubts, the second elder laughed a few times and then said, "I have been to the western wilds before, and I naturally know that only the legendary mermaid priest has the ability to control the mysterious water." Natasha pursed her lips, not knowing whether her exposure of her identity would bring trouble to Su Chen, but at this moment she could only take one step at a time. Thinking of this, she calmed down. "Since you know, I advise you not to act rashly, otherwise you may not be able to bear the consequences." Natasha narrowed her eyes and raised her chin slightly, trying to scare the second elder away from her momentum. But the second elder didn't buy her tricks, and even laughed loudly. "Naive! Don't think I don't know that only a few mermaids are left in the entire western wasteland, and now this is Dongzhou. When the time comes, I will make it a done deal. What can they do?" After saying that, the second elder waved his hand, and the powerful spiritual power swept out instantly, and the boundless Xianming water immediately disappeared without a trace. Although the Xianming water was powerful enough, the gap between the two was still too big. The peak of the quasi-emperor is about to enter the realm of the great emperor, and even to a certain extent it has faintly penetrated the power of the laws of the heavenly Tao. For them who are about to leave the Tianshan continent, they can basically touch the laws that belong to the heavenly Tao great emperor and glimpse some of the secrets of heaven. Therefore, even if they are in the same quasi-emperor realm, the peak of the quasi-emperor and the middle stage of the quasi-emperor are completely not on the same level. What's more, Natasha is only a great saint in the West District. Natasha's face was very ugly, and her little face was as pale as paper. In the face of absolute strength, all her struggles were in vain. She couldn't help shrinking back, staring at the second elder with her beautiful eyes. Even though her voice was still trembling, she was still unwilling to give up. I advise you to keep to yourself, otherwise you will regret it, and we are your son's saviors. If you do this, you will be condemned by thousands of people and despised by thousands of people. When the second elder heard this, it seemed as if he heard a big joke. Despised by thousands of people? In the face of absolute strength, what can they do to me? Rules have always been the psychological comfort of the weak, and the strong have always just made rules. The second elder looked at Natasha dimly, with a bit of greed in his eyes. Priests of the mermaid tribe, I have played with so many women, but I haven't tasted mermaids yet. Today, let me see what you taste like. Natasha subconsciously wanted to run, but she was caught by the second elder's arm in a few seconds. You bitch, you dare to run when you are about to die. The second elder slapped her in the face, and Natasha's head was tilted away. This slap was done with full force, and even a trace of blood oozed from the corner of Natasha's mouth, and the bright red slap mark was clearly printed on her fair cheek. If you do this, my master will never let you go. Natasha tried her best to summon the water of Shenming, but before she could make any move, the second elder raised his hand to stop her. Your words remind me, what is your relationship with Suchun, who turned the whole western wilderness upside down before? Although the second elder was lustful, he was not stupid. He connected the relationship between Natasha and Suchun almost instantly. Natasha's little face was pale, without a trace of blood. She gritted her teeth and refused to say another word. Okay, you are so on Suchun's side, right? Then I will convince you tonight and let you know who you should follow and who you shouldn't follow, the second elder said, pinching Natasha's chin hard, forcing him to look directly at him. His inverted triangle eyes were full of greed and desire. Natasha tried desperately to break free, but the second elder's hand was like an iron clamp, so she couldn't break free no matter what. Was she going to be ruined by this beast tonight? Natasha's eyes became moist, and 2 drops of tears slowly slid down. You are so wronged just because you followed me, right? The second elder saw this scene, as if he thought of the scene when he was once despised by a woman, and he was immediately annoyed. He raised his hand and slapped Natasha's face hard. Natasha's head buzzed, and she even lost consciousness for a short time. Everything in front of her became blurred, and she felt that the world was spinning. I'm going to sleep with you, a bitch, today, the second elder said, and roughly tore off his belt, revealing his yellow and black chest, and the crisscross scars on his body looked particularly hideous. Don't worry, I have already set up a formation here. Even if you break your throat by screaming today, no one can control you. Natasha closed her eyes in despair. If she allowed herself to obey this man, she might as well kill him. Thinking of this, she made up her mind to bite her tongue and commit suicide. At this moment, the entire room suddenly shook violently. The second elder couldn't help but look left and right, and immediately understood that someone was attacking his formation. Natasha couldn't help but open her eyes. Could it be Suchun coming to save her? Thinking of this, hope flashed in her eyes. When the second elder saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. I am at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor. Those of you with the highest level of cultivation are just barely on the threshold of becoming quasi-emperor. You have broken through my barrier, and you are still barely interested. As soon as he said this, he was immediately slapped in the face. I saw that the originally unbreakable barrier suddenly shattered, and the door was kicked open with a strong kick. Chen was the first to bear the brunt. As soon as he came in, he saw this shocking scene. His eyes were red, and he couldn't help but cursed. Fuck! You dare to touch my woman, are you going to die? The second elder showed a sarcastic smile, and just as he was about to laugh at his overestimation, he saw Chen summoning the divine dragon spirit and rushing towards him. The second elder subconsciously stretched out his hand to block, but to no avail. End of chapter. The second elder took the blow and crashed into the wall. Chen rushed towards Natasha with big strides, holding Natasha's shoulders with both hands, looking at her nervously. How are you? Are you okay? Chen looked at Natasha's swollen cheeks, his eyes red with anger. Natasha has been with him for so long and has never been insulted like this. Isn't this a slap in his face? It's okay. Fortunately, the master came quickly, otherwise I don't know. Natasha sobbed softly when she said this. When Chen saw the beauty crying, he wanted to cut this old man into pieces. When they met, Natasha didn't come for a long time. After a long time, they found something wrong and rushed over immediately. I didn't expect this old man to be so bold that he dared to force Natasha. He really thought he had lived too long. Thinking of this, Chen touched Natasha's head in a soothing way and said, in a very gentle voice, "Don't worry, I'm here, and I will get back all the grievances you have suffered." After the voice fell, Chen walked in front of the second elder. The second elder was still stuck in the wall and was dug out by Chen. You are Chen. You have a dragon." Before he finished speaking, Chen slapped the second elder in the face, knocking out one of his front teeth. The second elder instantly felt a fishy sweetness in his throat and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. As early as the moment Chen released the dragon martial spirit, the second elder immediately connected the so-called reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor in Dongzhou with Chen. "Who gave you the face to dare to touch my woman, you old immortal thing?" Chen said while slapping the second elder hard. By the end of the fight, his hands were numb, so he shook them and switched to the other hand, alternating between them. He slapped left and right, and the whole room was filled with crisp slaps. The second elder was caught off guard and slapped dozens of times, and he was completely stunned. Finally, he had a chance to breathe, and he quickly retreated to a safe position, shouting in anger, "You are simply presumptuous. Don't think that you can do evil just because you have the divine dragon martial spirit. I will kill you today and leave it to the master." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen was too lazy to reply, showing a mocking smile, flashing in front of him, and kicking him in the lower abdomen. The second elder spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, Chen stepped directly on his face, rubbing it constantly, looking down at the second elder and muttering in his mouth, "Your grandpa is going to teach you a lesson today. You dared to touch my woman, and I couldn't bear to bully you like this. You old thing, you are really daring." The second elder swallowed the words he hadn't finished saying in his throat, because he stepped on them. His whole face was swollen like a pig's head, and he couldn't see his original appearance. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore. Is this Chen a violent maniac? He hesitated for a long time before he said a word for help. "Stop, please." Chen was also tired of beating him, so he picked up the second elder, tied him up with a fairy rope, and threw him in front of Natasha like trash. The second elder burst into tears. He was a powerful man at the peak of the Donghuazhou Emperor. When had he ever suffered such grievances outside? Now he was like a sandbag, being bullied by a young boy. And he was only a great saint. It was just a slap in the face. The second elder was very aggrieved. His aggrieved look, coupled with his face, swollen like a pig's head, looked particularly funny. Su Chen moved a stool, crossed his legs lazily, and looked down at the second elder. Why are you looking at me with this look? Are you not convinced? Haven't I been convinced by you just now? Su Chen said and raised his hand. The second elder shook his head hurriedly, shaking like a rattle. His waist and back ached, and he was very aggrieved, but he didn't dare to show it, looking angry but not speaking. His body should be very strong under the tempering of cultivation, and ordinary hand-to-hand combat could not hurt him at all. But every punch Su Chen hit was to the flesh, almost breaking his body apart. Now his whole body hurts so much that his clothes are torn. Su Chen snorted coldly, wishing to cut this old thing into pieces immediately. He gently held Natasha in his arms, touched Natasha's head, and then said, I wronged you just now. It's all my fault that I came late, which gave this old man an opportunity to take advantage of you. Natasha saw Su Chen, and she finally found an outlet for her grievances at this moment. She pursed her lips, and crystal tears fell from her eyes. Her fair face was still red, looking fragile and helpless. Master, it's okay. As long as you can come to save me, I'm fine. At the end, she hugged Su Chen tightly and cried uncontrollably. When the second elder saw this scene in front of him, he felt like the sky had fallen. Natasha was only slapped twice, while he was kicked away by Su Chen first, then stepped on the face and finally tied up and slapped dozens of times. In comparison, it was obvious that he was more injured. The second elder felt very aggrieved, but he didn't dare to say a word, for fear that this madman would notice him and slap him dozens of times. But the second elder's lowering of his presence does not mean that Su Chen does not remember what he had just done. If she had not arrived quickly, Natasha would have been insulted by this scum. Natasha, tell me, which hand did he touch you just now? I will cut it off and make amends for you, okay? Su Chen's eyes were very gentle, with a smile like spring breeze on his face. But in the eyes of the second elder, he looked like a demon destroyed in hell. If she had not been tied up now, she would probably have been unable to resist, and run away immediately. Hearing this, Natasha did not think Su Chen was cruel at all. If Su Chen had not arrived in time, she would have been defiled, and he even wanted to harm the master. Thinking of this, Natasha's eyes became more and more determined, pointing at the second elder and said, 2 hands, he also said he would teach you a lesson. Natasha told all the evil deeds of the second elder like pouring beans. The second elder became more and more afraid as he listened. His thighs trembled, and his eyes were full of horror. Then I'll chop off his 2 hands to make amends for you. Su Chen touched Natasha's hair lovingly, and was very sure of Natasha's decisiveness. He originally thought that with Natasha's kindness, she might hesitate and not do such a cruel thing, but now it seems that he was worrying too much. She is worthy of being his woman. End of this chapter. When the second elder heard this, his face suddenly lost all color, and his whole body began to tremble violently. There was even a pool of orange-yellow liquid flowing out of his lower body, and he was so scared that he peed. You can't do this to me. I'm the second elder of the Tai immortal sect. If you chop off my hand, no one else will let you go. The second elder's canthus was about to burst, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. I dare to come here so I won't be afraid of other people. Even when death is imminent, I still keep my mouth shut. Su Chen couldn't help but sneered and walked slowly to the second elder. The elder's eyes followed Su Chen's movements closely, and every move he made seemed to fall heavily on his heart. Su Chen raised the knife and dropped it, and blood spurted out instantly. The second elder's hand bounced on the ground a few times before he could react. Ah, I'm going to kill you. The second elder laughed painfully. Veins popped up on his forehead, and his face turned red. If you behave obediently, I might be able to spare your life, otherwise it won't be as simple as a hand. Su Chen sneered, squinted his eyes, and looked at the second elder casually. The second elder cursed in his heart, with a ferocious and terrifying expression on his face, his eyes bulging outwards. "I will never fart your mother." Before he finished speaking, Chen frowned and chopped off his other arm. Blood spurted out instantly, staining the wooden board blood red in the blink of an eye. "What did you just say?" Chen knelt down and looked at the second elder with interest, as if he was an evil ghost in hell seeking his life. The second elder looked stunned, and he could hardly speak a complete sentence. Due to the severe pain, he is scared now, he is really scared. The man in front of him would really kill him without hesitation. "What do you want to know?" The second elder gritted his teeth and the words came out of his mouth one by one. "It would be great if you were so obedient earlier. You wouldn't have to enjoy this pain. People who don't know would think I'm cruel." Chen nodded with satisfaction, and in a few words he attributed his behavior just now to the second elder's ignorance. The second elder cursed Chen for being shameless in his heart, but he did not dare to have any objection at this moment. "Where are the people from the Ouyang family? Why are there no traces of them in the entire Tai sword sect?" Chen was also unambiguous and asked the key question immediately. When the second elder heard this, he couldn't help curling his lips. Chen's expression instantly became dangerous. The second elder quickly opened his eyes and said quickly, "They are all preparing for the next thing, so now we are the only ones guarding the Tai sword sect." "What's up?" Chen continued to ask. The second elder was silent for a rare moment. Chen's eyes immediately showed threats, and then the second elder Zhang reluctantly continued. "There is a big movement in Ziwei Pavilion, but they have always been in direct contact with the sect leader. We don't know what happened. Since the last time he met the people from Ziwei Pavilion, he has started to retreat." Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but frown. "What is your mission?" Chen asked again. "We are looking for the reincarnation of the so-called Tiandao Emperor who is rampant in the land of Dongzhou. It is said that it is the request of Ziwei Pavilion. Once found, he will be escorted to Ziwei Pavilion immediately." The second elder glanced at Chen cautiously, and then continued, reluctantly, "It seems that if you want to know more information, you still need to find someone from the Ouyang family." Thinking of this, Chen stood up and looked thoughtfully into the distance. The second elder was impatient at the moment. Even though his face was swollen, like a pig's head, his whole body was still covered in wounds, and both of his hands were cut off. If it weren't for the fact that he was an immortal cultivator, he would have been seriously injured and died at this moment. He gritted his teeth, looked at Chen expectantly, and then asked, "Can you let me go now?" When Chen heard this, he seemed to have heard a big joke. "Why should I let someone who wants to kill me go?" He looked at the second elder slowly, with a bit of teasing in his eyes. The second elder was speechless for a moment. His lips opened and closed. Several times his face turned red with anger, and then he choked out one sentence. You despicable villain, you don't keep your word. As you said, rules are given to the weak. The strong always make the rules. Can do whatever I want. What can you do to me?" Chen returned exactly what the second elder said just now. Chen clapped his hands, turned his gaze to the door and then said, "Since you are here, come in." Everyone's eyes turned to the door, and they saw a man slowly walking in. Dressed in white, with a bit of hatred in his eyes, he slowly walked up to the second elder. This person is none other than Fufeng. The second elder's eyes instantly ignited with blazing fire of hope, and he looked at Fufeng impatiently. "Fufeng, please find a way to save me. I am your father, you can't ignore me." The second elder's expectant gaze was disappointed. He stopped abruptly and looked at the knife stuck in his chest in disbelief. His eyes widened, and it took him a long time to utter out a sentence with great effort. "Why, what?" Fufeng's eyes were a little red, but more of it was the satisfaction of getting revenge. Just because you killed my mother, you had ignored me and my mother before, but you brought me back after you knew that you had given birth to a child. But you actually wanted to kill the mother and keep the child. Speaking of this, Fu Feng sobbed, his eyes full of hatred. It's a pity that you can't imagine that my mother taught me and raised me, from childhood to adulthood, and the relationship between him and me is much deeper than you think. At the end, Fu Feng's voice was choked. Even if he could kill his mother's murderer with his own hands, he couldn't bring his mother back to life. I'm so good to you. You're so ungrateful. The second elder clearly felt that his life was gradually passing away. Blood kept oozing out of the corners of his mouth, and his words were also intermittent. If possible, I would rather not be your son. People like you deserve to die alone for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Fu Feng couldn't help but roared. He never wanted to find his so-called father. Obviously he and his mother depended on each other for so many years. Now, just because he is the blood of this man, he was found and killed for his own reputation, considering his mother a disgrace. The second elder's eyes were filled with sorrow, as if he was extremely disappointed. End of this chapter. But the second elder died abruptly before he could even say a word. Seeing this, Fu Feng felt mixed emotions in his heart. It seemed that he did not expect that the second elder, who had always been unattainable before, suddenly died. He was unconvinced and stabbed him several times in succession. After confirming that the second elder was indeed dead, he stopped. For a moment he collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily with a bit of relief in his eyes. Su Chan and the others said nothing, quietly giving Fu Feng time to breathe. After a long time, Fu Feng finally showed a faint smile. He stood up and said to Su Chan, "Thank you. I finally got my revenge." His voice was hoarse. "It's okay," Su Chan said. "The second elder didn't have to die originally, but because of my selfishness I messed up. You can do whatever you want next, and I will try my best to cooperate." Fu Feng couldn't help but pat his head and lowered his posture. "Even if you don't come, I will kill him. Now it's just a different person." Su Chan shook his head, paused, and continued, "Now that I'm here, I'm sorry. If I don't turn this place upside down. They've been looking for me for so long." "Master means?" Natasha looked at Su Chan with some confusion. "Of course we have to take action against them." Su Chan gave a sneer, his eyes full of ridicule. Since the Ouyang family wanted to be this coward, he would force them out. Thinking of this, Su Chan and Natasha went back to meet up and discussed the plan until midnight before deciding on the plan for the next day. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and the appointed time finally arrived. Su Chan and others divided their troops into several groups and launched attacks from all directions of the Tai sword sect. Currently, most of the people in the Tai sword sect are casual cultivators, or affiliated branches of the Ouyang family. Even if there are powerful people, they can't withstand the casual blows of Su Chan and others. The Tai sword sect, which originally had a large number of people, was killed by Su Chan in the blink of an eye. The Tai sword sect now seemed to have become a living hell. "Master, this is an elder of the Ouyang family." Xiaoxian threw a bundled man in front of Su Chan, with a bit of pride in his tone. Su Chan nodded and walked slowly to the man. The man's nose and face were beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was tied up with a 5-flowered rope so that he could not move. His pair of sinister eyebrows and rat-like eyes kept turning around, with a look of annoyance in his eyes. "Since you already know that I am from the Ouyang family, let me go quickly, otherwise the head of the family will never let you go." The man stared at Su Chan. Even though he was tied up, he still looked at her through his nose. It is best to deal with such unconvinced people. Su Chan raised his hand and slapped him twice, knocking the man unconscious. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, and for a moment the man's ears could not hear any sound at all. "I want to see how the master behind you won't let me go." Su Chen laughed carelessly, as if he suddenly thought of something, and continued, "But you don't seem to have the chance to see it. After all, strangling you to death is as easy as strangling an ant." His eyes were very cold. Even though it was midsummer, it felt like he was in a cold pool for 3 to 9 days. It was calm, but the cold wind penetrated along the flesh and into the seams of the bones. The man couldn't help but froze, looking at Su Chen in fear. He had no doubt that if he said something wrong, Su Chen would kill him. Without hesitation, although he is a member of the Ouyang family and usually dominates the Tai sword sect, he is actually only a quasi-emperor in his early stages of cultivation. If it weren't for this relationship with the Ouyang family, he wouldn't be where he is today. A man who knows the current affairs is a hero. The man immediately put on a flattering smile, looked at Su Chen in a flattering manner, and then said, "Don't be so angry, young master. You also know that he has sent powerful forces throughout Dongzhou. It will do you no good to offend us. If you have anything you want, just say it. I can satisfy you. I will definitely satisfy you." Su Chen was very satisfied with his success and asked straight to the point, "Where are the other people in the Ouyang family? Why are they in seclusion?" These 2 short sentences immediately made the man's expression change. He knew that Su Chen was definitely not an ordinary person who knew so much. Seeing his silence, Su Chen lost his patience and slapped the man on the face. "If you couldn't speak, there would be no need for you to exist in this world," Su Chen said coldly, with a bit of murderous intent in his eyes. The man was suddenly frightened and said quickly, I said, don't be angry. I can take you to their retreat place, but it is said that Tai sword sect and Ziwei Pavilion plan to attack Shihuang, just to find it seems that he is the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor." The more the man spoke, the less confident he felt. It was visible to the naked eye that Su Chen's face was getting uglier and uglier. He was afraid that Su Chen would chop off his head in the next second. I have to say that Ziwei Pavilion's considerations are very comprehensive. On the one hand, there are people from the Tai sword sect. Recharge your batteries and prepare to attack Shihuang, trying to find and capture Su Chen. On the other hand, in order to prevent Su Chen from coming to Dongzhou, Sun Tao Hong, Nangong Xuantian and others were sent to search in Dongzhou. The more they investigated, the more they felt that there must be an envoy of the Heavenly Emperor in Ziwei Pavilion, and it was most likely the legendary Ziwei Fairy. And now it seems that the entire Dongzhou is in the hands of Ziwei Fairy, who is obviously a very ambitious woman. If Yizhuiyue is indifferent to fame and fortune and only takes action at critical moments, then Rambo is relying on power to wantonly harm everyone. Unlike Yizhuiyue's solitude and Rambo's publicity but lack of power, this Ziwei Fairy knows how to win over people's hearts and has a strong power. No one can match this scheming. Su Chen's face was a little solemn. They have been in Dongzhou for so long, and all they have done along the way is to cut off the wings of Ziwei Fairy. But it has been so long, and they have not seen what the legendary Ziwei Fairy looks like. Do you know how to contact Ziwei Pavilion? Or how to get there? Su Chen's eyes fell on the man. His expression was cold, and there was no emotion. The man wanted to say something, but when he felt Su Chen's cold gaze, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. Every time the Ouyang family contacts the Ziwei Pavilion, it is the Ziwei Pavilion's envoy who comes. It is said that if you want to come to the real Ziwei Pavilion, you have a pass. End of this chapter. What do you mean? It means that except for the people from Ziwei Pavilion, no one else can find it. When Luluwa heard this, her beautiful eyebrows immediately knitted together. To be able to achieve this step, one must have cultivation that is at least half the level of the great emperor in order to be able to display such a strong barrier, making it impossible for outsiders to find the true location of Ziwei Pavilion. That's right, in fact Ziwei Pavilion is far away in the horizon, right in front of you, right in the center of Dongzhou. It's just that Dongzhou has a special geographical location. The central island is endless as far as the eye can see. It's not enough to just get there. You must have Wendy. Ziwei Pavilion will truly appear. The man nodded. Ziwei Pavilion's power was already the largest in the entire Dongzhou, but for some reason he was still so cautious, as if he was afraid of something. However, there is an envoy from Ziwei Pavilion who is still in the Tai Sword sect. It is said that they plan to go to the western wilderness together. The man continued, trying hard to show his worth. When Su Chen heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It's true that there is no place to look for after wearing iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. He was just thinking about how to get this clearance butterfly, but when he fell asleep, someone handed him a pillow, which solved his problem. In that case, then you can take us to find the Ouyang family. Su Chen kicked the man and motioned for him to lead the way. The man screamed in pain after being kicked, and the expression on his face was very ugly. But when he thought that if he didn't obey, he might lose his life, and he suddenly felt that being beaten was nothing. Thinking of this, the man smiled in a flattering manner and walked in front to lead the way. Along the way, several people were very silent. When he reached an open space, the man suddenly stopped. "It's right here." He took out a jade pendant and muttered something for a long time, then suddenly put the jade pendant on the door with force. The originally dilapidated door suddenly changed into a scene. The original dark red complexion instantly turned bright red. Dense patterns appeared on it. Light golden formations appeared, and the whole scene took on a completely new look. Regarding such changes, there were no unnecessary expressions on the faces of several people. After all, they had searched almost everywhere in the Tai Sword sect before this. At that time, I had already guessed that there was probably some kind of concealment formation. Su Chen nodded and glanced at the man lightly. "I have come this far, and I beg you brothers and sisters to be kind and give me a way to survive. I promise that God knows what happened today, and you know it, and I know it, and no one will tell you." The man's words were running fast, for fear that Su Chen would kill him if he was too late. Su Chen nodded, raised his hand, opened the door and was about to go in. The moment the door opened, a huge shock swept over him. The huge spiritual power instantly rolled up the surrounding plants and trees, heading straight towards Su Chen's face. At this critical moment, Su Chen just tilted his head lazily, and his unstoppable spiritual power rushed towards the man behind him. The man was caught off guard and was hit. He spit out a mouthful of blood and lay limply on the ground. He also held a dagger in his hand, maintaining the posture of wanting to sneak attack on everyone. He was somewhat wise, knowing that to capture the thief first, he wanted to plot against Su Chen, the backbone of the group, in advance. But how could Su Chen not see his little tricks? "If you want to plot against me, you're still a little green with this move." Su Chen smiled coldly and drew another knife, and a raging fire instantly ignited from the man's body. The man was not completely dead originally, but at this moment his body was seriously injured and he was at the end of his strength. Now he was burned by flames, and he screamed in pain. "Ah! I was wrong. Please let me go. Please, please." Su Chen looked at him condescendingly until he completely turned into a ball of ashes. Then he twitched the corner of his mouth expressionlessly. Yizhiwei walked up to Su Chen and looked at him worriedly. "Are you okay? I was attacked from both sides at a high speed. I didn't have time." Speaking of this, Yizhiwei's face was full of annoyance. It seemed that the man had long known that this scene would happen when he opened the door, so he planned to make a sneak attack in advance to catch the thief first. But he never expected that Su Chen actually escaped. Can be said that stealing the chicken will lose the rice. This cunning guy, he has led us away for so long. Sure enough, there is no good person in the Tai Sword sect, Luluwa said angrily, clenching her hands into fists. "No, maybe he brought us to the right place. He just set up such a formation at the door to prevent outsiders from sneaking in." Luoshin pondered for a moment and then continued. I can feel that this aura is somewhat familiar. It should have been set up by people from Ziwei Pavilion to prevent outsiders from disturbing them. Yue also added at this time. Although these envoys are not familiar with each other, they can still feel it through their breath that they are all subordinates of the Tiandao Emperor. She could feel that that spiritual power was definitely the messenger of the Emperor of Heaven. I always feel that something is wrong with Ziwei Pavilion. They have great skills and eyes in Dongzhou. Why are they still so cautious? Natasha bit her lip, her blue eyes filled with worry. I'm afraid she did this to cover up the secret. Seeing this, Yue couldn't help but snorted coldly, narrowed her eyes slightly, and the bells on her hair were blown by the wind. The pleasant bell sound spread to everyone's ears, and at the same time it made people ponder the meaning of Yue's words. We are people from the fairyland. Normally we shouldn't appear in the chosen continent. At the beginning the Emperor of Heaven forced us in, and our cultivation was suppressed to the realm of the half-step Emperor. Seeing that everyone's eyes were full of doubts, Yue slowly explained. Then why do you want to cover up the secret, since you have already appeared? Here, even if you shouldn't have appeared, the laws of heaven should have noticed it. Luoshan's eyes flashed with some confusion, and Rambo acted so arrogantly, and he didn't seem to restrain himself. That's right, but forcibly interfering with the cause and effect of Tianxian continent will backfire on oneself. Yue nodded. When Rambo came here, his cultivation was not too strong, and he was even only at the level of a quasi-emperor. Moreover, he was a blood clan. Even though he became very powerful later, he was different from us cultivators. He didn't need to pay too much attention to cause and effect. Reincarnation when cultivating. Rambo was an evil cultivator. In addition, his cultivation was not high when he came here, and he was not a human. Rambo was also very careful. He ate spirit beasts and only hunted once in a while. In the laws of Tianxian continent it was assumed that he was slaughtering spirit beasts normally to advance. The law of the jungle is the law of survival. End of this chapter. Fairy Ziwei actually made such a big noise which should not exist in Tianxian continent. The reason why he covered himself up like this is because he was afraid that the power of law would notice that he was interfering with the cause and effect of Tianxian continent. Yue said slowly. Having reached this point, Dongzhou has been turned upside down. If he acts erratically again, he is likely to be rejected by the will of the law. In this way, everything is traceable. In this case, we still have to find the envoy from Ziwei Pavilion quickly, otherwise we may never find where Ziwei Pavilion is. Lu Luo nodded, with a bit of worry in her eyes. She looked at the layer of ashes on the ground and put on a hateful expression. This slick-talking guy actually wants to plot against us. Now we can only think of another way. That's not necessarily the case. I think our direction is actually correct. It's just that he wants to plot against us. Let's go in first and take a look. Luoshan said slowly. Su Chen had no objection to this, and a few people walked in only to realize that there was a different world inside. I originally thought that it was at most the size of a courtyard, but I never expected that it was so complicated that it could almost be regarded as a small Tai sword sect. Su Chen felt the aura, and immediately locked onto the aura of the most powerful person inside, and then said, Come Yue and I, the other troops, will be divided into several groups, and we will kill everyone else, leaving no one behind. When he said this, there was no obvious emotion on his face. After all, most of these people were from the Ouyang family, and death would not be a pity. Several people had no objection to Su Chen's decision, so Su Chen took Yue into the middle courtyard. As soon as they pushed the door open and entered, a knife was struck straight at the two of them. The two quickly moved away, and then they saw a white-haired old man standing at the door. The old man was probably an octogenarian, with gray hair and a long beard. He was wearing a moon-white robe, holding a floating dust in his hand, and looked like an immortal. He squinted his eyes slightly, with a bit of coldness in his narrow eyes, flicked the whisk, and let out a cold snort from his nose. Who is here? How dare you break into our Tai sword sect? He calmly scanned the two people present. Su Chen and Yi Zhuiwei were both deliberately suppressing their cultivation at this moment. In front of outsiders, they were both at the great saint realm. Therefore, the old man did not take them seriously, and even looked down upon them. Who are you? Su Chen raised the corners of his mouth and showed a somewhat careless smile. Instead of answering his question, he threw the question back. The old man didn't get the answer he wanted, so he subconsciously added a bit of anger. You dare to ask me who I am? A group of yellow-haired children are so rampant. You need me to teach you a lesson today. After the words fell, the old man flicked his fly whisk and a hurricane struck at several people. A white crane martial spirit appeared from behind him. The white crane raised its noble head, as if it was looking down at everything. I saw the white crane slowly spread its wings and flew to the old man's head. In an instant, the surrounding sky also changed at this moment. Thick dark clouds appeared, instantly covering the entire sky with darkness. The cold wind was biting, almost turning into a tornado carrying strong spiritual power. Even though it had not reached the two of them, it was like a knife causing pain. Ijua's clothes were flying. Her long hair was blown by the wind, and the silver bells made a crisp sound. She slowly took 2 steps forward, and the bells at her feet also kept ringing excitedly. I saw that the indomitable hurricane stopped abruptly when it arrived in front of Yizhuiwei, as if it had suffered a great disaster, struggled for a long time and finally calmed down. Yizhuiwei raised the corners of her mouth slightly, looked at the old man in front of her casually, and raised her bright eyebrows. Is this all you have? It's like you're tickling me. These words are not very lethal and very insulting. The old man's expression immediately dropped, as if he was uglier than eating shit. However, through the brief confrontation just now, he could also understand that the two people in front of him probably suppressed their cultivation. Otherwise, they would never have been able to resolve his blow so easily. The faces of these two people were so unfamiliar that he had never seen them before. If you can join their Tai sword sect, your combat effectiveness will definitely be improved to a higher level. Thinking of this, the old man's expression softened slightly and he cleared his throat twice. You two seem to be capable. I am Ouyang Yu, the great elder of the Tai sword sect. If you two are willing, you can join our Tai sword sect and become members of the Tai sword sect. Disciple, the old man said and laughed to himself. I can give you a lighter sentence for your accidental intrusion here. After all, you can avoid the death penalty, but you cannot escape the punishment of living. The arrogance on his face was evident. Although he was inviting the two of them to join, the expression on his face seemed to be a gift. Seeing that the old man was still talking self-righteously, Su Chen couldn't help but interrupt. Don't be too narcissistic. If you, the sword sect, kneel down and beg me, I won't even go. Yellow-haired boy, do you know that our Tai sword sect is very unparalleled? In Dongzhou now, how dare you be so arrogant? Ouyang Yu suddenly became anxious. He felt that the two people in front of him were so ignorant. He had already invited them, but they were still so stubborn. I can find you here today. Do you think I will still be afraid of you? This is just the first step. Next, I will kill not only you but also those people behind you. Su Chen snorted coldly and immediately waved his hand, signaling Yizhuiwei to take action. Yizhuiwei had long been fed up with this old man who knew nothing about the world. Now, after receiving Su Chen's order, he immediately rushed towards Ouyang Yu. Ouyang Yu looked ugly, but he didn't think the two of them were very powerful. After all, he was at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation. Since these two are so ignorant, teach them a lesson. Thinking of this, the white crane behind Ouyang Yu spread its wings, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, flying proudly, and the huge whirlwind rushed towards Yi Zhuiyue. But Yi Zhuiyue raised her hand and casually defused the casual blow. Then, before Ouyang Yu could react, he slapped him in the face. Ouyang Yu's head was buzzing from the beating, but the pain on his face was not as severe as the humiliation he felt. He only felt a burning pain. He was so angry that he immediately wanted to fight Yi Zhuiyue. "You bitch! How dare you hit me? I will make you pay the price today." He rushed towards Yi Zhuiyue. Yi Zhuiyue didn't like him either. When Ouyang Yu came to him, she kicked him to the ground. End of chapter. Ouyang Yu was kicked so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His white robe was instantly stained red with blood, and the expression on his face was very ferocious. He tried to get up, but he only felt that his internal organs were shaking, and even his bones hurt terribly. This kick actually broke several of his bones. "Who are you?" Ouyang Yu's expression was very subtle. After all, he was at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation, but he was beaten like a chicken by this weird woman in front of him. He didn't even have time to fight with her, so he was defeated in such an embarrassing manner. This strength is so terrifying. "You don't deserve to know my name." Yi Zhuiyue raised her chin proudly and looked at Ouyang Yu condescendingly. Then, she took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and carefully wiped the 5 fingers that had slapped Ouyang Yu clean. This look of disgust immediately made Ouyang Yu look as ugly as if he had eaten shit, but he was naturally afraid of the woman's terrifying strength and did not dare to say anything more. He was afraid that if he said something, he would suffer another unreasonable disaster. Su Chen took 2 steps forward, looked at Ouyang Yu, and said with a smile, "Where is the head of your family? Is he here? And where is the envoy from?" "Ziwei Pavilion now." Ouyang Yu was like a cat that had stepped on its tail. He immediately understood that the two of them had come prepared and knew a lot of information. He rubbed his neck, stared at Su Chen, and said, "I won't say anything. You don't have to expect me to tell you anything." "Yeah." Su Chen raised his lips and smiled. He had many ways to deal with such disobedient people. After being slapped twice, Ouyang Yu's face was instantly bruised and purple, and his nose was bleeding. Ouyang Yu subconsciously raised his hand to fight back, but Yi Zhuiyue was already 1 step ahead of him and slapped him twice. Each blow was fast and hard, even packed with spiritual power, completely beating Ouyang Yu into a pig's head. He didn't even have time to say anything, so he could only whine twice. "I advise you to be honest and obedient, otherwise you may not know what you will do next." Su Chen yawned lazily and looked at Ouyang Yu with a smile. He smiled very gently, but in Ouyang Yu's eyes he was like a ghost in hell, seeking life. Ouyang Yu's eyes gradually became frightened, but he still said, "I will never tell you you should give up." After hearing this, Su Chen completely lost his patience. He moved his eyes away and said to Yi Zhuiyue, "Let's do it. Those who are disobedient have no need to live." Before Ouyang Yu could react, Yi Zhuiyue took out her sword and slashed at him. Under the light of the sword, a human head was cut off and fell to the ground. It spun around twice, with its eyes still wide open in fear. It took him a long time before he collapsed to the ground softly. Ouyang Yu didn't even have time to ask for help, so he died. "Walk!" Su Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense to Ouyang Yu. He could feel the abundant spiritual energy inside. As long as he went in, wouldn't he know everything? Since he is so ignorant, there is no need to waste time with him anymore. Su Chen strode to the door and kicked the door open. The people inside who were still meditating opened their eyes instantly and looked at Su Chen with murderous intent. Su Chen turned against the light and closed his eyes. It took him a long time to see clearly the old man in the high position. He was probably Ouyang Xing, the head of the Ouyang family. The others were angered by his blatant appearance. The few people sitting below immediately stood up, drew their swords, and rushed towards Su Chen. But before he could even get close to Su Chen, his head was cut off by Yi Zhuiyue 3 or 2 times. Seeing this, several other people did not dare to get close for a moment, for Fear that they would be the next souls killed by Yizhue's sword. They held their swords and looked at Su Chen and Yizhue warily. No one dared to act rashly. At this moment, the high-ranking person finally slowly opened his eyes. The black eyes were desireless, with a bit of indifference, and he opened his lips lightly and said slowly, "You all should step back." After the words fell, those who were on guard breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Good guy, his cultivation level doesn't look very high, but his skills are quite high. I just don't know if it's his real ability or just a show. Will he kneel down and beg him to spare his life? Thinking of this, Su Chen suddenly felt very interesting and couldn't help laughing. In the silent room, only his clear laughter could be heard. Only then did the old man be willing to look at Su Chen. "Who are you? You actually have the guts to come here. You have some courage." Although the man said this, the pressure on him instantly swept towards the two of them. The pressure of the quasi-emperor at his peak instantly filled the whole room. The other people who attacked turned pale under the pressure. Some of them could not bear it. Their legs were trembling, but the expressions on their faces were still very calm. Under the protection of Yizhue, Su Chen didn't feel any pressure at all. He even shrugged indifferently as if to say, "You can't do this and you don't feel anything at all." The man at the head is none other than Ouyang Xing, the current head of the Ouyang family. It's quite interesting. Ouyang Xing's eyes were very cold, like a poisonous snake lurking in the dark. Although he was complimenting, there was no hint of appreciation, as if he was looking at two dead people. Although they are both at the peak of quasi-emperor, Ouyang Xing and Ouyang Yu are not at the same level at all. They are only one step away from reaching the realm of half-emperor. There was a strong sense of oppression on his body and his spiritual power was very strong, but Su Chen inexplicably felt that the room was very strange. "I'll give you one last chance. If you sign up, my master may be able to spare your life." Ouyang Xing's expression was very cold, as if the two people in front of him were just ants. If Su Chen and Yizhue could come in, then Ouyang Yu outside must have encountered something unexpected, but Ouyang Xing never mentioned it. This kind of indifference to life and arrogance towards himself made Su Chen feel very unhappy and wanted him to taste the feeling of falling into the quagmire. Typical ones who have not experienced severe beatings from society. Su Chen sneered, opened his thin lips slightly, and slowly uttered a few words. "You're dead. Presumptuous." Ouyang Xing waved his hand, and his strong spiritual power immediately attacked the two of them. Yizhue was not a vegetarian, so she immediately defused this killing move. After that, she even raised her eyebrows provocatively. "You can't do this either. Let me teach you the meaning of dignity and inferiority." Su Chen took 2 steps slowly and regularly, as if he was weighing heavily on the hearts of others present like a big stone. Everyone else can feel that the two of them are extraordinary. End of chapter. Ouyang Xing has lived for so long, and few people dare to be so arrogant in front of him. He couldn't help but snorted coldly, and finally looked at the two people in front of him. "Kill all the other guys who are in the way." Su Chen laughed coldly, with a relaxed tone. As soon as the voice fell, raging flames instantly ignited on the bodies of other people present, and the dark blue flames devoured everyone mercilessly. They screamed in pain and kept rolling on the ground, like zombies mutated, with twisted limbs, but they couldn't put out the fire anyway. The whole room seemed to have become a purgatory on earth. In just a few seconds, those people were burned to ashes. Ouyang Xing looked at the two people who were so bold, and he was finally angry at this moment. Slaughtering his Ouyang family in front of him. Isn't this a slap in his face? Ouyang Xing stood up, accumulating powerful spiritual power in his hands, and
hit Su Chen.
But how could Yizhue do as he wished? She picked up the sword and slashed at the void twice casually, and the originally unstoppable spiritual power instantly dissipated into nothingness. "Who are you?" Ouyang Xing looked horrified, and at this moment he finally understood that the identities of the two were not simple. He had used all his strength just now, but he didn't hurt the two people in front of him at all, and it was so easily resolved. Such a powerful strength Ouyang Xing has lived for so many years, and he has only had the honor of seeing it once when he met the fairy Ziwei. But the fairy Ziwei is already the top combat power in the entire Tianxian continent, and almost no one can defeat her. Who is this unremarkable person? In front of him, Ouyang Xing's face was very ugly, and his mind was full of thoughts. After all, he was the head of the Ouyang family who was flexible, and his face changed immediately. Do you two have any misunderstandings with me? We can talk about it if we have something to say. There is no need to use knives and guns. Disgraceful. He had a false smile on his face, and his words were very high-sounding. Su Chen didn't buy his tricks at all. He waved his hands impatiently and said, "There's no misunderstanding. I'm here to take your life today. Teach him a lesson. As long as you don't kill him, you can play with him," Su Chen said to Yizhuiwei, enunciating each word with a bit of murderous intent. After the words fell, Yizhuiwei quickly came to Ouyang Xing and chopped him down with a sword. The sword wind was very sharp and unstoppable. Ouyang Xing used all his strength to barely dodge, but the sword also chopped on his shoulder. The deep scar that could be seen to the bone was particularly hideous. Blood gushed out and dyed his robe red. In an instant, Ouyang soon covered his shoulder with a pale face and gasped for breath. The indifferent expression just now completely disappeared. The back was also wet with cold sweat, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The whole person looked particularly embarrassed. Yizhuiwei didn't give him a chance to breathe, and immediately took the sword and chopped his other intact shoulder. Ah! Ouyang Xing's face was hideous. His eyes were bloodshot, and he screamed in pain. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted to kill the two immediately. "You two will definitely regret it," Ouyang Xing said indignantly. Su Chen couldn't help laughing. "Cut off his legs for me. I want to see if he can still talk so tough." Yizhuiwei received the order, and the knife was raised and fell, and the two legs were completely chopped off. Ouyang soon trembled with pain, and he didn't even have time to react, and his two legs were chopped off. At this moment, he realized very clearly that the gap between them was like a natural chasm. Su Chen slowly came in front of Ouyang Xing, raised his foot, and stepped on his face. He even felt that this was not enough and crushed him a few more times, smearing all the dust on the soles of his shoes on his face. "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why aren't you being arrogant now?" Su Chen asked with a smile. He was very impressed by Ouyang Xing. In the original book, Su Chen was humiliated in this way. He was obviously just an illegitimate child of the Ouyang family. He worked hard to get to where he is today, but he was dark-minded and jealous of the children of the noble families. Su Chen, who was like a stray dog at that time, became the target of his bullying to show his superiority. Su Chen was ruthless in insulting him now. He pretended to be a righteous man and did all kinds of disgusting things in the name of eliminating harm for the people. Such people should taste the taste of what they have done. After all, you reap what you sow. Thinking of this, Su Chen patted Ouyang Xing's twisted face and whispered like a devil, "How does it feel to be the protagonist of the Ouyang family? Is it very pleasant?" Ouyang Xing was in so much pain that he couldn't speak at all. He felt that his dignity was being trampled on the ground, as if he had returned to the time when he was insignificant. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and he looked at Su Chen with resentment. "You are quite courageous. You dare to put on such an expression at this time. Haven't you been beaten enough?" Su Chen couldn't help laughing, as if he was touching a dog. "If you beg me, I will be in a good mood and maybe I can let you go. But now, it must be that you haven't been taught enough." As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen stepped on Ouyang Xing's broken leg. Ouyang Xing immediately screamed in pain. The originally scarred wound was torn open by him, and bright red blood continued to pour out. At this moment he seemed to be a bloody man. "Ah, it hurts me so much, you." Su Chen increased his strength and blocked his unfinished words. Ouyang Xing was really scared at this moment. The pervert in front of him would really kill him. His limbs are broken, and he can use secret techniques to reattach them when the time comes, but if his life is gone, then he is really gone. Thinking of this, Ouyang Xing's face turned a bit pleading, but because he was forced to do so, he looked particularly ferocious. Please let me go." He gritted his teeth, word by word popping out from between his teeth. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and then said, "What did you say?" The voice was too soft. "I couldn't hear you clearly." Seeing that Su Chen continued to torture Ouyang Xing shouted anxiously, "I said, please let me go." His voice was like a bell, almost hysterical. Ouyang Xing's face was obviously not seriously injured, but he still felt burning pain on his face, and he felt that his dignity had been severely trampled under his feet. Ouyang Xing was so ashamed that he could only knock out his teeth and swallow them. End of chapter. Wouldn't it be better if it had been like this? Our great Ouyang family. Master wouldn't have to suffer so much, don't you think? Su Chen patted Ouyang Xing's bloody face and said with a smile. He obviously looks sunny and energetic, but in Ouyang Xing's eyes he is simply a life-threatening Rakshasa. His pupils dilated uncontrollably, and he swallowed subconsciously, and then said, "You? What do you want to know? Where is the envoy from Ziwei Pavilion?" Su Chen asked with a smile. "Don't be so nervous, I'm just asking." But with his appearance, Ouyang Xing didn't feel at all that Su Chen was just asking. He was afraid that if his answer was not satisfactory, his head would be separated on the spot. Inside. After Ouyang Xing finished speaking, he quickly added, "The person who comes here is just a puppet and cannot communicate." Su Chen nodded, patted Ouyang Xing's head again, and said, "I understand. I've told you everything I know. Can you?" Before he finished speaking, Ouyang Xing's head fell to the ground and rolled several times. He still had a look of horror on his face and his mouth remained open. In a flash of lightning he lost his life. Su Chen clapped his hands, as if he had encountered something very disgusting, and then strode inside. When I walked inside, I saw a lifeless doll. The doll was lifelike, like a real person. When he saw someone coming in, he raised his head mechanically and subconsciously wanted to speak, but Su Chen cut off his head with quick eyes and hands. The doll fell down softly. Su Chen fumbled around and finally found a green token inside his clothes, with the 3 words Ziwei Pavilion engraved on it, with dragons and phoenixes dancing in the air. "Now that we have the things, we will set off for Ziwei Pavilion tomorrow." Su Chen curled his lips and smiled, feeling high-spirited. The other people naturally had no objections. "Then here," Luo Shen asked hesitantly, "isn't there still Fufeng? Let him sort out the Tai sword sect." Su Chen raised his lips and smiled and said, "That boy is quite capable. He has endured humiliation and heavy burden for so long. What's the meaning?" After hearing this, Luluo tilted her head in confusion. "Isn't Fufeng just a bit of a sissy? How could she endure the humiliation?" Luo Shen couldn't help but touched Luo's shoulder and said with a smile, "That Fufeng's true strength has reached the level of accuracy, but he has been deliberately suppressing his cultivation before. He is definitely very scheming." Ijuiwe also added in a timely manner, "Having lived for so many years, he naturally has a very vicious eye on people. Although Fufeng hides his stupidity, he is actually a very shrewd person. Before, he approached Sun Taohong just to use the power of the Sun family to overthrow the Tai sword sect. At that time, Sun Taohong defended him like this, which was not something a little male favorite could do. He even guided them to the Tai sword sect later on, hoping to use their hands to get rid of the second elder." Zhou Fufeng had already sworn the inner demon oath and swore allegiance to Su Chen, so this little bit of caution was irrelevant. Su Chen came to Dongzhou at a time when he was short of manpower, so it was not impossible to reuse Fufeng. Luluo listened for a long time but didn't understand it. Finally, she simply gave up thinking. Anyway, the master's idea was not wrong. Luoshin, go and knock Fufeng. We are going to Ziwei Pavilion tomorrow. Su Chen curled up his lips, thinking that he would see the envoy from Dongzhou soon, and he felt very happy. Luoshin nodded. She is ice snow and smart, so it would be the best choice for Su Chen to ask her to go. It's getting late. Let's rest first and then set off. Su Chen squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of Ziwei Pavilion. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Natasha followed Su Chen step by step, hesitating for a long time and not walking in. Su Chen originally planned to rest directly, but when he saw Natasha's expression of pity, he pulled her into the room. What's wrong? You look like you're not very interested. Did that old man scare you? Su Chen asked Natasha with a concerned look on his face, hugging her directly in his arms and stroking her hair lovingly. Natasha cuddled up against Su Chen, burying her head in his chest and listening to his strong heartbeat. She was silent for a long time, and Su Chen didn't speak, waiting patiently for her to speak. Natasha hummed softly, and then, as if she had made a lot of determination, she looked at Su Chen with her blue eyes, a little entangled. Am I useless? Su Chen was stunned and looked at Natasha in confusion. I'm not as powerful as Yi Zhuiwei and the others, and I'm not as smart as Luo Shen's ice and snow. Even in terms of blood, I can't compare to the little immortals born in the dragon clan. When encountering danger, I can't even protect myself. At this point, Natasha's eyes filled with crystal tears, and she couldn't help crying quietly. For such a long time, it seems that I have been seeking Su Chen's protection. I can't help him in any way, and I will only be a hindrance. She felt really useless. Su Chen didn't respond for a long time. Natasha felt even more that what she said was right. In an instant, she was surrounded by deep confusion. Master, if you think I'm weak, you don't need to take me with you. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen suddenly kissed Natasha. His kiss was domineering yet somewhat tender. After the kiss ended, Natasha's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were a little blurry, and her body became soft like a puddle of water. His eyes were as bright as the blue sea water, his nose was high, and his cherry mouth was full of water, which was very attractive. Master, Natasha whispered. Do you know what I mean now? Seeing how cute she was, Su Chen couldn't help but kiss her again, with a bad smile on her face. Natasha was stunned for a moment. Her pupils dilated slightly, as if she was confused and a little confused. Fool! Su Chen fooled Natasha. I, Su Chen, have never relied on women. Only those who have no strength will blame their women for not being able to do what they want. They will only cause trouble. Su Chen raised his head slightly. His eyes were full of confidence, and his words were also full of arrogance. Being a woman like me, Su Chen, never requires those things defined by the world. Natasha subconsciously clenched her fists, her heart beating wildly, her lips pursed slightly, opening and closing several times, but she didn't know what to say for a moment. You're fine. Don't worry about that, Su Chen said softly. Besides, you have also paid a lot behind the scenes. End of chapter. Natasha's eyes were red, and she almost cried. She didn't know what she should say, and the big stone that had been hanging in her heart for a long time finally fell to the ground. She buried herself in Su Chen's arms and sobbed softly. Natasha was delicate and gentle, and now she was crying so softly, like a kitten, which made Su Chen's heart itchy, as if being brushed by feathers. Su Chen's eyes became darker and darker, and the thoughts deep in his heart began to become active. Natasha seemed not to hear, hugged Su Chen tightly, and leaned on Su Chen. Su Chen's Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was a little hoarse. The night is deep. The spring night is short. Shouldn't you? Before the words were finished, Natasha immediately heard the hidden meaning of Su Chen. She subconsciously raised her head and saw Su Chen staring at her with burning eyes. Her pretty face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head and saw Su Chen's thing again. Seeing this, she was so embarrassed that her ears turned red. For a moment, she didn't know where to look, and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. Seeing this, Su Chen was so cute that he couldn't speak. You know, Natasha has a typical European and American appearance. Now, is this a contrast? Su Chen took off Natasha's clothes in a few seconds. Master! The cold air stimulated Natasha to tremble uncontrollably twice, and then she put her hands around Su Chen's waist and untied his belt in an instant. Su Chen's Adam's apple rolled, and he directly bullied Natasha. His eyes were bright, and he looked at Natasha aggressively. Master, let me serve you. Natasha looked at Su Chen carefully, with a charming face. Okay, I want to see. Have you trained yourself well in the past few days? Su Chen smiled with his lips hooked. Woo woo woo. Master is so powerful. Natasha bit her red lips lightly. There was an alluring luster on her lips, and her eyes were filled with tears, because the moisture brought a bit of ignorance. Su Chen's Adam's apple rolled, and he subconsciously looked away.
Natasha hugged Su Chen.
Don't light the fire again, otherwise you will have to bear whatever happens next. Su Chen growled, and his eyes gradually became dangerous. Natasha was startled. Natasha leaned against Su Chen and whispered, Master, I love you. It's great to have you. Yeah, I love you too.
Su Chen responded.
Natasha thought Su Chen was asleep, and was startled by the sudden response. She thought for a long time, and just when she was about to reply, she heard a slight snoring. She pursed her lips and said in her heart, Master, I want to be with you forever. It was not until the next day, when the sky was bright, that the two woke up. The other people naturally knew what happened to the two, and for a moment, they looked at Natasha with envy and jealousy. They wished that Su Chen could be split into several parts so that he could be with them every night, but there was only one Su Chen, and he was in short supply. Su Chen was surrounded by the envious eyes of several women. He touched his nose uncomfortably and quickly changed the subject. Let's go to Ziwei Pavilion now. You've worked hard all night. I don't know if you still have the energy to go. Do you want to rest for a while? Luo Shen said with a smile, but the jealousy in her voice was about to overflow. Yes, after all, we all had a good sleep, unlike the master, who was very busy at night. Xiao Xian was also a little jealous and followed Luo Shen to Yin and Yang Su. Chen. Master, if you really didn't rest well, it would be the same if we went later. Luo was more simple, and her mind might not be able to hold so many twists and turns. She really thought that Su Chen was tired, and she was concerned. Everyone talked for a long time, and Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. He touched his nose and said angrily, It's okay. Let's go now. The few people walked for a day before they arrived at the territory of Ziwei Pavilion. According to the Ouyang family, this is the territory of Ziwei Pavilion, and only by taking out the fixed sign can you see Ziwei Pavilion. The few people looked at each other and nodded one after another. Su Chen took out the token from the space and injected spiritual power into. The green token suddenly emitted a faint light, and then it emitted a dazzling light that instantly enveloped the few people. The world was spinning and the entire space was distorted. The huge suction force instantly sucked the few people into it. After a strong sense of falling, the few people finally came to the ground. Steadily, Su Chen immediately checked whether there were any missing people around him. After confirming that everyone around him was standing here wholeheartedly, he breathed a sigh of relief. What came into view was a towering pavilion. End of this chapter. Are we here? Luluwa searched her little head and said subconsciously, Above the pavilion, large golden characters read Ziwei Pavilion. The first thing you see is the classical decoration, which is mainly in dark green tones. It looks extremely elegant. Countless pavilions are piled together densely, and the entire center of the island is occupied by pavilions. Surrounded by water, the water flows slowly and is crystal clear, and countless small fish can be vaguely seen swimming in it. Who is there? Several patrolling soldiers immediately stepped forward and surrounded Su Chun, and others. The leading soldier stared at Su Chun with very vigilant eyes, and pointed his weapon at the necks of several people. Most of these soldiers have only the Great Saint realm, and they are obviously gatekeepers. Su Chun didn't pay attention at all. He just raised his eyebrows slightly and the blue flames instantly swept through several people. Several people didn't even have time to react before they were instantly burned to ashes. The screams were endless, and one of the soldiers tried his best to blow the whistle in order to alert others, but the sound did not last long and was burned to ashes. Su Chun curled up his lips, even yawned, glanced at the soldiers on the pavilion, used his spiritual power to transmit the message, and said, "My young master is here. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible, otherwise don't blame me today." Killed everyone in Ziwei Pavilion. Those soldiers saw with their own eyes that the people below were killed. Instantly, they were all shocked and speechless, and they subconsciously wanted to run away and report the news. But before taking 2 steps, Yi Zhiwei flew up directly. Under the light of the sword, he raised the knife and dropped it. Several people were wiped on the neck and fell down. Su Chun waved his hand, and Yi Zhiwei immediately opened the door. The heavy wooden door made a creaking sound, and the scenery inside instantly appeared in front of everyone. Su Chun walked in swaggeringly. When the soldiers guarding the city saw several people walking in with such great fanfare, they were all furious. They raised their weapons and rushed towards the enemy. But before they could even get close to Su Chun, they were instantly swallowed up by Su Chen's flames. Xiaoxian and Natasha were not idle either, killing one by one. That group of soldiers were like moths to a flame. Even though many people had died, there were still some who came to die without hesitation. Such a bloody massacre naturally attracted an elder from Ziwei Pavilion. The elder has an immortal spirit, with a gray beard that even reaches his waist. His face is full of traces of time, and he looks very shrewd. This person is a well-known Xuanji old man in Ziwei Pavilion. He can do calculations and calculations, and his cultivation has reached the peak of quasi-emperor. Looking at the people in front of him, the old man Xuanji was furious, and he immediately used his spiritual power to send a message. "Who are you? You dare to break into Ziwei Pavilion without permission? Are you going to die?" When Su Chun heard this, he yawned lazily and didn't even look at him. Yi Zhiwei quickly stepped in front of him and struck him with a sword. The old man Xuanji fled in a hurry, and the calm look on his face disappeared, in an instant replaced by panic. That moment just now, the speed was only between lightning and flint. If the distance was not far enough and the realm was high enough, I might have been wiped across the neck with a knife. But even so, his left arm was cut, and blood spurted out instantly, turning his clothes red in the blink of an eye. It grinned in pain, its eyes were scarlet, and it stared at Su Chun. "You are a bunch of arrogant children. You really don't want your life. If you offend me, Ziwei Pavilion, I will make you pay the price." The old man Xuanji said angrily, and then blew the communication whistle. Suddenly, countless elders from Ziwei Pavilion appeared in an instant, filed out and came to the old man Xuanji. Most of them were immortals, and they copied a song that looked like a divine plan. Ziwei Pavilion has clever calculations and clever calculations all over the world, but they are not just half-assed calculations, their cultivation is equally advanced. It is said that there is a fairy who has perfect fortune-telling inside. She is beautiful and has superb fortune-telling skills. She has all the major events in the world under her control, and her cultivation is unmatched by anyone. Seeing more and more elders coming to Suchan and others, most of them are in the quasi-emperor realm, and many have reached the peak of quasi-emperor. At this moment, he was looking at Suchan and others with eager eyes. "Are you okay, Xuanji?" An old man in blue and white robes supported the old man Xuanji. After seeing him shake his head, he looked at Suchan and others with an annoyed look. Suchin just wanted them to come. Since he was coming to Bloodbath Ziwei Pavilion, it would be interesting to have them resist. Just slap them in the face. Thinking of this, Suchan waved his hand, and the others instantly understood, and rushed towards these old men. The old men didn't expect that they would start fighting after a disagreement. They suddenly felt that Ziweiji's face was being rubbed hard, and they all stepped forward to resist in anger. Most of them are good at calculations but are not good at actual combat, and they soon fall into a disadvantage. Yizhuiyue even used one sword after another. Even the quasi-emperor at his peak state could not survive a few blows under his hands. What's more, Shaoxian and others don't care about life or death at all. They just fight. A few people singled out dozens of people without falling into any disadvantage. Su Chun was as leisurely as if he was going shopping. If an old man came, he would use his spiritual fire trick. If it didn't work, he would use the Shenlong martial spirit. He would not panic at all when challenging a higher level. What was originally a process of counter-invasion turned into a massacre feast. In Su Chen's case, there were originally dozens of elders left, but only the old man Xuanji was killed instantly. The old man Xuanji knelt on the ground in a mess, his eyes wide open, looking at Su Chun in disbelief, as if he saw the god of killing in the world. "You don't kill me. I can tell you what you want to know. I can tell you." He stepped back 2 steps in fear, watching Su Chun like an elegant tiger, getting closer and closer to him. His eyes widened, and only Su Chen's figure was left in his eyes. Su Chen smiled and looked down at the old man Xuanji. "You are scared now. Why did you lose your imposing look just now? Didn't you just shout that you wanted to kill me?" Su Chun took out the sword, lifted the old man Xuanji's chin, raised his eyebrows slightly, full of provocation. The sword flashed with cold light, cutting iron like mud, and the old man Xuanji could clearly feel the cold and piercing sword blade scratching his neck. If it was an inch off, he would bleed to death. The old man Xuanji swallowed his saliva, and at this moment he couldn't say a word. "No use." Su Chun raised his sword and swung it in the air. Each blow hit the old man Xuanji's heart hard, as if it would cut his throat. In the next second, "Call out your Ziwei fairy," Su Chun said slowly. The old man Xuanji looked horrified and did not make any movement for a moment. "I can't tell you where she is." He spoke word by word. Even though he could feel his life force passing away, he still persisted. Su Chun sneered, and then said, "It is an excellent tame dog. In this case, there is no need to live." As soon as the voice fell, the sword rose and fell, and the head of the old man Xuanji was cut off. Just when everyone thought the matter was over, a disembodied voice suddenly came out. "Who is looking for me?" Following the sound, I saw a woman wearing a purple and white moon robe slowly walking towards her. She had a graceful posture and a lotus flower appeared every step of the way. With every step she took, a virtual lotus fell in the air. Under the gauze skirt, there are looming, delicate and slender legs which seem to step on people's hearts every time they walk. Her skin is as white as snow. Her red lips are like a plume in the white snow in winter, and her black and bright eyes are watery, smart and beautiful. The crepe myrtle flower temples are a bit more mysterious and elegant. Behind her were several people in pure Taoist robes, including men and women. They all looked like they were scheming, and their cultivation levels were actually at the peak of the quasi-emperor. She pointed her bright jade finger, and a bagua formation appeared at the feet. of Su Chen and the others, instantly forming an inseparable cage that tightly surrounded them. Su Chen and others looked at each other, and immediately understood that the woman in front of them was probably Fairy Ziwei. Xiaoxian and others immediately panicked and quickly attacked around the cage. But Xiaoxian's flames, Lulua's vines, and even Yizhiyue's attacks only brought him a little damage. The Bagua array shook for a few moments and then quickly returned to its original state, as if everything just now was an illusion. Su Chen looked at it for a long time, then raised his hand to stop him. You don't have to waste your efforts. This Bagua array pays attention to the balance of yin and yang. The two balance each other to be so strong. Even if you destroy part of it, you will immediately have something to do with it. The opposing spiritual energy is replenished. Over time, this becomes an infinite loop that can effectively imprison several people. Their attacks in front of the Bagua formation were like scratching an itch, neither painful nor itchy. Fairy Ziwei flew forward and looked at Su Chen with a half-smile across the cage, with a bit of sarcasm in her eyes. The reincarnation of the Tiandao Emperor is worthy of my hard work and planning for so long. Now you have brought it to your door by yourself, so there is no need for me to find you personally. Her voice was soft, like a summer lily, and she looked at Su Chen lightly, her eyes turning a little more holy and elegant. Finally, she added, raising her chin slightly, but I do have some courage to see the Bagua array created by me. You must know that this Bagua formation is not something that ordinary people can see. Even if they can see it, it will only be when their spiritual power is exhausted. I didn't expect that I am so powerful, and I would bother you to set up such a big game for me. Su Chen laughed coldly, his eyes lingering on Fairy Ziwei's face, and scrupulously, you are very beautiful in appearance. If you have a crush on me, just say so, and I will accept you. As soon as these words came out, Fairy Ziwei's expression changed several times. She obviously didn't expect that the reincarnation of the legendary Dragon Emperor was actually a disciple. In the end, she smiled softly, with a bit of a blush on her face. You can be quick-tongued for a while. Now I am the swordsman and you are the fish, so talk as much as you want. After a while I will cut off your tongue, and you won't be able to speak even if you want to. Her voice was calm, with no obvious fluctuations. She looked holy and elegant, but her words were merciless. Where there is a noble and holy lotus, it is clearly a black-hearted lotus. That is pure on the outside but black-hearted on the inside. Thinking of this, Su Chen looked at Fairy Ziwei with great interest, wondering how he could kneel down and beg for mercy under his arrogant face. It's not certain who will win. The outcome is undecided. How can Fairy Ziwei be so sure that I will lose in your hands? Su Chen said with a smile, with a certain determination in his eyes. Although it seems careless, the confidence in his words makes people involuntarily convinced, and they subconsciously don't want to refute. After all, he was the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, so Fairy Ziwei naturally had to be very energetic when dealing with him. Therefore, when Su Chen said this, Fairy Ziwei immediately frowned and thought about whether there was something missing. After confirming that there was no such thing, Fairy Ziwei was sure that it was just Su Chen trying to be brave. You were just quick to talk for a while. Now if you want to break this prison, it will probably take a long time. Fairy Ziwei pursed her lips and retorted unceremoniously. This cage was built by him at a huge cost and could withstand the full blows of many quasi-emperors at their peak. So what if Su Chen has many capable people with lofty ideals around him? Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. It is rumored that Fairy Ziwei has a wonderful plan and has all the major events in the world under her control. Now it seems that it is nothing more than that. Too arrogant. She is destined to pay the price for her arrogance. Fairy Ziwei saw that he was smiling so confidently and had no consciousness of being a prisoner at all. For some reason, she felt inexplicable fear in her heart. But her expression didn't change. She just snorted coldly. Even if you can defeat the Blood Clan in the Western Wasteland, so what? He is just a simple-minded creature with strong limbs. He relies on his cultivation to do evil. It is not a pity to die. Don't think that I am a fool. Like him. Fairy Ziwei looked at Su Chen coldly, with a slightly raised eyebrow with a bit of contempt. As early as when I learned the news in the Western Wasteland, I had already played this big chess game in advance, waiting for you to join in. As soon as the voice fell, a compass appeared in front of Fairy Ziwei. The compass was engraved with an ancient Bagua array pattern, and the material was extremely precious. Even if it appeared a little, it would attract the scramble of Major Top Sex, but now it is such a big piece. I saw her muttering something, and the Bagua compass kept rotating and finally fell into two ancient texts. At the same time, the corresponding spirit body also appeared in front of several people in an instant, with a fierce momentum and a full sense of oppression, and even the space it carried was slightly distorted. The entire space was torn apart for a short time, and it took a long time to recover as before. After the spirit appeared, it stopped in front of Su Chen and the others, quietly. After summoning the spirit, Fairy Ziwei's face was obviously a little pale, but her eyes were filled with relief as if the task was about to be completed. In her eyes, now wanting to kill Su Chen is as easy as killing an ant. Among the few people, Natasha felt the strong sense of oppression and fear arose in her heart. Her face was pale, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted, and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. The other elders of Ziwei Pavilion were so excited that they couldn't speak when they saw this scene, and looked at the Ziwei fairy with admiration. As expected of the Ziwei fairy, one move is a sure kill. Even if it is the famous young master of the Su family, he is just an ant in front of the fairy. One of the elders rubbed his hands excitedly, and his excitement was beyond words. That's right, the Su family will be insignificant without Su Chen. We can even unify the entire Tianshan continent and become the first major sect in name. Another elder was also very excited, as if he had imagined a bright future. That's right, don't waste time with this kid. Kill anyone who blocks the fairy's way. Kill him. Kill him. Such useless things, if they stay any longer, they will only bother the fairy. The elders were passionate and excited as if they had obtained a peerless skill. They were old, blushing and thick-necked, and acted as the little fans of the Ziwei fairy. For hundreds of thousands of years, the Ziwei fairy has been involved in the Ziwei Pavilion since she discovered it. Now she has become the actual person in charge of the Ziwei Pavilion, and she has the final say. The Ziwei Pavilion can reach this point today, and the Ziwei fairy has made great contributions. The one in the Bagua formation is Su Chen, who has been in great trouble recently. He first destroyed a big sect and then saved the entire Western Wasteland by himself. In this way, the legendary person from the outside world fell into the hands of the Ziwei fairy so easily. How can they not worship the Ziwei fairy? This is the spirit body that I transformed. When it is fully formed, you will be completely devoured. Fairy Ziwei smiled slightly and then continued, "It is your honor to be the spirit of the instrument that nourishes my magic weapon. Ziwei, things are not what you think. Give us some time. Maybe you have a different opinion of Su Chen. Although Yizhuiwei is now at the level of a half-step emperor, he can't do anything about the cage that Fairy Ziwei has set so specifically. But Yizhuiwei can't just watch Su Chen being killed by Fairy Ziwei. Fortunately, the two of them once had some friendship." Yizhuiwei walked forward and looked at Fairy Ziwei with a bit of comfort. When Fairy Ziwei saw Yizhuiwei's face, her expression was a little stagnant, and then she immediately turned her head away. "I have nothing to say to you," Fairy Ziwei said coldly. "Emperor Shenlong is a thing of the past. Now this guy is only a great saint. You don't need to be with him because of his reputation." Although Fairy Ziwei didn't hear the specific news about Yizhuiwei, she was smart enough to guess that Yizhuiwei had surrendered to Su Chen. Yizhue didn't expect Fairy Ziwei to think so. She choked for a while and didn't know how to explain. It's not too late for you to regret now. When I kill this villain, I will report it to the master and give you a chance to make up for it. Fairy Ziwei paused and looked at Yizhue seriously as if she had made a great decision. After all, Yizhue's affairs were not a secret. It was easy for her to talk, but that person was never a good talker. I'm afraid that everything in the lower world would be reported to Emperor Tiandao truthfully. Yizhue pursed her lips and saw that Fairy Ziwei was the same as she was at the beginning, and she was also a little sad. For a moment, she didn't know how to explain Su Chen's matter to Fairy Ziwei. Su Chen touched Yizhue's shoulder to comfort her, indicating that she didn't need to worry too much. Don't worry. Since he is your friend, I will show mercy. Su Chen looked at Yizhue earnestly and seriously. Yizhue was worried about this just now. After all, everyone saw the end of Rambo, although it was to eliminate harm for the people and to enforce justice. But putting the role into Fairy Ziwei, Yizhue couldn't bear it. Fairy Ziwei saw that everyone ignored her, and even discussed their own way out openly. She couldn't help laughing, thinking that Su Chen was really arrogant and stubborn when he was about to die. Yizhue, I'll ask you one last time, do you still insist on being with Su Chen? If you are still so stubborn, don't blame me for ignoring our previous friendship. Fairy Ziwei looked at Yizhue quietly, with a little bit of reluctance in her eyes but more of determination. If it was in the past, Yizhue might still hesitate, but now it is very different from before. In the process of getting along, he has seen Su Chen's personality, characteristics, and even unconsciously fell in love with Su Chen. What's more, she is already pregnant with Su Chen's own flesh and blood, so she can't leave him. Thinking of this, Yizhue's eyes gradually became firm. She strode forward and stood in front of Su Chen, with unparalleled willpower in her eyes. I will never betray Su Chen. My heart is determined. You don't need to persuade me anymore. What to do next is up to you. At the end, Yizhue couldn't help but turn her eyes away, not looking at the disappointed eyes of Fairy Ziwei. Along the way, Yizhue always had a premonition that it might be the Ziwei fairy. But now that I saw her in person, the big stone in my heart finally fell to the ground, but it was really uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, the two of them were good friends before they broke up, but now they are in a hostile position. But the choices are different, and Yizhue respects Fairy Ziwei's decision. Likewise, Fairy Ziwei also respects Yizhue. In that case, don't blame me for not thinking about our old relationship. Fairy Ziwei closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. The voice was soft, with a strong sense of tiredness. Su Chen had been standing there quietly. When he heard Fairy Ziwei's words, he couldn't help but smile. Who said I was going to be captured like this? As soon as the words fell, a sound broke through the air, and then it was washed heavily towards Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei's pupils shrank, and she subconsciously wanted to dodge. But she was supporting such a huge formation and couldn't move at all, so she suffered the blow forcefully. The originally unstoppable spirit body dissipated in an instant and was completely lost in the air. Fairy Ziwei covered her chest, spit out a mouthful of blood, and immediately turned back to look in the direction of her attack. The huge bird also transformed into a human form at this time, looking like an old woman. Although it was a bit old, it was not ugly. End of chapter. She stood there quietly, her hand still in the shape of a bird's claw, looking at Fairy Ziwei coldly without any extra emotions. The distance between the two was not far or close, but it made people feel very pressured. This person was none other than the Nine-Nether Bird. When the elders of Ziwei Pavilion saw that Fairy Ziwei was defeated, they rushed towards the Nine-Nether Bird in anger. But the Nine-Nether Bird just transformed into a bird, flew into the sky, and screamed, which instantly attracted the response of the white bird. The huge sound wave instantly swept the entire Ziwei Pavilion, and countless Elders were shocked by the strong sound wave and vomited blood before they even had time to get close. At the same time, the originally unbreakable Bagua formation suddenly trembled, violently as if struggling. Su Chen only showed a satisfied smile at this time, and then said to the people around him, "Now attack the Bagua formation." After receiving the order, Shaoxian and others immediately attacked the Bagua formation with all their strength. Panic finally appeared in the eyes of Fairy Ziwei, and she subconsciously wanted to stop it. But under the backlash just now, Fairy Ziwei could not move for a short time. The Bagua formation, which had received too much damage, finally could not bear it under the persistent attacks of several people, and began to shake wildly. Then, a broken hole appeared. With the beginning, dense, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in an instant with the hole as the center. It soon spread to the entire Bagua formation. At the same time, the entire Bagua formation burst out with a strong light and completely disappeared. Under the flying dust, Su Chen and others slowly walked out. To take action against those old guys who don't know what's good for them, I was quite happy watching the show just now. Now is a good time to test my real ability. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth, with a sloppy smile on his face, 3 parts of contempt and 3 parts of carelessness. With a wave of his hand, Luluo and others instantly rushed towards the elders of Ziwei Pavilion, and a large group of people immediately fought together. The backlash of Fairy Ziwei finally subsided a little. She had lost her composure just now, and the development of the matter was completely beyond his expectation. Even this change happened in just a breath, and he didn't even have time to react, and the situation had already taken a big turn. Fairy Ziwei gritted her teeth and decided to capture the thief first. As long as Su Chen was caught, everything else would not be a problem. Thinking of this, she rushed towards Su Chen in an instant. But before she could get in front of Su Chen, the 9-nether bird had blocked Fairy Ziwei's way. "Are you the guardian beast of the Su family? The 9-nether bird?" Fairy Ziwei narrowed her eyes, annoyed by this change. How could she forget this big killer of the Su family? Damn it! The 9-nether bird did not respond to her words, but his hand was raised, and the meaning was self-evident. If you want to find Su Chen, you have to get through her first. Fairy Ziwei is best at divination. Her real strength is actually comparable to Yi, or even slightly inferior to Yi. Moreover, he just experienced such a powerful backlash, and it is impossible for him to recover to his prime in a short time. The master behind me is the famous Emperor Tiandao. As long as you submit to me, you can have whatever you want next. There is no need to rely on the Su family in a low-level small world. Fairy Ziwei looked at Jiumink vigilantly and persuaded her. She tried to throw out an olive branch to let Jiumink join them. How could Jiumink be such an ungrateful person? If he really succumbed to temptation so easily, he would have turned against
Yizuyu.
Fairy Ziwei's wishful thinking was finally going to fail. Jiumink was also a ruthless person who didn't talk much, and he directly fought with Fairy Ziwei. Su Chen was not idle either. He had just suffered such a great humiliation, and these old guys watched with relish. Now, of course, he had to let them experience this kind of taste. It was as easy as a cat catching a mouse for a few people to deal with those old guys. Even if they worked together to set up a formation, it was useless. Su Chen took out a chair from the storage ring and watched this real-life cat and mouse game with relish. The audience changed from the elders just now to him. "You are not good either. Are you old and have bad legs and feet? Why are you so slow to react?" While watching, Su Chen commented with interest. The elder who was knocked down was instantly furious, but he had to face the fierce attack of the green vine. The green vine was like a carnivorous plant. Just when he was distracted, just now he was slapped unexpectedly. The elder was so angry that he couldn't speak. He wanted to retort, but he was too busy to do so. He was hit several times when he was stunned. In comparison, Luluo was very relaxed. Although these old guys were at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, they had almost no practical experience. They had a lot of skills but no place to use them. Lulua beat 3 people by herself and she was still at ease. And you, what's wrong with you? You are in trouble, why can't you just run? You can attack instead. Su Chun cast his eyes on another elder again, and couldn't help but frown and asked with a bit of gloating in his tone. The other elder who was said was bitter and couldn't say anything. The little fairy was originally a dragon, with thick skin and flesh. His sword chopped several times, not to mention leaving scars, it was just tickling people. Not only that, Xiaoxian's flames were very terrifying. If they were slightly touched, they would be unable to extinguish and would be burned to ashes. Under such a strong attack, how could they fight back? It was good enough that they were not burned to ashes by the flames. You too. Didn't you laugh the loudest just now? Why don't you dare to move? Now? Why don't you laugh? Do you not like to laugh by nature? Su Chun casually took out a Tiandao fruit from his bag and chewed it non-stop. The elder was trapped in the Shenming water, and the Shenming water was constantly invading forward. The elder had taken out all his life-saving magic weapons, but he could only watch the Shenming water getting closer and closer to him. The living space was constantly squeezed, and the elder was almost desperate. He had to listen to Su Chen's ridicule, and felt that he might as well die. Directly, the elders looked ashen, and immediately regretted laughing at them. How could this person be an ordinary person? This person was clearly a wicked ghost who wanted to take his life. He was petty and vengeful, and he returned all the things they had done to him, even thousands of times more cruelly. At this moment, they could only place their hopes on Fairy Ziwei. But Fairy Ziwei was now too busy to do anything. End of this chapter. I advise you to take care of yourself and don't be ungrateful. If the Heavenly Emperor knows what you have done, you will end up being annihilated. Fairy Ziwei panted lightly, and sweat flowed down her forehead. She dodged a wind blade and tried to persuade the 9 nether bird to give up resistance. Since I dare to deal with you today, I am naturally not afraid that the master behind you will retaliate against me. No matter whether it is the Heavenly Emperor or this emperor, it will not work. The 9 nether birds smiled coldly, and an extremely strong pressure burst out from his body, instantly suppressing Fairy Ziwei in pain. She spit out a mouthful of blood, and the blood dyed the corners of her mouth. Red, a piece of red, and looked a little more embarrassed. What's so good about the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor? You two all want him, Fairy Ziwei said in confusion. If Yue might be in love with Su Chun, although she didn't understand, she also respected it. After all, love is really wonderful. But why is the 9 nether bird? It's not easy for you to cultivate to this level as a spirit beast. If you are beaten back to your true form and cultivate again, it will take at least thousands of years, and you may not reach the current level. Have you really thought it through? Fairy Ziwei looked at the 9 nether bird with some doubts, her eyes sharp. It takes a long and lonely time for humans to cultivate to this level, let alone spirit beasts. They even need to go through a long period of time to transform, and cultivation is thousands of times more difficult than humans. Even if she knew that others were the Emperor of Heaven, she was so determined. It's really stupid. Fairy Ziwei didn't know what to say. 9 nether bird was too lazy to say these nonsense to Fairy Ziwei. She slowly spread her wings, and under the sun, she looked particularly sacred. At the same time, a fierce hurricane slowly condensed, and the threat rate of the spirit body that Fairy Ziwei had just summoned was thousands of times higher. The calm expression on Fairy Ziwei's face was no longer there. At this moment, she clearly felt the clear intentions of the left and right. Everything was originally within her expectations. She even had hope just now, thinking that she could convince the 9 nether bird. But at this moment, a string in Fairy Ziwei's mind was broken. The development of the matter has completely exceeded her expected trajectory. A fierce whirlwind swept towards Fairy Ziwei, carrying the 9 nether spirit, fire, and it seemed that hoarse wailing could be heard in the air. Fairy Ziwei wanted to dodge now, but it was too late. The range of the attack was so large and the speed was so fast that it was in front of her in just a blink of an eye. She could only bite the bullet and block it. The huge impact made her mouth bleed, and she felt that her internal organs were about to be shattered. The two of them were deadlocked for a long time, and Fairy Ziwei let out a painful whimper, and her whole body flew out like a rag. She fell heavily to the ground, tears gushing out of her body, and she was so painful that she bent over and couldn't say a word. The 9 nether bird transformed into a human form and landed on the ground, looking down at Fairy Ziwei, with no extra expression on her face. She was calm and composed, as if everything was within her expectations. Fairy Ziwei gritted her teeth and looked at the 9 nether bird in anger. She couldn't move because of the pain. She wanted to speak, but found that she couldn't utter a word. And all the elders were slaughtered, leaving no one alive, and the entire Ziwei pavilion instantly became a purgatory on earth. The 9 nether bird didn't care what Fairy Ziwei thought, and directly lifted her up and threw her in front of Su Chen. She nodded slightly, indicating that Su Chen had done everything. "Thank you for your hard work, Master Uncle." Su Chen still had some respect for the 9 nether bird, and his voice was also a little polite. Jiu Mink didn't say much, but she always respected Su Chen, the young master. After making sure there was no accident, she left. At the same time, the dense army of the Su family also swept in at this time. Even Arnold and Sun Taohong and others were there. "Young master, are we late?" Sun knelt in front of Su Chen and said respectfully, without looking sideways, without looking at the Ziwei fairy on the ground. At the same time, others also knelt in a large group. All of them were loyal to their only master, Su Chen. Su Chen waved his hand, motioning them to get up. "No, you came just in time." Su Chen raised a careless smile, couldn't help stretching, and felt that everything was done. It was easy and pleasant. "Next, the internal affairs of Ziwei Pavilion will be handed over to you to help." Su Chen glanced at Luoshan and others, and said to the people who came, "The meaning of this statement is very clear. All subsequent related matters will be handled by Luoshan and others. They just need to cooperate and do it. As for me, I have to interrogate this prisoner carefully. After all, it took a lot of effort to catch her." Su Chen walked in front of Fairy Ziwei and lifted her chin without using his hands, with a little bit of provocation in his tone. Fairy Ziwei turned her head away in humiliation, but she knew that the dust had settled at this moment, and tears could not help but burst out. She has lived for so many years, and has always been smooth sailing. Even when working under the Emperor of Heaven, she has almost never failed. But now, he was defeated by a young boy whose cultivation level was only at the Great Saint Realm. "I advise you to be obedient, otherwise I will make you want to live but not." Su Chen laughed wickedly, and looking at the appearance of Fairy Ziwei, he felt like torturing her. "I wonder how long he can last in bed later?" Thinking of this, Su Chen directly picked up Fairy Ziwei by the waist and walked into a room casually. Su Chen threw Fairy Ziwei on the bed. Fairy Ziwei was seriously injured and backlashed. It was good enough that she could stay awake now. Now, after such a bump, she vomited blood. But she was still unwilling to give in. Her beautiful eyes stared at Su Chen. If eyes could kill, Su Chen would have died thousands of times. "I forgot that you are still seriously injured." The action just now was indeed a bit rough. Su Chen couldn't help but touch his chin. After all, she was a beauty. Now she was in such a broken state, and he still felt a little bit reluctant. Thinking of this, Su Chen took out a few pills and was about to feed them to Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei gritted her teeth and looked at Su Chen angrily, refusing to eat. "To deal with a disobedient and stubborn person like you, this young master has a lot of ways." Su Chen lost his patience and pinched her chin tightly. End of this chapter. Su Chen's strength was so great that Fairy Ziwei felt that her mandible was about to be crushed. She felt a stinging pain and subconsciously opened her mouth. Seeing this situation, Su Chen had quick eyesight and quick hands, so he fed the pill. The elixir melted in your mouth, and Fairy Ziwei didn't even give her a chance to regret it. After taking the elixir, his entire body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The injured area stopped bleeding and recovered quickly. But at the same time, Fairy Ziwei could also feel that her body was very strange. She couldn't exert any strength, and her previous cultivation level no longer even existed. What exactly did you feed me? Fairy Ziwei hesitated for a long time before she asked. Of course, it's the elixir to treat your injury. Su Chen shrugged indifferently, his tone very relaxed. Fairy Ziwei didn't believe that Su Chen would be so kind to his enemy. There must be some fraud involved. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziwei's eyes were filled with suspicion. By the way, I gave you some Huagongdan and a good pregnancy pill. Although I am a kind-hearted person, I never want to do things that bring trouble to others. If you regain your cultivation, it would be bad to plot against me. Su Chen continued to add with a smile, his eyes lingering on Fairy Ziwei, and scrupulously. When Fairy Ziwei heard the names of these two pills, she immediately changed her expression. One pill was to restrict his movements. As for the last one, you knew what it was for without even thinking about it. Men are indeed such dirty things. They only think with their lower body and never respect girls. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziwei's eyes became even more disgusted. I'm telling you, even if you want to force me, I will never give in to you. Won't tell you anything. Fairy Ziwei became furious and stared at Su Chen. If you really want to force me, then I will expose myself on the spot so that you can get nothing. He said this very harshly, with a firm look in his eyes. Su Chen had no doubt that once he did something too drastic, Fairy Ziwei would expose herself on the spot and kill everyone. After all, he is a person who is half-step to the realm of the great emperor. If he exposes himself, I am afraid that the entire Ziwei pavilion will be in danger. He is so close and will be blown to pieces on the spot. But Su Chen was not worried. He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Fairy Ziwei with interest. It's okay if you die, but what about the people around you? Su Chen asked softly. In one sentence, Fairy Ziwei's indifferent expression disappeared, replaced by anger and fear. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction and stroked Fairy Ziwei's cheek. The effect of this medicine is so good that no scars can be seen on the body. It feels like a freshly peeled egg, white, tender and smooth. You don't need me to tell you about the status of your people. Do you want to selfishly commit suicide without caring about their life or death? Su Chen said with a smile. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and he pinched Fairy Ziwei's neck fiercely. I don't mind letting them all be buried with you. No, don't. Fairy Ziwei's voice was hoarse, and she was already a little desperate. In the eyes of outsiders, what is little known is that although Fairy Ziwei is in the fairy world, she was actually just a newborn in a small clan in Tianxian continent. But at that time, the jungle was strong and their tribe was on the verge of extinction. They waited for tens of millions of years before a genius like her came. There is a prophecy that Fairy Ziwei is the legendary goddess who leads her people out of trouble. As a person who will ascend in the next generation, unlike a native born and raised in the fairy world, Fairy Ziwei has endured a lot of hardships and sufferings to reach her current position. The obsession and weakness in her heart are her people. The grace of giving birth is beyond heaven. If it were not for her clan members, Fairy Ziwei would not be able to achieve what she is today. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziwei gritted her teeth and said, I obviously moved them to a very safe place. How did you find a way to find them? Of course it's very simple. If you don't want others to know, you have to do nothing yourself. Fairy Ziwei, who takes the world as her own, should understand this truth. Su Chen shrugged. not thinking this was anything unusual. Long before, when he went to Ouyang's house, he discovered something was wrong, but he didn't know what it was at that time, so he exchanged information with Fufing and others. Finally, it was determined that Fairy Ziwei had concealed a truth. Su Chen immediately sent people to the destination. Unexpectedly, he met the simple tribesman. It was at that time that he learned about Fairy Ziwei. Just because the incident happened suddenly, Su Chen only sent someone and hurriedly came here. This can be regarded as Su Chen's last life-saving trump card. Su Chen is not sure whether Jiao can defeat Fairy Ziwei. If Fairy Ziwei is a more perverted practitioner than Rambo with this trump card, it is equivalent to more a talisman. But they didn't expect that when those people arrived, they found a simple ethnic group growing here. Those people were obviously ignorant of the world. But when it comes to Fairy Ziwei, almost everyone knows her and can even talk about her excitedly. What do you want? No matter what, don't hurt my people. Fairy Ziwei pursed her lips. After all, she had underestimated Su Chen. As expected of the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, he is indeed resourceful and thoughtful. This time it was her skills that were inferior to others. Belong to me and tell me everything you know. Su Chen was also unambiguous and stated his request straight to the point. Don't try to play any tricks. The lives of your people are still in my hands. If you don't want them to die in the wilderness without their whole bodies, then just do it. Su Chen yawned lazily. His tone was very scornful, but the words he said made people's hearts tighten again and again. Fairy Ziwei fell into a fierce struggle. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Su Chen looked at the beautiful and sacred Fairy Ziwei, and he felt lustful. He just said these words just to scare Fairy Ziwei, just to prevent her from killing herself. Although Su Chen admits that he is not a good person, he will not implicate innocent people for no reason. What is the difference between such a person and a possessed devil? It seems that your mind is still not clear enough and you can't decide which one is more important. Then let me teach you. Teach you. Teach you. Su Chen's voice was low, magnetic, and very pleasant. He pulled out a whip from the storage ring and whipped it on Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei screamed in pain. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Does it hurt? Do you want to surrender or not? Su Chen looked at Fairy Ziwei's expression, intoxicated, and laughed mischievously. Such high mountain flowers are rare to see. Su Chen has seen many active women, and now this rebellious Ziwei has attracted Su Chen's interest to a great extent. Fairy Ziwei's clothes were already in tatters, but now she was whipped by Su Chen, causing several tears in her clothes. The white and tender skin inside was also exposed to the air. Although Su Chen's strength was not great, Fairy Ziwei's skin was particularly delicate, and light red marks appeared instantly. Fairy Ziwei covered her body, bit her lips, and looked at Su Chen bitterly. But she had no choice but to crush her silver teeth and swallow it into her stomach. Get it clear, you are a prisoner now, not the noble Ziwei fairy in Ziwei Pavilion. Sitting on the bed is not your treatment. Su Chen yawned lazily and directly activated his spiritual power to make Fairy Ziwei kneel in front of him. Fairy Ziwei now had no spiritual power and was suppressed by Su Chen, unable to move. She knelt on the ground in an extremely humiliating posture. The clothes on her body were already thin, and due to the fight just now, a lot of skin was now exposed. Fairy Ziwei was ashamed and annoyed, but she felt that except for her mouth, which she could move, the rest of her body was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. And she couldn't even move. Su Chen poured the spiritual liquid directly on Fairy Ziwei's face. Some viscous spiritual liquid instantly slid down Fairy Ziwei's cheeks and landed on her delicate and beautiful collarbones, as well as on her fair and elegant swan neck. The traces traced by the spiritual liquid reveal a bit of charm everywhere. Even her clothes were wet overnight and stuck firmly to Fairy Ziwei's body. Because the color of the clothes was very light, once it got wet, it instantly turned into a tight-fitting garment. Fairy Ziwei's bumpy figure was looming and her chest could even be seen. Fairy Ziwei was so ashamed and annoyed that she might as well commit suicide because of such humiliation. But thinking that his tribe was still in Su Chen's hands, he suddenly didn't dare to act rashly. Fairy Ziwei really didn't dare to gamble at the expense of the entire clan. She has come to this point and given up. All her efforts have been wasted. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziwei closed her eyes in humiliation and gritted her teeth. Tears fell unconsciously and wet his eyelashes. It's very beautiful to see a beauty cry, but Su Chen has never been a pity person. Seeing that he still looked unyielding, his heart instantly became excited. Su Chen was very confident in this kind of beauty with strong self-esteem. He could break her pride inch by inch and tame her into an obedient look. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why don't you continue now? You are kneeling on the ground like a bitch or a dog. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if your tribe saw it? Su Chen waved the whip in his hand and looked at Fairy Ziwei in front of him. With a half-smile, Fairy Ziwei's heart was trembling violently. She had never heard such a lie before. She even felt fainting all over her body and her consciousness was a little blurry. Kill or behead as you wish. My people are all innocent. Don't implicate them. Fairy Ziwei said through gritted teeth, the words almost jumping out from between her teeth. It depends on how you perform. Su Chen smiled evilly, very evilly, and paired with his flawless cheeks. He had a very masculine charm. But in the eyes of Fairy Ziwei, Su Chen is an out-and-out devil. Are you willing to surrender to me? Follow me, Su Chen asked with a smile. He was very patient and gave Fairy Ziwei time to think. But Fairy Ziwei immediately refused. Impossible. Although I don't know what kind of ecstasy soup you poured into Yizhuiyue to make her stay by your side so sincerely, but I am different from her. I will never betray my master. Fairy Ziwei looked at Su Chen angrily and couldn't help but say, aren't you afraid that your people will be exterminated because of you? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Fairy Ziwei's mouth was still so harsh. Fairy Ziwei felt like she had something stuck in her throat, and the expression on her face showed a bit of confusion. Don't you just fall in love with my beauty? If you want to touch my tribe, I will bite my tongue and commit suicide on the spot. She is also a smart person after all, and Su Chen has shown great interest in her from just now to now. If you're not interested, you can just get rid of her like Rambo so you don't have to waste time with her. The only possibility is that Su Chen fell in love with her. With this guess, Fairy Ziwei also felt a little more confident. This was the last bargaining chip she held in her hand. As long as it is used reasonably, it may not be able to delay some time. With time, the rest will naturally fall into place. There is nothing good about Emperor Tiandao. He is just a selfish and hypocritical villain. Fortunately, you are still so loyal to him and he just abandons you here like a plaything. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, with a bit of mockery in his eyes. When Fairy Ziwei heard this, she couldn't help biting her lip. It's not because she is more loyal to Su Chen, but in her heart, Su Chen, who is not very powerful now, is no match for the Dragon Emperor. If he surrenders his loyalty to Su Chen and betrays Emperor Tiandao, his fate will be very miserable. Even his own people will not be able to survive, compared to Emperor Tiandao's ruthless methods. Besides, although Su Chen is the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, this rumor is rampant, but he has never really seen Su Chen's dragon martial spirit. The boy in front of him has wolfish ambitions, and the rumor that he is the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor may even be a rumor. But he has been wasting too long in the lower world. He can feel that when the heavenly Tao Emperor asked them to come, he had already regarded them as abandoned. Fairy Ziwei urgently needs an opportunity to return to the fairyland. His ambition will never allow him to waste time here, otherwise all his previous efforts will be in vain. His people can't stay here for too long. If he can take this opportunity to take them all to the fairyland, then all the worries he had before will not be problem. Fairy Ziwei has her own plans in mind, so naturally she is unwilling to give in. But now it is obviously impossible to communicate with Suchun and Fairy. Ziwei will not tell Suchun what she really thinks in her heart. She didn't know how to answer Suchun for a moment, so she could only turn her head away, looking like she refused to communicate. Seeing this, Suchun smiled faintly. This Ziwei fairy really refused to accept the toast. In this case, he did not need to show mercy. Your guess is correct. I am indeed interested in you now. End of this chapter. After Suchun finished speaking, Fairy Ziwei subconsciously raised her eyes to look at him.
Suchen looked smiling.
If you ignored what he had done before, you would really think that he was just a boy next door with no scheming intentions. But Fairy Ziwei knew him well, and didn't think he would say useless words. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziwei pursed her lips and waited for Suchen's next words. I'm interested in you now, so naturally I won't touch you and your people, but I have plenty of ways to make you surrender. Suchen laughed and tied up Fairy Ziwei with a fairy rope. Fairy Ziwei subconsciously wanted to cover up her beauty, but under Suchen's pressure she couldn't move at all. Shengshua's skin appeared in front of Suchun. The legs are long and straight, simply beautiful. Suchun nodded with satisfaction, and then said, she looks pretty good, but I don't know how long I can be stubborn. You. Hearing this, Fairy Ziwei shed tears of humiliation and wished she could eat Suchun alive on the spot. She wanted to threaten Suchun with the threat of suicide, but knowing the nature of the man in front of her, she knew that Suchen's trick on her was of no use to Suchun. All is well. She could only do this, closing her eyes in pain. Suchun just wanted to humiliate her little by little and crush all her arrogant respect little by little. With this idea, Suchun grinned and showed no mercy. He raised his hand and hit Fairy Ziwei directly with the whip. She bit her red lips in pain. She could only force herself to calm down and treat it as if she had been bitten by a dog. Suchun saw that Fairy Ziwei was like a dead person, closing her eyes and concentrating, clearly showing that she would not give in no matter how much she loved her. Her competitive spirit suddenly arose. He whipped him a few more times. Fairy Ziwei's body hurt even more, but she gritted her teeth stubbornly and remained silent. This is a plan to be stubborn to the end. As expected of the envoy sent by the Emperor of Heaven, he is indeed somewhat bloody. Suchun curled his lips and smiled, feeling completely excited at this moment. His movements became a little heavier, even with a slight spiritual power. The pain made Fairy Ziwei feel that her self-esteem had been insulted. She was a high-ranking fairy in the fairy world, but she fell into the hands of an ordinary person. Seeing this, Suchun showed a clear smile. He didn't expect Fairy Ziwei to be so stubborn. She was simply born to be stubborn. Scream if it hurts. It's just you and me here now. Suchun raised Fairy Ziwei's chin and said in a bewitching voice, don't worry. I will never tell others. Hearing this, Fairy Ziwei's delicate body trembled, and her eyes gradually lost their sanity. Fairy Ziwei wanted to bite Suchun to death, but under Suchen's eyes, she forgot to move for some reason. Took a long time before Suchun took back the whip. Fairy Ziwei's cheeks were still covered with physiological tears. She raised her head and looked at Suchun angrily, clearly showing a very angry expression. Seeing this, Suchun laughed. You may hate me to death, but what can you do? His voice was low and hoarse, like a demon from hell. Alas, where is this? You are so harsh in your words. I am afraid that this young master will have to use more methods. Suchun couldn't help but sigh, although his words were filled with emotion. Suchun took out a rope and directly hung Fairy Ziwei up. Hey! This young master has many ways of torturing people, Suchun said with a smile, and suddenly took out a candle and looked at Fairy Ziwei with eager eyes. For some reason, Fairy Ziwei had a bad feeling in her heart. Her eyes were wide open, and there was a bit of fear and confusion in her beautiful eyes. What are you going to do? Her voice was trembling with endless fear. Doing something that scares you, of course. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. End of chapter. You. Fairy Ziwei felt like there was a stick in her throat, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Su Chen quickly lit the candle and dripped it directly on Fairy Ziwei. The hot candle fell on Fairy Ziwei's body, and in an instant it condensed into beautiful plum blossoms, which looked particularly beautiful on her fair and tender skin. Fairy Ziwei subconsciously curled up her fingers, and after a moment of pain, her pretty face twisted together. She felt like she was going to die, but even so, Su Chen didn't intend to let her go, and kept dripping it on various parts of her. The hot wax bloomed one after another, which was extremely gorgeous. Fairy Ziwei felt that this was an unprecedented pain. The candle was dripping, and Su Chen's hands kept moving, waving the whip towards Fairy Ziwei. On the surface, you say no, but I see that your body is very honest, and I obviously like it very much. Su Chen said meaningfully, his deep eyes staring at Fairy Ziwei's eyes. His eyes seemed like a bottomless whirlpool. If you just stared at it, you would be involuntarily trapped in it, with no way to escape. Fairy Ziwei protested softly, feeling pain all over her body, the pain coming from the place where the candle dripped. She only felt that there was a string in her head that suddenly broke. As a very experienced man, Su Chen naturally knew how to deal with the most interesting things, especially a woman like Fairy Ziwei who was particularly happy to be humiliated. In the past, because other women might not be able to accept it, Su Chen didn't go too far. Now that he finally has a living target, Su Chen is naturally happy with it. Seeing that Fairy Ziwei's body was curled up in pain, Su Chen stretched out his hand to the dangerous part. Upon seeing this, Fairy Ziwei suddenly woke up, her beautiful eyes still filled with tears, and she stared at Su Chen. "You stinky scoundrel! Don't touch me!" She gritted her teeth and said, the words almost jumping out from between her teeth, but the last part of her voice was trembling, which was not intimidating at all. "I am Dongzhou and you are Yume. Now I can do whatever I want. Moreover, I know exactly what you are thinking." Su Chen returned what Fairy Ziwei had said intact, and then gave Fairy Ziwei a heavy pat on her buttocks. Fairy Ziwei's brain seemed to explode. For a moment she couldn't think of anything. She looked at Su Chen blankly, feeling ashamed and angry. "You are shameless." Fairy Ziwei gritted her teeth and spoke hard. Su Chen didn't know whether Fairy Ziwei's mouth would be as hard as it is now. Originally, he had thought that if Fairy Ziwei just needed to be softened, as a kind-tempered person, he might as well treat her more gently. Now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Thinking of this, Su Chen took off his robe in front of Fairy Ziwei. Then bully him. Oh, please let me go." Fairy Ziwei began to cry and beg for mercy. "Is this your attitude when asking for help? Wasn't it very arrogant just now? Why has it stopped now?" Su Chen laughed out loud and stared at Fairy Ziwei with dark eyes as he spoke. Fairy Ziwei's words for mercy were incoherent. She closed her beautiful eyes and said, I beg you to let me go. It's too late to beg for mercy now." When Su Chen heard what he wanted to say, he couldn't help but smile. Seeing that Su Chen was not going to let her go, Fairy Ziwei's eyes went blank. You gangster." Fairy Ziwei had a strong cry in her words and looked at Su Chen angrily. "There will be a time when you will be happy." Su Chen touched Fairy Ziwei's delicate chin with a somewhat comforting tone. Perhaps because the two of them had a close relationship, Su Chen was a little more tolerant of Fairy Ziwei, and his words even contained a hint of coaxing. "I don't believe your nonsense." Fairy Ziwei turned her beautiful eyes to the other side, not looking at Su Chen. Unexpectedly, the yuan-yin that I had been looking forward to and kept with joy would be taken away by a deceitful person. End of chapter. I don't know when it started. It was no longer just pain. A strange thought almost made Fairy Ziwei lose her mind. She seemed to be in the clouds, not knowing what kind of ending she would face next. However, Su Chen did not let her down. He had a deep exchange of life with her. Su Chen didn't know how many times he had said it, and in the end, Fairy Ziwei even started it herself, throwing herself into his arms. How could Su Chen refuse? The two of them stayed together for 3 days and 3 nights, and then Su Chen held Fairy Ziwei in his arms and fell asleep. It was not until the next day that Fairy Ziwei woke up from her sleep. She unconsciously stroked her belly. She naturally knew the effect of the pregnancy pill. She was so crazy a few days ago, and it was very likely that there was even a little life in her belly. I didn't expect that I used to be a fairy who was high above, but today I was defeated by a mortal. Fairy Ziwei pursed her lips, and her memory was suddenly pulled back to a long time ago when she had met Old Man Tianji. Although everyone in the entire Tianshan continent said that Fairy Ziwei had no plan and could spy on the secrets of heaven, she was worthy of the will of heaven and earth. But in front of the Old Man Tianji, her ability was just a show of skill. The first time the Old Man Tianji saw her, he gave her a piece of advice. Child, your good fate is the first person who took away your yuanin. Although the process is a bit tortuous, it will eventually come to fruition. At that time, although I was impressed by the reputation of the old man Tianji, I also knew that he had always planned everything, but I just didn't want to believe it. In Fairy Ziwei's life plan, there has never been a man. She was responsible for the task of reviving her people, so she naturally didn't want to focus on love. But I didn't expect that I would really have this day. For a moment, Fairy Ziwei's expression was very complicated. Could it be that Su Chen was the right fate mentioned by the old man Tianji? Thinking of this, Fairy Ziwei's eyes deepened and she made up her mind. When Su Chen woke up, he saw Fairy Ziwei sitting beside the bed. Absent-mindedly, "Are you awake? How do you feel?" Su Chen couldn't help stretching. He had been absurd for the past 3 days. In addition, he had been rushing to Ziwei Pavilion. He finally had time to rest, so he subconsciously took a deep sleep. Fairy Ziwei pursed her lips, looked at Su Chen's face with deep eyes, and then said, "Are you sure you are the reincarnation of Emperor Shenlong?" Su Chen was a little stunned when he heard this sentence without a beginning or an end. But seeing Fairy Ziwei's serious expression was not fake, as if this matter was really important to him, he nodded subconsciously. "Yes, although I am the reincarnation of Emperor Shenlong, the me before does not represent the me now." Su Chen nodded and yawned indifferently. Although in the eyes of outsiders, the halo of the reincarnation of Emperor Shenlong is very dazzling, and even makes countless people worship and respect. But Su Chen did not have a clear sense of reality. After all, no matter what, it was in the past. The present self and the present life were Su Chen's life. "Then can you show me your Shenlong martial spirit?" Fairy Ziwei pursed her lips, with entanglement and struggle in her eyes. After she saw Su Chen, the reason why she did not think that Su Chen was the reincarnation of the Shenlong Emperor was because he and the Shenlong Emperor had too big a personality difference. But at that time, she urgently needed an opportunity to return to the fairyland, so even if Su Chen was not, she had to treat him as if he was, and planned to make a mistake. But now that she has made up her mind, she can't have the perfunctory attitude. Before, although Su Chen didn't understand, he was very satisfied with the service of Fairy Ziwei, and he was a little more patient and showed his martial spirit. The huge golden dragon was full of pressure. Although it was in this small room, it was also noble and calm. Fairy Ziwei was stunned at the first sight, especially when she had no cultivation at all. Such a strong sense of oppression, such a deterrent force, is it not the Shenlong martial spirit, or what? The man in front of him was actually the reincarnation of the Shenlong Emperor. She pursed her lips and said, "It's okay." Su Chen yawned, took back the Shenlong martial spirit, supported his chin with his hand, looked at the Ziwei fairy nonchalantly, and then said, "Since you have woken up, do you want to consider being my woman?" Ziwei fairy said nothing. Her eyes fell on Su Chen, meaningfully. You have taken the pregnancy pill now. After so many efforts of mine, maybe, you have my child in your belly. Are you sure you want the child to be born without a father? Su Chen smiled softly and looked at Ziwei Fairy quietly. Ziwei Fairy didn't speak for a long time, and Su Chen was not in a hurry, just looking at him patiently. It seemed that half a century had passed, and Ziwei Fairy finally did a good job of ideological work. She raised her head with a firm face, and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. I am willing to stay by your side and be loyal to you from now on, but I have one condition. You must agree to it. After Fairy Ziwei finished speaking, she felt the depression in her heart was instantly swept away. He took a deep breath and looked at Su Chen nervously. Su Chen did not expect Fairy Ziwei to agree so quickly. He originally thought that Fairy Ziwei would struggle, but now he is also happy to see this situation. What conditions? Just say it. You will be my woman from now on. I have always been generous to my women, and I can satisfy whatever you want. Su Chen said with a smile, looking at Fairy Ziwei with a little tenderness in his eyes. I have to say that Su Chen is actually a very charming man. Although he looks carefree and not serious, Fairy Ziwei has seen his scheming and methods. I just suffered a big loss in front of him. Although he looks silly on the surface, after careful reflection, he is definitely no less scheming than himself. My people have actually been burdened with a curse. They were forced to migrate to the Tianxian continent before. As long as they stay here, the curse will backfire. If you want to break it, there is only one way to go to the fairy world. Fairy Ziwei looked at Su Chen quietly, her face not very pretty. These words sounded easy, but only Fairy Ziwei knew how arduous and difficult it was. She had even worked hard for a long time to bring her people to the fairy world, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Although Su Chen is now the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, he is only in the realm of the great saint. It may take a long time to fulfill his promise, and the future is still unknown. No one is sure what the future will be like. End of chapter. Fanaticism in her eyes. Fairy Ziwei couldn't help but become nervous and looked at Su Chen with burning eyes. After a long while, she took a deep breath and then continued. I know this is difficult. I promise you, but you also know that this matter is very difficult, so it will take a long time, so I hope you can believe me. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. But whether this matter can be completed is still unknown. He cannot directly agree to Fairy Ziwei regardless of the consequences. Fairy Ziwei felt even more relieved when she heard what Su Chen said. As expected of the man he likes, he doesn't boast at all and is seriously considering the feasibility of the matter. Fairy Ziwei pursed her lips and then said, I believe you. Just trust me. Su Chen smiled slightly and gently stroked Fairy Ziwei's head. The most urgent thing is to improve your strength. I am the holy body of the flame. Told you to cultivate with half the effort and get twice the result with half the effort. Fairy Ziwei had discovered this matter a long time ago, but at that time his attention was on other things and he didn't pay too much attention to it. Looking at it now, I suddenly realized that the realm that I had accumulated for a long time was somewhat loosened. Fairy Ziwei looked happy, and looked at Su Chen with a bit of fanaticism in her eyes, as if she was looking at a human-shaped treasure. Su Chen shivered when he was looked at, always feeling like he was being watched. Su Chen had an in-depth exchange of life with Fairy Ziwei for a while, then let Fairy Ziwei rest and went out to find Luotian. Master, I finally saw you. I haven't seen you in the past few days. We were afraid of disturbing you, so we didn't dare to look for you. Xiaoxian couldn't hide things. As soon as he saw Su Chen's figure, he immediately ran to him happily. Su Chen smiled slightly and then said, It's not that Fairy Ziwei has something to deal with. I'm fine now, so I'll come over here. Although it was not stated clearly, everyone immediately understood that Fairy Ziwei would most likely become Su Chen's woman. For a moment, they didn't know whether they were happy that they had another sister, or they were upset that there was another person who could take away Su Chen's favor. How is the post-processing of Ziwei Pavilion? Su Chen raised the corners of his mouth and focused his gaze on Luoshan. Luoshan was a little bit offended by the fact that Su Chen brought the beauty home, but after all, he had the overall situation in mind, so he pursed his lips twice before speaking. We carefully searched the remaining people in Ziwei Pavilion and ensured that some disciples with innocent family backgrounds and talents were asked to make the inner demon oath to join the Su family. After Luoshan finished speaking, he looked at the file in his hand. There are not many people, only a few dozen people, but their combat effectiveness is not high. They basically know how to do it, and they are also capable of divination. This was expected by Su Chen. After all, Ziwei Pavilion is famous for its magical calculations, so most of the disciples in the pavilion are good at fortune-telling. Now the entire Dongzhou is under the control of the master. Almost all the famous sects have been slaughtered by us. As for the others, they are useless, without the backbone. After Lu Luo finished speaking, she looked at Su Chen with a pair of starry eyes filled with admiration. Su Chen will not stay here after all. He has now found 3 of the 4 envoys of the Heavenly Emperor, and the last one is still in the land of the southern barbarians. Sun Taohong, Fufeng, and Lane tribe members, they can be properly cultivated. Luoshan nodded and had no objection to Su Chen's words. These words spoke directly to Su Chen's heart. After all, he could see the talents of these people during the trip to Dongzhou. He has always been a person who knows rewards and punishments clearly, and he will not target these people just because they were hostile to him before or whatever. After all, since ancient times, the virtuous position has always been occupied by the capable. After talking for so long, Yizhuiwei is not here. Her friendship with Fairy Ziwei is not a shallow one. After all, Emperor Tiandao has countless capable men, but there are really not many women. Therefore, when they were in the fairy world, Yizhuiwei and Fairy Ziwei took photos of each other and helped each other many times. Now this time, Yizhuiwei couldn't bear to watch Fairy Ziwei act foolishly and jump into the fire pit. She pushed the door open and went in, and saw Fairy Ziwei leaning on the bed. Thoughtfully, with a look of hatred flashing in her eyes from time to time, she felt a thump in her heart, fearing that Fairy Ziwei would not be able to think about it and would commit suicide directly. Yizhuiwei walked directly to Fairy Ziwei in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, sat next to her and said with concern, "Ziwei, I'm here, don't be afraid." When Fairy Ziwei heard Yizhuiwei's voice, her consciousness gradually returned. Thinking of her expression just now, she knew it was very strange. Without even thinking about it, she was a little embarrassed and gave a concealed smile. In Yizhuiwei's eyes, this is very forced, hopeless but forcing a smile. Actually, Su Chen is the reincarnation of the Shenlong Emperor. I resisted before when I was in the Qingyun League, but after getting along with him, I found that he is really capable and he is completely different from the scumbag like the Tiandao Emperor. Yizhuiwei said every word with determination in her eyes. Fairy Ziwei listened very carefully. They had not had much contact since they came here. Therefore, she only knew the general location and deeds of Yizhuiwei. Now listening to Yizhuiwei's words, everything seems to come alive and have life. I have already seen Su Chen's Shenlong Wuhuan. It is indeed the Shenlong Emperor, but if the Nanman people know about it, we may have a difficult time. Fairy Ziwei pursed her lips and said immediately, "Now that we have chosen to take this path, we can only find ways to overcome whatever comes next." Yizhuiwei pursed her lips and then said, "I believe in Su Chen. Since I followed him, I am willing to put my hope in him. Dongzhou is not far from the Nanman. After all, Dongzhou is located in the center." Fairy Ziwei naturally knows more about the news about the Nanman. But Yizhuiwei had already said that, and it was hard for her to say anything else. "We haven't seen each other for so long, and I'm glad that you can still think of me." Fairy Ziwei looked at Yizhuwe seriously. Yizhuwe was stunned. She didn't expect Fairy Ziwei to say this suddenly. After reacting, she quickly smiled brightly, and then said, "It's okay, Su. Chen is really a trustworthy person, but you don't have much contact with him, so you didn't notice it. I still hope you can think about it carefully. Don't do anything wrong. After all, that was the Shenlong Emperor. Even though they were very important under Emperor Tiandao when they were in the immortal realm, they didn't even have the chance to meet Emperor Shenlong, and could only know a little bit about him from rumors. In the immortal world, the Shenlong Emperor is undoubtedly the strongest, and even the Tiandao Emperor is no match. There are countless women vying to get close to the Shenlong Emperor, even for a one-night fling, but unfortunately they don't have this opportunity. Now they not only have this opportunity, but they can also be with Su Chen, which is a great honor. I've already decided." Fairy Ziwei looked at Yizhue's worried look and couldn't help but pursed her lips and smiled. "I want to follow Su Chen." When Yizhue heard this, she finally felt relieved, but she was a little puzzled. Fairy Ziwei was so determined before. Why did she suddenly change her temper now? Seemingly sensing Yizhue's doubts, Fairy Ziwei pursed her lips and smiled. "When I was in the fairy world, I once met Old Man Tianji." Old Man Tianji said, "The person who takes away my Yuan will be my true destiny in the future, and will also change the future predicament of our clan." Fairy Ziwei raised her eyes, with tiny stars in her eyes, looking particularly beautiful. "This person is Su Chen." When Yizhue heard this, she immediately no longer had any doubts and just sighed in her heart at the ingenuity of fate. "You must know that Old Man Tianji is in the fairy world, but he has a miraculous calculation and the existence of heaven and earth. His words are never wrong. Then the two of us will be good sisters. We can keep each other company and give each other advice when things happen." Yizhue took Fairy Ziwei's hand and smiled sweetly. "What are you two talking about? You are smiling so happily." Su Chen opened the door and came in, and heard the sweet laughter of the two of them outside the door. "Zhuwe, I didn't see you just now. I thought you had gone somewhere, but you turned out to be here." The two women looked at each other and smiled without explaining much, but their eyes fell on Su Chen invariably, and finally they laughed at each other. Su Chen inexplicably felt that the two of them were making some small calculation in their minds, but he didn't know what it was and couldn't help but shudder. He couldn't help but think that he subdued the sisters. What he knew was that he was forcing them, but what he didn't know was that he thought they were plotting against him. Su Chen touched his nose. "By the way, after I came to Dongzhou, Emperor Tiandao actually gave me a treasure, but I didn't know what it was used for, but I knew it was important." Fairy Ziwei said slowly, "So I kept that thing." Now that she has decided to be with Su Chen, Fairy Ziwei has no intention of holding anything back. When Su Chen heard this, he immediately became interested. After all, before this, he had already obtained the tokens of two deceased persons, and together with Fairy Ziwei's, it was already the third one. It seems that the Emperor of Tiandao gave each of the envoys of the Emperor of Tiandao a token, but I don't know what it is for. He gave them to them so scatteredly, it seemed like he was hiding something, or for an opportunity. Thinking of this, Su Chen said, "Ziwei, can you take me to see it?" "Okay." Fairy Ziwei naturally had no objection. The group of people followed Ziwei Pavilion to the center. "I saw a huge ginkgo tree planted here. The thick stump even required a dozen adults to use bracelets to wrap around it. The branches and leaves cover the sky and the sun, are lush and green, and have very strong vitality. They have obviously survived for a long time." I saw Fairy Ziwei becoming fierce, her eyes closing and opening, glowing with a faint white light. She clasped her hands together, and then quickly drew a few symbols in the void, driving them straight into the ginkgo tree. The ginkgo tree suddenly glowed brightly, and a door of light appeared in front of everyone. The light door seemed real and illusory, and in the haze it was difficult to see the specific appearance inside. Several people looked at each other, and then they all walked in. The first thing you see is a small antique house. The interior is not big, but it is clean and tidy. The overall layout is mainly white and purple. The bed curtains are light purple, there are many books, and there is tea on the table which looks very elegant. Fairy Ziwei pursed her lips and said with some embarrassment, "When I usually feel irritable, I like to stay here alone and calm down." In other words, this is Fairy Ziwei's boudoir.
Su Chen chuckled.
As expected of Fairy Ziwei, the decoration of this boudoir is very similar to your personality. It looks elegant and simple. Fairy Ziwei's face turned red, and she turned away with some embarrassment, and said in a low voice, "No, they are just the most common things to play. Usually don't have time to sort them out. This is quite modest. The furnishings in the house look ordinary, but if you look closely, you can see that everything inside is valuable, and even if it appears outside, it will make people fight for it." Fairy Ziwei walked to the bedside, knocked left and right twice, and a hidden grid suddenly appeared. Fairy Ziwei opened the secret compartment and took out a compass from inside. The compass was very similar to the compass that Fairy Ziwei took out when they first met, but if you look closely you can still see obvious differences. This compass is completely white, and the writing on it is dyed purple. Looks very old, and you can feel a faint historical atmosphere. You are good at divination and divination. This thing should be very useful to you. Why do you just leave it here? As soon as Yi Zhuiyue saw this thing, she couldn't help but frown and asked. She originally thought that Fairy Ziwei also got unrelated things like them. For example, her jade letter and Rambo's token. Although they are useless, they are at least useful. Her jade letter can communicate, and Rambo uses the token to absorb the spiritual power of the entire Western Wasteland. In comparison, the compass that Fairy Ziwei got should be very good. After all, his life tool is a compass. Although this compass looks like a compass, it is actually like a dead compass. No matter how I activate it, there is no response, but I can't destroy it by any method. Over time, I can't do anything with it, so I put it here. Fairy Ziwei shook her head and explained solemnly. This is very strange. It is obviously a compass, but there is no response. But after previous experience, Yi Zhuiyue did not think that Fairy Ziwei's things were useless, but at the moment they had too little information. Yi Zhuiyue thought about it, and didn't know what the purpose of Emperor Tiandao was. He prepared things so ostentatiously. Is it just to give them? It sounds unrealistic. This thing is of no use to me now. If you need it, I'll give it to you. Fairy Ziwei handed the compass to Su Chen and smiled slightly. She was using this thing to surrender and prove her determination and loyalty.
To Su Chen.
End of this chapter. Su Chen smiled slightly, without hesitation, and accepted it calmly. After all, he is his biggest enemy at the moment, so it is more reassuring to have this kind of thing in his own hands. After a few people finished handling everything, they came out of the ginkgo tree. Unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, Natasha came over angrily. "What's wrong? You're so anxious." Su Chen looked at Natasha with some confusion. Natasha had been looking for a few people for a long time, wishing she could dig up the Ziwei Pavilion. Now that she finally saw a few people, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There was a riot in the Ziwei Pavilion. There was a surviving elder who led other Ziwei Pavilion disciples, not to mention the master, bewitched fairy Ziwei with his beauty, so he took the lead in resisting and even wanted to blow up the entire Ziwei Pavilion and die together. After saying that, Natasha's face looked very ugly, but she had to say that. She could only pay careful attention to Su Chen's face. If Su Chen didn't need to worry about such ants before, others would naturally take care of them. But now, many people in Dongzhou have come to Ziwei Pavilion. In order to make other small sects in Dongzhou more convinced, Luoshan told Su Chen about subduing Ziwei Pavilion early in the morning. Nowadays, the heads of the small sects have come to the appointment to discuss the alliance, not to mention there are many people from Suchun in Ziwei Pavilion. The incident occurred so suddenly that so many people had no time to retreat. You must know that not everyone is as defiant as Suchun and others. There are also many people who are slightly lower. If that elder is really crazy and wants to kill everything, the losses will be huge. Suchun naturally understood this truth, and his face suddenly darkened. Who is that elder? He is so ignorant of the rules and even thinks that I am seduced by beauty. Fairy Ziwei's face turned dark. Which elder was so stupid that he could think of such outrageous things? It seems to be called by now. Natasha thought for a long time and finally remembered the elder's name. When Fairy Ziwei heard this, she immediately had an impression of this elder. This elder was not from Ziwei Pavilion before, but only joined later, but he always had an inexplicable hatred for men. After becoming an elder in time, most of his disciples were female disciples. Even the male elders in the pavilion were despised by now, and even looked at him with disgust. When the elder was killed before, she didn't show up because she felt that the elder was a stinky man and not worthy of her appearance. But she didn't expect to escape. Along the way, Fairy Ziwei briefly told Suchun the situation. I have an impression of the person Natasha is talking about. He has had some unpleasant experiences with men before, so he hates all men deeply and is very extreme. Okay, I understand. Suchun secretly had a countermeasure in mind. Natasha, Zhiwe, you two and Lulua do as I say. As for by now, I will deal with it. Can you do that? That by now is already at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor. With how much he hates men, I'm afraid he won't be able to help but attack you. On the spot. Natasha looked at Suchun worriedly. It's okay. If this little thing can't be handled well, I still won't let you. Follow me. Besides, she definitely wants to negotiate with me. If she wants to, then I'll give her this chance. Suchun couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and smiled coldly. His facial features were very handsome, but his smile had no warmth at all. Made people feel as if they were in a cold pool, and they could not help but shudder. When they came to the meeting hall, the so-called by now was still standing at the main seat, looking at everyone present with vigilance. There were many unfamiliar faces among the other people present, probably the heads of some small sects in Dongzhou. Luoshan's expression was always calm, but Xiaoxian's expression was very angry and he wished he could punch by now on the spot. But he was stopped by Luoshan. Did I come at a bad time? Suchun yawned lazily, put his head in his hands, and staggered in, like a complete loser. By now's own white clothes, the cuffs and top are all embroidered with exquisite embroidery, which is the pattern of Ziwei Pavilion. Her long hair was only combed with a hosta, and she was holding an unknown object in her hand. When she saw Suchun, there was strong hostility in her. Are you Suchun? By now said straight to the point. Did you seduce Fairy Ziwei with your beauty, and then let her hand over the entire Ziwei Pavilion to you? After asking a series of questions, his tone was aggressive and his face was even distorted with anger. For a moment, Suchun didn't know which question he should reply to first. By now, right? I defeated the entire Dongzhou in an upright manner. Besides, Fairy Ziwei's character can be ruined by just a casual beauty. Suchun looked at by now with a smile. He was familiar with it, so he found an empty chair and sat on it. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it all in one breath. Then he felt much better. By now's face turned even darker. She had obviously thought of this aspect, but her subconscious told her that men are not good at all. They are smooth-tongued and do many evil things. What I just said may not be true. So what? I advise you to leave Ziwei Pavilion's territory as soon as possible. And don't act wild in Ziwei Pavilion, otherwise Fairy Ziwei and I will definitely not let you go. After the words fell, by now shook the object in his hand vigorously. The threat in his eyes was obvious. What Su Chen hates most in his life is people who can pretend to be more powerful than him. In his place, if you are arrogant, he will be more arrogant than you, and if you are tough, he will be 100 times tougher than you. However, with so many people here, Su Chen couldn't do anything, so he just killed Bai Nao. Otherwise, after today, I'm afraid that the gossip will spread that he is a demon who kills without blinking an eye. Su Chen clapped his hands, and the Ziwei fairy slowly walked out. She looked noble and her temperament was natural. Bai Nao saw the Ziwei fairy coming, as if she saw a savior, and she was excited and chattered non-stop. Goddess, you don't know how these outsiders are doing evil and dominating in my Ziwei pavilion, but fortunately, I only have you in my heart, and I didn't fall into their conspiracy. Bai Nao looked at the Ziwei fairy seriously, like an obsessed fan. The Ziwei fairy slowly walked to Su Chen and stood there, like Su Chen's little maid. The determined expression on Bai Nao's face instantly stiffened, and soon cracked. Su Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. He suspected that Bai Nao must have some disease, so he couldn't understand what people said and what people were doing. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Ziwei fairy? End of this chapter. By now, don't mess around. I have made up my mind to submit to Su Chen. If you are really doing it for my own good, this should support my decision. After all, she is her own person. Although Fairy Ziwei lamented that Bai Nao was irrational, she could not explain it very patiently. After hearing this, Bai Nao couldn't help but grit his teeth and looked at Su Chen with an unconvinced expression. There were many people from Ziwei Pavilion gathered behind her, all looking at Su Chen with angry eyes. Why should a mere human being in the Great Saint Realm ask them to obey? They stayed in Ziwei Pavilion for a long time, but they did not understand what happened between Su Chen and Fairy Ziwei. When they learned about Su Chen, Ziwei Pavilion had changed. In their hearts, Fairy Ziwei is half a step into the realm of the Great Emperor. She is turning the whole Dongzhou upside down, so there is no need to surrender to a man who is only in the Great Sage realm. Thinking of this, Bai Nao became more determined in his thoughts. She cast her gaze at the person behind her, with a hint of comfort, and then strode up to Su Chen. You said you have the ability to lead Ziwei Pavilion, so prove it to us now. I don't know what means you used to make Fairy Ziwei believe in you so much, but if you can't convince us, I would rather fight you to the death. Bai Nao's voice was sonorous and powerful, carrying the determination to look forward to death. She is now in the early stage of Quasi-Emperor, and Su Chen is only at the 5th level of the Great Saint Realm. It is easy to deal with Su Chen. Su Chen originally didn't want to pay attention to Bai Nao, but seeing more and more people gathering, almost half of the people in Ziwei Pavilion came. Maybe this is a chance to make a name for yourself. After all, he also wants to completely conquer Ziwei Pavilion and regard it as part of his own power. If he kills anyone who is not convinced, then there is no point in conquering Ziwei Pavilion. Moreover, although what happened today is that they were very impulsive and acted very recklessly, from another perspective they were all very loyal to their sect. Thinking of this, Su Chen raised his lips and smiled, and slowly walked to Bai. Now that Ziwei Pavilion has been conquered by me, I will naturally lead Ziwei Pavilion to become bigger and stronger. You just think that my strength is not good enough and I am not worthy of this position. After the words fell, Bai Nao's face turned even darker. Obviously, at this moment, she felt that Su Chen was self-aware, but not much. Since you know, why don't you just surrender and capture me? Bai Nao snorted coldly and then said, It is not easy to cultivate to this level. At a small level, the gap is like a chasm. I advise you to give up quickly, otherwise you will damage the meridians and it will be difficult to improve in the future. As soon as he said this, the people behind him nodded in agreement. That's right, Ziwei Pavilion has been supported by Fairy Ziwei since its establishment. Her leadership ability is obvious to all. You, a young boy, should not take advantage of this. Fairy Ziwei is not only the number one person in Tianshan continent. She is also one of the best. However, your current level of cultivation is not even high in Tianshan continent. It's better not to show off. Facing the criticism from everyone, Su Chun remained unmoved and just looked at Bai Nao steadily. Since you don't believe me, then let's have a duel. Su Chun squinted his eyes filled with determination. In order to prevent you from saying that I bully children, I will win 3 out of 5 rounds. How about you pick 3 elites and I will beat you 3 by myself? As soon as these words came out, not to mention by now the people behind him, all looked at Su Chun with expressions that looked like fools. The battle between the same level is extremely difficult, let alone a leapfrog battle or 1 against 3. This Su Chun is simply arrogant and does not know the heights of the world. Think carefully. We are not bullies. This is unfair to you. By now couldn't help but kindly reminded. No, I'll have no problem dealing with you. Su Chun waved his hand nonchalantly. Just come over here. By now wanted to say something more, but when he saw Fairy Ziwei also had a calm face, as if she was not afraid, her heart suddenly became clear. She has been following Fairy Ziwei for so long, but she has never seen Fairy Ziwei in a new light. Why does she have this man in front of her? Now that she has this opportunity, she must prove herself to Fairy Ziwei. Thinking of this, Bai Nao selected 2 players with similar cultivation levels but did not select the most powerful one, otherwise the victory would be regarded as a weak victory. The 4 of them stood upright on the duel stage. They signed the contract of anger, and each of them was determined to face death. Among the sex, few people risked their lives in duels and most of them ended at the last minute. But today they all went with the idea of fighting to the death. The 3 of them looked directly at Su Chun in front of them with extremely indifferent expressions on their faces. In comparison, Su Chun, who was alone, looked a little pitiful. Su Chen's 1-on-3. Isn't it a bit too forced? Although Fairy Ziwei didn't speak just now, she was actually a little worried about Su Chen. After all, with Su Chen's cultivation level, it would be difficult to challenge someone higher than himself, let alone challenge 3 at the same time. Yizhiwei pursed her lips and smiled, and said lightly, let's just say 28. Fairy Ziwei was no longer calm. With only a 20% chance of winning, Su Chun still dares to go up. Even if he is the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, he is too young and frivolous. Fairy Ziwei looked at Yizhiwei with a somewhat reproachful tone, with a hint of disapproval on her beautiful face. She was not suitable to speak in the situation just now. She originally wanted to leave it to Su Chun to deal with it alone, but who would have thought that he would be so impulsive? No, it's Su Chun ba. The 2 of them. Yizhiwei shook her head and looked at Fairy Ziwei with a smile. Fairy Ziwei was stunned. Although she knew that Su Chun was powerful, she was not such a monster. When Shi Huang got the news that Su Chun might be the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, Fairy Ziwei deliberately inquired about him. Before, he was obviously a useless person without martial arts cultivation. Even if he was able to practice by chance later, he could reach such a state in a short period of time, and he could almost be regarded as a genius like no other. But this action was too impulsive, and even for a generation of genius, it would still be very difficult. Fairy Ziwei thinks that Yizhiwei likes Su Chun, so she is very confident. She couldn't help but shook her head. She was already thinking about the strategy for defeat in her mind. After all, she was still too young and frivolous. She might as well let him learn a lesson. It's not too late for you to surrender now. We are not bullies. Our swords have no eyes. If we accidentally hurt you, it would be bad. Bai Nao summoned his natal sword and stroked it carefully as a kind reminder. The 2 people next to her also had a look of determination on their faces. End of chapter. No need. You are the ones who need to be careful. Swords have no eyes. If I accidentally hurt you, please forgive me. Su Chun smiled slightly, with a bit of ridicule in his eyes. When Bai Nao heard this, he felt that he was looked down upon and was furious. He just gave a kind reminder, but he didn't take it seriously at all. Thinking of this, Bai Nao snorted coldly. I hope you can still be so stubborn next time. Bai Nao is also a genius of the younger generation in Ziwei Pavilion. In addition, he is fighting for Ziwei Pavilion. Soon, there will be many people in the audience, and the whole arena will be surrounded by 3 layers inside and outside. Seeing that the time is almost up, Ziwei Fairy took off into the air. Are you all ready? She asked. Get ready, Fairy Ziwei. Just wait and see how I teach this boastful villain a lesson. Don't be fooled by him. As soon as Fairy Ziwei spoke, Bai Nao looked at Fairy Ziwei with starry eyes, and couldn't wait to show himself. Yeah. Su Chen responded lightly, as if everything was under control. Fairy Ziwei pursed her lips and wanted to say something, but seeing Su Chen's confident look, she swallowed the words in her throat. As the game started, the 2 people next to Bai Nao immediately summoned their Nathausworts. They were twins, and even their martial souls were sisters. Although their cultivation was not as good as Bai Nao, they had trained their own swordsmanship. With the cooperation of the 2, they were almost invincible in the same level, and could even challenge higher-level opponents. The 2 looked at each other, and then they took out their natal swords, summoned their martial souls, and shot arrows on the left and right. In a moment, the clear sky suddenly darkened, and the wind blew violently around. The 2 people in the center of the storm seemed to be unaware of it. They took elegant steps, and their martial spirits were looming and gathered. In the sword, the 2 of them rushed towards Su Chen with their moves. Su Chen stood there motionless, and even commented leisurely and elegantly. The basic skills are quite solid, and the cooperation is also very tacit. The people in the audience were shocked by Su Chen's arrogance. He was still stubborn when he was about to die. The moves of the 2 sisters can be said to be soft to overcome hardness. Although they don't seem to have much lethality on the surface, only those who are really on the ring can feel how strong the oppression is. When the 2 sisters heard these arrogant words, they couldn't hold back and increased their strength to chop towards Su Chen. Bai Nao stood there calmly, and he even felt that he didn't need to take action himself, and this battle would end without suspense. Thinking of this, she looked at the Ziwei Fairy in the air with respect in her eyes. At this critical moment, before the 2 sisters even had time to reach Su Chen, a protective shield instantly rose up. The 2 sisters' faces changed, and they subconsciously increased their strength. The sword rubbed against the protective shield, and even huge sparks came out. The backlashed spiritual power instantly dissipated, making everyone present look shabby. How could it be? The elder sister of the 2 sisters was secretly shocked. On the surface, they were in a stalemate, but the elder sister clearly realized that Su Chen did not use his full strength, but simply to stop their attack. Although this protective shield was only a single layer, it was like a copper wall and iron wall. They could not go any further and even had a faint posture of being unable to resist. After being tempered by the dragon and the spiritual fire, Su Chen's body and martial spirit were naturally incomparable to ordinary people. He didn't even need to use his martial spirit. He could easily defeat the 2 with his spiritual power and physical fitness alone. Everyone was concentrating on watching the people on the stage. Although Fairy Ziwei had a calm expression, her hands hidden under her sleeves were clenched. She could vaguely see that the 2 sisters in front of her were no match for
Su Chen.
This move was simply an old man playing with a naughty child. It's not a good idea to stay here. Su Chen couldn't help but yawn, looking at the 2 sisters with a smile. Is this all you 2 can do? The younger sister couldn't help but sigh that Su Chen was really rampant, and just wanted to continue to exert force and teach him a lesson. The spiritual power fluctuations that were 100 times stronger than before instantly burst out from Su Chen's body. The 2 sisters were horrified and subconsciously wanted to work together to block it, but the spiritual power was too fierce. The two of them didn't even have time to summon the spiritual power, and they were knocked out and fell heavily on the stage. The younger sister's cultivation was weaker, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper. The elder sister quickly helped her younger sister up, but her own condition was not much better. Her face was pale, and she forced herself to speak. "Sister, are you okay?" "Sister, I'm fine." The younger sister shook her head gently, smiled, and comforted her sister. After the elder sister confirmed that her younger sister had only suffered some skin injuries, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The two of them looked at Su Chen standing on the high platform at the same time, and their eyes were no longer arrogant as before, but very vigilant. They could feel that the strength that just hit them down was not Su Chen's full force. The others present were silent, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Their eyes gradually became terrified, as if Su Chen was a killing god from the sky. Fairy Ziwei was also a little surprised. After all, the strength of the two sisters was not weak, but they were beaten down so easily. Although there was an element of underestimating the enemy, it was so easy. Although Su Chen was only at the Great Saint realm, he was definitely not inferior to others. Bai Nao's face was even uglier. The fluctuation of the previous attack was so great that she could only barely stabilize her body with some precautions. She pursed her lips and looked at Su Chen with a solemn expression. Lu Luo couldn't help but cheer. "Wow! You are worthy of being the master. So powerful." Natasha also pursed her lips and smiled lightly, full of pride. Su Chen laughed mischievously. His clothes fluttered, and his hair kept flying. "It seems that I didn't control the strength well." This was extremely arrogant. But no one present doubted that Su Chen was bragging. "Su Chen, so terrible. It's your turn next." Su Chen set his eyes on Bai Nao and smiled. But in Bai Nao's eyes, the person in front of him seemed to have become a Rakshasa in hell. Her eyes widened, her hand unconsciously tightened the hilt of the sword, and her previous contemptuous attitude completely disappeared. Distracting is not a good habit. Su Chen flashed directly in front of Bai Nao. Bai Nao came to his senses and subconsciously stepped back. He accidentally walked to the edge of the ring and staggered 2 steps before he stabilized his body. It was just an accident just now. The two of them underestimated the enemy. "We'll never make the same mistake. You'd better surrender quickly." End of this chapter. Bai Nao gritted his teeth and looked at Su Chen with an unconvinced expression. Even if Su Chen is very powerful and can defeat the two sisters, it does not mean that he is better than Fairy Ziwei. No matter what, she must let Fairy Ziwei find her way back. Thinking of this, Bai Nao held the hilt of the sword tightly. His eyes gradually became firm, and a white bird suddenly appeared behind him. It was originally just a shadow, and finally it gradually solidified. The white bird spread its wings and let out a shrill chirp majestically. At the same time, the wind was strong all around, and countless small tornadoes appeared instantly, and the surrounding trees were shaken wildly. "In order not to bully you, I don't even have to summon a martial spirit." Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. Facing such a situation, he didn't even have the slightest fear. Facing the biting whirlwind, he walked slowly and step by step, each step falling heavily on Bai Nao's heart. When those wind blades faced Su Chen, they seemed to encounter strong resistance. They rushed forward menacingly, but they were all bounced away, without any accident. "You are too confident. I will show you today the price of lying." Bai Nao widened his eyes, gritted his teeth and said, holding his sword, he rushed towards Su Chen without hesitation. But she didn't even have time to come to Su Chen. Su Chen waved his hand casually, and a golden light appeared, knocking Bai Nao away. Bai Nao fell on the ring and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. She covered her chest and gasped heavily. Then she sat up with a look of reluctance and continued to rush towards Su Chen without giving up. She gathered all the spiritual power around her and concentrated it on the tip of the sword. All attention seemed to be on Su Chen in front of him. At the same time, the spiritual power around her was rising at a terrifying speed, and the tornado was rolling faster and faster with a faint tendency to spread. Her whole body was wrapped in the wind, and people outside could not even see clearly what she looked like inside, and could only vaguely judge her appearance. Bai Nao actually broke through, the elder sister of the twins said in disbelief. I never expected that at this critical moment Bai Nao could actually understand the world and penetrate himself. Fairy Ziwei couldn't help but smile and cast an approving glance. At this moment, not only did he not affect his own state because of fear, but he also turned his grief and anger into motivation to make breakthroughs, which can be regarded as a talent. But having said that, after forcing a breakthrough and having no one around to protect him, Bai Nao still suffered a certain degree of backlash. But so what? With an indomitable momentum, she rushed towards Su Chen without hesitation. Su Chen let out a sigh, which seemed to be a long sigh. Under the huge storm, Bai Nao couldn't hear what Su Chen was saying, but he could vaguely hear a few words. Although you have made a breakthrough, it's not good enough. Before she could figure out the meaning of Su Chen's words, Su Chen raised his hand. He didn't even pull out his sword, and Fairy Ziwei, who was always moving forward, instantly felt heavy resistance. She tried her best, but she couldn't shake Su Chen in the slightest. It's time for this battle to end. Su Chen smiled slightly, and even yawned lazily under this situation. Immediately afterwards, a huge wave of spiritual power directly knocked Bai Nao away. Bai Nao couldn't dodge in time, and flew out of the ring without even having time to adjust himself. She fell heavily to the ground. The backlash and wounds she suffered when she was just promoted made her unable to move. She vomited out large mouthfuls of blood, and her face was extremely pale. She was unwilling to give in and wanted to get up immediately and duel with Su Chen. But after trying for a long time, my body became limp and even my internal organs seemed to be torn to pieces. Who else wants to challenge me? I, Su Chen, am standing here today. If any of you are dissatisfied with me, just come. Su Chen raised his lips and smiled, looking down at everyone present. His smile was grand and wild. Luluo was so starry-eyed in the audience. She was worthy of being her own master, so domineering and arrogant. After others saw the fate of the twins and by now, they immediately understood how terrifying Su Chen was. They looked at each other. No one had the courage to go up. Among the crowd, a person suddenly knelt down and said loudly, "See Pavilion."
Master Su Chen.
With one person taking the lead, everyone else knelt down. Shocking sounds kept coming. "See Pavilion Master Su Chen. See Pavilion Master Su Chen." When Bai Nao saw the scene in front of her, it completely exceeded her expectations. This group of losers who act according to the circumstances actually abandoned Fairy Ziwei and accepted Su Chen as their master. Her eyes were filled with anger, and she subconsciously wanted to stop him, but the serious injuries prevented him from saying a word. "That's enough, Bai Nao." Fairy Ziwei walked up to Bai Nao and recovered his injuries in a few strokes. Fairy Ziwei. When Bai Nao saw Fairy Ziwei coming over, she couldn't hold herself any longer. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice became choked. Fairy Ziwei blinked her eyes and said, "He is very good. He can also lead the entire Ziwei Pavilion, right?" No matter how stupid Bai Nao was at this moment, he realized that Su Chen was trying to establish his authority over her. But at the same time, Su Chen also left her a life. If it were other superiors, they would never tolerate provoking him. I am afraid that I would not even be able to save my life today. This magnanimity alone is something that ordinary people cannot compare to. But Bai Nao was still unwilling to give up. She bit her lip and looked at Fairy Ziwei with an unconvinced face. "But Ziwei Pavilion is your hard work, I can't tolerate an outsider taking it away. By now, I'm not away, you have to grow up, and besides, Ziwei Pavilion is indeed a better choice with Su Chen, and this is my decision. Su Chen is very talented. Fairy Ziwei's face was a little red at the end. By now saw the scene, what didn't he understand? She clenched her fists. By now, don't make trouble, your mind is still too simple. I warned you when I saved you, this time it was because of Su Chen so you can survive, but in the future, I'm not here, who can protect you? Fairy Ziwei was a little more earnest. By now was touched, subconsciously moved his eyes away, not daring to look into Fairy Ziwei's eyes. You have to respect Su Chen as much as you respect me. Fairy Ziwei continued. I also want you to help me and watch his every move. After all, you are my right-hand man and my friend. By now felt soft in her heart when she heard this. After being rescued by Fairy Ziwei, she had been practicing desperately in order to catch up with Fairy Ziwei. She thought Fairy Ziwei had forgotten her. Unexpectedly, she remembered everything. End of this chapter. Don't worry, I will definitely look after Su Chen. If he does something to hurt you, I will avenge you even if I risk my life. By now clenched his fists, tears welling up in his eyes, very serious. Fairy Ziwei raised her lips slightly and sighed helplessly. She had 1,000 words to say, but in the end she didn't say them. It's okay. She touched Bai Nao's hair and said with a smile. The episode ended, and Su Chen and the others sat together and began to discuss the follow-up matters. Now the entire Dongzhou is also in Su Chen's hands. On Lane Mountain, Su Chen plans to continue to let the Lane people live. After all, they are a group of elves, so naturally the fewer people know about it, the better. Besides, there is also the Lane Holy Fire there. If there are too many people, they will definitely covet the precious resources in it. As for the Lin family and Tai Sword Sect, there are Sun Taohong and Fufeng, respectively. As for the 7 princes' palaces and other places, Su Chen also sent some people, but for the largest Ziwei Pavilion, he didn't know who to ask for help. For a while, several people started a discussion on this. I think that by now is actually okay. Although he is a little impulsive, his cultivation and loyalty are unmatched by ordinary people. Luoshin put forward his own ideas appropriately. For the other surviving elders, I do have a few trustworthy candidates, but they have been in high positions for a long time and are old-fashioned and inflexible about many things. Ziwei Fairy pondered for a while and then expressed her thoughts. At present, Bai Nao is indeed the most suitable candidate. Let those elders assist him. I believe that the future will not be worse than others. Luluo thought about it and couldn't help but speak. Su Chen thought so too. He looked at the other people present and saw that everyone nodded. Finally, the hammer was finalized and the Ziwei Pavilion was handed over to Bai Nao for management. Besides, there is another advantage of choosing Bai Nao. The two of them just had a conflict, and they can take this opportunity to find the person who has bad intentions. If they try to sow discord between them, they will be exposed immediately. For others, Su Chen's repaying evil with virtue will also leave a good reputation, which can be said to be a best of both worlds. Since the affairs of Dongzhou are almost dealt with, let's go to Nanman. Next. I can't wait to see the last messenger of Emperor Tiandao.
Su Chen
Couldn't help rubbing his fists, his eyes shining. 3 of the 4 messengers sent by Emperor Tiandao have been taken into his pocket, and not only that, he also got 3 tokens. As for this last one, after getting it, Su Chen will definitely know the secrets of these tokens. Perhaps it is a great opportunity, an opportunity that makes Emperor Tiandao afraid, so he chose to deliver them separately. Or, it is a way to truly ascend to the fairyland. Thinking of this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to kill the old immortal who had harmed him. I wonder how much Ziwei knows about the messenger of the Emperor Tiandao in Nanman. Su Chen cast his eyes on Fairy Ziwei, very gently. When Fairy Ziwei heard this, she thought about it carefully, and then her face became solemn. We are not far from Nanman. but we don't have much communication. It is said that her power there is also very strong. Fairy Ziwei said slowly, different from Yizhue's hiding and Rambo's single-handed look down on everyone. Fairy Ziwei and the mysterious messenger both knew that, in order to do things conveniently, they had to develop their own power in secret. Therefore, their power spread throughout Dongzhou and Nanman. But what made Fairy Ziwei different from the messenger was that the messenger was very ruthless and had sophisticated means. In just a few years he led Nanman with thundering means and was a very terrible enemy. With our current strength, what are the chances of winning against her? Su Chen frowned and asked calmly. If it was before, there might not be much, but now Zhuye and I have joined forces and the chances of winning are very high, but the details will have to wait until we know it later. Fairy Ziwei said this very conservatively. But the implication is that there is a great deal of confidence. Su Chen was relieved when he heard this, and with a big wave of his hand, group of people immediately went to Nanman. Nanman is different from Dongzhou in Tiandao. It is a somewhat desolate place, with hot climate and frequent high temperatures. But at the same time, the precipitation is also very abundant. In summer, there is almost a continuous rainy season, and even in winter the temperature is much higher than other places. At the same time, there is an endless ocean over there, and many sea people live in the ocean. Most of those sea creatures are transformed from animals in the sea, but most of them have complicated bloodlines and are naturally unruly and undisciplined. Because they are sea creatures, they cannot leave the water for a long time, so they can only stay in the territory of Nanman. Mermaids like Natasha are considered to have high bloodline in the sea tribe and have a certain degree of wisdom and discipline. They cannot come to the western wilds on the one hand because they cannot leave the water for a long time and cannot migrate on a large scale. Secondly, because they are violent, naturally love fighting, and are undisciplined, so the western wilds are unwilling to accept them. At the same time, the human race in the southern barbarians is uniformly called the barbarians because of the hot climate and geographical location. They are almost all brave and good at fighting and are good at fighting. Most of them have wheat-colored skin. But at the same time, they are relatively backward here and almost retain very primitive tribal habits. In order to adapt to the hot weather, most men are naked, and the lower body is covered with animal skins to cover privacy. Women also use animal skins as clothes. Similarly, there are countless poisonous gases and swamps in the forests of Nanman which are not suitable for the survival of the barbarians. Therefore, the living place of the barbarians has been greatly reduced, almost near the ocean. Inevitably, the barbarians and the sea tribe often initiate conflicts. Su Chen and others have been walking for a week, and they barely reached Nanman. The closer to Nanman, the hotter the climate, the higher the sun hangs, and there are only a few hours of darkness in a day, and most of the time it is daytime. After all, several people are practitioners. Although they have spiritual energy to protect their bodies, they can also feel the heat. As for Natasha, she can't wait to take a bath 8 times a day. What comes into view is the endless ocean. The ocean is deep and distant, and it looks particularly calm under the sunshine. But beneath this calm, there are countless mysteries hidden inside. Where are we going next? Green Ivy yawned, feeling like she was about to be dried into a tree trunk, and she was completely drooping. To avoid the heat, several people put on heat-insulating robes and light gauze, but the sun still made them thirsty. End of this chapter. Su Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and squinted his eyes to look into the distance. There was only endless sand and sea, and no useful clues. Let's go forward first and see if we can meet the barbarians, Su Chen said. Slowly, several people nodded and continued to move forward. But before they had walked for long, they saw a fierce battle in front of them. I saw several barbarians in leather clothes holding spears and struggling to resist. From the ocean to the land, there were constantly strange-looking sea people coming up, and they roared one by one, wanting to eat the barbarians. The leader was an octopus with a big head on the upper body, two eyes staring straight at the people in front. Countless tentacles lengthened and shortened, and slippery mucus left traces on the beach. Behind him, there were many crabs, lobsters, and sea snakes that turned into human forms, and they all rushed towards the barbarians angrily. I have to say, these things look really ugly, especially the disgusting fishy smell on his body. Since he was so far away, he could smell it clearly. Don't be so arrogant, you sea people. We are just trying to survive. We should not provoke each other. You have come ashore again and again to capture our people. What do you think? One of the barbarians' dark face turned red with anger, and his hand holding the spear was shaking. He tried his best to resist the attack of the sea people, but it was useless. The octopus monster laughed coldly, and the dead fish eyes revealed shrewdness and greed, as if seeing countless delicacies. Naturally, it is the survival of the fittest. You can't beat us and you are eaten by us. Isn't that what you should do? After the octopus monster finished speaking, the people behind him shouted arrogantly, "You are allowed to eat me, but we are not allowed to eat you?" A crab said unconvinced. Two small eyes as big as beans kept turning, and the two large claws in his hands clamped, making a huge noise. When the barbarians heard this, they didn't know what to say for a moment. The strong prey on the weak, which is indeed the survival rule of nature. Before, the two tribes could live in peace and not invade each other, but since when this group of sea tribes has become more and more rampant and finally even repeatedly crossed the border and ate their human race. The spiritual power of the southern barbarians is scarce, and because of the geographical location, the living conditions are particularly difficult, so the cultivation of skills is particularly backward. Most of the spells they practice can only protect themselves or strengthen their bodies. The endless pirates are becoming more and more rampant, constantly compressing their living space. They survive very hard. The octopus monster was not polite to them, and directly stretched out its sticky tentacles and attacked several people. The few people in front could not dodge in time and were directly wrapped by his tentacles and pulled into the sea. They waved their spears desperately, trying to let the tentacles put them down. But the tentacles were like a copper wall and iron wall, and their spears were simply tickling the octopus monster. The octopus monster held back his arrogant smile, opened his huge mouth, and his light pink body turned red. "You tiny humans are only worthy of being my food. I advise you to give up quickly so you can suffer less," he said loudly, full of arrogance and pride. Ijue already had Su Chen's child, and now was the most severe period of pregnancy regurgitation, and she couldn't help but retching. Su Chen hurriedly hugged Ijue and patted her shoulder as if to comfort her. "What should we do now? Should we help?" Green Rose couldn't help asking. Those barbarians were no match for the sea people, and it seemed that they would be pulled into the sea soon. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, made a quick decision, and gently uttered a word. "Save." As soon as the voice fell, Green Rose couldn't hold back and rushed towards the octopus monster. She directly released the vines and wrapped them around the octopus monster's head. The octopus monster didn't know where these people came from, and couldn't dodge in time, so his head was tied up. Its body was originally soft, and now it was tightened. Its head looked even bigger, bulging, as if it would explode in the next second. Its face was distorted, and its two misplaced eyes stared at the green ivy, and said angrily, "Who are you? I advise you to let me go quickly, otherwise I will never find you." The two crabs behind him were anxious and waved their big claws to pick up the vines of the green ivy, but it was of no use at all. The hard and thick vines even broke their claws. The two crabs were in great pain, and they didn't know how to control the severity of their attacks. They directly attacked the octopus monster's head, scratching the octopus monster's head with small wounds. The octopus monster was furious, and his head was still in pain. "You idiots! Get out of here! Don't you watch out? Are you going to kill me?" The two crabs were so scared when they heard the octopus monster's words that they quickly retracted their claws and dared not move. Because of the god assist of the two crabs, the octopus monster let go of the barbarians and looked at Luluwa with hatred. As soon as he approached, the fishy smell of seafood on them became stronger, and Luluwa's face wrinkled like a bun. There was even a smell of sweat on the barbarians. Under the impact of the two smells, Luluwa's eyes were almost blinded by the stimulation. The few people who followed behind also smelled the smell, and they immediately felt it was irritating and choking. Luluwa was too lazy to say a word, and directly waved her hand and cut the octopus monster into 8 pieces. In an instant, fresh and delicious octopus slices appeared. When the sea tribe members behind saw this scene, their legs immediately went limp with fear. Their leader was made into sashimi, and the others immediately stopped being arrogant and crawled back into the sea. Green Rose endured the nausea and took several clear-minded pills, and then she felt much better. The barbarians who were lying on the ground saw their arrival, and instantly felt like gods descending to earth, as if they had seen fairies. They looked at Su Chun and others at a loss, until Su Chun came to them, and then they woke up from a dream. "Thank you for saving my life." The strong man in the lead immediately clasped his fists to thank him. He was naked from the waist up, and his lower body was only covered with a piece of tiger skin, revealing his calves full of abdominal muscles. The upper body had 8 abdominal muscles, and his skin was tanned to a wheat color due to years of exposure to the sun. His hair was dry and frizzy, like a pile of weeds, and it was obvious that he had not been taken care of for a long time. He had a stern face, smooth facial lines, and a pair of bright eyes, but his cheeks were sunken because he had not eaten a full meal for a long time. Seeing the expressions of Su Chun and the others, the man smelled the smell on his body, felt a little embarrassed, and took 2 steps back. "I'm sorry," the man said embarrassedly, looking at the expressions of the others with guilt, and his dark face was slightly flushed. End of this chapter. Our living conditions are too difficult. Water is a scarce resource. We cannot squander it so much. Having said this, the man bowed heavily. "Thank you for your great help, benefactor. If you don't mind, please let me take you back to the tribe and give you a good treat." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone else behind him bowed, and the sound was earth-shattering. There is a posture of not looking up unless they follow. Su Chun was startled by their appearance, and after reacting, he could only laugh twice hastily. "It's okay. It's not your fault." Su Chun quickly waved his hand and then said, "Then let's leave now?" After hearing this, the man smiled honestly and immediately led the way. Like a silly wolf dog. "Are we going to the barbarians now?" Luluwa couldn't help but say, seeing the people in front of them treating them like guests. She felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. Perhaps it is because this place is particularly backward, so their people's sentiments are very simple, and they are different from the intrigues in other places. They only know that a favor must be repaid. A few people twisted around and then arrived at the edge of the forest. Looking from a distance, they saw countless simple tents standing there. Seeing a few people, a little boy led by them ran in excitedly. Soon, a large number of people rushed out. "Meng Yong, you are back." An old middle-aged man looked at Meng Yong with excitement. His skin was dark, and there was a scar running through the right side of his face. Behind him were many barbarians. Soon they saw Su Chun and his group behind Meng Yong, and they stopped. Instantly a little wary, Meng Yong walked up to the middle-aged man familiarly and patted his shoulder. "Father, I'm back. Thanks to these benefactors who saved me, otherwise I would have been dragged into the bottom of the sea by those insidious sea tribes." This middle-aged man is Meng Yong's father, Meng Hua. "What? Why is there a sea tribe there? Didn't Xiao Shu say?" Meng Hua realized that there were outsiders, so he did not continue talking about this topic. He sighed leisurely, patted Meng Yong's shoulder slowly, and said, "It's okay. As long as you come back safely, everything else is fine. After he finished speaking, he turned his attention to Su Chen and the others. The costumes of Su Chen and others are particularly exquisite, and each of them looks very fair. At first glance, they are not southern barbarians. For some reason, Meng Huo suddenly felt ashamed of himself, and even his usually huge body became a little rickety. Thank you all benefactors. We will definitely try our best to repay your life-saving grace. However, we are a poor place, and there is nothing to entertain. I just hope you don't dislike it. Meng Huo said awkwardly. At this moment, two children suddenly ran out, seemingly unaware of Su Chen and others, and rushed directly into Meng Yong's arms. Brother, you are back. Did you find anything to eat? The little boy said in a milky voice, but due to long-term malnutrition, his entire cheek had sunken in, his lips were chapped, and he was thin and small. Meng Yong's face became a little softer, and his voice became softer. Unconsciously, my brother didn't find it today, but he will definitely be able to find it tomorrow. You can still eat the stored food today, and you will have something to eat tomorrow, Meng Yong said. When the child heard this, he was a little disappointed. But we are already. Before he finished speaking, Meng Huo scolded him. Don't mess around, we still have guests here. He abruptly interrupted the child's unspoken words. But Su Chen also knew that the living conditions of the barbarians must be extremely difficult. Natasha was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see this scene. She took the initiative to take out some spiritual fruits and handed them to the child. Kid sister, there are some fruits here. If you are really hungry, eat some. Natasha's voice was soft, and she was even more beautiful, which immediately stunned the child. He hesitated for a while. He was really hungry, and then he carefully took the fruit and said in a sweet voice, Thank you, sister. Are you a fairy in the sky? You are so beautiful. The child's words were so innocent that Natasha couldn't help but laugh. When Meng Huo saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. This is my sister's thing. How did I teach you before? You can't take other people's things. Food is very precious, and they are your brother's saviors. As soon as the child heard this, he immediately wanted to return the fruit to Natasha, but Natasha refused to accept it and quickly refused. Meng Huo couldn't help but sigh when he saw Natasha insisting again and again, and finally let the child accept it. The child did not eat the fruit as soon as he got it, but picked it up carefully. Mom hasn't eaten for a long time. I want to take it back to my mother. These soft words not only touched Natasha, but also several other people. Before coming, they had imagined the situation of the barbarians, but they never expected that it would be so difficult. It is clear from the rumors that the Sea clan and the barbarian clan would not have ended up in such a miserable state, even if they were not fighting each other. It seems that such a result can only be caused by the envoy of the Emperor of Heaven. Thinking of this, Su Chen took out the storage ring and handed it to Meng Huo. There are some food and fruits here. You can take them and distribute them. You don't have to refuse me. It's a matter of life and death. I still have a lot of these things. Meng Huo waved his hands again and again. You have saved Meng Yong, which is already a great favor. If we accept your things, I can't convince myself. His face was not very good, but full of gratitude. He knew the current predicament of the barbarians very well, and it was precisely because of this that they knew that if they accepted it, there would be nothing to repay. They were like a bottomless pit, with only inflow and no outflow. That's not right. Maybe we will need your help at that time. Don't be polite, just take it. Su Chen laughed. Meng Huo knew the situation of his tribe and really needed it. Finally, he gritted his teeth and accepted it. Thank you, benefactor. If you need us to do anything in the future, we will definitely go to the fire and do it without hesitation. After Meng Huo finished speaking, he handed the food to Meng Yong and asked him to distribute it. Meng Huo brought a few people to an empty tent, which was their residence for the past few days. It must be said that it is really difficult to meet the living conditions of people. On the way here, I saw countless skinny children and men. You are so short of water and are being harassed by the sea tribe. Why don't you consider going a little deeper into the forest to avoid their harassment? Luolu couldn't help but ask curiously. There are also many birds of prey in the forest, which can fully meet their supply. Meng Huo couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. They didn't know that the forest was also a good place. What the benefactor doesn't know is that there are many poisonous swamps in the forest. The raptors in the forest have evolved to be immune and can even be used by them. But to us, they are a huge threat. As Meng Huo spoke, he kept looking outside with a bit of confusion in his eyes. Their cultivation was slow in nature, which had the effect of strengthening their bodies, and because the conditions were extremely difficult, they had almost no contact with the other 3 continents. When Su Chun heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. They didn't pass through the forest when they came here, and they didn't expect that the poison barrier inside was so serious. If their cultivation can be improved, they may not have to suffer such hardships. What's going on with those sea people? I don't think they look like the sea people I remember. Luo Xin pointed out the problem sharply. She is well-informed and naturally knows something about the Sea clan. However, it is recorded in ancient books that due to the lack of cultivation resources here, most of the Sea clan cannot transform into human form, and few even develop spiritual wisdom. But when I saw them today, although those sea people did not turn into human forms, they basically had spiritual wisdom. Well, it's a long story. I don't know when it started. Those sea tribes suddenly gained intelligence. Not only that, they even became ferocious and aggressive. They could leave the sea for a short time and then they continued. They are attacking us and squeezing our living space little by little. When Meng Huo said this, he sighed again and again with tears in his eyes. Intuition told Su Chun and others that the changes in the Hai clan must be related to the messengers of Emperor Tiandao. But what happened was that they didn't say anything. They just comforted Meng Huo with a few words. I have some low-level techniques here that are suitable for practice, which you can just use, and some healing techniques that may be able to help you. Su Chun picked through the storage rings, and it took him a long time to find some low-level skills and handed them to Meng Huo. Meng Huo's expression suddenly became very excited. You must know that the barrenness here is terrible, and for those who practice kung fu, it is better than nothing. But other places don't look down on this place at all, and it is naturally as difficult as climbing to the sky to learn legendary techniques. Although the skills taught by Su Chun are not of high level and can even be said to be very low level, for them, they can be regarded as solving an urgent need. After all, it is a high-level technique and they cannot practice it. Benefactor, we simply don't know how to repay your kindness. Even if I risk my life, I, Meng Huo, must repay your kindness. If you need anything, just ask. As long as I can do it, I will definitely work hard to do it. Meng Huo looked at Su Chun with a moved expression, wishing he could bow to Su Chun on the spot. Su Chun thought that he was not a good person, but he just felt that the people here should not be treated like this because the people here were simple and honest, so he couldn't help but help. Now that I see them being so serious, I feel embarrassed. Su Chun waved his hands repeatedly. It's just a little effort. We will have to rest here in the next few days. Please be patient, Lord. Su Chun said politely. Don't worry. As long as we can do anything, our benefactor can just say it. No need to be polite to us. Meng Huo scratched his head, showed an embarrassed smile, and patted his chest. In assurance, a few people settled down temporarily, and until night Meng Huo summoned the entire tribe to hold a welcome party for Su Chun and others. After all, Su Chun and others first rescued Meng Yong, and then provided precious food and training techniques. Therefore, almost every barbarian was present and wanted to pay their respects to this great hero. Although it was already night, the sky was not completely dark. The sun was setting in the west and there was still light yellow light The survival habits of the barbarians are very primitive. Their welcome party was to set up a huge fire in the open space, and the barbarians sat on the ground around the fire. During this period, many barbarians sang and danced, exuding their customs. Their dance is different from the softness and elegance of other regions, with a bit more unrestrained power, and it looks particularly pleasing to the eye. My benefactor is open to eating and drinking tonight. The road is full of dust and wind, so we can help you to wash away the dust. Meng Huo was obviously very happy today, and he took out all the old wine he had collected for many years. He poured himself a glass, then poured another full glass and handed it to Su Chen and said with great pride, "Today I, Meng Huo, have a glass of wine for my benefactor. Thank you for the help you have brought to our tribe. I will drink this glass first. Do as you please." After the words fell, he raised his head suddenly and drank all the wine in the glass with gratitude on his rough face. As he finished drinking, the people around him cheered happily. "They are so enthusiastic." Luluo looked on and couldn't help but rest her chin. Yes, the people are simple. Although they are backward, everyone here is free to unite. Xiaoxian couldn't help but nodded and looked at them happily dancing and eating and couldn't help but feel a little envious. After all, they have experienced too many intrigues along the way, and this simplicity is something they can only dream of. Yes, their living habits are somewhat similar to those of our orcs. Natasha pursed her lips, her expression gentle, and suddenly realized something and quickly added, "I'm not saying that they are not human, it's just this kind of style." Several people were amused by Natasha and laughed. Although Izhuiwe and Ziwei Fairy didn't say anything, they tacitly clinked their glasses in the middle of the night, smiled at each other, and drank the wine in the glass. This wine is not very good, even a little rough, and the aroma overflows and tastes very spicy. But in such an atmosphere, inexplicably, there is a sweet aftertaste when you taste it carefully. Not far away, a black-haired woman looked at the man in front of her angrily and said, "You don't even dare to tell the truth. What kind of man are you?" The man opposite him clenched his fists, his face ugly, and he didn't know whether he was scolded or angry in his heart. "It's not that I don't tell the truth. It's just that you are self-indulgent." The man said it with great difficulty. He turned around, avoided the woman's cheek, and forced himself to calm down. "Don't bother me anymore. This is a nuisance to me." "You!" The woman's wheat-colored skin turned red. She kept saying "you" for a long time, but she couldn't say a word. She had thick and abundant hair, wheat-colored skin, and smooth muscle lines on her body. It was obvious that she had been fighting outside for many years. End of this chapter. Women are obviously not pampered flowers in the greenhouse, but eagles flying freely outside the mountains and forests. She was wearing an animal skin skirt, covering her key parts, and her black eyes were bright and aggressive. This woman is Meng Huo's adopted daughter Hua Gudwa. As for the man opposite him, it is Meng Yong, who was rescued during the day. "You are simply a coward. You are obviously interested in me, but you still pretend to be like this. You are not as good as our great hero Su Chen," Hua Gudwa said angrily, talking incoherently for a long time, and directly.
Kemperth Su Chen.
No man can accept that he is inferior to others, especially the woman he loves. Meng Yong's face turned ugly when he heard this. He said coldly, "Since you think I am inferior to him, then just go find him. There is no need to waste time here with me." Hua Gudwa always had a bad temper. When he heard this, he immediately rushed
Toward Su Chen regardless.
Su Chen was still sitting here peacefully when a woman suddenly appeared in front of him. He was a little confused and subconsciously turned his attention to Meng Huo. Meng Huo was also confused and did not speak immediately. Impulsively, Hua Gudwa came to find Su Chen. But as soon as she saw his handsome and flawless face, the words she originally blurted out suddenly became unspeakable. This man's appearance even made Hua Guodua feel a little ashamed of himself, not to mention the stunning beauties around him. Comparing the two, Hua Guodua was instantly made into an ugly duckling. Su Chen didn't speak, and waited patiently for Hua Guodua's reaction. Hua Guodua, what are you doing here? Meng Hua coughed twice, signaling Hua Guodua to pay attention to him. Weren't you with Meng Yong just now? When Meng Yong was mentioned, Hua Guodua became very angry. He had obviously taken the initiative, but that stupid young man actually pushed her away and rejected her. Thinking of this, Hua Guodua's eyes gradually became firm. She looked at Su Chen seriously and said loudly, Su Chen, I like you. Let me be with you. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Hua Guodua instantly felt that his burden was much lighter. When looking at the people around him, his voice was unconscious and much quieter. Although he didn't deliberately look here, he kept his ears open to inquire about what was going on here. When Su Chen heard this, he was confused in the air. Who can tell him the development of the matter and why it is like this? Thinking of this, Su Chen swallowed and then said, We have only known each other for less than a day. Now that we say we like him, is it a little too hasty? You may be a little hasty with me. Before she finished speaking, Hua Guodua was impatient when she saw Meng Yong walking over. She closed her eyes and shouted simply, I fell in love with you at first sight. You are powerful and brave, and you saved our entire tribe. After saying that, Hua Guodua did not immediately observe Su Chen's expression, but instead focused on Meng Yong. Meng Yong's eyes darkened when he heard Hua Guodua's words. Su Chen was also stunned. He didn't expect Hua Guodua to be so enthusiastic. He looked horrified and didn't say a word for a long time. Hua Guodua felt a little regretful after saying this, but the words had been spoken and could not be regretted. She clenched her fists and slowly looked at Su Chen, expecting Su Chen's reaction. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Hua Guodua doesn't really like Su Chen. We just met today. It's normal for you to be jealous, but this doesn't mean you like her. You should think about it carefully. Su Chen was stunned for a long time before replying. Hua Guodua originally wanted to make Meng Yong angry, but now that he heard Su Chen's words, he wasn't upset after being rejected, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. Then think about it carefully, I won't give up. After Hua Guodua said that, don't pretend to be very sad and run away. When Meng Yong saw her like this, his heart tightened and he quickly chased after her, fearing that Hua Guodua would do something stupid. What a young man, so bold. Meng Hua couldn't help but touch his beard, showing a nostalgic smile. Su Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He never expected that Meng Hua's brain circuit was so strange. My little daughter, when I first picked her up, I thought she was extraordinary. Meng Hua said slowly, with a bit of nostalgia in his eyes. When Su Chen heard this, he also understood that Hua Guodua and Meng Yong were not related by blood. She's still too young to know what liking means, so it's normal to say this, Su Chen said slowly. After hearing this, Meng Hua couldn't help but sigh. Benefactor, you are a good person. Without you, our tribe's situation would be even more difficult, if possible. With a bit of pleading in his eyes, he looked at Su Chen very seriously, and then continued what he had not finished. It is definitely better for Hua Guodua to follow you than to stay here. She is not a barbarian in the first place, but she was forced to stay because of special circumstances. Seeing Meng Hua talking more and more excited, he finally wanted to hand Hua Guodua to Su Chen on the spot. Su Chen's expression twitched. Although he knew Meng Hua was doing it for Hua Guodua's good, Hua Guodua obviously didn't want to leave here and had a secret affection for Meng Yong. Although I am not a good person, I can't do this kind of thing. Thinking of this, Su Chen made some expediency and then said, perhaps we should ask Hua Guodua for his opinion. Besides, although the barbarians are now in decline, it may not be the case in the future. Meng Hua heard Su Chen's refusal, but he did not force it. After all, Su Chen was his benefactor and he could not be so pushy. Thinking of this, Meng Huo smiled heartily and said, "Benefactor is right. Am too concerned. I will go to see it first. Benefactor, eat and drink well. If you have anything, just call me." Su Chen nodded, and when Meng Huo left, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's worthy of Su Chen. He is as popular as ever wherever he goes. Su Chen looked sideways and saw Luoshan looking at him sourly, and his words were also sarcastic. "Although I am popular, I am not a casual man." Su Chen smiled and pulled Luoshan into his arms. The people around him looked envious and jealous, and they were naturally embarrassed to say anything. Luoshan was suddenly hugged in public, and she felt a little embarrassed. 2 blushes appeared on her fair cheeks, and she gently pushed Su Chen, wanting to say something but not saying it. "We are still outside. Can you pay attention to the impact?" Luoshan said. Coquettishly, Su Chen smiled, pointed in a direction casually, and said, "Isn't this not the same as when in Rome? I naturally want to experience the local customs and practices." Luoshan looked in the direction of Su Chen's finger and saw 2 people hugging each other and kissing passionately. There were many people nearby who were also so unobtrusive that they almost took off their clothes and got entangled with each other. Luoshan blushed instantly and buried himself in Su Chen's arms. Seeing this scene, Xiaoxian couldn't help drooling with envy. It would be great if she was in Su Chen's arms. After all, it had been a long time since he had been nourished by Su Chen. "First of all, I can only turn my sadness and anger into appetite, crazily, stuffing food into my mouth." Fairy Yizhuiwei and Ziwei also looked at Su Chen with eager expressions, envious that Luoshan could be held in Su Chen's arms with such great fanfare. In the dark, a man looked at Su Chen steadily. "Xiaoqiu, didn't you say during the day that there were no sea beads over there?" As soon as Meng Huo saw Xiaoqiu, his face suddenly dropped. "I looked for you during the day, but I didn't see you for a whole day. Now I know you are out." Xiaoqiu immediately put on a flattering expression, nodded and bowed. "This is all an accident, leader. It was indeed not there when I went there before, but for some reason, the group of sea people suddenly appeared." At this point, Xiaoqiu quickly slapped herself twice. "It's all my fault. If I had been more cautious, I wouldn't have made such a mistake." Meng Huo couldn't help but snorted coldly. Now that Su Chen was away, he also showed his dignity as a leader. "Because of your mistake today, our tribe almost lost many elites. Fortunately, nothing happened. If something happened, your life would not be enough to pay for it," Meng Huo said coldly. Xiaoqiu's face was distorted for a moment, and he secretly said in his heart that this old immortal didn't have much strength, but he put on a lot of airs. But there was still a very apologetic expression on his face. "I'm sorry, Chief. I will definitely find a way," Xiaoqiu couldn't help but say, nodding and bowing, quite like a pug. "Forget it. The whereabouts of the Hai clan are unpredictable. When you read any news in the future, you must be careful and cautious. As for today's mistake, I will leave it to you to take care of the livestock in the tribe." Meng Huo waved his hand casually. As the saying goes, don't hit the smiling person. Xiaoqiu admitted her mistake so sincerely that Meng Huo couldn't say anything, so he could only punish her with a small punishment but a big warning. Xiaoqiu agreed hastily, but the expression on her face was very gloomy. Waiting for Meng Huo to leave, the expression on Xiaoqiu's face changed several times, and finally she was very disdainful. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he left. With peace of mind, he tiptoed to the beach. The seaside at night looks particularly calm, and there are no sea people. He was lying on his knees, the expression on his face became distorted, and his limbs were spread out in strange arcs. The hair on his body began to change color, and his whole body turned green like seaweed. A good person turned into a turtle in the end. As soon as Xiaoqiu turned into a turtle, she couldn't wait to go down to the bottom of the sea and swam towards the palace of the 9 nether black snake. When he arrived at the door, he made an announcement and Xiaoqiu swam in. But before he saw the figure of the 9-nether black snake, a water blade, swept towards him. Xiaoqiu couldn't dodge and was hit hard, and even the turtle shell was overturned. He struggled for a long time, but he still didn't recover. He couldn't get up, so he simply gave up. He could only look at the 9-nether black snake that slowly appeared with a flattering look on his face. As its name suggests, the 9-nether black snake is a sea snake that lives in the deepest part of the sea. He is where he is today thanks to the help of others. Before that, he was at best a sea snake with some strength, but then he met Queen Yuji and his status naturally increased and he did many things on behalf of Queen Yuji. As for Xiaoqiu, he is a turtle who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Although he is not strong enough, his cultivation level is not low due to his extended lifespan, and he can also transform into a human form. This is why he was sent by the 9-nether black snake to work as an undercover agent for the barbarians. Xiaoqiu relied on her knowledge of the location of the Sea Clan to avoid a lot of turmoil in the Sea Clan for the barbarians, and therefore successfully gained trust. Today, they originally planned to take this opportunity to capture all the strong men of the barbarians back into the sea and completely inflict heavy damage on the Manchus, but they did not expect that they were cut off by strangers. The 9-nether black snake became extremely angry when he thought of this, and kicked Xiaoqiu directly. Xiaoqiu was forced to turn around in a circle, and with the help of brute force it took a long time to stand up. But when she stood up, Xiaoqiu did not dare to look directly at the 9-nether black snake. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed uncontrollably. Lord Xianxi, please spare your life. Lord Xianxi, please spare your life. Everything today was an accident. Xiaoqiu's voice was choked and she was so scared. Zhou Xian, she couldn't help but snorted coldly when she saw his useless appearance. You are in a good position in the barbarian tribe now. They serve you delicious food and drinks, which makes you wonder, have you forgotten who you are? Don't forget that you are from the High tribe. Geo Black Snake subconsciously blamed Xiaoqiu for today's mistake. It must be Xiaoqiu who did it today, otherwise there would be no way to avoid his plan to satisfy those incompetent people. Geo Black Snake became extremely angry when he thought about the horrible scolding he received from Queen Yuji. This is all a misunderstanding, Mr. Xianxi, you don't know. We almost succeeded today, but a group of strangers came from nowhere. They couldn't tell they were from the southern barbarians at first sight, so they immediately killed the barbarians. They were rescued, but I couldn't defeat them at that time, so I secretly went back to get information. Xiaoqiu's face was full of flattering smiles. When she mentioned Su Chen and the others, her faces were full of indignant expressions, as if she was about to be killed by Su Chen in the next second. Geo Black Snake also became interested when he heard this. After all, no outsiders have come to Nanman for a long time. Thinking of this, Zhou Xian, she couldn't help but ask, what do the people you mentioned look like? Do they have any specific characteristics? Tell me everything you know. Xiaoqiu nodded hurriedly, recalled carefully, and then continued. The leader is a man. He looks like a pretty boy, but he has a high level of cultivation. There are many women around him. I don't know how many. You can see clearly, but they are very powerful and have many treasures in them. When the 9-nether black snake heard this, he couldn't help but squint his eyes, and a bad premonition suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. What does the man you mentioned look like? How old is he approximately, and does he have a martial spirit? When Xiaoqiu heard this, she was still a little confused, but facing the terrifying gaze of Joyo Black Snake, she could only bite the bullet and said, she looks quite young, like a pretty boy, and the clothes on her body look very luxurious. Unlike us locals, I don't know about Wuhuan. I have never seen him use it. End of chapter.